I'm Jiang and let me tell you what happened. People often say life is like a beginner's game, where everything seems safe when you're young. But once you're out in the real world, even small things can turn deadly. I totally agree. When my company planned a team-building activity involving bungee jumping, I immediately refused, even though my boss wasn't happy. It's too dangerous. What if the rope wasn't secure? My refusal felt great at the time, but it came with a price. My boss started making things hard for me. Fed up, I quit my job on the spot. After a few lazy days of eating, sleeping, and gaming, I decided to look for work. While waiting for my computer to boot up, I noticed a strange coin I'd gotten as change from the store. It didn't look like normal money, more like a game token. Before I could decide whether to return it, the coin started glowing and shot into my forehead. Suddenly, I heard a voice. Congratulations! You've activated the multiverse supermarket system. You'll travel to different worlds, open supermarkets, and gain wealth, power, and influence. At first, I was excited. But then I realized I'd have to travel to other worlds. What if they were dangerous? What if I didn't survive? The system couldn't guarantee my safety unless I earned money first, so I flat out refused to go. The system was clearly frustrated, but tried to convince me I might land in a peaceful world. Still, I wasn't risking it. After some back and forth, the system offered to lend me money for protection. I negotiated hard and managed to get it to agree to buy me a safety feature called the Intelligent Security Subsystem. This feature made me invincible inside my supermarket. It cost a fortune, 9,999 star coins. But I persuaded the system to let me pay it back slowly, keeping half of my earnings for myself. With my safety guaranteed, I finally agreed to start this crazy journey. Let's see where it takes me. I'm tasked with opening a supermarket in another world, but the system only allows 3 types of goods. 3. That's barely enough for a stall, let alone a supermarket. After complaining to the system, I had to accept it and think carefully about what to bring. I decided on food, water, and weapons, essentials for any situation. For water, I chose regular bottled water. Food had to be something easy to eat and filling, so I picked steamed veggie buns. As for weapons, after a lot of debating, I settled on watermelon knives, simple, sharp, and useful in most worlds. Each item was limited to 100 pieces, so I stocked up as much as I could. Lugging everything back to my apartment was a hassle, but I managed. Before leaving, I told my parents I'd be on a work trip in a remote area with no signal, just so they wouldn't worry if I couldn't contact them. The next morning, fully prepared, I told the system, now nicknamed 007, to start the transfer. The journey was surreal, with flashing lights and a strange pulling sensation. When I arrived, the system quickly built my new supermarket, and I found myself in a zombie world. My heart skipped a beat at first, but 007 reminded me I was completely safe inside the store thanks to the security system I had insisted on. Peeking outside, I saw my first zombie. It was disgusting, rotting skin missing an eye, and barely holding together. It was shuffling toward the store, and I couldn't help but worry for a second. But 007 assured me zombies couldn't get in. Relieved, I decided to focus on what really mattered, running the supermarket and completing the trades to get back home. I'm stuck in a chaotic zombie-filled world, and there's no way I'm stepping out of the supermarket. It's tiny, just 9 square meters, with no windows, a cramped cashier area, and 3 small shelves. The system, 007, tells me I can upgrade the space, but only if I level up the store by completing transactions. I stock the shelves with my 3 items: bottled water, veggie buns, and watermelon knives. Each shelf holds only 10 items, another annoying limitation. Pricing is set by the system based on rarity. 1 bun or bottle of water sells for 1 star coin, 10,000 renminbi, while a knife goes for 10 star coins. It's pure profit, but since I only keep half the earnings, clearing my 10,500 star coin debt will take forever. The system also explained I need just 10 transactions to upgrade the store to level 2. Sounds simple, but there's a catch. There are barely any humans around. The world is desolate, with only zombies roaming outside. My phone made it here with me, but with no internet or power, it's useless. By noon, I gave up waiting for customers and ate a bun and some water. It felt ridiculous eating my own stock, but what choice did I have? I spent the rest of the day pacing around the tiny space, glancing outside, hoping to see anyone. Finally, as the sun began to set, I heard something outside. My heart jumped. Maybe my first customer? Or maybe something worse. The world is a mess, full of zombies and chaos, and it's been 3 years since everything fell apart. Zhang Lehe, a skinny and exhausted teenager, has been struggling to survive. His father died searching for supplies, and now he's on his own. Without any special abilities, all he has is a baseball bat and the will to live. He has 3 days to find enough food or crystals to stay in his base, or else he'll be thrown out and left for dead. Desperate, he tries to fight a zombie but barely manages to survive. Exhausted and filthy, he collapses after defeating it, only to hear a voice calling him. Turning around, he sees something impossible, a clean, tiny house standing in the barren wasteland. Outside the house is a cheerful, clean girl who looks completely out of place in this world. She's smiling and waving at him. At first, Zhang Lehe hesitates. It could be a trap. Strange things happen in this world, and most of them are deadly. But the house looks so familiar, so much like the pre-apocalypse world. Despite his doubts, he finds himself walking toward it, drawn by the sight of something that feels like hope. Inside, I had been waiting all day for someone to show up. Finally, I spotted movement outside, a boy running from a zombie. I watched anxiously as he struggled to fight it off, almost getting caught several times. When he finally managed to kill it, I couldn't hold back anymore and called out to him, trying to seem welcoming. He looked terrified and hesitant, but I smiled and encouraged him to come closer. 007, my system, teased me about my fake smile, saying I looked like a wolf in disguise. Annoyed, I stopped trying so hard and just invited him in naturally. When he reached the door, I saw how young and fragile he looked, barely more than a kid. He seemed hesitant, glancing at his filthy clothes and zombie-stained hands, as if he didn't want to dirty my clean store. I reassured him it was fine and asked him to step inside. After all, he's just a kid trying to survive in this harsh world. A bit of dirt? I can handle that. I stayed firmly inside the store, no matter how pitiful Zhang Lehe looked. He hesitated at the door for what felt like forever, but I didn't push him, just smiled and invited him in. Finally, he stepped inside, and though the smell of dirt and zombie gore was overwhelming, I kept my composure. Once he entered, I introduced the items on the shelves: food, water, and weapons. He didn't hear a word I said, though. His eyes were glued to the bottled water and the snow-white steamed buns. He looked like he hadn't seen real food in years. When he asked if the items were for sale, I confirmed they were, and his excitement was almost heartbreaking. To buy something, I explained, he needed to exchange valuable items for the store's currency, star coins. He reluctantly handed over a crystal he'd just risked his life for, a level 1 zombie crystal. The system quickly processed it, converting it into 1 star coin, which was enough to buy a single steamed bun. His disbelief was clear, but I confirmed the price. When I handed him the bun, still warm thanks to the system's storage, his face lit up with pure joy. He hesitated to take it with his filthy hands, but eventually grabbed it after wiping them on his equally dirty clothes. Watching him eat that first bite, savoring every crumb like it was a treasure, was both heartwarming and tragic. As soon as he took the bun, I received a system notification. My first transaction, 1 star coin earned. The system's efficiency impressed me, and my mood lifted. It was a small start, but a start nonetheless. Zhang Lehe, meanwhile, was moved to tears. That bun clearly meant more to him than just food. In a world as harsh as this, even something as simple as a warm bun felt like a miracle. Watching him eat reminded me why I was here, to bring a small bit of hope and comfort, even in a world full of despair. Zhang Lehe ate a Chinese cabbage bun, and he looked as happy as if he had a full banquet. Jiang Wanwan did not disturb his brief, happy time. Instead, she went around the cashier counter, sat down and waited for him to finish eating slowly. A few minutes later, Zhang Lehe finally finished the bun in his hand. He looked at his fingers with an unsatisfied look, as if he wanted to lick them. Fortunately, he still knew where he was now, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and raised his head again. Sorry, I delayed the boss's time. Jiang Wanwan smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter. I'm alone anyway, and I have nothing to do. Hearing this, Zhang Lehe glanced at the supermarket and hesitated to speak. The boss opened a supermarket here, selling precious white buns and selling them so cheaply. Be careful, there will be danger. Precious white buns? So, the zombies in this world should have appeared for a long time, right? Even food like buns has become a delicacy. As for selling them cheaply, this made Jiang Wanwan very happy, which meant that she would have a steady stream of business soon. Jiang Wanwan was very grateful for the boy's kind reminder. The smile she showed was also much more sincere. It's okay, I can handle it. Looking at the boss's white hands, Zhang Lehe was skeptical of her words. However, thinking of the magic of this supermarket, he felt that his worries should be unnecessary. Jiang Wanwan looked at the boy and asked, Zhang Lehe, can you tell me about the situation nearby? Zhang Lehe, who was originally preparing to say goodbye, was surprised when he heard this. Boss Zhang is not from our base. Thinking of what he saw and heard in the supermarket, Zhang Lehe's pupils gradually enlarged. His tone was full of disbelief. Or, you're not from our world? After all, in this world, who would take out white bread to sell, and sell it so cheaply? Jiang Wanwan's identity was suddenly exposed, but his face did not change, and he remained calm. Directly and calmly admitted, yes, I am not from your world. From Zhang Lehe's performance, we can see the degree of hardship in this world today. Whether it is white bread or other things she will bring in the future. For the people of this world, they are extremely precious and invisible. Instead of hiding and arousing suspicion, it is better to be clear. Even if others know that she is not from this world, so what? Anyway, she is not going to step out of the supermarket, and no one can threaten her. Looking at the stunned Zhang Lehe, Jiang Wanwan continued to speak. I am a time and space merchant who travels through thousands of worlds. I accidentally passed by this planet and found that the human beings in this world were in dire straits, so I opened this supermarket. Jiang Wanwan's voice just fell, and the voice of 007 sounded in her mind. You are so good at making up stories. The host should write novels. Could it be that I tell others that I am a supermarket owner? That's so low-key. If you don't understand, just shut up. Zhang Lehe didn't know the boring lawsuit in Jiang Wanwan's mind. He had reacted at this moment and analyzed the situation clearly. He was grateful, fascinated, and worried and asked, will Boss Zhang be here tomorrow? Of course he will be here. Otherwise, why would I ask you about the situation around you? Jiang Wanwan replied, That's good, that's good. Zhang Lehe muttered to himself. Then, he remembered Jiang Wanwan's question and asked, what does Boss Zhang want to know specifically? The next step was the process of Jiang Wanwan asking and Zhang Lehe answering. In the 3 years since the zombie outbreak, only 1 in 10,000 people in the world have survived. There are only 4 bases in China with more than 10,000 people, and they are all official bases. Unfortunately, Jiang Wanwan's luck was not good. The supermarket landed near a small base called Chenxi. According to Zhang Lehe, there are about 3,000 people in the Chenxi base, which is considered a small or medium-sized base. Jiang Wanwan listened carefully on the surface, but in his mind, he was arguing with the system. 007, listen, since you want me to upgrade quickly, just choose a better place to land. With more people, the supermarket can be upgraded faster. The location of the supermarket is random. You should be thankful that it didn't land in a deserted place. 007 answered in a cold voice. Random landing? Really? Okay. Thinking about it this way, the Dawn base with 3,000 people is not too bad. Through Zhang Lehe's description, Jiang Wanwan finally knew why she couldn't see anyone today. It turned out that the Wanjie supermarket was actually located behind the Dawn base. And behind this wasteland is a polluted river. There are no supplies and not many zombies, so naturally few people come here. No wonder I waited for a whole day and didn't see anyone. Zhang Wanwan muttered to himself. Zhang Lehe listened to the general idea and asked, Boss Zhang is waiting for customers? There is no need to hide this. Zhang Wanwan nodded and said, opening a supermarket is naturally waiting for customers to come. If Boss Zhang doesn't mind, I can bring some people to you tomorrow. Zhang Lehe said. This was exactly what Zhang Wanwan was looking forward to. She smiled and nodded and said, Thank you very much. Zhang Lehe smiled embarrassedly. There was no need for the boss to thank him. He was obviously helping him. No matter who he told, he would be thanked. Seeing that the boss had no more questions, Zhang Lehe turned his head and looked at the half-set sunset outside the door. He said, It's getting late. I'll go back to the base first. But when he turned around, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Wanwan and said again, After dark, the zombies will become active. Even masters with superpowers upgraded to level 3 dare not easily spend the night outside the base. Boss Zhang, it's okay, you go back quickly. Zhang Wanwan still smiled calmly. The system can travel through the world. It said that she would not be in danger in the supermarket, so it would naturally not be false. However, the superpowers mentioned by Zhang Lehe must find an opportunity to understand. When Zhang Wanwan was thinking, she heard Zhang Lehe's voice again. Boss Zhang, how much are these machetes and mineral water? His mind was completely attracted by the buns before, and now that he was leaving, he noticed the other two goods. Mineral water is the same as buns, 1-star coin, and the machete is 10-star coins. After getting the answer he wanted, Zhang Lehe left reluctantly and took a look at the machete before leaving. At this moment, he began to regret why he used the crystal core to exchange for buns. In 3 days, he had to hand in the supplies, and at the very least, he could save some money to exchange for a machete. Watching Zhang Lehe's back gradually going away, Zhang Wanwan then said, 007, give me a rag. Although 007 could hear it in her mind, she was still used to saying it out loud. No. 007's cold voice sounded in her mind. No? Looking at the footprints and stains on the ground from the cash register to the door, Zhang Wanwan didn't quite understand why 007 refused her. It's okay if you don't have a rag, otherwise you can just clean the supermarket with 1 click. Opening a supermarket is like playing a business game. If you can clean it with 1 click, it will save her a lot of trouble. Okay, give me money. It's really okay. This 007 is really a money grubber. You don't know whether I have money or not. Zhang Wanwan glanced at her balance on the system page, 0.25 star coins. After deducting half of the Wanjia supermarket system and the half she gave back to 007, there are only so many left. If you don't want to help, just give me a rag. Otherwise, the supermarket will be dirty and affect tomorrow's customer flow. Don't blame me. Zhang Wanwan threatened. Every time the supermarket's money-making problem is mentioned, 007 is always the most anxious, and this time is no exception. Here you go. Clean it up a little. A gray rag suddenly appeared on the cash register. The zombie world is short of water, and everyone must be dirty. How can they dislike the uncleanness of the supermarket? It really made him feel guilty to deceive the innocent 007. Zhang Wanwan showed a slapping smile while picking up the rag. After she finished cleaning, the sky outside had darkened. 007, give me a light. No, I want money in exchange. 007's voice was still cold. You don't even have a light. Are you sure it won't affect the supermarket business? Zhang Wanwan repeated the same trick. 007 was not fooled this time. Don't think about fooling me again. There are too many zombies at night and no business. Has he changed his mind? There was no other way. Looking at the increasingly dark view, Zhang Wanwan could only ask helplessly. How much is that light? 2-star coins. If it's not enough, this system can lend you some. Zhang Wanwan's blood pressure went up when she heard the price. Robbery. This is too expensive. 2-star coins are 20,000 renminbi. Even if it's a different world, it can't be so expensive. Jiang Wanwan reasonably suspected that 007 was retaliating. Do you want it or not? 007 said coldly.
No.
Jiang Wanwan refused outright. It's just that there is no light. At most, she can go to bed early. Besides, she still has her cell phone. While it was not completely dark yet, Jiang Wanwan hurried to finish her dinner. It was still 2 hot cabbage buns. After eating 2 meals in a row, it was a bit greasy. The bottle of mineral water she opened at noon was finished long ago, so she took another bottle. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark. Seeing that there were more and more zombies outside, some even crashed into the door directly and were bounced away by a transparent light curtain. Jiang Wanwan walked to the door and closed the supermarket door with the light of the mobile phone screen. Back to the cashier, she began to think about how to sleep. There was a cushion on the chair which was quite soft, but it was a pity that you could only sit and not lie down. The cashier counter was 2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide. One person could lie down, but it was uncomfortable. As for asking 007 for a cushion, Jiang Wanwan did think about it, but in the end she didn't ask. She could almost think of it. What would 007 say? Bring money in exchange. As for washing your face and feet, let alone just bear with it. I don't know how long I will stay in this place. Afraid that her phone would run out of power, she didn't dare to keep the screen on. In the end, Jiang Wanwan sat on a chair, leaned on the cashier, and turned off her phone. In the darkness, the eyes could not see, but the ears were more sensitive. From time to time, there were bursts of footsteps outside, from far to near, and then from near to far. In addition, Jiang Wanwan could even hear the sound of the wall of the supermarket being hit. I don't know which stupid zombie it was. Although I know that the zombies outside can't get in, she won't be in danger. But I still can't help but feel a little panic in my heart, just a little bit. For Jiang Wanwan, this night is extremely long. The cramped sleeping environment and the noise outside made it impossible for her to sleep well. She fell asleep in a daze and was awakened by the harsh roar of the zombies. It's hard to sleep for a while. She wanted to turn over and almost fell. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Wanwan could no longer sleep. She stood up, stretching her almost twisted neck, stiff waist and legs. She started to complain. 007. Tell me, which chosen heroine is as miserable as me? I came all the way to another world to open a supermarket, and you made me sleep on my stomach all night? What chosen heroine? According to the Earth's terms, you are at most a chosen worker. 007's words were still so annoying. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but retort. Even if you are a worker, you should have human rights. I don't care. If there is no bed to sleep on tonight, I will mess it up for you to see. You have heard of the workers who mess up. Unfortunately, 007 has become smart now and does not accept threats. If you want to sleep in a bed, make more money. Workers who mess up don't deserve to go back to Earth. This dog system actually knows how to counterattack people. She definitely wanted to go back to Earth as soon as possible, and finally, she could only say, "You are so cruel." The body that had been stiff all night had begun to move. With the help of the light from the mobile phone screen, Jiang Wanwan touched the door of the supermarket and opened it. At this moment, the sky outside was already a little bright. There were only a dozen zombies left among the many zombies that came from nowhere in the middle of the night. I think when it gets light, these zombies will find a place to hide. With the help of some light outside, Jiang Wanwan prepared to rinse her mouth. Of course, she didn't have a toothbrush, so she just drank some water and gulped it in her mouth a few times. The water she rinsed her mouth with was spit into the toilet. She found that this was not an ordinary toilet, but a flush toilet with unlimited capacity. You can flush it at will without worrying about the toilet overflowing. The only bad thing is that it is located next to the chair, which is a bit uncomfortable when eating. After rinsing her mouth, she used the remaining water in the bottle to wipe her face and hands. After simply taking care of her personal hygiene, Jiang Wanwan started to eat breakfast. She was hungry in the middle of the night because she didn't feel full after eating 2 buns last night. To be honest, after eating 3 buns in a row, Zhang Wanwan felt that her breath smelled like cabbage buns. When she returns to Earth, she must choose another delicious food to bring back. Zhang Wanwan was lying on the cashier counter board, looking at the still dim sky outside. It was a new day, hoping that more customers would come so that she could upgrade the supermarket as soon as possible. Hey, that figure in the distance seemed a little wrong. The lazy Zhang Wanwan suddenly stood up and looked towards the abnormality. Because it was a little far away, she couldn't see the specific appearance of the figure clearly. But the figure seemed to be carrying a child on its back, so it shouldn't be a zombie, right? As the figure got closer and closer, Zhang Wanwan became more and more certain of her guess. She didn't expect that there would be business coming so early. It's coming. The figure stopped 10 meters away from the supermarket. Zhang Wanwan stood quietly while the other party looked at her and did not greet her as enthusiastically as yesterday. People with children are generally more vigilant, and they will not let down their guard as easily as the young Zhang Lehe. After observing for several minutes, the man walked slowly towards the supermarket step by step. Seeing the other party's vigilance of pausing 3 times a step and ready to turn around and run away at any time, Zhang Wanwan did not dare to move until the man finished reading the sign and stepped into the supermarket. She then said in the softest voice, "Welcome." Even so, the man was still startled and left the supermarket as quickly as possible. "You scared the customers." 007 stated the facts calmly. "Shut up, I don't want it either," Zhang Wanwan said angrily. It was not her fault that things turned out like this. The sky at dawn was still dim, the hazy light, and the zombies everywhere were already unsettling. Add to that the sudden appearance of the supermarket, and everyone would be scared, right? She had been careful everywhere, even becoming cautious. What else could she do? Just when Zhang Wanwan was annoyed and thinking about how to explain to save the situation, the figure who had left the supermarket stepped back in. He asked tentatively, "What you said just now was welcome?" Was this a sudden turn of events? Zhang Wanwan quickly seized the opportunity and explained, "Yes, this is a supermarket. When I see customers, I naturally say welcome. Since it's a supermarket, then are these buns for sale as well?" Zhang Wanwan understood. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to her buns. This was easy to handle. "Of course I sell them. In addition to buns, I also have mineral water and watermelon knives," she said with a smile as she walked around the cashier counter and slowly towards a shelf. "Dad, my daughter wants to eat buns." A tender and soft girl's voice sounded. When she got closer, Zhang Wanwan finally saw the customer's appearance clearly. Seeing Zhang Wanwan coming over, the man couldn't help but take a small step back, obviously always keeping alert. Presumably, if it wasn't for the buns, he wouldn't have turned back, right? "How much are the buns?" Customers can take out valuable items and put them into this machine to exchange for our supermarket currency, 1 bun for 1 star coin, Zhang Wanwan introduced. It was obvious that the man was a little hesitant. The light was a little dim, and Zhang Wanwan didn't see clearly what he took out. But the moment the machine screen lit up, she knew everything through the system. What the man took out was actually a 2nd-level zombie crystal core. The 2nd-level zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 10 star coins. In addition to the buns, does the customer need anything else? Then, Zhang Wanwan suggested, "The mineral water here is all sealed water that has not been contaminated, and it is also 1 star coin per bottle." She heard Zhang Lehe say yesterday that the water sources in this world have been polluted. At this moment, when promoting her products, she naturally has to emphasize the advantages of her products. Unexpectedly, this father with a little girl is actually a high-quality customer. If the other party can spend all these 10 star coins, can the supermarket of all worlds be upgraded? You know, as long as 10 items are sold, the supermarket of all worlds can be upgraded to level 2. The man had always felt that this suddenly appeared supermarket was weird everywhere. Seeing that the boss didn't even look at it, he knew that what he took out was a level 2 crystal core, and his vigilance rose to the highest point. However, if a level 2 crystal core is exchanged for 10 star coins, can it be exchanged for 10 buns? Also, what is the boss talking about? Uncontaminated sealed mineral water. 1 star coin can be exchanged for a bottle? How does this sound? How fake it is. Seeing that the man didn't speak for a long time, Zhang Wanwan, who was a little anxious, couldn't help but said, "Customer?" The man realized that he was a little absent-minded, and he immediately regretted it. He quickly made a decision. "Give me 8 buns and 2 bottles of sealed mineral water." Yeah, the Wanjia supermarket can finally be upgraded. Jiang Wanwan cheered in her heart, while taking out the things the man wanted from the shelf, and handed them over. He hurriedly hugged the 2 bottles of water and 8 buns. At this moment, the man was sure that he really used a secondary crystal core to exchange for so many things. So many things that he could never touch on a normal day. "Dad, buns." Nan Nan, who smelled the aroma of the buns, couldn't help but speak. The man reacted and quickly picked up a bun and handed it to his daughter. "Be careful of the heat." Jiang Wanwan saw this and hurriedly reminded. The moment Nan got the bun, she put the bun in her mouth and took a big bite. While wolfing it down, she said vaguely, "It's delicious, Dad. You eat too." Is even a little girl so strong now? It seems that Jiang Wanwan's reminder is a bit redundant. Okay, Nan eats first." The man responded twice quickly, and then looked forward. "Thank you, boss. I'm going to hunt zombies next, so I'll leave first." After that, he turned and left without any reluctance. Looking at the other party's back, gradually disappeared in front of him. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but said, "I said 007. Shouldn't you equip the supermarket with some convenient bags?" Facing Zhang Lehe yesterday, he didn't notice anything wrong. Now that this customer has bought a lot of things, it's a bit strange to just carry them away. There is no need for this. If the goods are good, there will naturally be many customers. 007 said proudly. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard it. She was too lazy to argue with it. She had something to do at the moment. Including yesterday's order, 11 items have been sold. Can the Wanjia supermarket be upgraded? Ding! It is detected that the upgrade conditions have been met. The Wanjia supermarket is upgrading. The Wanjia supermarket has been upgraded to level 2, and the system mall is open. The originally dim supermarket was enveloped by a white mist, and it was instantly white, and nothing could be seen. After a few seconds, the white mist dissipated, and the light in the supermarket seemed to be much brighter. Jiang Wanwan began to look carefully at the upgraded supermarket. First of all, the space of this level 2 supermarket has increased several times compared to the level 1 supermarket. Jiang Wanwan even saw that there seemed to be compartments inside. After walking around, she had an idea in her mind. The total area of this level 2 supermarket has increased from the original 3 by 3 meters to 6 by 6 meters, which is directly quadrupled. Times. At the innermost part of the supermarket, a 2 by 6 meter room was separated. The original toilet was moved directly to the innermost part of the room, forming a 4 square meter bathroom. As for the remaining 8 square meters, a single bed, a dressing table, and a simple wardrobe were placed. In this way, it is a very simple bedroom. The door of the bedroom opens to the right, just inside the cash register. The 4 by 6 meter supermarket space outside, in addition to the cash register, only has 3 shelves, which looks particularly empty. Compared with the crowded space before, the gap is too big. The supermarket is a bit empty. Now that it has been upgraded to level 2, can I choose 3 kinds of goods again? It feels a bit embarrassing to have such a large space and so few goods. The host can choose in his mind first, but he must wait until the supermarket of all worlds is upgraded to level 3 before returning to Earth to purchase goods. 007 said. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan shrugged and sat back down in front of the cashier. It seems that there is no loophole to exploit. Then she should study the system Mall mentioned when the supermarket of all worlds was upgraded. In her mind, Jiang Wanwan clicked on the system page and found the newly appeared system Mall. When she clicked it, there were actually 3 options, namely normal, special, and supermarket. Without any hesitation, Zhang Wanwan directly clicked on the special category, which had only 2 items. However, it was these 2 items that made her eyes widen. Zombie Serum. After taking it, you can have some of the abilities of zombies. Limited time special offer. 3,888 star coins superpower crystal. After fusion, you can have a random superpower. Limited time special offer. 3,888 star coins 007 also added. The products in the special category of the system mall are generated according to the characteristics of each world and are unique. There is such a good thing as superpower crystal? Zhang Wanwan exclaimed. When she heard Zhang Lehe talk about superpowers before, she had some yearning in her heart. But she didn't expect the supermarket system to be so powerful. In addition to making her money, it actually has such a magical thing. But what the Hades is the zombie serum? After taking it, you won't turn into a zombie directly, right? Don't worry. The system's products are guaranteed. The above-mentioned acquisition of some zombie abilities may be the zombie's attack power, defense power, or immortality. 007 assured. The uncertainty is too great, and Zhang Wanwan still wants the superpower crystal more. But this price is too expensive. Nearly 4,000 star coins. How many buns does she have to sell? Host, don't be ungrateful. This is already a special price of 38% off. The original price will be restored in a month. 38% off. That means the original price is 10,000 star coins? In addition to splitting the money I earn with the supermarket in half, I have to give you half of it. How can I make so many star coins in 1 month? Zhang Wanwan complained. Try harder and harder. 007 said, sarcastically. It seems that we can only work harder. Zhang Wanwan calculated in her mind, for times 3888, that is 15,552 star coins. She glanced at the supernatural crystal reluctantly, and then she clicked on the next category. Compared with the special category, the products in the supermarket category are much richer. In addition to the various defensive equipment that 007 had shown Zhang Wanwan before, what she saw more of were various offensive equipment. What microwave launchers, particle machines, infrasonic guns, gene bombs, laser cannons. Zhang Wanwan couldn't even understand the names of many weapons. The products in the supermarket category are all the highest level of technology in the universe. They can only be used in the supermarket of all worlds. Use them with caution. 007 began to explain again. Zhang Wanwan rarely responded to 007, but nodded in agreement. Such a cross-dimensional weapon, if you take out any one of them, it is estimated that it can directly destroy the Earth, right? Of course, you have to use it with caution, and it's best not to use it. The key is that she can't afford the astronomical prices. After roughly scanning it, Zhang Wanwan focused her attention on the last category. The ordinary category. The name sounds very ordinary. With 2 precedents, this ordinary category probably doesn't have anything good. Clicking on the price at first glance confirmed Zhang Wanwan's expectations. Everything she saw was priced at 1 star coin. When she looked more carefully, she found out. Charger, 1 star coin. Power supply, 1 star coin. Internet access, 1 star coin. Light bulb, 1 star coin. Towel, 1 star coin. Toothbrush, 1 star coin. Toothpaste, 1 star coin. Rag, 1 star coin. All the items that Zhang Wanwan could think of that existed on Earth could be found in this ordinary category. These cheap items on Earth were actually sold for 1 star coin. That's 10,000 renminbi. Zhang Wanwan reasonably suspected that this supermarket system was deliberately trying to make money from her. It's not appropriate that you sell me such a high price for something so cheap on Earth. Don't you need energy to travel through time and space? Besides, these are not necessities. You don't have to buy them. 007 suggested sincerely. They are indeed not necessities, but she just wants them. Charger, internet access, electricity, light bulbs, toothpaste, toothbrush, bedding. She wants all these. However, Zhang Wanwan looked at her balance. 2.75 star coins. Forget it. Poverty makes her calm. Poor she doesn't deserve these. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky outside was finally bright. After checking the system mall, Zhang Wanwan started working mode again. She was holding a rag and cleaning diligently. In fact, after the supermarket was upgraded, the dirt caused by the man before had been completely cleared. But Zhang Wanwan didn't want to find something to do for herself. If she was idle any longer, she would be useless. Just when several shelves were about to wipe Zhang Wanwan's skin, there was finally movement outside the supermarket again. Zhang Wanwan looked up in surprise and looked out. I saw a group of dozens of people walking towards the supermarket, and the one leading them was Zhang Lehe. It seems that the boy was not lying when he said he would bring her customers yesterday. As they got closer and closer to the supermarket, the voices became clearer and clearer. Lehe, did you really use a first-level crystal core to exchange for a white bun yesterday? It's not your fantasy, is it? That's right. Why does it sound so outrageous to me? How can there be white buns now? It's true. Look, the supermarket I'm talking about is just in front, and the boss Zhang inside is so handsome. You didn't trick us into coming here because the girl is pretty, did you? If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to this boy and brought all the crystal cores at home.
Oh.
It's not what you think. When you enter the supermarket, you will know whether I am lying or not. As they were talking, a group of people had already arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Zhang Wanwan, who had been waiting at the door early, smiled and said, "Welcome." It was already bright outside, and there were so many of them together. They wouldn't be scared again, right? Boss Zhang, I brought all my friends here specially, Zhang Lehe said, as if to take credit. The thin ant following Zhang Lehe wanted to make a joke, but after her eyes touched Zhang Wanwan, she couldn't make any sound. The other people who came with him were also like this, with a completely stunned expression. Was he scared? It shouldn't be like this? Zhang Wanwan wondered. Even Zhang Lehe, who stepped into the supermarket, opened his mouth wide the next moment and said in surprise,
This.
How come this supermarket has become so big overnight? Seeing so many customers, he was too happy for a moment. Zhang Wanwan almost forgot that Zhang Lehe had seen a cramped version of the supermarket yesterday. I was thinking that you would bring many customers today, so I expanded the supermarket. You are really good at making up lies. 007 complained. So many customers. Zhang Wanwan was too lazy to pay attention. 007, who was bored, pretended not to hear. But Zhang Lehe heard this, and the admiration in his eyes was so much that it was about to overflow. At this time, the people who had been stunned for a long time finally responded. A short uncle stared at Zhang Wanwan intently and muttered to himself, "Why? How can there be such a clean person? Have we returned to the end of the world?" Although it felt a little strange to be stared at by a man like this. But there was no obscene intention in the other party's eyes, full of surprise and disbelief, which was acceptable. Zhang Wanwan looked at the group of people outside the supermarket and said to Zhang Lehe, "Please invite your friends in." Hearing this, Zhang Lehe hurriedly pulled people into the supermarket and spoke. "Uncle Li, Aunt Zhang, and you, come in quickly. The white bread is inside." After such an interruption, everyone hesitated and finally walked into the supermarket. Fortunately, the Wanjia supermarket has been upgraded to level 2, otherwise there really wouldn't be enough space for so many people. However, even if these people came in, most of their attention was still on Zhang Wanwan. Family members know their own business. Zhang Wanwan knew in her heart that her appearance was at most a little girl, not a great beauty. The reason why these people kept staring at her was that the difference between her and others was too obvious. Zhang Lehe, you also know the shopping process in the supermarket. Take your friends to have a look. As for Zhang Wanwan herself, she should stand behind the cashier. I think, after seeing the goods in the supermarket, they will no longer have the energy to pay attention to her. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Wanwan heard their exclamations standing in front of the shelves. Then, everyone burst into great enthusiasm. You pushed and squeezed to the front of the star coin exchanger, still talking. His second uncle, please let me go. The child at home is malnourished. How can you bear it? You said that as if I don't have any children. A child of 14 or 15 years old looks like 10 years old. Don't we need to buy 2 buns to supplement it? I say, you two, stop blocking the way. Yeah, you are too overbearing. Watching, everyone who originally had a good relationship began to turn against each other. Zhang Lehe, who was standing aside, was suddenly at a loss and couldn't get a word in. Zhang Wanwan, who was standing at the checkout counter, could no longer be a transparent person and quickly spoke. Don't worry, customers. There are enough goods in the supermarket, far more than those on the shelves, and everyone's needs will definitely be met. Yeah, don't worry. Zhang Lehe echoed from behind. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang immediately pushed Uncle Lee aside and said, "Did you hear that? The boss said that there are enough goods. Don't squeeze. Everyone, please line up in the back." After that, she stood alone in front of the star coin exchanger and took out a handful of colorful crystal cores from her arms. Uncle Lee, who was standing behind her, couldn't help but speak up when he saw this. "Hey, Lao Zhang, you really brought all your belongings here?" "Of course. I believe Lehe will not lie to me," Aunt Zhang said, and glanced at Zhang Lehe. Immediately, she received Zhang Lehe's grateful eyes. Then, Aunt Zhang looked at Jiang Wanwan and asked uncertainly, "Boss, do you put the crystal core directly in this grid?" After seeing Jiang Wanwan nod, she put the crystal core in her hand into it, without hesitation. After receiving the system information for the first time, Jiang Wanwan smiled and spoke to Aunt Zhang. 8 first-level crystal cores can be exchanged for a total of 8 star coins. What exactly do you want? While asking, he walked out of the cashier counter and led Aunt Zhang to the side to make room for her. "I heard that you can buy a white bread or a bottle of sealed mineral water for 1 star coin, right?" Aunt Zhang looked at Jiang Wanwan with some trepidation in her eyes, fearing that the news she heard was wrong. Seeing her nod slightly, she was overjoyed and quickly told him what she was thinking. "I want 6 white buns, 2 bottles." "Never mind, let's take 7 buns and only 1 bottle of water." Then, Jiang Wanwan took Aunt Zhang to the shelf. Without a convenient bag, Jiang Wanwan could only hold the 7 buns in her hands and hand them to Aunt Zhang. At this moment, Uncle Lee, who had already exchanged the currency and walked over, looked at the buns with a desire for food. Aunt Zhang was very sharp and reacted quickly. She took off her coat for the first time, and without caring about the dirt, she quickly wrapped the buns without leaving a gap. After taking the mineral water handed over by the owner, she turned her head and said to Zhang Lehe on the side, "Lehe, Auntie is leaving first. Remember to take some time to come to Auntie's house." After taking care of one customer, Jiang Wanwan turned her attention to the next one. However, before she could speak, the other party started to ask, "Boss Zhang, besides zombie crystal cores, do you accept other items here? For example, gold and silver jewelry?" Even Aunt Zhang, who had turned around and was about to leave the supermarket, subconsciously slowed down her pace. As long as it is a valuable item, it can be exchanged for star coins in the supermarket, but the exchange rate is different. The more valuable the item, the more star coins you can get. Knowing that everyone was paying attention to this issue, Jiang Wanwan deliberately raised her voice. After hearing this answer, many people at the scene showed joy. Jiang Wanwan looked at Uncle Lee beside her and said, "This customer, you have 2 star coins. What do you want to buy?" "Give me 2 buns," Uncle Lee said as he looked at the remaining 3 buns on the shelf. After taking 2 buns from the owner, Uncle Lee did not stay and turned around and quickly left the supermarket. After Jiang Wanwan finished restocking the bun shelf, she turned around and saw a circle of people behind her. After seeing the magical scene just now, these people were not afraid, but became more enthusiastic. Facing one customer, Jiang Wanwan can still choose a good position to protect herself from the odor. But when several customers came up at the same time, she fell into a painful and happy situation. Jiang Wanwan tried to maintain her superficial calm while quickly responding to the needs of these customers. However, at a certain moment, Jiang Wanwan suddenly frowned slightly, because the system reminded her that the watermelon knife shelf on the other side behind her had been touched many times. The items on the shelf cannot be reached by other customers except Jiang Wanwan. If it is just an accidental touch, like Zhang Lehe at the beginning, the system will not remind you, unless the other party wants to break through the barrier and uses a lot of force. It seems that someone has impure thoughts. 007. If this happens again, the first rebound will be the same force, the second will be doubled, and the third will be a direct electric shock. The first rebound is a reminder, and the second doubled rebound is a warning. 3 times is the limit. If he doesn't know what's good for him and covets her things, there will be no way to make peace.
Got it.
007's tone was joyful. It was the first time he acted so obediently. Jiang Wanwan quickly added, "By the way, don't electrocute him to death. Just make him unable to move. This supermarket still needs to do business, and she will have to live in it forever. If someone dies in it, it would be too unlucky. Just electrocute him so that he can't move, and then throw him out of the supermarket. As for whether the other party will be eaten by zombies or killed by others before recovering his mobility, it's none of her business." The person standing in front of Jiang Wanwan was a little panicked when he saw that the supermarket owner hadn't made any move for a long time. "Boss Jiang, is it that I don't have enough money to buy buns? It shouldn't be." Hearing the voice behind this person, which sounded like crying, Jiang Wanwan quickly said, "No, I'll get it for you right away." She picked up a bun and handed it to the customer in front of her. Suddenly, there was a scream behind her, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. In front of the watermelon knife shelf opposite, a person fell to the ground. His face turned blue, and his whole body was twitching. What happened? An attack? I just saw a flash of light on the shelf of the supermarket, and Toyota was electrocuted. So, a thin woman who looked like a monkey said tremblingly. As soon as these words came out, the people at the scene were immediately panicked and moved away from the shelves and the supermarket owner. Jiang Wanwan, however, looked normal and smiled and comforted everyone. "Don't worry, the supermarket will not attack anyone at will, unless the intention is impure and they want to take something they shouldn't take." When the supermarket owner said the second half of his words, his eyes were fixed on the machete and the person whose life or death was unknown on the ground. Now, everyone's mind was as clear as a mirror. What else was there to not understand? Several people immediately relaxed their minds, as long as it was not an unprovoked attack. Such a good place. White bread is sold so cheaply, they still want to patronize it for a long time. But there were also two people whose faces were like constipation, which was even uglier. Jiang Wanwan, who noticed this detail, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It seems that there are really a lot of people with bad intentions. Yes, so many rare goods are enough to make people ignore the magic of this supermarket. I hope that this living example in front of her can save her some trouble. "Zhang Lehe, please help me throw this man out of the supermarket." After speaking, Jiang Wanwan looked at the people beside him and said lightly, "What happened just now were just some trivial matters.
You don't have to care about it.
Let's see what you want to buy." Zhang Lehe, who was already indignant, immediately carried out what Jiang Wanwan said without hesitation. The remaining customers became timid again, just like when they had just entered the supermarket. After a few minutes, all the transactions were completed and everyone left. The supermarket was empty, with only Jiang Wanwan and Zhang Lehe left. "I'm sorry, I didn't screen them well and brought people with ulterior motives into the supermarket." Zhang Lehe apologized with guilt. Jiang Wanwan laughed and said, "It's others who have impure intentions. How can I blame you? I also want to thank you for bringing me so many customers today." As she said that, Jiang Wanwan secretly asked 007 in her mind, "Can I give a bun to this boy for free?" Just because the other party brought her so much business today, Jiang Wanwan felt that she should reward him. "You bought the goods with your own money, so you can deal with them at will. But don't blame me for not saying that the gift is not counted in the transaction," 007 reminded. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan flipped his hand, took out a bun from the system grid, and handed it over. "Here, it's your reward for bringing me so much business." Zhang Lehe took a step back, swallowed his saliva, and refused. "No, wait until I kill the zombies, take the crystal core, and exchange it for buns." "Are you going to kill zombies later?" Jiang Wanwan asked in surprise and looked at the baseball bat in the other's hand. She still remembered how embarrassed the other party was when facing the zombies yesterday. Zhang Lehe nodded firmly and said, "Yes. If I don't kill the zombies, I will starve to death. Besides, I have to hand over the supplies to the base the day after tomorrow. If I don't get them together as soon as possible, I will be kicked out of the base." Before, he was cowardly and afraid of losing his life, so he didn't dare to fight the zombies. Yesterday, he tried it with no other choice and found that he could kill zombies. Moreover, the zombie crystal core can be exchanged for such delicious buns. So from today on, Zhang Lehe is ready to start working hard. He wants to rely on his own strength to stay in the base and live a better life. Jiang Wanwan naturally would not object to the young boy wanting to work hard. After all, she can help for a while but not for a lifetime, and people still have to rely on themselves. However, it is still feasible to give a little help in advance. Jiang Wanwan flipped her hand. The bun disappeared, and a machete-reflecting light appeared in her hand. Since you don't want the buns, take this machete, and it will be easier to kill zombies. Zhang Lehe still wanted to refuse, but looking at the sharp machete, he couldn't say no. Weapons like baseball bats can only cause blunt injuries. If the target of the attack is a human, it may also cause dizziness. But facing zombies that have no sense of pain, it doesn't have much effect. If there is a handy weapon, it will be easier to kill zombies. He must collect 10 first-level crystal cores as quickly as possible, without any delay. Finally, Zhang Lehe gritted his teeth and decided to abandon his pathetic self-esteem and accept the kind gift. Thank you, Boss Zhang. I remember the price of the machete is 10 star coins. I will definitely collect the money and return it to you later. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan smiled and nodded, but did not refuse. With Zhang Lehe's departure, she was the only one left in the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan could finally concentrate on counting her gains. Zhang Lehe brought a total of 10 people here. Unfortunately, one of them had bad intentions. He was electrocuted before he could make a deal, and now he is lying outside the supermarket, unable to move. Only 9 people successfully traded. They bought 18 buns and 3 bottles of mineral water respectively, bringing a total of 21 star coins to the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan got 5.25 star coins in her hands, and with the previous ones, her account balance has become 8 star coins. Up to now, the supermarket has sold a total of 32 items. Nearly 1/3 of the goal of selling 100 pieces and returning to Earth has been achieved. At this rate, if 2 or 3 more groups of people can come, Jiang Wanwan might be able to upgrade the Wanjie supermarket to level 3 today and then return to Earth. Thinking of this, she was suddenly excited and became more enthusiastic about cleaning. After Jiang Wanwan spent more than 20 minutes cleaning the floor of the supermarket, she heard a noise coming from outside. Is there another customer? She looked over excitedly and found that it was a familiar face. Uncle Lee, who had just been here, was carrying a cloth bag and walking quickly towards the side. Cloth. Could it be that it was filled with items that he was going to exchange for star coins? Boss Zhang. Uncle Lee greeted him while walking quickly to the cashier counter. Then, under Jiang Wanwan's expectant eyes, he slowly poured the contents of the cloth bag onto the cashier counter. When she saw the first item rolling out of the cloth bag, her heart skipped a beat. Crystal clear and transparent. These are not all zombie crystal cores, right? After a closer look, she realized that she had misunderstood. This transparent crystal, inlaid in a silver-white ring, was a diamond ring. The diamond, the size of a fingernail, was cut very beautifully and was dazzling under the light. Jiang Wanwan was a little disappointed. Although the diamond ring was beautiful, she still wanted the zombie crystal core more. However, as more and more things were poured onto the counter, Jiang Wanwan gradually couldn't take her eyes off. Watches inlaid with broken diamonds, emerald rings, jade necklaces, ruby earrings, and all kinds of dazzling gold ornaments. She even saw 2 palm-sized gold bricks among them. So many gold and silver jewelry. How much would it be worth if they were brought back to Earth? Wake up, your saliva is flowing out. 007's mocking voice sounded in his mind. Jiang Wanwan woke up from the pile of gold and jade items and subconsciously retorted, "Shut up." Jiang Wanwan knew that since she obtained the Wanjie supermarket system, she was no longer an ordinary girl, and money was just something that was easily available to her. But this was not a short time, and she had not had time to own everything. Naturally, she had not yet developed the ability to treat money as dirt. Can you restrain your stupid eyes? You look like you have never seen anything good. I am an ordinary person, so naturally, I have never seen anything good. After binding with you, you remember to squeeze me every day, and I haven't seen you give me anything good. Jiang Wanwan complained righteously. She didn't think that her behavior just now was shameful. Hearing this, 007 felt a little guilty and couldn't find the words to refute. In the end, he could only sloppily say making a false argument. It was rare for her to have the upper hand in words, and Jiang Wanwan felt a little happy. Moreover, after 007 interrupted her twice, her eyes finally moved away from the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry. Did you collect all these gold, silver, and jewelry? Jiang Wanwan looked at Uncle Lee and asked curiously. These gold, silver, and jewelry are of different types and qualities, and they are obviously not found in one store. Yes. I used to be a migrant worker, and I was afraid of being poor, Uncle Lee said embarrassedly. After the zombie outbreak, others traveled light, but I have been carrying these heavy things. Even if I can't exchange them for any supplies now, I can't bear to throw them away. In the early days of the Doomsday World, gold, silver, and jewelry might have some value. Now that zombies have appeared for 3 years, these things are naturally not even as good as scrap iron. I heard that Boss Zhang is not from this world, so I thought that the supermarket might collect these things, so I carried them over to try.
Uncle Lee explained carefully.
Jiang Wanwan would naturally not refuse and said with a smile, "It's okay, you try." She was also a little curious about how many star coins could be exchanged for so many gold and silver jewelry. Hearing the supermarket owner's agreement, Uncle Lee was immediately happy. He just grabbed a handful of necklaces and rings and put them into the star coin exchanger. 5.3 G of mineral crystals were detected, which can be exchanged for 0.0053 star coins. 23 G of gold were detected, which can be exchanged for 0.046 star coins, totaling 0.0513 star coins. As a handful of jewelry was put in, the screen of the star coin exchanger also lit up. Seeing that these things could actually be exchanged for star coins, Uncle Lee immediately smiled. However, the series of numbers on it made him a little dazzled. Uncle Lee, who had no academic qualifications, couldn't calculate the specific exchange rate for a while. He could see the total at the end clearly, and he felt something was wrong in his heart. All mineral crystals such as diamonds, jade, gems, etc., 1000 G can be exchanged for 1 star coin, and 500 G of gold is required to exchange for 1 star coin. Jiang Wanwan explained on the side. She was not good at math, so she naturally didn't have the ability to calculate the specific ratio at a glance. These were all told to her in her mind by 007 just now. Although Jiang Wanwan looked very calm on the surface, she was surprised by the exchange rate in her heart. In the end times, gold, silver, and jewelry are useless, so the exchange rate must be very low. She had expected this, but she didn't expect it to be so low. The most important thing is, why is the exchange rate between gold and jewelry so different? 2 kilograms of jewelry for 1 star coin, 1 kilogram of gold for 1 star coin. It seems that the difference is only twice. But first of all, we must make it clear that the original prices of gold and jewelry are not equal. The price of 10 G of jewelry and 10 G of gold is dozens or hundreds of times different. After asking 007, Jiang Wanwan finally understood why the exchange ratio was so strange. Things like gold and jewelry are not of much value in themselves. It is only because humans love and pursue them that they are given expensive value. When human society changes and no longer recognizes them, the value given to them will naturally disappear. Compared with various jewelry with a short history and fluctuating prices, gold, which has been passed down from ancient times to the present, is obviously more recognized by humans, and its depreciation is naturally slower. After Uncle Lee heard the specific ratio clearly, he could not hide his disappointment on his face. Although he just wanted to give it a try, he had some expectations in his heart. Now, a dream has come to nothing. "Customer, do you want exchange again?" Jiang Wanwan asked tentatively. In her heart, she hoped that the other party would continue to exchange. Exchange. Anyway, it's useless, so it's better to buy a bun with it.
Uncle Lee siga.
No one knows what these gold, silver, and jewelry mean to him, who has been poor all his life. It's good to exchange it now, cutting off the unrealistic fantasy in his heart. Then, Uncle Lee quickly put all the gold, silver, and jewelry on the table into the grid. 864G of mineral crystals were detected, which can be exchanged for 864 star coins. 2321G of gold were detected, which can be exchanged for 4.642 star coins, totaling 5.506 star coins. 5 or 6 kilograms of top jewelry were exchanged for a total of 5.5573 star coins. There is no goods below 1 star coin in the Wanjia supermarket. In the end, Uncle Lee only bought 4 cabbage buns and 1 bottle of mineral water. After sending Uncle Lee away, Zhang Wanwan also received a few guests. They were all the same group of people before, and like Uncle Lee, they went back to get gold and silver jewelry. Unfortunately, these people's collection of gold and silver jewelry is obviously not as much as Uncle Lee's. In the end, Zhang Wanwan sold another 5 buns and 2 bottles of mineral water. It was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that the supermarket finally became quiet. Zhang Wanwan asked while cleaning with a rag, 007, can I take back the items these people exchanged for star coins? You mean the gold, silver, and jewelry? 007 asked doubtfully. Nonsense, I'm also interested in zombie crystal cores. Zhang Wanwan retorted righteously. The system calls zombie crystal cores energy crystals, since it is a kind of energy if it can be developed. Of course, this matter is very complicated, and Zhang Wanwan can't handle it alone. However, she already has a rough plan in her mind, and she will start to implement it after returning to Earth. As for gold, silver, and jewelry, she is indeed very interested, and the idea of the common people can't be changed for a while. All items obtained from other worlds can be converted into private property by the host as long as they pay the same amount of star coins. 007 explained. The same amount of star coins? 500G of gold for 1 star coin. This is possible. But before Zhang Wanwan finished being happy, 007 continued. It's just that if the host wants to bring personal items back to Earth, he needs to pay some transmission fees. Transmission fees? How much? Zhang Wanwan asked cautiously. 10 times the value of the item. 007's voice was obviously smiling. Zhang Wanwan's voice was distorted with shock. How much? In other words, 500G of gold. In addition to paying 1 star coin to buy it, she also had to pay 10 star coins for the transmission fee to truly own it? This is too black.
You.
Without waiting for Zhang Wanwan to finish the rest of the words, 007 quickly added. Of course, this is only the price before the supermarket reaches level 5. When the Wanjia supermarket is upgraded to level 5 and the transmission channel is stable, this transmission fee will be reduced to 1/10 of the value of the item. In just a few seconds, Zhang Wanwan's mood was full of twists and turns, and it was very exciting. She couldn't help but grumbled. 007, can you finish your words in one breath next time? 1/10 of the value of the item. Such a transmission fee is acceptable. It seems that before the Wanjia supermarket is upgraded to level 5, large-scale transmission cannot be carried out. To upgrade the Wanjia supermarket to level 5, 10,000 items need to be sold, and there are still some to come. At noon, Zhang Wanwan, who had a simple lunch, yawned while waiting for customers. Just as she was hesitating whether to go back to her room for a nap, a voice came from outside. Second Master, this is it. Have you asked clearly? Is that where the white bread was bought from? There is only this house behind the base. It must be the supermarket that Lu Er mentioned. This person is really capable to build a house behind the base quietly. Second Master, you're flattering me. No matter how capable this person is, he is not as capable as Second Master. Amid a series of flattering voices, a group of people stepped into the supermarket. When they saw the environment inside the supermarket clearly, they suddenly became silent, as if they were collectively muted. Zhang Wanwan had long been accustomed to the stunned performance of customers when they first entered the supermarket. She stood up a little sleepily and said in a listless voice, "Welcome." As soon as Zhang Wanwan spoke, she immediately attracted the attention of the group of people. Second Master, it's a woman. This woman is so beautiful. It's so clean. Master Yuanju must like it. The words and eyes of these people made Zhang Wanwan frown. After crossing over, this was the first time she encountered such undisguised malice. The way these people looked at her was like looking at a piece of goods, and there was no respect for people in them. The bald man standing in the front walked slowly, with a malicious smile. "Beauty, I heard that you're a supermarket here and sell white bread. Can you introduce it to your brother?" The bald man said, and used a pair of thief eyes to look at Zhang Wanwan wantonly, especially the chest, waist, hips, and other places, where he stayed the longest. Zhang Wanwan's face darkened immediately, and she said in a cold voice, "If you don't want your eyes and mouth to be destroyed, I can help you destroy them." Unfortunately, the bald man didn't take her warning seriously at all, and his expression became even more excited. He turned his head and looked at his brothers behind him and said, "Look, a beautiful woman is so beautiful when she gets angry."
Fierce.
Awesome. The men who followed him also laughed and laughed. The bald man laughed even more proudly and turned his head again. "Don't you want to destroy my eyes and mouth, beautiful woman?
Come on.
Let's go to the bed and destroy them slowly, haha." While laughing, he reached over the cashier counter and touched Zhang Wanwan's face. Facing the salty hand stretched out, Zhang Wanwan didn't mean to dodge at all. This made the men at the scene even more proud, and they thought it was a sign of submission. 007. Freeze him for me, Zhang Wanwan ordered angrily in his mind. So, the hand finally stopped at a distance of 20 centimeters from her cheek and could not move an inch. Faced with this situation, the men behind did not notice anything unusual. One of them even teased, "Why, second master, you are being gentle and tender to her?" After a moment, seeing that second master in front still did not move, everyone reacted and gradually stopped playing. "Second master, are you okay?" The man on the left pushed the bald man tentatively. As for the man on the right, he tilted his head forward to see the bald man's expression clearly. Suddenly, a face full of fear, but unable to move, appeared in front of him. The man was startled, and then he reacted and hurriedly pushed, "Second master, what's wrong with you?" When he touched the bald man's body, he found that it was extremely stiff. If it weren't for his eyes still moving, people would doubt whether this was a realistic sculpture. "What did you do to our second master? What kind of magic did you use?" everyone asked, dragging the stiff bald man back a few steps. Zhang Wanwan sneered, "I just fulfilled his wish and destroyed his eyes and mouth. But our second master can't move his whole body now," one of the jokers said indignantly. He was slapped on the head instantly. "Is this the time to worry about this? Can't move your whole body? Oh, sorry. I don't use my skills much, and I'm not very proficient." Zhang Wanwan apologized hypocritically. "I tell you, let go of our second master quickly. Otherwise you will be in trouble. Yes, we are the subordinates of Master Yuanju. Master Yuanju is the only son of the person in charge of the Dawn base. If you offend him, you will suffer. If you don't want to live a life worse than death, you'd better let the second master go quickly. Yes, you look so delicate and tender. You are not worthy of a beating from Master Yuanju." Originally, the bald man was silently frozen, which made everyone present a little flustered. But when it comes to backers, everyone suddenly became confident again. They shouted one after another, and their tone became more and more arrogant, as if they were the ones with the upper hand. So many people spoke at the same time, which immediately gave Zhang Wanwan a headache. Moreover, the words they said were really annoying to listen to. "Shut up!" Zhang Wanwan shouted with a cold face. As the words fell, the supermarket suddenly became silent. I saw that the people who were chattering and dancing just now were now frozen in place. The arrogant expressions on their faces had never faded. Only the rolling eyeballs revealed their fear. "Are they all frozen?" Zhang Wanwan was stunned for a moment. "You shouted, 'Shut up.'" As if seeing the doubt in her heart, 007 explained. It was indeed she who shouted to shut up, but that was not what she meant. "Forget it, it's better this way. Finally there is peace and quiet."
But what should she do with these people next?
"Kill them?" It seems that the crime is not punishable by death, right? And as a good young person of the new century, she dare not kill anyone. Let them go. It's too easy for them. Not only are they bad-mouthed, but they are also naughty, and they even ruined her nap. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Wanwan finally made a decision. Let's deal with it the same way as before. 007. Freeze them for 5 hours, and then throw them outside the supermarket. As for their life and death, let God decide. 5 hours later, it will be dusk. If they are eaten by zombies before then, it is also God's will.
Got it.
007 was very excited and started to execute it immediately. I saw these statues flying into the air one by one. They drew a perfect parabola in the air and finally landed on the open space outside. However, their landing postures were all kinds of strange. 007 was in the mood to play, but Zhang Wanwan was thinking about the problem in her heart. Although she expected that there would be trouble since she opened the supermarket, she didn't expect it to come so early. Her Wanjia supermarket has not completed its early development. These people just said that they are the subordinates of the only son of the person in charge of the Dawn base. Zhang Wanwan is not afraid of this Master Yuanju. Anyway, she will not leave the supermarket, let alone go to the base. She is just worried that after this incident, there will be endless troubles. Although it is not a big deal, it is annoying. Besides, it would be bad if it delays the business of the Wanjia supermarket. She is still waiting to upgrade and return to Earth. Unfortunately, things have already happened, and there is no way to avoid it. I just hope that Master Yuanju is a man who knows the times. Alas, what a good afternoon. Not only did she not make any money, but she also had to clean up again. Just thinking about it was a loss. Zhang Wanwan picked up the rag helplessly and walked out of the cashier. Just as she squatted down to wipe the floor, 007's voice came in her mind. Host, there is someone at the door. Someone? Could it be that Master Yuanju came? So soon? But it's good that he came, so that he can be solved quickly at once, so as not to delay the supermarket's business. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan stood up and turned around aggressively to look outside the door.
Huh.
The entrance of the supermarket was empty, which made her performance go to waste. She looked out far away and didn't see a single figure. Zhang Wanwan asked in disbelief. 007, are you kidding me? 007 is indeed very annoying sometimes, and likes to argue with her in various ways. But it has always been very sensible. It shouldn't joke about such things, right? I'm not kidding you, it's at the door. Hiding. 007 explained seriously. Hiding? Then he can only be in the blind spot. Zhang Wanwan walked slowly towards the supermarket entrance step by step. He stopped one step away from the supermarket entrance. But before Zhang Wanwan could stick his head out, he looked to the left and right of the door. A bald little head suddenly popped up from the lower right side of the door frame. Is it a child? The vigilant expression on Zhang Wanwan's face suddenly froze. 007. The one hiding is a child, but you didn't say it clearly, and you said you were not teasing me. She thought that the one outside the door was the one who slipped through the net before, and she was still cautious. Hearing the blame in Zhang Wanwan's words, 007 immediately stated, You think too much. You can't blame the system for this. Seeing this clean and beautiful big sister in front of him, although her expression was strange, she had no intention of driving him away. The child then cautiously exposed his whole body. Noticing the movement at the door, Zhang Wanwan lowered his head, too lazy to argue with the 007 who asked for a beating. The child was thin and small, with small and dark cheeks, wearing tattered clothes, and looked only 7 or 8 years old. Little boy, where are your adults? It's dangerous outside. Don't run around alone. Zhang Wanwan squatted down, rarely showing a gentle smile, and said softly, On Earth, children are told not to run around because of the human traffickers. But in this world, in addition to the more sinister human hearts, there are countless zombies. There are no adults. Mom and Dad were eaten by zombies. My brother and I are the only ones left at home. The child's tender voice sounded particularly calm. Even when talking about his parents, there was no change in emotion. The other party's voice was hoarse, but it could not cover up the innocence. Jiang Wanwan then realized that the child with a shaved head was actually a girl. The cruel truth in the other party's words also made her look reluctant. In this case, you should stay in the base and not come out so that you can grow up alive. Jiang Wanwan glanced outside and said, "While the sun is strong and there are no zombies on the road, let's go back to the base quickly." But the little girl did not listen to the advice. On her palm-sized face, her eyes looked scary big. She stared at Jiang Wanwan and asked, "I heard from Aunt Zhang that there is uncontaminated mineral water for sale here?" Yes." Jiang Wanwan nodded, with a look of struggle. It seemed that the little girl wanted mineral water. It was only $1 for a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Wanwan was willing to give it and could afford it. But if he just gave it to the other party for free, what would happen next? It was impossible to give it away for free forever, right? The little girl was pitiful, but Jiang Wanwan had not forgotten the proverb that a little kindness is repaid with a big grain of rice. "Beautiful sister, can you sell me a bottle of mineral water? My brother is young and has poor resistance. After drinking filtered water, he always has diarrhea and is about to die." Having said that, the little girl quickly added, "I don't have a crystal core, but I can clean for you. Can I change a bottle of water for a month?" As she said that, before Jiang Wanwan could react, the little girl snatched the rag from her hand and began to wipe the floor on the ground.
Wait.
Jiang Wanwan couldn't continue talking as she watched the little girl wipe the floor diligently, looking as if she was afraid of being rejected. Forget it, let it be. Although it is very rational when thinking about it, it is another matter when it really happens. After all, this little girl knows how to exchange labor for rewards, which is considered to be something she got without working. In the end, Jiang Wanwan turned around and sat back at the cashier counter. The little girl, who noticed all this, immediately wiped even harder. It's not good for the host to be so soft-hearted. There are countless poor people in the universe, and you can't help them all. 007, who was watching everything coldly, said coldly. Jiang Wanwan said, "It's not that I'm helping her, but she's fighting for an opportunity for herself. If she had asked for it directly just now, I would definitely refuse. But she is so young, and since she knows how to exchange labor for rewards, why should I refuse?" In the zombie world, there are many pitiful people like the little girl. But people like the little girl who love their families and know how to be self-reliant are rare. Such a person is even rarer when he meets Jiang Wanwan. Since it is such a rare fate, why should she be stingy to extend her hand? After hearing this, 007 was silent. I don't know whether he agreed with Jiang Wanwan's point of view or was too lazy to refute it. Jiang Wanwan supported her chin with both hands and looked at the little girl, who was working hard. Don't say it, the other little girl was working hard, while she was sitting aside and watching just like Zhou Baopi. There was really some guilt in her heart for being a child laborer. If this scene was seen by the vast number of netizens on Earth, they would definitely scold her to death. It took about half an hour for the diligent little girl to clean the supermarket floor. Seeing that she started to jump and wipe the high wall, Jiang Wanwan stood up to stop her. "Okay, it's not dirty, no need to wipe it," Jiang Wanwan said, taking the rag from the little girl. Then he walked to the shelf, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to the little girl. "You have completed today's task. Didn't you say that your brother is dying? This bottle of mineral water is an advance payment for you. Go back and take care of your brother. It won't be too late to come back in a few days when your brother is better." The little girl was stunned, and then took the mineral water with trembling hands. "Thank you, beautiful sister. I kowtow to you." As she said that, she knelt on the ground and knocked her forehead with a thumping sound. I didn't expect this to happen. Jiang Wanwan didn't notice it for a moment, so she kowtowed several times. After reacting, she quickly pulled her up. "Okay, let's go back. Be careful of zombies on the road." After being pulled up, Xiaoya bowed 90 degrees again, and then turned to leave the supermarket. It was agreed that labor would be exchanged for compensation. Since you gave her the compensation in advance, why did you ask her to come a few days later? 007 really couldn't understand the host's operation. Let her take care of her brother first, so that she can concentrate on her work after coming. After saying this, Zhang Wanwan added. Besides, it's just right to free up some time for me to solve the problem. After the little girl left, Zhang Wanwan was left alone in the supermarket. This boring wait lasted until dusk at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Just when Zhang Wanwan was lying on the cash register, drowsy, there was a noise outside. Host, wake up, it's time to make a big move. 007's voice sounded in his mind. It's time to make a big move? Zhang Wanwan was awakened instantly, and quickly stood up and smiled. Looking outside, he saw many figures walking from far to near. However, it seems that these people's target is not the supermarket. Instead, they are running straight to the pile of sculptures thrown out by 007. These people are lucky. After 4 or 5 hours, they have not been eaten by zombies. It seems that they are not customers, but troubles. Zhang Wanwan immediately put away her smile and walked out of the cashier with a cold face. Master, it's Lehe and his friends. Why can't they move? Are they poisoned? Although they can't move, they seem to be conscious. Master Yuanju, what should we do now? Then, Zhang Wanwan saw that the young man who was dressed the cleanest among the group of people spoke. Let Jiao come and rescue Lehe first. Then, a woman with revealing clothes walked out of the group. The woman named Jiao walked to the front with a charming step. First, she threw a wink to Master Yuanju, and then slowly raised her right hand. Waves of milky, white light gathered in her palm and gradually formed a fist-sized ball. When this spherical light body became more and more condensed, Jiao waved her hand, and the light body immediately floated to the body of Bald's second master, and then merged into it. Zhang Wanwan, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but stare. Is this a superpower? Is it a healing superpower? Apart from the system, this is the first time she has seen such an unscientific scene. She couldn't help but widen her eyes with curiosity and observed carefully. In the expectant eyes, Bald's second master, who had merged with the light ball, did not move at all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After waiting for a long time, they saw that Bald's second master could only move his eyeballs. Everyone was sure that the healing superpower could not cure these people's strange conditions. Is the healing superpower useless? Or is Sister Jiao's level too low? Dare to say that your level is too low? Jiao immediately glared at the person who spoke. The leader Yuanju frowned and thought about it before speaking. Forget it. Bring all these people back to the base later and let my father see them. After saying that, he finally turned around and set his eyes on Zhang Wanwan in the supermarket. The first time he looked over, Yuanju was stunned and wanted to step forward involuntarily. But the moment Jiao saw Zhang Wanwan, her eyes were full of jealousy and malice. She immediately grabbed Yuanju and reminded him softly, Master, be careful of fraud. Think about the situation of the second master and the others. Hearing the voice, Yuanju stopped, and the people behind him naturally stopped as well. With some guesses in his mind, Yuanju stood in place and spoke loudly. I am Yuanju, the son of the leader of the base. I want to ask, these men of mine have become like this. But was it done by the young lady? After crossing into the zombie world, Zhang Wanwan has also seen many people. This Yuanju should be the one with the best image among all the people she has seen, right? It's not that this Yuanju looks so good. It's that he looks neatly dressed, his hair and body are clean, and his cheeks are not sunken. Compared with those people around him who looked like African refugees, he stood out. However, facing such a person, Zhang Wanwan's tone was particularly bad. I did it. They were rude, and I just gave them a small punishment. Hearing that his guess became a fact, Yuanju's pupils shrank. He knew his own subordinates. Yukong was just a gangster. He relied on his real strength to become the second master beside him. A third-level gold-type superpower user, plus several first- and second-level superpower users. He was subdued by the woman in front of him. What kind of strength should the other party have? After weighing it in his heart, Yuanju finally raised a smile and said, My subordinates are used to speaking without restraint. If there is any offense, I will apologize to the young lady on his behalf. Please give me a face and release the shackles on them, how about it? Jiang Wanwan raised his eyebrows. This Yuanju is a man who can bend and stretch. No need to untie them, they will be able to move naturally when the time comes. Hey, it's time. Yuanju was stunned and turned back following Jiang Wanwan's gaze. Only then did he realize that Yukong, who had stretched out one hand, was trying to retract his hand little by little and move his stiff face. Seeing this, the people around him hurriedly surrounded him and asked with concern, "Second Master, can you move? Are you feeling well?" As time went by, Yukong's movements gradually became bigger. He tried to open his mouth, and as soon as he found that he could speak, he hurriedly said, "Boss, there are indeed white bread and mineral water in that supermarket, and I also saw a brand new machete." As soon as these words came out, the people around him suddenly showed surprise and ecstasy. It is one thing to hear others say it, and it is another thing to really confirm it. Even Yuanju, who had always been calm, had a change of expression at this moment. Yukong controlled his legs, which were not very flexible, and slowly walked towards Yuanju, adding in his mouth, "I've seen it. There's only that woman in the supermarket. Let's go straight at her." Just now, he apologized to the other party for Yukong and others. As soon as Yukong resumed his actions, he was going to shout and kill. Yuanju couldn't help but look back. Jiang Wanwan didn't show any fear at all, but a sneer on her face. The other party was so confident. If he was not a fool, he must have something to rely on. Yuanju was not ready to tear his face for a while. So, he patted the other party's bald head hard and reminded him in a low voice, "Shut up. Have you forgotten the situation when a group of people were restrained by others just now?
I was careless at that time.
I was immobilized before I could make a move. This time I am prepared, and I will definitely make her look bad." At this time, the other people who were immobilized behind were also able to move. Seeing this, Yuanju ordered, "Okay, you go and see how those brothers are doing first, and follow my instructions for everything else. I haven't asked for the name of the lady yet." Yuanju looked forward and asked loudly. Jiang Wanwan was very upset about the bald man who was yelling about doing harm to her right after the spell was lifted. She was also very upset about the greed shown by these people. However, she was not in a hurry, but wanted to see what Yuanju was going to do. According to Jiang Wanwan's guess, there were only two possible results. Either Yuanju was afraid and took these people back and brought more people in the future, or Yuanju felt that he had her in his hands and had an attack on the spot. Jiang Wanwan hoped it was the latter, so that the trouble could be solved at once without dragging it out. And with the previous lesson, she was not going to show mercy this time. Unexpectedly, this Yuanju did not play by the rules and actually chatted with her and asked her name. Jiang Wanwan was curious about what tricks he was going to play, so she responded coldly, "Jiang Wanwan." "Miss Zhang." Yuanju's face suddenly revealed what he thought was a charming smile. "Miss Zhang has just come to our Dawn base these few days, right? Looking at Miss Zhang's appearance, she should not be alone. Aren't your companions with you? At this time, find out the details first, and then decide whether to take action." "There is nothing new." Jiang Wanwan suddenly became a little impatient and asked, "What do you want to say?" Yuanju was not angry because of Jiang Wanwan's attitude, and still spoke with a smile. "Miss Zhang opened a supermarket here to earn crystal cores, right? How about we cooperate? With this young master as a guarantor, you can open the supermarket directly into the base. By then, we will make a lot of money together. Isn't it a win-win situation? Or, Miss Zhang can find the person who provides you with the source of goods, and we can discuss cooperation together as three parties." Cooperation? The person who provides the source of goods? Sure enough, the ultimate goal is still the goods in the supermarket. The fox's tail was exposed all of a sudden, and he didn't pretend for a while. At this point, Jiang Wanwan completely lost interest in continuing to pull, and just wanted to end it all quickly. "There's no need for cooperation. I prefer to eat alone. As for the source of goods, it's with me. Come and get it if you have the ability," Jiang Wanwan said arrogantly, hoping that the other party would not be able to help but rush in quickly. And her irritating words did arouse the indignation of the people outside. "Master, she won't buy it. I think you should just let someone go." Jillian leaned on Yuanju and suggested. As for the one behind, Yukong, who had fully recovered, couldn't help it. "Boss, don't waste your time talking to this stinky woman. Just let me go." Yuanju's face looked particularly ugly because of Jiang Wanwan's words. At this moment, after hearing the restlessness of the people around him and Yu Kang's request, he hesitated for a moment. Yukong was a rough but meticulous man, and he understood what was going on when he saw this. He waved his arm and shouted, "Brothers, those who want revenge, follow me. Use all your superpowers." As he said that, he took the lead, took 2 steps forward, and raised his hands. Behind him, those who had been immobilized by Jiang Wanwan before also used their superpowers. For a moment, all kinds of metal flying knives, thorny vines, ice cones, fireballs, wind blades, etc. swarmed in. It turned out that there were so many types of superpowers. All this really opened Jiang Wanwan's eyes. Seeing that the first attack fell on the transparent light curtain at the entrance of the supermarket, it caused a ripple. Jiang Wanwan quickly said in his mind, 007, open the protection in front of the supermarket door and let some attacks in. As she said this, she stepped back repeatedly, making a gesture to avoid the attack.
Got it.
Every time at this time, Jiang Wanwan could feel that 007 seemed very excited. As she made a step back, the people attacking outside the door suddenly became happy and walked forward. One side retreated, the other side advanced. As Jiang Wanwan retreated to the cashier counter, the group of people who attacked her finally entered the supermarket. "Okay, 007, freeze them all," Jiang Wanwan said with a sigh of relief. Finally, they were all tricked in. Acting is really tiring.
Got it.
007 responded very actively. As the words fell, the people on the scene once again experienced the terrible feeling of becoming a sculpture. The originally gorgeous and colorful supernatural powers also disappeared at this moment. What should we do next? Throw it out again? 007 asked reluctantly. Jiang Wanwan said without hesitation, "Of course not." Yuanju and others who were waiting outside the supermarket discovered something was wrong at the first time and quickly stepped back several steps. Inside the supermarket, the companions who originally had the upper hand were once again immobilized, which gave them a great shock. What kind of supernatural power do you have?" Jillian asked sternly. Yuanjuin had a gloomy face and warned in a cold voice. "Ms. Zhang, I advise you to let them go quickly. It's better not to be too arrogant on someone else's territory." In a supermarket whose view was blocked by a group of statues, Jiang Wanwan was taking out a machete from the system grid and gesturing at the bald Yukong. "Neck? No good. What if she cuts the aorta and the blood spurts too high? Heart? No good either. What if she is too weak to stab it in? As for other places, it seems that no one can be killed, right?" As Jiang Wanwan took the machete, she changed places from time to time. The people who were immobilized for the second time had a look of fear in their eyes, which almost overflowed from the surface. Especially Yukong, who was the person involved, stared with his eyes wide open, as if they were about to fall out. It was really uncomfortable to be slaughtered like this. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't move at all. Hearing the shouting outside, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to give up the idea of doing it himself. "Forget it, 007, you should do it. I think you should like it. The host should have let me come a long time ago. Tell me, what do you want to do?" 007 said excitedly. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. And then throw them in front of the group of people outside," Jiang Wanwan said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that the machete she was holding was controlled by a force. The machete left her hand, slowly flew into the air, and the tip of the knife was against Yu Kang's heart. "Host, you'd better turn around and stop looking." 007 did not rush to take action, but spoke. Jiang Wanwan accepted 007's kindness and turned around very obediently. Before turning around, he left a sentence unfinished. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately." As a good young man with a correct outlook on life and good looks, Jiang Wanwan has always believed that everyone's life is precious and only comes once. Therefore, even if she travels to the chaotic zombie world, She is still willing to uphold the most basic humanity and not take other people's lives easily. Unfortunately, the chance she gave was not cherished accordingly. Zhang Wanwan's life is only once, and she has a bright future. Since they want her life, she will naturally not be soft-hearted. Evil thoughts cannot be influenced, so let's kill the chicken to scare the monkey. This is what she thought in her heart. But Zhang Wanwan is just an ordinary girl who just got the golden finger. It is still a bit difficult for her to kill someone with her own hands suddenly. Fortunately, there is 007. She can still do it just by moving her lips and giving an order. Zhang Wanwan turned around and listened to the sizzling sound behind her. She couldn't help but have a ripple in her heart, but she suppressed it directly. After waiting for about half a minute, 007's voice came in her mind. Okay, turn around. Zhang Wanwan turned around obediently and saw the last person in the supermarket also leaping out in front of her. Then, a blood-stained machete fell from the air into her hand. Just as she held the machete that killed dozens of people with some trembling, she heard a voice from outside. You actually killed them all. You're so cruel. You killed so many people in front of me. Aren't you afraid of offending the entire Dawn base? Yuan Ju asked with a stiff face. Ah Jiao, who had been provoking Zhang Wanwan before, was directly frightened at this moment and said nervously, This woman is too scary, young master. Let's go back to the base and report to the leader. Zhang Wanwan held the machete in his right hand, raised it with great momentum, and pointed it at the people outside. I have always been so cruel to deal with the enemy. If any one of you still refuses to accept it, you can come and try it. A dozen companions were lying on the ground in strange postures, with blood still oozing out of their stabbed chests. This scene really scared everyone outside the supermarket. Looking at each other at this moment, the weapons they were holding were bleeding. Many people, like Jillian, had already wanted to retreat. Everyone looked at Yuan Ju, the leader, and waited for his order to run back to the base. Yuan Ju narrowed his eyes, stared at Zhang Wanwan for a long time, and then sneered and said, Miss Zhang, you're probably at the end of your strength now, right? Otherwise, we would have been at the end of our strength. Why don't you take the opportunity to cut the grass and roots, but threaten us instead? As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was stunned. Many people behind Yuan Ju looked at Zhang Wanwan with suspicion. As for Zhang Wanwan, she was confused. She just didn't want to kill too many people. How could she be at the end of her strength? How did this person know that? Seeing Zhang Wanwan's expression, Yuan Ju felt that he had guessed right, and analyzed it with more pride in his heart. I have heard of the ability to control the enemy's actions. It should be a kind of telekinesis, right? Miss Zhang is really amazing. She can control dozens of people at the same time and for such a long time, but you should have reached your limit, right? The most important thing is that the use of this telekinesis ability is limited by distance, so you just tempted them to get close to you and then took them down in one fell swoop. Telekinesis? Is there such a superpower? It's just that Zhang Wanwan was a little amused by Yuan Ju's reasonable speculation. It is estimated that no matter how big Yuan Ju's imagination is, he can't think that all this is because of the supermarket, right? But the people behind Yuan Ju suddenly realized it because of this explanation. The reason why they were afraid was because they couldn't figure out the specific means of the other party. Now, since the young master has seen through the other party and directly pointed out the other party's weaknesses, what else do they have to be afraid of? A group of more than a dozen people, dealing with a woman who knows the weakness, is not easy to take down. Think whatever you want, Zhang Wanwan said helplessly. He threw the machete into a corner and was too lazy to pose. Yuan Ju ordered proudly, Everyone, attack Zhang Wanwan. Be careful not to get within 10 meters of her. At the beginning, everyone was just attacking tentatively. After a while, they found that no one was controlled by the other party. Everyone was relieved and surrounded the supermarket door with full confidence to attack. Zhang Wanwan, who was standing in the supermarket, was helpless when she saw the superpowers flying all over the sky outside. Yuan Ju didn't guess anything about her, but he had an order which happened to be stuck on Zhang Wanwan's weakness. That is to let the attackers not get within 10 meters of her. Because of this order, No one would enter the supermarket. Then, Zhang Wanwan, who relied on the Wanjie supermarket, naturally had no way to deal with them. Since there was no way to lure these people into the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan was naturally too lazy to order 007 to open the defense in front of the supermarket door. So the dazzling attacks of the crowd outside all fell on the transparent light curtain in front of the door. After attacking for a long time, this phenomenon was finally discovered. Yuan Ju knew that there was something wrong with the supermarket, but he couldn't find a reason and solution for a while. In the end, he could only tell everyone to continue attacking. It seems that no matter what kind of defense it is, if everyone works together to slowly grind it, there will always be a time to break it, right? However, half an hour passed. The superpowers in these people's bodies were also exhausted twice. The light curtain in front of the supermarket did not decline at all. As a result, not only the others were uneasy. Even Yuan Ju, who was originally full of confidence, was a little hesitant at this moment. I said, how long will you take? I'm still waiting for dinner. Zhang Wanwan sat in front of the cashier, bored, and teased the people outside. As soon as this came out, the faces of the people outside became even uglier. They were attacking hard outside, but the enemy was sitting inside and talking nonsense. In fact, Yuan Ju had another worry in his heart. He was afraid that if he delayed too long, Zhang Wanwan's ability would be fully restored, and he would take them down in one fell swoop. A Jiao, who was performing healing magic to restore everyone's strength, also reminded them in a low voice. Master, it's getting dark. Hearing this, Yuan Ju looked at the setting sun. Yes, it's getting dark, and they have less time. Before long, this place will be the world of zombies. Yuan Ju took another look at the supermarket that had been unbreakable for a long time, and the leisurely Zhang Wanwan inside. He was unwilling to give up, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He caused him to lose more than a dozen brothers and wasted so much energy. If he still can't get it, then destroy it. Zhang Wanwan is very interested in cool superpowers. So, at the beginning, when everyone was besieging the supermarket door with superpowers, she was still watching with great interest, as if she was not the one being besieged. However, such things are not strange after seeing too much, and they're a little dazzling. As time goes by, Zhang Wanwan is getting more and more bored. In the end, she was too lazy to pay attention to the crackling sound outside the door. She was a little hungry. It was time for dinner. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but frown. After eating cabbage buns for 2 days in a row, she really couldn't get interested in eating now. She ate a bun expressionlessly, drank some water to wash it off, and took out the second one to continue eating. However, after taking a bite, Zhang Wanwan suddenly paused. It seemed that something was wrong. Why was there no sound? She looked up and looked outside the door, and found that those people had stopped attacking at some point. At this moment, those tired and panting people were looking at Zhang Wanwan without blinking. The buns in their hands. Buns? Yes. She almost ignored the attraction of buns to people in this world. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan felt that the buns in her hand didn't seem so bad. She saw that she was holding the cabbage bun with a bite missing in her hand and walked slowly to the door of the supermarket. Everyone, are you tired and hungry? Do you want to come in and have a bun? The people at the door were very unpromising, staring at the buns that were getting closer and closer to them. Yuan Ju, on the other hand, was also secretly swallowing his saliva, but turned his head away and didn't look. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan took another bite of the bun and spoke leisurely. The buns here are not expensive at all. One bun only costs 1 first-level crystal core. Tell me, is it worth fighting for such a few crystal cores? As soon as these words came out, many people outside the door had their eyes lit up. 1 first-level crystal core can buy a bun? Is it so cheap? If so, why are they fighting? At most, they can just spend some crystal cores to buy it. Even Yuan Ju, who turned his head away, couldn't help but look over at this moment, his eyes full of surprise. He just heard that someone bought white buns from here but didn't ask about the price carefully. After all, the preciousness of white buns is there, and it will never be cheap. But he didn't expect it to be sold so cheaply, and he immediately regretted the previous conflict. However, the regretful Yuan Ju didn't think about it. If he knew the price of the white buns in advance, he would probably be more greedy. In short, from the moment the white buns appeared, the conflict between the two sides was doomed. The reason why Yuan Ju regretted it now was just because he saw how powerful Zhang Wanwan was. As Zhang Wanwan ate the buns in her hand bit by bit, the sound of swallowing saliva outside became louder and louder, and people's hearts gradually became agitated. Seeing this, Yuan Ju didn't care about anything else and hurriedly spoke. It's too late to say this now. The conflict between us has already occurred. Could it be that Miss Zhang is willing to let go of the past and sell buns to us without any grudges? These words were like a basin of cold water, which immediately woke up the people who were tempted by the buns. Zhang Wanwan was stunned when she heard it, then spread her hands and said with a smile, I didn't lose anything, so what can I have a grudge against? It's your people who died, as long as you don't mind. I'm a businessman. As long as there is business to do, why would I care about conflicts or not? This Yuan Ju is the young master of the Dawn base. If he can really turn enemies into friends, it would be the best. The people outside the door couldn't help but nod their heads immediately, as if that was the truth. As for the people who died on their side, what's there to care about? It's the end of the world, and people will die every day. The most important thing is to survive. It must be said that even Yuan Ju was moved for a moment after hearing these words. However, a figure running quickly from a distance interrupted his thoughts. Young master, the things are here. A tightly sealed small bottle was placed in his hand. Only then did Yuan Ju remember that his decision a few minutes ago was to destroy it. How could a few words of conversation not only bewitch his men, but also change his mind without realizing it? The people who followed Yuan Ju obviously knew what was in this small bottle, and they stepped back subconsciously. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yuan Ju, waiting for his final decision. Let's go. How can white bread be sold so cheaply? I always feel that there is something fishy. In the silence, Jiao's whispers were heard by the people around. Yes. How can white bread be sold so cheaply? How can such cheap white bread be in the hands of one person? After repeating this sentence twice in his heart, Yuan Ju finally made the final decision. He handed the small bottle back to the person who had just taken it. He solemnly instructed, be careful, and return to the base as soon as possible after handling it. Then he glanced at the others and said coldly, let's go back to the base and come to see the results tomorrow morning. Yuan Ju didn't even look at the supermarket. After saying that, he turned around and left first. The others had no choice but to follow him and look back every few steps. This scene made Zhang Wanwan speechless. She couldn't understand why the atmosphere had been almost eased. How could everything change just by sending a small bottle? After everyone left, the only person who stayed took several steps back very vigilantly. After making sure the distance was far enough, he threw the small bottle in his hand towards the supermarket. He didn't even look at the result. The first time he threw it out, he turned around and ran. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wanwan suddenly felt worried. What secret weapon is in this small bottle that can be treated so seriously? Under Zhang Wanwan's gaze, the small bottle rolled in the air. Finally, it landed on the steps at the entrance of the supermarket and was smashed with a. Suddenly, the powder in the bottle, which was finer than flour, rose into the air and scattered. Is this poison? Knowing that these powders could not enter the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan still subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Until the powder that rose into the air gradually fell to the ground, she still couldn't see anything. Just as Zhang Wanwan was about to turn around and go back, she suddenly heard a roar. Then these roars came one after another, and from far to near. Such a sound doesn't sound like something that a human can make. Could it be a zombie? Looking at the densely packed zombies at the entrance of the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan finally knew what tricks Yuan Ju was playing. The powder in the small bottle should be something that can attract zombies, right? That's why her supermarket is now blocked by zombies. I have to say, this move is really ruthless. If Zhang Wanwan's supermarket didn't have a protection system, it might have really failed. Unfortunately, now these swarming zombies are blocked outside the supermarket. The biggest impact on Zhang Wanwan is probably too noisy. Seeing that there was still a little light in the sky outside, it was completely blocked by the zombies at the door. Zhang Wanwan could only step forward speechlessly and close the door of the supermarket. Although it was not yet 7 o'clock, she could only go to bed. With the light of the mobile phone, she walked to the room behind the cashier. After a simple personal hygiene, Zhang Wanwan lay directly on the single bed. Although the mattress on the bed is a bit thin and there is no pillow or quilt, but compared with yesterday, it is much better. The battery of the mobile phone is only 40%, and it is estimated that it will not last until tomorrow night. I don't know if she can complete the upgrade and return to Earth tomorrow. By the way, I don't know how long Yuanju's powder will last. Those zombies should be dispersed tomorrow morning, right? Do and delay her business. Zhang Wanwan was thinking about all sorts of things to kill time. The third day after crossing into the zombie world. When Zhang Wanwan opened her eyes, the room was already very bright. She was startled and took a look at her phone. It was 7:57. It was so late. Zhang Wanwan suddenly jumped up from the bed and complained. It's so late, 007. Why didn't you call me? The group of zombies at the door of the supermarket last night did not gradually leave until 3 or 4 in the middle of the night. She didn't fall asleep in the first half of the night. It felt like she had only slept for a short while. How could it be 8 o'clock? Why call you? There are no customers anyway, 007 said calmly. Zhang Wanwan used her fingers as a comb to grab her hair and tie it up, while retorting. How do you know there will be no customers? 007, I find that you have become less active. As she said that, she walked out of the room and went to the door to open the supermarket door first. Hey, why are there so many people at the door? Zhang Wanwan just opened the door and saw several figures in front of her, and she was immediately happy. Could it be that after 2 days of fermentation, her supermarket has spread in the dawn base? Look, there are so many people waiting at the door, and you still say there are no customers. Zhang Wanwan smiled brightly and prepared to receive the guests. 007 reminded in his mind. Host, take a closer look. What to look at carefully? Zhang Wanwan was a little puzzled. At this time, a figure on the side slowly walked over the crowd and spoke. It seems that Miss Zhang slept well last night. Zhang Wanwan's face turned cold as soon as she heard the voice. It's you. She looked at the other figures around her, passing Yuanju, who had already walked to the door of the supermarket. Sure enough, some people's faces were very familiar, and they should be the group of people who besieged her yesterday. Now, you know why I said there were no customers. 007 said leisurely. I know, with these people here, how can there be any customers coming to the door? At a glance, there were probably 20 to 30 people gathered in front of the supermarket, more than yesterday. To be able to sleep peacefully under the siege of so many zombies, Miss Zhang's ability is really impressive. Yuanju said, clapping rhythmically. I just let you go yesterday, and now you come here. Are you looking for death again? Zhang Wanwan said impatiently. Yuanju seemed to have heard a big joke. Let us go?
Haha.
Yes, I am looking for death. Come and kill me. Yuanju arrogantly opened his hands and made a gesture of being slaughtered. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan's eyes moved slightly. Did Yuanju guess something? I came here this morning and saw this intact supermarket. I finally understood. Miss Zhang was so amazing yesterday, right? She relied on this supermarket, right? As he said, Yuanju looked at the supermarket with a greedy look that could not be concealed. Even though she was guessed, Zhang Wanwan remained calm. She asked, do you think what you guessed is the truth? Yuanju was startled, but then smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time to verify it slowly. There are 30 people guarding outside the supermarket every day. If Miss Zhang can't show her power and knock them all down, she will be trapped in the supermarket. I don't know how many days the food in the supermarket will last, Miss Zhang, Yuanju said, and then he looked at Zhang Wanwan's expression carefully before persuading her. I don't want to make the scene too ugly. Miss Zhang, why don't you walk out of the supermarket by yourself and follow me? I promise that I will never treat you unfairly. How about it? Facing this series of words, Zhang Wanwan looked indifferent. You can guard if you want. After that, He ignored Yuanju, who was smiling triumphantly, and turned back to the supermarket. He went to the bathroom and washed up simply. Jiang Wanwan then sat in front of the cashier, eating breakfast while thinking about countermeasures. She didn't expect that Yuanju would be so cunning that he chose to besiege without attacking. Now, it's not just a matter of delaying business. If Yuanju is allowed to surround her for a few more days, she will starve to death after eating and drinking all the buns and water. Even if she doesn't starve to death, the buns and mineral water are gone. It will take a long time to collect 100 orders by selling watermelon knives alone. Therefore, Zhang Wanwan will definitely not let this happen. What do you think we should do next? She asked in her mind. 007 said, without hesitation. This idea coincides with Zhang Wanwan. But 007 is too violent, and weapons like laser cannons are not needed. The cheapest laser gun is probably enough for her to sweep the zombie world. However, Zhang Wanwan has a headache when she thinks that her debt will increase again. Wait a little longer. Maybe Yuanju doesn't have enough patience and can't hold out for long. If that doesn't work, ask 007 to borrow money to buy a laser gun. Zhang Wanwan didn't show any flaws on the surface. But Yuanju was obviously not an easy person to deal with, and he didn't show any impatience. The 30 people arranged directly surrounded the supermarket. As for himself, he moved a recliner over and lay on it leisurely. Sitting in the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan was helpless. This should be the most boring moment she had experienced in the 3 days of traveling. Not only were there no customers, but there was not even a sense of anticipation. This situation lasted until 11 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the supermarket, causing Zhang Wanwan to look up. I saw that at the outermost perimeter of Yuanju's defense, a person was holding a struggling thing in one hand and walking towards Yuanju. Master, this kid has been peeping not far away, so I caught him. At this time, Zhang Wanwan finally saw clearly. This struggling thing turned out to be the bald girl Xiaoya, who had just met yesterday. This kid, didn't she let her stay at home for a few days before coming? Why did she come today and just bump into Yuanju's hands? Yuanju was obviously bored, and when he saw something happening, he became interested. He looked at Xiaoya, who was finally obedient after being put on the ground, and asked with a smile, "Kid, what are you doing here?" Seeing that Xiaoya was staring at him blankly and had no intention of speaking, he was not discouraged. Yuanju took something out of his pocket and then spread out his palm, on which was a dirty, colorful thing. "Do you know what this is?" "Candy," Yuanju said in a tempting voice. "Tell me what you are doing here, and I will give you candy." The moment she saw the candy, Xiaoya swallowed her saliva involuntarily. She subconsciously glanced at the supermarket, but still did not speak. But just this one glance was enough. Yuanju smiled and handed the candy to Xiaoya and whispered, "It seems that you came for the supermarket. Very good." Seeing the candy handed to her, Xiaoya did not care about anything else and grabbed it and squeezed it tightly. Yuanju stood up and dragged Xiaoya to the door of the supermarket. Zhang Wanwan, who witnessed the whole process, felt her heart skip a beat when she met Yuanju's gaze. Oh no! It seems that the laser gun has to be replaced. Yuanju dragged Xiaoya and stood in front of the supermarket, saying in a calm voice, "Miss Zhang, do you know this child?"
No.
Zhang Wanwan replied coldly. In her mind, she was busy opening the system mall and finding the laser gun. After hearing Zhang Wanwan's words, Yuanju immediately showed a cruel smile. "Really? Since you don't know her, Miss Zhang should have no objection to how I deal with her, right? I heard that food is scarce, and some places have started to eat human flesh. I'm curious, what would it be like to eat your own flesh? Today is a good time to experiment with her. This pervert." At this moment, Zhang Wanwan has found the laser gun in her mind, 1888 star coins.
Wait.
Zhang Wanwan, who was about to pay for the laser gun, paused and looked up in surprise. The wait just now was not said by her.
Who could it be?
Looking in the direction of the voice, I found 2 tall figures walking slowly. Your behavior is probably against human nature. If you are really so curious, why bother asking others to help you? Why not try your own meat yourself? Yuanju looked back and could not help but carefully examine the two people who came. Although the man who spoke was a little dirty, he was full of energy and had an extraordinary aura. If there was such a person in the Dawn base, he would definitely know him. Yuanju frowned and asked, "Who are you?" It's not someone else's turn to interrupt when the Dawn base is doing things. I don't want to intervene, but the beastly thing is about to happen in front of me, so I have to intervene. Besides, you are blocking my way. Yuanju's expression suddenly froze and asked, "Is your target the supermarket?" Then he waved his hand, and the scattered men gathered around him. After the man stopped, he didn't even look at the people who were blocking his way. Instead, he looked past the crowd and looked at Zhang Wanwan in the supermarket and spoke loudly. "I heard that there is a supermarket here that sells white bread and mineral water. I wonder if there are other goods?" After realizing that things might turn around, Zhang Wanwan stopped exchanging the laser gun. She looked at the two people coming carefully, but found that one of them was an acquaintance. The man on the left was the first customer yesterday morning, although it was dark at the time and she didn't see his appearance clearly. As for the person who was talking on the right, he looked dignified and calm, but she had never seen him before. However, what he said to Yuanju was quite to her liking, so she smiled and answered, "Of course there are other goods. I wonder what this customer wants specifically?" "What do I want, boss? Do you have it here?" The man smiled and tried. Zhang Wanwan thought about it and then replied meaningfully, "This depends on our friendship." The two of them asked and answered each other like this, which made Yuanju, who was in the middle, furious. He had no way to deal with Zhang Wanwan in the supermarket, so he had to point his spearhead at the man in front of him. "This supermarket has been booked by me. If you want to buy something, go somewhere else." The man listened to Zhang Wanwan's words and then looked at Yuanju who was talking and immediately understood. So he smiled and said loudly, "I understand. Wait until I solve the trouble in front of me and then talk to the boss in detail." After hearing this, Yuanju's face suddenly became gloomy and he said coldly, "Don't know what's good for you." Then he waved his hand, and some people surrounded him and began to use their superpowers silently. Dozens of people attacked at the same time, and the front was immediately covered by superpowers. But in these flashing superpowers, a figure flashed quickly. I saw him dodge quickly, and a purple lightning appeared with a wave of his right hand. All the people on the opposite side who were hit by lightning fell to the ground. Zhang Wanwan in the supermarket was very concerned about the battle outside. Unfortunately, the distance was a bit far, and the light of the superpower was flickering, causing her to not see the specific situation clearly. However, as one person after another fell to the ground, the battle continued. Zhang Wanwan gradually put his mind at ease. It seemed that the man was quite strong. Seeing that Xiaoya was left unattended and standing alone, Zhang Wanwan waved and shouted, "Xiaoya, come here." Hearing the shout, the little girl turned her head and looked at her blankly. After a while, she reacted and hurriedly stumbled towards the supermarket. "Are you okay?" Zhang Wanwan bent down and asked with concern. Xiaoya blinked twice with trembling eyes and finally cried out, "Wow." It seemed that she was scared. Zhang Wanwan could only touch her head gently again and again, as a comfort. After a few minutes, when Xiaoya calmed down, Zhang Wanwan squatted down and warned her seriously, "Go back to the base as soon as you finish crying. These few days will definitely be very chaotic. Remember not to run around. Come back after a few days when things have calmed down." Although Xiaoya didn't understand why the base was in chaos these days, but she knew that the beautiful sister would not lie to her, so she carried out the order very seriously. Xiaoya wiped her tears with her hands and quickly left the supermarket. At this time, the melee outside was coming to an end. As Yuanju fell unwillingly, the two men stepped on the corpses on the ground and walked towards the supermarket. Standing on the steps at the entrance of the supermarket, the man wiped the blood stains on his shoes and then stepped into the supermarket. "I am Gu Shuyuan."
Wenze.
The man carrying the little girl also said his name. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan naturally nodded and said, "Zhang Wanwan." Seeing Zhang Wanwan's eyes, looking outside the supermarket, Gu Shuyuan smiled and said, "Kill them all. leaving no one alive. Is Boss Zhang satisfied? After a pause, he said, in fact, Boss Zhang also has the means to get rid of them, right? Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment and asked, why do you say that? You are too calm, Gu Shiyuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan did not continue the topic, but opened her mouth to remind him. One of those people is the only son of the leader of the Dawn base. Isn't Mr. Gu worried? Gu Shiyuan raised his eyebrows, killing a scumbag. What's there to worry about? Seeing that the other party's attitude was calm and did not seem fake, Jiang Wanwan smiled and said, that's good. It seems that this person's background should not be less than Yuanju. So, if a cooperation can be reached with him, the supermarket should be upgraded faster, right? At this time, Gu Shiyuan walked around Jiang Wanwan and walked towards the supermarket shelves. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan did not follow, but walked to the cashier. Gu Shiyuan carefully observed the 3 shelves and tried to reach out and touch them. I heard that the buns in the supermarket are all warm, as if they were just out of the pot. Heard? Jiang Wanwan glanced at it, and then glanced at Wenze, who was standing silently beside him. Then he replied, it's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. At this moment, Gu Shiyuan had finished his inspection and walked towards the cashier counter. Hearing this careless answer, he immediately showed a half smile. I have seen the magic of this supermarket, and I don't want to explore where these goods and Boss Zhang come from. I just want to know if Boss Zhang can give me the goods I want. It was rare to meet someone who was not picky, which saved her a lot of words. In view of the fact that the other party got rid of Yuanju and others, and helped her save 1,888 star coins, Jiang Wanwan asked patiently, what kind of goods does Mr.
Gu want?
However, before Gu Shiyuan could speak and express his demands, the taciturn Wenze spoke first. Mr. Gu, Boss Zhang, let me trade first, and then you can talk slowly if you have something to do. Jiang Wanwan was stunned by these words. Aren't these 2 people together? Gu Shiyuan was very generous and suggested that Wenze go first. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan had to turn around and greet Wenze first. With previous experience, Wenze very skillfully took out the zombie crystal core from his arms and put it into the grid. Gu Shiyuan, who was standing aside, came over with great interest and watched the whole transaction process. 1 level 2 crystal core, 5 level 1 crystal cores, a total of 15 star coins. What do you want to buy this time? Jiang Wanwan asked. Wenze had obviously thought about it a long time ago and spoke directly. A machete, 4 buns, and 1 bottle of mineral water. Jiang Wanwan nodded, walked to the shelf, and gave him the goods he wanted. After taking the things, Wenze nodded slightly to the 2 of them, then turned and left the supermarket. Looking at Wenze's back, Jiang Wanwan asked curiously, aren't you friends? Gu Shiyuan shook his head and explained, I met him outside this morning when he was besieged by zombies, and I helped him. After that, he took out a white bread as a thank you. After asking, I found out about the supermarket, so I asked him to bring me here. Jiang Wanwan nodded, satisfied her curiosity, and finally got down to business. Okay, tell me what you want. Speaking of this issue, Gu Shiyuan's expression suddenly became serious, and he asked seriously, I want anti-inflammatory drugs. Does Boss Gu have any? Even if they're expired, they will do. Jiang Wanwan listened and teased, I don't have expired anti-inflammatory drugs, but I can bring you 2 boxes of non-expired ones. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Gu Shiyuan was immediately disappointed, but the turn of events later made him look surprised. He stared at Jiang Wanwan nervously and asked in disbelief, does Boss Zhang really have anti-inflammatory drugs? Jiang Wanwan shook his head and said, I don't have any now. You have to wait 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days should be enough for the Wanju supermarket to be upgraded to level 3, right? Even so, Gu Shiyuan was still happy and nodded repeatedly in response. That's good, that's good. It's okay to wait a few days. Jiang Wanwan asked curiously, don't you have healing abilities? Why do you need anti-inflammatory drugs? What kind of illness can't be cured by waving your hand? Gu Shiyuan looked at Jiang Wanwan in surprise, but still explained patiently. The healing ability is effective for external injuries, but some inflammations in the human body cannot be eliminated. Besides, there are few people with healing abilities and many injured people. How can they be cured? Zhang Wanwan nodded in understanding. So that's the case. 3 years after the end of the world, anti-inflammatory drugs have long been extremely scarce. Even if they appear occasionally, they are mostly expired. Boss Zhang was able to get non-expired anti-inflammatory drugs. He is really a master at this, Gu Shiyuan said half flatteringly and half tentatively. Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan just smiled and didn't respond. But he heard Gu Shiyuan say again, since Boss Zhang has such a wide range of connections, I wonder if he can get some other rare goods? For example, rice pistols. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Wanwan suddenly had a headache and raised her hand to stop him. Wait, I only agreed to give you one item of goods because you solved a small problem for me. Don't ask for more. Even if she upgraded the supermarket to level 3, there were only 6 new quotas for goods. Taking out one to agree to him was already a reward. Zhang Wanwan was not prepared to pay for the remaining 5 quotas. This is not called asking for more. We are all compatriots. We should help each other, Gu Shiyuan said with a smile. Seeing the sincerity of the other party's smile, Zhang Wanwan thought for a while and said, when I bring you anti-inflammatory drugs in a few days, I will also purchase some goods. There will definitely be new goods by then. Come and see if you need anything. After agreeing with Gu Shiyuan about the anti-inflammatory drugs and coming to check out the new goods in a few days, Zhang Wanwan looked again at the only 3 shelves in the empty supermarket. With the idea of trying her best, she asked with a smile. Although there are not many types of goods in the supermarket right now, they are all daily necessities. Does Mr. Gu need anything? Zhang Wanwan checked the system page. In the past 3 days, she had sold a total of 50 items. They were 40 steamed buns, 9 bottles of mineral water, and 1 machete. The goal in her heart was only half completed. This Gu Shiyuan has such a powerful ability, so he must have a lot of zombie crystal cores in his hands. If she can buy some goods, she can also bring him anti-inflammatory drugs as soon as possible. Although Gu Shiyuan didn't know what Zhang Wanwan was thinking, he was also very interested in the goods. Of course I need it. White buns and mineral water are rare things. Even this brand new machete is a good weapon for ordinary people to kill zombies. Gu Shiyuan glanced sideways at the 3 shelves behind him before he spoke again. I want 200 Chinese cabbage buns, 100 bottles of mineral water, and 12 machetes. Then he began to take out zombie crystal cores from his clothes. Zhang Wanwan was stunned when she heard it, and after she reacted, she quickly stopped him from putting the crystal cores into the grid. Wait, I don't have so many goods now, she reminded puzzledly. By the way, can you buy so many to eat by yourself? The buns will go bad if they are left for a long time. The season in the zombie world at this moment is similar to that on Earth. Both are in autumn. After the buns leave the shelves, they will go bad in 3 days at most. Gu Shiyuan was stunned, and then he explained with a smile. Who told me that I was alone? Now that zombies are rampant, who dares to travel far away alone? My brothers are waiting at the Dawn base.
Ah?
So that's the case? Gu Shiyuan asked again. Then how much goods do you have now? Zhang Wanwan quickly checked the system page and then answered. There are only 42 buns left, 85 bottles of mineral water, and enough watermelon knives. In addition to those sold, Zhang Wanwan ate 12 buns and drank 6 bottles of mineral water. After hearing the number, Gu Shiyuan was a little disappointed, and then asked, Then I will buy all the buns and mineral water. Is that okay? Zhang Wanwan said with a smile on her face. Goods are meant to be sold. I am so happy that you bought more. There is no problem. After speaking, he looked at the crystal core in the other party's hand and added, The first level zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 1 star coin, the second level is 10 star coins, and so on. As for the price of the goods, there is no need for Zhang Wanwan to introduce them one by one. Long before, in order to save time, she had asked 007 to mark the prices on the shelves. Gu Shiyuan nodded to show that he knew. Then he calculated in his mind and began to put crystal cores into the grid. Zhang Wanwan learned through the system that the other party had put in 2 third-level crystal cores and 5 second-level crystal cores. The goods you want are a total of 247 star coins. Should I ask you for 3 first-level crystal cores, or deposit the balance directly in the supermarket? Gu Shuyuan waved his hand and said, "Deposit it in the supermarket. Anyway, I will come again in a few days." Jiang Wanwan nodded and turned around to get the goods for him. But then he reacted and asked, "How are you going to take so many things away? Let's make it clear first. I don't have any bags here for you to put your things. It's okay, I have this." Gu Shuyuan smiled and took something out of his arms. When Jiang Wanwan saw it for the first time, she thought it was a mobile phone. After a closer look, she found that it was actually a walkie-talkie. Gu Shuyuan took the walkie-talkie, gave a few instructions to the other end, and then waited. Although Jiang Wanwan was eager to complete this big deal quickly, she had to be patient and chat with the other party. "Boss Zhang sells things so cheaply. Can you still make a profit? If I eat one person, my family will not be hungry. It doesn't matter if I make less money." Faced with Jiang Wanwan's nonsense, Gu Shuyuan just smiled and said nothing more. Jiang Wanwan didn't want to talk about herself anymore. There were too many things about her that could not be explained. Mr. Gu's companions are still in the Dawn base, but you killed the only son of the leader of the Dawn base. You are really bold and daring. Isn't this to help Boss Zhang solve his problems? Which base is Mr. Gu from? White Tiger Base. One of the 4 official bases? Then what are you doing here? To hone my superpowers, open up safe routes, and look for anti-inflammatory drugs. Are there many zombies on the road? Of course there are. We can never kill them all. What's the highest level zombie you've encountered? A level 4 mutated zombie.
Wow.
What level are your superpowers? Level 4.
Did you kill that zombie?
No, that zombie was mutated, very powerful, and I couldn't beat it. Besides zombies, have you encountered any other dangers along the way? Of course. Tell me about it. About 20 minutes later, there was a noise outside the supermarket. The rumbling sound was very familiar. It was the sound of a car engine. Jiang Wanwan reacted then. She was in a hurry to return to Earth, so it was not easy to continue listening to the story. But I have to say that Gu Shuyuan is a very good storyteller. His voice is magnetic and pleasant. Although his language is concise, the story he tells is ups and downs. Next time I have a chance, I can talk to him again, and I can learn more about this world. The two stood at the door of the supermarket, watching the vehicles in the distance approaching quickly. It was an off-road vehicle, which drifted and swung its tail in a chic manner and stopped at the door of the supermarket. Then 3 tall and slender men got out of the car. "Boss, have you found the bun shop? You actually asked us to bring clean cloth bags. Did you rob the shop directly?"
Wow.
What a beautiful lady. After hearing what these 3 people said, Zhang Wanwan immediately showed an expression that she couldn't help laughing. This Gu Shuyuan looked quite serious, but he didn't expect that his companion would be like this. Gu Shuyuan also had a helpless look on his face. "Shut up, give me the bag." He took the cloth bag from a team member and handed it to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan took the cloth bag and walked to the bun shelf. He put all the buns on the shelf and the buns in the system grid into it. Then he handed the bulging cloth bag back to Gu Shuyuan. The 3 team members snatched the cloth bag restlessly and immediately shouted, "It's really a bun. It's still hot and smells so good. I want to eat one first. I won't get beaten, will I?" "What are you talking about? Put it away. Come in and get your things," Gu Shuyuan shouted. "What? Anything else? I'm coming right up." The 4 of them ran several times before they finally loaded all the mineral water and 12 machetes into the car. After the 2 sides said goodbye, the SUV left quickly. After watching the SUV leave, Zhang Wanwan immediately closed the supermarket door, turned around and walked towards the cashier. He said excitedly, 007, hurry up, upgrade the supermarket. Ding! It is detected that the upgrade conditions have been met and the supermarket of all worlds is upgrading. The supermarket of all worlds has been upgraded to level 3, and the round-trip transmission channel is officially opened. The white mist obscured all vision and dissipated after 3 seconds. The supermarket that came into view again had become several times larger, and the layout had also changed. However, Zhang Wanwan's mind was not here at this time. Round-trip channel? That means I can go back to Earth, right? Yes. It's free to go back, and each time you come here, you need a 1-star coin transmission fee.
007 said.
Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but complain. You want to charge money again? You show Baopi. After working so hard for so long, she only has 78 star coins in her hand now. 007 remained silent and pretended not to hear the host's complaints. Forget it. Let's go back to Earth first. I'm so hungry. Zhang Wanwan rubbed her rumbling stomach. As soon as she finished speaking, she was suddenly wrapped in brilliant light. It was only a few seconds, and after the light faded, the surrounding environment suddenly became familiar. Compared with the previous time, this time the crossing was much faster, and there was no longer that uncomfortable feeling of weightlessness. After living in this rented house for more than a month, Zhang Wanwan felt for the first time that her little nest was so warm and comfortable. She immediately threw herself on the sofa and shouted, I'm finally back. Then she sat up again, picked up the snacks on the coffee table, and started eating. With the snacks in her mouth, her hands were busy charging her mobile phone, which had only 20% battery left. My milk tea, I miss you so much. By the way, there are also fried chicken, snail noodles, clay pot rice. Zhang Wanwan muttered to herself while quickly opening the takeaway app. After the takeaway order was accepted, she found out, it takes 40 minutes? She looked at the time and found that it was 12 o'clock, which was the peak time for takeaway. There was nothing she could do about it. It was dinner time, and even if Zhang Wanwan went to the store herself, she would probably have to wait for a long time. Forget it, just eat some snacks to fill her stomach first. It happened that she had something else that needed to be dealt with urgently. 007, you are so powerful that it is easy for you to travel to other worlds. You should be omnipotent on our Earth, right? Zhang Wanwan asked tentatively. Of course. It's rare to hear the host praising him, so 007 blurted out the proud words. But after he finished speaking, he reacted and asked very vigilantly, What do you want me to do? Help me get the phone number of the leader of the Chinese country. Zhang Wanwan stated her purpose. 007 refused outright. Impossible. Our system has unified rules and cannot help the host invade and control the planet. What are you talking about? I'm not as violent as you. Zhang Wanwan said speechlessly. I just want to ask the motherland for help. This is called friendly cooperation. With the help of the motherland's power, the supermarket of all worlds can be upgraded faster.
But
007 was still a little hesitant. 007, please help me. Don't worry, I will pay you. Zhang Wanwan said coquettishly. Hearing this, 007 hurriedly asked, How much? Zhang Wanwan was stunned and asked back, not quite understanding. How much?
Reward.
How much are you going to give? I won't do it if it's too little. 007 said arrogantly. After hearing this, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but rolled her eyes. It seems that she said so much and tried to be coquettish in her voice, but it couldn't match the word reward. I understand in the future when talking to 007 just talk about money directly. What's the point of talking about feelings? Then how much do you think is appropriate? Zhang Wanwan put away the useless expression on her face and asked. Fearing that 007 would ask for too much, she added, Look carefully at my balance before quoting. If it's too expensive, I will go to the police directly. After this, 007 hesitated for a long time before speaking. 5-star coins, no less. Okay, just 5-star coins, just deduct it. This price is not expensive. Zhang Wanwan nodded in agreement. After 5-star coins were deducted from Zhang Wanwan's balance, she heard 007 say, Wait a minute. While waiting, Zhang Wanwan repeatedly considered what to say in her heart. In fact, as early as when she was repeatedly questioned about the purchase of the machete, Zhang Wanwan had an idea in her mind. She must have a cover, whether it is to open a supermarket or find a partner. But no matter which method is used, there is still a risk of exposure. In fact, the best and most direct way is to cooperate with a country. But she had not yet crossed over and knew nothing about the other world, and no one would believe it if she said it. So Jiang Wanwan suppressed this idea, thinking about waiting for something to happen. Later, she crossed over to the zombie world and saw the skinny humans and the dangers of zombies. Later, she got into trouble, was surrounded by people, and almost owed another debt. In this way, Jiang Wanwan no longer had the initial curiosity and novelty about the other world. Nothing is more important than her own life. What is there to cooperate with? Just hug the thigh. If the motherland can send a few brave soldiers to protect her, that would be the best. Of course, if you want to hug the thigh, you also need a correct posture. First of all, you have to prepare something that can prove that you are not lying and is beneficial to the motherland. For example, zombie crystal cores. Then how to contact and who to contact. It is also a very important point. As an ordinary person, Jiang Wanwan's only place to contact the motherland is probably the police station, right? However, if you go directly to the police station and say that you have a system that can travel through the world, there are too many disadvantages. For example, it is easy to leak information when there are too many people, and it is not easy to operate the police with too low authority. The most important thing is that it is a waste of time to report it layer by layer. If it is delayed for a few days, people in the zombie world will probably think that she has run away. Jiang Wanwan thought about it again, and then she thought of using 007 to contact the leaders of the motherland. Convenient, fast, and safe. In a low-key and simple office. Under the five-pointed star national emblem, an old man was working with his head down. Although there were already wisps of white hair between his temples, his back was very straight. Ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling. The landline on the desk suddenly rang, and the old man looked up in surprise. This phone would not ring unless there was a particularly urgent situation. The old man stood up at the first time, while looking down at the caller ID. He answered the phone. But the old man couldn't help but frown. The caller turned out to be an ordinary mobile phone number? How could this be possible? How could an ordinary phone call come in? Hello, who are you? The old man asked in a serious voice. A somewhat panicked young female voice came from the phone. The big leader reacted quickly. When Jiang Wanwan reported his ID number, he immediately picked up a pen and wrote it down. Then he asked, Chinese citizen? How did you know my phone number? How did you call in? Jiang Wanwan said cautiously. Leader's question, can we talk about it later? I have a very important matter to report to the motherland, and this is the purpose of my call. You say, the chief said immediately. First of all, let me make it clear. I am not mentally ill, and everything I say below is true. I hope the leader can believe me. Jiang Wanwan said in advance. I got a system 3 days ago. It claimed to be the supermarket system of all worlds, saying that it could take me to other worlds to open supermarkets. The day before yesterday morning, I started my first time traveling and went to a zombie world. I haven't returned to Earth until now. The most important thing is that I brought back a crystal core from the other world, which is the crystal core in the zombie's head. According to the system, this is a new energy source. As a Chinese citizen, I decided to hand all of this over to the country. Listening quietly to the incredible words on the phone, the big leader who is used to big scenes didn't know how to react at this moment. After hearing the silence on the phone for a long time, Jiang Wanwan emphasized again. I know all this is hard to believe, but leader, the zombie crystal core is in my hands. You just need to send someone to study it, and you will know that this can never be a product of the earth. Okay, I got it. The chief remained calm and said, although everything the other party said was like a prank and so untrue. But the chief still decided to take this matter seriously. The other party knew the landline number of his office and could call in with an ordinary phone number. With such ability, he also reported his ID number and address, so it was okay to give him some trust. The most important thing is, if everything the other party said is true, then China will usher in the biggest opportunity of this century. Thinking of this, the chief's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. After he hung up the phone, he immediately called his secretary to give orders. First, immediately summon all the people in the National Security Group 1 to go to this address and find a person named Jiang Wanwan. She has an important thing in her hand. Bring her back with the person and the thing. After meeting, if this person cooperates, treat her with courtesy. If she does not cooperate or has dangerous behavior, arrest her immediately and be careful not to hurt her as much as possible. Second, investigate all the information of this ID card as soon as possible, including her phone address. Most importantly, investigate her specific behavior in recent days and give it to me before the National Security Group 1 comes back. Faced with these strange requests, the secretary was confused, but still carried out the orders obediently. In the rental house, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Wanwan's nervous mood finally relaxed. She finally had the energy to deal with the 007 that was making trouble in her mind. Didn't the host say that you were just cooperating with your motherland? Why did you tell them about the system? Also, you despicable woman, you actually said you wanted to hand it in. What did you hand in? This system? Don't dream about it. Zhang Wanwan hurriedly explained. You misunderstood. When I said handing it in, I meant handing in the zombie crystal core. 007 is so powerful and treats me so well. How could I hand you in? The most important thing is that 007 is bound to her, and she can't hand it in even if she wants to. However, when she hands herself in, isn't it equivalent to handing in 007 as well? That's more like it. 007 said proudly. But the host just tells everything like this. Is there really any problem? There will definitely be no problem. I believe in my motherland. Zhang Wanwan answered firmly. Although sometimes there will be 1 or 2 scumbags in China. But that is because the country is too big and it was not managed properly for a while. She believes that there will be no place outside the law in China. In some major issues, especially in building the country, Zhang Wanwan believes that all Chinese citizens have the same mood. Okay, your motherland, your decision, and the final result are your own responsibility. 007 said, without much confidence. Zhang Wanwan's idea, however, was completely opposite to 007's. She only heard her say, with confidence, don't worry. With the help of the motherland, the supermarket will enter a period of rapid development. Some goods that I can't buy myself can be easily solved, such as pistols. 007 listened with disdain. Pistol? What's the use of that thing? To kill flies. 007's description immediately made Zhang Wanwan speechless. That was a pistol. I know there are many awesome weapons in the system mall, but can you just take them out? This question made the system speechless. It really can't be taken out casually. But the pistol is different. As a commodity, it will be very popular in the zombie world. Don't you want the supermarket to upgrade quickly? Will such a weak weapon really be popular? 007 asked in disbelief. Zhang Wanwan nodded seriously and replied, Of course it will. You have to believe me. Okay then. 007 responded embarrassedly. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan finally understood. If the Wanjie supermarket system is so awesome, why does it still need a host? With 007's business acumen, if it is allowed to dominate the supermarket business, it will probably go bankrupt, right? Zhang Wanwan, who took the time to take a shower and eat snacks, heard a knock on the door. Could it be the takeaway? Zhang Wanwan jumped up and quickly opened the door of the rental house. Hey, handsome guy, beautiful girl. The person standing outside the door was not the yellow-robed guy she had been looking forward to for a long time. Instead, it was 2 tall, handsome guys and beautiful girls. While Zhang Wanwan was still in a daze, the 2 had squeezed into the rental house and closed the door. Hey, who are you looking for? Why did you come in directly? Be careful, I'll sue you for trespassing. Zhang Wanwan threatened as he backed away. The beautiful woman, wearing a jumpsuit, a low ponytail, and a dashing air, asked seriously, Are you Zhang Wanwan? Yes. Zhang Wanwan was still very alert, trying to keep a certain distance from the 2 people. Seeing that their identities were confirmed, the 2 people looked at each other and introduced themselves. We are members of the first group of the Huaxiao National Security Bureau, and I am Su Jinghuai, the captain of the first group. The man in a windbreaker with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes said, and took out an ID with the national emblem printed on it. My name is Li Qinglan. The 2 said, and looked carefully at everything in the rented house. People from the country? Why are they not wearing uniforms? She thought they would be police or troops. Jiang Wanwan carefully approached and checked the documents in the hands of the two people. Well, it's quite delicate, but it's a pity that she can't tell whether it's real or fake. We have been ordered to take you and important items to a place. Please cooperate, Su Jinghui said seriously. Jiang Wanwan hurriedly said, Wait, I need to make a call to confirm your identities. As she said, she quickly turned on her cell phone and called 007 in her mind. Li Qinglan, who was closer to Jiang Wanwan, looked at the captain with an inquiring look. Su Jinghui nodded slightly and watched the actions of the target person opposite. With the help of 007, Jiang Wanwan once again called the landline of the number 1 leader's office. After finally confirming their identities, Jiang Wanwan finally felt relieved. Now, can Miss Zhang go with us? Su Jinghui confirmed. Jiang Wanwan looked down and said embarrassedly, Can I change my clothes first? Soon. She didn't expect that the people from the country would come so quickly, and they were still wearing long-sleeved pajamas. Receiving the captain's eyes, Li Qinglan stepped forward and said, I'll accompany Miss Zhang. Well, Jiang Wanwan didn't like people watching her change clothes, but she didn't refuse in the end. She changed her clothes quickly and came out. Before they could speak, there was another knock on the door. Li Qinglan stepped forward and protected Jiang Wanwan behind her. Su Jinghui also became alert instantly, and his hand touched his lower back involuntarily. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but guess. Could it be a gun? But the next moment, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Wait, it should be the takeaway I ordered. Su Jinghui was stunned, but still remained alert and carefully opened the door of the rental house. Excuse me, is this Long Life?
Your takeaway.
It's mine, thank you. Jiang Wanwan replied embarrassedly, behind Li Qinglan. The name is a bit embarrassing, but it is her most simple wish. Taking the takeaway from Su Jinghui, Jiang Wanwan said actively, Let us go. She was worried that the takeaway would be too late, but she didn't expect it to be delivered just in time. Su Jinghui did not take any action, but asked, Where are the important items? Oh, I almost forgot. Jiang Wanwan just remembered and quickly picked up the transparent crystal core on the coffee table. This was what she had just bought from 007 for 1-star coin, and then spent 10-star coins to transfer it. In this way, Jiang Wanwan went out surrounded by the two. After going downstairs, they got into a black car together. Jiang Wanwan even saw that several cars in front and behind their car were started together. How many of you came together? She asked curiously. Li Qinglan glanced at her and replied, 24 people. Jiang Wanwan nodded. 24 people are not a small number. It seems that what she said still attracted attention.
Can I eat?
Jiang Wanwan looked at the takeaway in her hand and asked again. This time Li Qinglan did not answer, but looked at Su Jinghui on Jiang Wanwan's right. Jiang Wanwan also looked over, and when she saw the other party nodded, she happily opened the takeaway. She had eaten cabbage buns for several days in a row, which made her very greedy. Do you want to eat? I ordered a lot. Jiang Wanwan also asked the people sitting on both sides. Li Qinglan shook her head and said, No need. Eat it yourself. It seems that there should be some regulations when these people are performing tasks. Jiang Wanwan did not continue to persuade and started eating by herself. By the way, help me get this thing. It's not easy to eat with food in hand, so Jiang Wanwan handed the crystal core in her hand to Li Qinglan. It's worth 11-star coins. I can't lose it. Li Qinglan looked at Jiang Wanwan, who was eating hard, then looked at the crystal core in her hand, a little stunned. They thought it was an important task when they were suddenly called out for the whole team to perform the task. Unexpectedly, the task was unexpectedly simple and there were no waves. There was nothing strange about the girl in front of him. Could it be for important items? Li Qinglan couldn't help but stare at the thing in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was a small, transparent, irregular crystal that looked a bit like crystal and a bit like diamond. The vehicle drove smoothly along the way, and it took about 20 minutes before it finally stopped in front of a building. Jiang Wanwan, who finally had a full belly, got out of the car with a garbage bag. Secretary Zhang. Su Jinghui exclaimed with some surprise. He didn't expect that the person who came to pick up Zhang Wanwan would be the secretary of the number 1 leader. It seems that they still underestimated the importance of this Miss Zhang. Secretary Zhang nodded in response, and then turned his attention directly to Zhang Wanwan behind him. This is Miss Zhang, right? Where is the thing? Did you bring it? Here. Li Qinglan said hurriedly, holding up the crystal core in her hand. Seeing that the thing was held in his hand so carelessly, Secretary Zhang immediately frowned and ordered. Then he said to Zhang Wanwan, Miss Zhang, come with me. The big leader wants to see you. Go straight to see the big boss when you come. Su Jinghuai and Li Qinglan, who had already turned around, couldn't help but look at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In a bright conference room, Zhang Wanwan finally met the old man. She had already imagined this scene many times in her mind, but at this moment, she still couldn't control her excitement. After seeing Zhang Wanwan come in, he just looked at him excitedly, without moving for a long time. The big boss showed a kind smile and said, Zhang Wanwan, right? Come and sit down. Host, can you be a little more promising? Is it necessary to be so nervous? 007 also complained in his mind. What is nervous? She was just excited. What do you know? Zhang Wanwan only had time to reply in her mind. The next moment, she obeyed the call, trotted to sit opposite the old man, and shouted a little stiffly, Hello, leader. Don't be so serious. I just want to chat with you casually. The big leader said in a gentle voice. Zhang Wanwan, can you tell me about your experience in the past 3 days? After hearing the question, Zhang Wanwan naturally nodded, and her emotions gradually calmed down while talking. Since she decided to hand it in, she did not hide anything when describing it. From how she bound the system to borrowing money to buy defensive equipment. Then she traveled through the zombie world, how to see zombies, how to seize zombie crystal cores, and how to complete the first transaction. After that, she upgraded the supermarket, had a conflict, was besieged, solved the trouble, and returned to Earth. Even the 2 products in the special category in the system mall were mentioned. Finally, Zhang Wanwan also briefly talked about how she got the landline phone number of the big leader's office. It can be regarded as solving the big leader's initial doubts. Although it was just a brief description, it took about half an hour. During this period, the big boss just listened silently and never spoke. Secretary Zhang, who was sitting in the corner, had a much richer expression on his face. His hands were still tapping on the laptop, probably taking notes. After finishing his own experience, Zhang Wanwan began to talk about his demands. Now that the supermarket has been upgraded to level 3, we can bring 6 more kinds of goods to the zombie world. I promised Gu Shuyuan that I would bring him anti-inflammatory drugs, which occupies 1 place. As for the remaining 5 places, I don't know if the country has any suggestions. We need to decide as soon as possible. In addition, the 3 kinds of goods I brought over before need to be replenished, and there are 6 new kinds of goods, which also need to be prepared as soon as possible. Hearing this, the big boss nodded and responded seriously. Of course, I will have someone arrange it as soon as possible. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly knocked lightly. Secretary Zhang quickly put down his laptop and went forward to open the door. He took a still warm report from the person outside the door and quickly walked to the big boss and handed it to him. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan had some guesses in his heart. Is this the result? It won't be so soon, right? The big leader looked down at the report with a serious expression. After reading it all, he couldn't hide his joy on his face. He stood up, looked at Zhang Wanwan who was sitting in front of him, and said solemnly, Comrade Zhang Wanwan, thank you for your trust in the motherland. Zhang Wanwan also stood up, looked at the report in the other party's hand, and asked, The result is out? Yes. The big leader nodded seriously, raised the report in his hand, and said, Thank you for bringing hope for the country to take off. Hearing the old man's 2 thanks, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Let's go to the meeting. The big leader also laughed and said, Meeting? Do I have to go too? Zhang Wanwan followed him and asked with some doubts. Of course, the protagonist of this meeting is you. The big leader nodded. Zhang Wanwan followed the old man and walked to another meeting room. After entering the door, he found that most of the people inside were familiar faces. Well, it was the familiar face that you often see in the news broadcast. Seeing one of these people, one would naturally be very excited. But now that so many of them suddenly appeared, Zhang Wanwan calmed down instead. Even if she followed the big leader, past a group of big men, and sat down in front of the conference table, she could still remain calm. The big men in the conference room, facing such a situation, all showed surprised looks. Originally, they were suddenly called to an emergency meeting, and they thought something big had happened. Unexpectedly, after waiting for 10 minutes, they waited for a strange little girl. The big leader was not in a hurry to answer everyone's doubts. He handed the report in his hand to the big man on his left and said, "Everyone, take a look at this report first. This report is not many pages, and the front is all professional data, which ordinary people can't understand at all." After a rough scan, the big man turned directly to the last page to check the final conclusion. After testing, this crystal contains tremendous energy and has a stable structure. It is a new type of safe energy. Used in submarines, aerospace, mecha, and any other fields, it will bring great technological progress. This crystal core has never existed on Earth, and it is suspected to be a product of a higher technological dimension with super potential to be explored. Is this true? The big boss who finished reading the report stood up suddenly and asked excitedly, "Where did the crystal core come from? How many are there?" The big leader remained calm and said, "Let's talk about it after everyone has finished reading it." About 10 minutes later, the report finally spread to everyone in the conference room. Just facing the attentive and curious eyes of everyone, the big leader waved to Secretary Zhang, who had just entered the conference room behind him. Secretary Zhang then distributed the newly printed conversation record to everyone present. Even Zhang Wanwan got a copy, and she took a rough look. The content inside was exactly the experience she had just described to the big leader. After everyone finished reading this record, combined with the report they had read before, they immediately understood the whole story. Now, the expressions of the big bosses looking at Zhang Wanwan were much more enthusiastic. Is this Comrade Zhang Wanwan? Comrade Zhang Wanwan is very conscious. He is willing to tell the country all this. Comrade Zhang Wanwan, what are your plans next? Faced with the siege of so many bigwigs, Zhang Wanwan couldn't cope with it. Fortunately, the big leader spoke in time. "I believe everyone knows the importance of this matter. Next, the country will secretly set up a new agency that is not under the jurisdiction of any department and can report directly to me. Let's call it the Ministry of Trade of All Worlds. Comrade Zhang Wanwan will be appointed as the Deputy Minister of the department and enjoy the treatment of a national-level full-time position. As for the full minister of this department, what suggestions do you have?" Under the intense discussion, the meeting lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before it was finally forced to end. Of course, it may not be the end, but to continue the argument in another place? After all, regarding the Ministry of Trade of All Worlds, except for the Deputy Minister Zhang Wanwan, all other matters, such as the candidate for the full minister, department members, and department location, have not yet been determined. Zhang Wanwan is very willing to continue watching the arguments of these bigwigs. Unfortunately, she still had a lot of things to arrange, and she couldn't delay here any longer. When Zhang Wanwan came in, she was led by Secretary Zhang, and now she was led out by Secretary Zhang. These few days, Su Jinghuai and others will protect Deputy Minister Zhang 24 hours a day. You can also tell them if you have anything. As for your residence, it has been arranged. I have sent someone to take the items in your rented house. Zhang Wanwan nodded to show that she knew. The big guys and she had the same idea about the time of crossing again. As soon as possible, preferably tomorrow morning. Therefore, Zhang Wanwan must prepare all the items she needs to bring today. Regarding the other 5 items to be taken to the zombie world, the big guys did not make a decision, but gave the right to choose to Zhang Wanwan again. After all, Zhang Wanwan's brief narration was not enough for them to understand the zombie world. As a party involved, Zhang Wanwan obviously has more say in what kind of items are most beneficial to the Wanjia supermarket. After successfully taking Zhang Wanwan to the National Security Group, Secretary Zhang left in a hurry after explaining a few words. The people from the national security team who were left alone looked at Zhang Wanwan in disbelief. Wasn't she just an ordinary girl a few hours ago? How come she has suddenly become a minister? Deputy Minister Zhang, where are you going next? Su Jinghuai came back to his senses and asked immediately. Since someone could be used, Zhang Wanwan was not going to be polite. She found a desk to sit down, picked up a pen and paper, and began to write. As for the 5 new cargo quotas, she already had an idea in her mind, and she wrote very quickly at the moment. After she finished writing, Zhang Wanwan picked it up and read it carefully. 300 cabbage buns, 300 bottles of mineral water, 300 machetes, 300 anti-inflammatory pills, 300 boxes of self-heating rice, 300 apples, 300 pistols, 300 rounds of bullets, and 300 bulletproof vests. Prepare these things and send them to my new residence. After the Wanjie supermarket was upgraded to level 3, the amount of goods Zhang Wanwan could carry also increased. Buns, mineral water, and machetes were used to replenish the stock. Although there were still 86 machetes left in the supermarket, it did not stop her from carrying 300 machetes. It would be a waste if she didn't bring them. She couldn't leave the system slot empty. That would be such a waste. Zhang Wanwan brought 300 boxes of the anti-inflammatory medicine she promised Gu Shiyuan. Even if Gu Shiyuan didn't want so many, she could sell them to other people. As for the self-heating rice, Zhang Wanwan used it to improve her own meals. Originally, she was going to bring the takeout directly through as cargo. After all, with the system grid, she wouldn't be afraid that it would get cold and taste bad. But Zhang Wanwan later thought that the goods were not only brought over for her to eat, but also to sell. People in the zombie world don't have such a thing as a system grid. Takeout is not convenient to carry, nor is it easy to store. It also affects the taste when it gets cold. It is really not a good choice. In the end, she had to make the second best choice and chose something like self-heating rice. In addition to food and drink, Zhang Wanwan also planned to bring some
planted fruits.
Presumably, in the 3 years since the apocalypse, the people in the zombie world probably haven't eaten fruits for a long time, right? For factors such as taste, storage, and carrying, she finally chose apples. Finally, there are 3 items: pistols, bullets, and bulletproof vests. Zhang Wanwan has been drooling over these 3 items. As an ordinary person before, she couldn't have them. But now it's different. With the support of the motherland, it's not easy to take out these things. When Zhang Wanwan read out a long list, the faces of the first group of national security personnel showed puzzled expressions as a whole. Su Jinghuai took the list from Zhang Wanwan's hand and took a look. He found that the list not only had the name and quantity, but also had notes at the end. For example, behind the cabbage buns, it said, "I want something more delicious." Behind the self-heating rice, it was written, "I want the fish-flavored shredded pork flavor." Behind the pistol, it was written, "Don't take the best, just take the discarded ones." Although he didn't understand what Zhang Wanwan wanted these things for, Su Jinghuai didn't ask why, but called people to execute immediately. Send 4 people to drive out to buy the first 6 items. Send another 4 people to the armory to get the last 3 items. As for whether they will be stopped when taking guns and ammunition, there is no need to worry about this. Secretary Zhang had explained before leaving that all of Zhang Wanwan's requirements would be met. After that, the remaining 16 people in the national security group looked at Zhang Wanwan again, waiting for her to continue to give orders. "I have nothing else to do. Let's go. Go to my new residence." As for where the new residence is exactly, Zhang Wanwan didn't know, but Su Jinghuai and the others should know. After the group got in the car, they drove for about half an hour and entered a villa complex. There were 2 soldiers guarding the gate with guns. After carefully checking Su Jinghuai's documents, they let him go. "Where is this?" Zhang Wanwan asked curiously. "It's the residence of a national leader. There is a battalion of soldiers patrolling on a daily basis, and a division of soldiers is stationed in the back mountain for training."
Su Jinghuai et Lehe.
Zhang Wanwan nodded. It sounded so safe. After entering the villa complex, they drove for a few more minutes before finally reaching their destination. A beautiful 3-story villa. After entering, the first thing to do was to assign rooms. Zhang Wanwan naturally lived in the master bedroom on the third floor. Li Qinglan and another female member chose the positions on the left and right of her room. As for the others, they all lived on the second floor or the first floor of the villa. At this time, Zhang Wanwan realized that so many people had to live in the villa. Although it was to protect her, Zhang Wanwan still felt a little uncomfortable. Not long after arriving at the villa, other people and things arrived one after another. First of all, it was the things in Zhang Wanwan's rental house. Since she had the country behind her, she was assigned a residence. Naturally, she would not go back to her small rental house. Zhang Wanwan had just sorted out her things when the weapons she wanted arrived. After having people deliver these several boxes of things to her room, the people who bought things also came back. In short, Zhang Wanwan directly asked them to move all their things to their rooms. By the time Zhang Wanwan had sorted out all the things, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She also began to think about the dinner. Now, in this new residence, there is no way to order takeout. Fortunately, there are 2 members of the National Security Group who are good at cooking. After more than half an hour of busy work in the villa kitchen, a large table of dishes was made. In short, Zhang Wanwan had a very comfortable dinner. When it was 7 o'clock, someone came to visit outside the door. After bringing the person in, Zhang Wanwan recognized that the other party was one of the many bigwigs in the conference room today. After sitting down on the sofa, the bigwig did not introduce his position, but simply said, "My last name is Zhang, Comrade Zhang, please call me Grandpa Zhang." Looking at the other person's head with more silver hair than her grandfather, Zhang Wanwan felt that there was no need to hesitate. "Hello, Grandpa Zhang, please call me Wanwan." "Okay." Grandpa Zhang immediately smiled and nodded. "Wanwan, I came here today mainly to convey the country's views on some things, and then I want to ask you, do you have any needs, or are you dissatisfied?" Zhang Wanwan had actually expected this a long time ago. Things happened suddenly this afternoon, and many things were not finalized in the discussion among the big guys. At this moment, after an afternoon of discussion, many things must have had a rough result. Zhang Wanwan will be ready to travel through the zombie world again tomorrow morning. The country will naturally have a good talk with her before that. So, Zhang Wanwan looked at Mr. Zhang with a smile, listening carefully. First of all, it's the matter of crystal cores. This thing is very important to the country, but we all agree that there is no need to rush to exchange it. First of all, the country has just started research and does not need too many crystal cores. Secondly, it is not cost-effective to exchange crystal cores now. It is better to wait until your supermarket is upgraded to level 5 and the transmission fee is reduced. Zhang Wanwan nodded. She thought so in her heart. She was naturally happy that the country could resist the temptation brought by the crystal core and was willing to let her develop with peace of mind. However, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but glanced at Su Jinghuai, who was beside her with a puzzled look. Before talking to her, Mr. Zhang drove away everyone else, but left Su Jinghuai alone. Was he not going to hide it from the other party? Mr. Zhang noticed Zhang Wanwan's gaze, glanced at Su Jinghuai, and then explained with a smile. After our discussion, we decided that all members of the National Security Group 1 will be incorporated into the Wanjia Trade Department. You have had contact with them, so I believe it will be easier to use them. Jinghuai, as the team leader, you don't have to hide your affairs from him. As for other members, we will consider revealing them to them later. So that's how it is. Zhang Wanwan nodded in understanding. Su Jinghuai was sitting next to the two of them. He was confused at first. Now he heard that he and all the team members were transferred to the Ministry of Trade of all worlds, and his face was full of confusion. Grandpa Zhang ignored him and continued to talk to Zhang Wanwan. Also, regarding the use of star coins, buy whatever you want and come back whenever you want. Don't be too frugal. Due to system mechanism problems, the country can only help you very limitedly. After you travel over there, you will be alone. Don't let yourself be wronged. Zhang Wanwan hurriedly said after hearing this. The country has given me a lot of help, both financially and in terms of manpower and material resources. It has saved me a lot of trouble. If she had not turned to the motherland and relied on herself alone, would she have to run around every time just to purchase goods? And buying these things requires money. As a fresh graduate who has only worked for more than 2 months, Zhang Wanwan doesn't have much money. If she relies on herself, she can only sell gold and silver jewelry at this time. But I also remember what Grandpa Zhang said, and I will definitely not wrong myself. Jiang Wanwan added with a smile. After hearing this, Grandpa Zhang immediately smiled with relief, and thought about it, and said again. And don't worry about the large debt you currently owe to the system. This is not just your own business. You must remember that you still have the motherland behind you. Jiang Wanwan was moved by what he said, and nodded quickly. Then Grandpa Zhang asked again. Now that you are a full-time cadre of the country, the corresponding benefits will be in place one after another. In addition, do you have any other needs? Jiang Wanwan really wanted to ask about this. I want to know, when can I go back to my hometown and see my parents? She now has a golden finger and has become a cadre with the support of the country. Naturally, she wanted to return home in glory and take good care of her parents. Mr. Zhang was stunned by this question, and then he smiled and replied, You can go anytime. The country does not restrict your freedom. You can go anywhere you want, as long as you report in advance and bring guards. After saying this, he thought of something and added, By the way, it's best not to go abroad. Jiang Wanwan nodded happily and had already started planning when to return home. As for going abroad, she had never thought about it. Do you have any other requests? Mr. Zhang asked again. Other requests? Jiang Wanwan thought about it seriously and then said embarrassedly, Can I ask for less protection? So many people stay in the villa, and I am really not used to it. More than 20 people followed, and there were many eyes watching at any time and place. Jiang Wanwan felt very awkward. Mr. Zhang was easy to talk to. After listening to her request, he nodded and agreed. Okay, I will let some people evacuate the villa, but if you want to go out, you can't refuse their protection. You have to know that your life is very important. Even in a different world, you must be careful and cautious. This is natural. Jiang Wanwan nodded repeatedly. She attached great importance to her life. After that, seeing that Jiang Wanwan had no other requests, Mr. Zhang said goodbye. But when he left, he also took Su Jinghuai, who was listening in confusion, out. I guess he wanted to explain something? Jiang Wanwan was not very interested, so she went back to the room directly. After more than 10 minutes, when Su Jinghuai came in from outside, his face was full of disbelief, and his worldview collapsed. Even when he went to bed at night, he was still thinking about what Mr. Zhang told him in his mind, and he was still full of disbelief. It was not until 8 o'clock the next morning that Li Qingluan found that the protected Jiang Wanwan had disappeared. Faced with the panic of the team members, as the only person who knew the truth, Su Jinghuai had to stand up and comfort everyone. Only then did he realize that everything was true. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Wanwan, who was awakened by the alarm clock, quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face. After that, she walked quietly to the kitchen on the first floor and took out sandwiches and milk from the refrigerator. After finishing breakfast, she returned to the room and started her journey through time. It was just a close of the eyes, and then open them again. Jiang Wanwan appeared in the dim supermarket. Looking at everything around, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but sigh. She is back again. First, she walked to the front with the light of the mobile phone and opened the door of the supermarket. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the sky outside had begun to light up. The light shone into the supermarket and immediately dispelled the darkness inside. Hey, what is this? Jiang Wanwan noticed that there was a sign hanging above the door of the supermarket. When he took it down, it said, The owner is buying goods and will return tomorrow. Did you do it? Jiang Wanwan asked with understanding. Of course. You were only thinking about going back to Earth at that time, so you didn't care about these things. 007 muttered. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan was too excited at that time and didn't care about anything else. If it were normal, she would definitely remember to hang up such a sign to avoid losing customers. Unexpectedly, 007 actually helped her check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps. Thank you very much. Jiang Wanwan thanked with a smile. Then, she turned around and looked at the supermarket carefully. Before the supermarket was upgraded to level 3, Jiang Wanwan was busy going back to Earth and hadn't checked it carefully. Compared with the Wanji supermarket at level 2, the Wanjia supermarket upgraded to level 3 is more than doubled in area. The overall length and width directly changed from 6 by 6 meters to 9 by 9 meters. The overall area is 81 square meters, which is almost equivalent to a small 2-bedroom and 1 living room. The area of the rooms separated from the supermarket also directly became 4 by 9 meters. Among them, 4 by 4 meters is the bathroom and 4 by 5 meters is the bedroom. In the bathroom, there is not only an additional wash basin with a mirror. There is also a bathtub, but it is a pity that it is probably not used. The single bed in the bedroom has finally become a large double bed. Unfortunately, there is still no pillow or quilt on it. The area outside the supermarket has become 5 by 9 meters. Compared with the width of 9 meters, the 2-meter-long cash register seems particularly small. In addition to the cash register, there are only 3 shelves in the huge supermarket space. 007, bring another 6 shelves. Zhang Wanwan ordered. 007 replied, the first 3 shelves are given away, and you need to buy them yourself later. They are in the supermarket category in the mall. You want me to buy this too? You are too good at making money. Zhang Wanwan complained speechlessly. However, she knew clearly that as long as it was related to money, 007 would never give in. So despite what she said, she still honestly opened the system mall. Finally, at the bottom of the supermarket category, she found what she wanted. Supermarket shelves contains time stillness rules and invincible defense rules. Selling price: 1 star coin. Fortunately, the price is not expensive. The system is still a bit conscientious. Zhang Wanwan spent 6 star coins to buy 6 shelves. In this way, there are 5 shelves side by side on the left and 4 shelves on the right. Zhang Wanwan walked to the front of the shelf on the left and started to put the goods. First, the steamed buns, 10 of which were placed on the shelf, and 10 bottles of mineral water. Then, Zhang Wanwan took out the self-heating rice with fish-flavored shredded pork flavor and placed it on the 3rd shelf. As the self-heating rice was put on, a small sign appeared on the side of the shelf with the price marked on it. Self-heating rice with fish-flavored shredded pork flavor. 5 star coins, 5 star coins. 1 box of self-heating rice is equivalent to 5 cabbage steamed buns. The price is reasonable. Then, 10 apples in good condition were placed on the 4th shelf. These apples are the same size, and they are obviously specially selected, and each is about 250 G. Apples. 5 star coins. Apples are also 5 star coins? The same price as self-heating rice? The price is not outrageous, but I wonder if anyone is willing to buy it? Next is the last shelf on the left, which is also the closest to the cashier. Zhang Wanwan took out 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs and placed them on the shelf. Anti-inflammatory drugs. 50 star coins. The moment she saw the price, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but widen her eyes. She said in disbelief, "Why is it so expensive?" This system says that the price of goods is determined according to their scarcity in the current world. 007 explained calmly. Besides, this is not expensive, right? There are 10 anti-inflammatory drugs in a box, which is equivalent to 5 star coins per anti-inflammatory drug. That's right. After hearing what 007 said, Zhang Wanwan finally reacted. There are 10 pills in each box of anti-inflammatory drugs, and each anti-inflammatory drug is equivalent to the price of an apple. If you calculate it this way, it is indeed not too expensive. Then can I sell these anti-inflammatory drugs one by one? Zhang Wanwan asked. It feels that the price of a box is too expensive, and ordinary people may not be able to afford it. 007 obviously thought of this problem. After hearing the host's suggestion, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment before saying, "Okay, but only when the whole box is sold out. It is considered a transaction." Zhang Wanwan was quite satisfied with this result and nodded and said, "That's fine. As long as it can be sold to earn star coins, it's a pity that the upgrade will be slower." After stocking the left shelf, Zhang Wanwan walked to the right shelf again. First, he took out the ultimate weapon, the pistol. Zhang Wanwan was very curious about this thing. "I carefully observed it before going to bed yesterday. It must weigh more than a pound in my hand. Type 51 pistol. 100 star coins, so this pistol is called Type 51. If it wasn't marked on the price tag, Zhang Wanwan might not have known it. 100 star coins is equivalent to a level 3 zombie crystal core. Someone should save up money to buy it, right? On the second shelf, there are 10 bullets. 7.62 millimeters bullet. 1 star coin for 1 bullet. This price is not expensive. I think anyone who is willing to buy a pistol will not be stingy with this little money. Then it was the third shelf, and Zhang Wanwan took out a bulletproof vest. Bulletproof vest. 100 star coins, wow. It's the same price as a pistol. But think about it, it's used to protect your life, so it doesn't seem expensive. In addition to these 3 shelves, there are already 10 machetes on the 4th shelf. Zhang Wanwan originally planned to bring 300 more machetes, but found that she couldn't bring them. Because in addition to the 10 machetes on the shelf, the remaining 76 machetes are all occupying positions in the system grid. So now she only has the original 76 machetes in the system grid, plus the newly added 224, a total of 300 machetes. In addition, the 10 machetes on the shelf, a total of 310 machetes. After tidying up the shelves, Zhang Wanwan returned to the cashier and sat down. In her mind, she opened the system page and checked her account balance. 55 star coins. This is the star coins she has left now. Then, Zhang Wanwan clicked on the general category in the system mall and said, 007, how about I patronize your business? Hearing this, 007 suddenly became energetic. Okay. What does the host want to buy? Well, electricity, internet, light bulbs, and toothbrushes. Zhang Wanwan said one by one. She was reluctant to spend star coins before, but she was afraid that there would be insufficient space when she returned to Earth. Now they have returned to the zombie world. As long as there are customers, there will be a steady stream of star coins. Zhang Wanwan will naturally not keep suffering herself. Besides, her motherland told her not to wrong herself, and she must obey. Of course, Zhang Wanwan did not spend money recklessly and bought some necessities. These things are a total of 6 star coins. 007 said very actively. Zhang Wanwan frowned immediately and asked dissatisfiedly, You charge me 3 star coins for toothbrushes. That's 2 black. Toothbrush, toothpaste, mouthwash cup. 3 items for 3 star coins. What's wrong? 007 immediately retorted. However, it was a little worried that the business it had been waiting for would be ruined, so it finally compromised.
How about this?
These 3 items are counted as 2 star coins for you, a total of 5 star coins. Is that okay? Zhang Wanwan thought about it before speaking. Then it's 5 star coins. But I want to exchange the mouthwash cup for a mobile phone charger.
What? No.
007 was unwilling to accept the request even though he had already made a concession. It's okay if you do and want to change it. Then when I travel through time in the future, you let me bring the mobile phone charger with me. Zhang Wanwan changed the condition and said,
Why?
This is the first time I spend money for the quality of life. Just treat it as my first benefit. Besides, I have given up the mouthwash cup. Zhang Wanwan said with a twisted reason. In the end, 007 couldn't get the host to change it and said helplessly, Forget it, I'll give it to you. But this system needs to explain in advance that it will only be this time and not the next time. As 007 finished speaking, something suddenly appeared on the cash register. I know, thank you. Zhang Wanwan thanked him sweetly. This time, she finally got some benefits from 007, which was rare. Then, Zhang Wanwan looked up and carefully observed the surroundings. On the wall above her head, a light bulb appeared. It was a very common energy-saving lamp. As for the light switch, it was placed on the wall behind the cash register with a socket. On the cash register in front of her, there were toothpaste, toothbrushes, and a brand new charger. The toothpaste and toothbrushes were very ordinary styles, and they were placed directly in the washroom. After returning to her seat, Zhang Wanwan couldn't wait to turn on her mobile phone. Now that she has electricity and the internet, she finally doesn't have to sit around like a fool, waiting for customers to come. 007 was not very happy to see his host like this. Host, as the owner of the supermarket, shouldn't you worry about the lack of customers in the supermarket? Zhang Wanwan disagreed with 007's statement and retorted. It's normal that the supermarket is not well known in the early days of its opening, and there is not much customer flow. What's the point of me worrying? You can think of a way. For example, go to the base next door to promote it. 007 suggested.
Impossible.
I won't step out of the supermarket. Zhang Wanwan refused flatly. 007 naturally knew why the host refused and said angrily, "Coward. I'm cherishing my life. The motherland has said that my life is the most important." Zhang Wanwan retorted confidently, "It's always right to be cautious. As long as she is alive, even if the supermarket upgrades slowly, there will always be a day to achieve the goal." Seeing that 007 was so angry that he stopped talking, Zhang Wanwan thought for a while and comforted him. "You don't have to worry. The lack of customers is only temporary. Now the supermarket's reputation is fermenting, and there will be more and more customers in the future." After that, he no longer cared about 007's thoughts and turned on the phone screen again. Looking at the network logo that appeared on the top of the phone, Zhang Wanwan's heart jumped, and an idea suddenly popped up in her mind. She tried to click on the call record. However, before she could continue the operation, 007's voice suddenly rang. "Don't try. You can only surf the internet but not make phone calls. The host can't leave any traces on the internet." Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan looked a little disappointed. It seemed that there was no loophole to exploit. In the end, he could only open the short video app and watch it to kill time. However, before he finished watching a joke, 007's voice sounded in his mind. "Stop watching, there are customers coming." Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan turned off his phone and looked forward. Sure enough, there was a customer, and it was a regular customer, Uncle Lee, who exchanged gold, silver, and jewelry for star coins last time. He saw that he was walking over with a cloth bag on his back, just like that day. Judging from the weight, it doesn't look like a crystal core. Could it be that the other party still has gold and silver? Under Zhang Wanwan's gaze, Uncle Lee entered the supermarket. Uncle Lee looked around in amazement after entering, and when he saw the newly added goods clearly, he exclaimed again and again. It took him several minutes to walk from the supermarket entrance to the cashier counter, a distance of only 5 meters. Finally, he came to the cashier counter and looked at Zhang Wanwan with surprise. "I didn't believe it when I heard about it yesterday afternoon. I didn't expect this. This supermarket has really become much bigger, and there are so many more goods." Uncle Lee's face was full of doubt and fear in addition to admiration and envy. He smiled unnaturally and flattered. "Not only are there fresh fruits and anti-inflammatory drugs, but there are even pistol bullets. Boss Zhang is really amazing." The first time the supermarket was upgraded and the area was enlarged, only Zhang Lehe knew about it. But many people knew about the changes after this upgrade. Zhang Wanwan understood that they would definitely doubt in their hearts and have countless speculations. But she also believed that these people, whether they were suspicious, speculative, or fearful, could not refuse the various rare and cheap goods in the supermarket in the end. Now, Zhang Wanwan was too lazy to waste her words to explain one by one. It's good to be more mysterious and make people feel awe and fear. So, Zhang Wanwan skipped Uncle Lee's words and looked at the cloth bag behind him and asked, "What did the customer bring this time?" Hearing this, Uncle Lee no longer mentioned the previous topic. He put the cloth bag in his hand on the cashier and said with an embarrassed smile, "Last time when I exchanged, I had a few star coins left in my account. I thought it would be a waste to leave it there. So I bought some gold, silver, and jewelry from the base to make up an integer." Zhang Wanwan did not object to the fact that some customers took advantage of the information gap to buy gold, silver, and jewelry from the base, and then sent them to her to make a profit. On the contrary, she was happy to see it happen. After all, no matter who brought things to exchange, it was the same for her. The gold, silver, and jewelry that Uncle Lee brought this time were obviously not as many as the last time. But fortunately, the star coins finally exchanged just made up the number of star coins he had left before. Uncle Lee took out 9 first-level crystal cores from his arms and put them into the grid of the star coin exchange machine. In the end, he used these 10 star coins to buy a watermelon knife and left. Jiang Wanwan didn't expect that the first order of the day would be a watermelon knife. However, the other party bought weapons, which meant that he wanted to hunt zombies, which was a good thing. After Uncle Lee left, Jiang Wanwan sat in front of the cashier and continued to play with her mobile phone. After that, scattered customers came in one after another. Some were regular customers who had bought things before, and some were new customers who heard about the supermarket from others. Selling things and playing with mobile phones, a morning passed quickly. After the internet, Jiang Wanwan finally realized the fun of being a supermarket owner. Especially this kind of supermarket with no competition and direct monopoly of the market. It's so cool to make money while playing. At 12 o'clock noon, Jiang Wanwan started to eat lunch on time. Naturally, she would not eat buns again, but took a box of self-heating rice. While waiting for the rice to heat up, Jiang Wanwan checked the morning bill. Including Uncle Lee at the beginning, she received a total of 8 guests in the morning. But unfortunately, these guests were just ordinary people in the base. They struggled to make ends meet every day and did not save a few crystal cores. So Jiang Wanwan did not sell any of the high-end goods she brought. In the morning, she only sold 13 white breads for bottles of mineral water and 3 machetes. She earned a total of 47 star coins, but only 11. 75 star coins fell into her hands. After checking the account balance, Jiang Wanwan also took a look at the total number of transactions. From the beginning of the journey to now, she has sold a total of 215 items. If the supermarket wants to upgrade to level 4, it needs to sell 1,000 items. It's still a long way to go. The increasingly fragrant smell lingering on the tip of her nose brought Jiang Wanwan back to her senses. She carefully avoided the heat and gently lifted the lid. Suddenly, a box of hot and fragrant fish-flavored pork rice appeared in front of her. She blew it carefully and took a sip. Well, it tasted okay, although it was not as good as freshly made ones, and it was also a little worse than takeout. But compared with the cabbage buns, it was much more delicious. While eating, Jiang Wanwan did not forget to find a melodramatic drama from her mobile phone to eat with the meal. Anyway, she was not at home, so no one would say anything to her even if she watched it while eating. But halfway through the meal, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt that there seemed to be a shadow in front of her. Is this rice? A voice exploded from above her head. Jiang Wanwan was directly startled and shivered. Her body instinctively stepped back and looked up. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Gu Shuyuan, she relaxed and said suddenly, "It's you." However, in Jiang Wanwan's mind, she was not as calm as she appeared. Instead, she asked frantically, 007, the customer is already here. Why didn't you remind me? In the morning, 007 was very active in reminding her. It was precisely because of the experience in the morning that she didn't pay attention to the situation outside. I didn't notice it. 007 said, hesitantly. Jiang Wanwan was a little strange. The system will also be distracted? However, she didn't have the mind to entangle this matter at the moment. Gu Shuyuan, who was standing in front of the cashier, was outputting madly at this moment. I was wondering how I could smell the fragrance outside. Not only do you have rice, but you also have meat? Can you still use your mobile phone now? The mobile phone thing was really hard to explain for a while. Jiang Wanwan said lightly, Mr. Gu is here to get anti-inflammatory drugs. I'll give it to you right away. Noheri. Do you have any more of the food you are eating? Give me one first. Gu Shuyuan said anxiously. Jiang Wanwan naturally would not refuse and reminded, self-heating rice is 5 star coins per box, and your balance is not enough. Although she said so, she still stood up and walked to the shelf of self-heating rice. With Gu Shuyuan's wealth, he would definitely not be without money to pay the bill. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gu Shuyuan quickly took out a secondary crystal core. After throwing it into the grid of the star coin exchanger, he looked at Jiang Wanwan eagerly. After handing the self-heating rice to Gu Shuyuan, Jiang Wanwan returned to her seat and continued to eat the half remaining rice. Self-heating rice? There is still such a thing now? Gu Shuyuan said in surprise. Then, he eagerly opened the package and made it in a hurry. It has been 2 or 3 years since I have seen such a thing as self-heating rice. Gu Shuyuan's movements were a little unfamiliar at the beginning, but later he became proficient. The still hard rice and the cold and condensed shredded meat made him want to eat it directly. Gu Shuyuan controlled himself with great willpower and closed the lid tightly. The waiting time was the most difficult. In order to prevent his eyes from looking at the self-heating rice uncontrollably, Gu Shuyuan had to find something to do. He picked up the packaging paper that he had just opened, which had the brand name, ingredient list, and date written on it, and examined it carefully. As he looked more and more clearly, Gu Shuyuan's expression began to change unpredictably. Obviously, the unfamiliar brand address and the magical production date made him think more. Zhang Wanwan noticed all this, but she didn't care and continued to concentrate on eating. When she finished eating and cleaned up the table, Gu Shuyuan's rice had already been heated. It was obviously not suitable to play with the phone when there were guests. So Zhang Wanwan leaned back in her chair and watched Gu Shuyuan eat. Gu Shuyuan was a fairly good-looking man. If he cleaned up well, he would be no worse than a star on Earth. But such a man, at this moment, was eating voraciously. As soon as one bite was brought to his mouth, before he could chew and swallow, another bite was brought to his mouth. Zhang Wanwan was used to seeing people on Earth who only eat half and throw away the other half, so this kind of greedy eating was quite novel to her. Gu Shuyuan naturally knew that the supermarket owner was watching him eat, but he couldn't pay attention to him. The taste of rice and meat was so delicious that it made him want to cry. It took Gu Shuyuan less than 5 minutes from the time he buried his head in the food to the time he looked up after finishing it. Zhang Wanwan, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but look at him in amazement. Putting down the lunchbox that was cleaned up without a grain of rice left, Gu Shuyuan let out a long sigh of relief. It's so delicious. It turns out that rice and meat taste like this. I almost forgot about it. Looking at the sincere admiration on the other person's face, Zhang Wanwan felt that her disdain just now was somewhat ungrateful. In the end, she could only respond with one sentence, as long as Mr. Gu likes it. Of course I like it. I'll take all the self-heating rice that Boss Zhang has. Zhang Wanwan liked this arrogant tone the most. She immediately said with a smile, in addition to self-heating rice, I also bought a lot of new goods this time. Mr. Gu can take a look at them. Gu Shuyuan nodded and prepared to see the new goods the boss mentioned. But when he turned around, he found that this supermarket seemed different. He was attracted by the fragrance just now. After entering the supermarket, all his attention was on rice and meat. He didn't notice that the area of the supermarket has expanded a lot. Gu Shuyuan looked at Zhang Wanwan beside him with meaningful eyes and said tentatively, "It's only been one night. Has Boss Zhang's supermarket been expanded?" "Yes, there are more shelves and the area must be larger," Zhang Wanwan replied lightly. Following the supermarket owner to the shelf and listening to him practicing Tai Chi, Gu Shuyuan originally wanted to test him a little more. However, when his eyes touched the shelf, he could no longer move away. Seeing that all of Gu Shuyuan's attention was attracted by the goods on the shelf. No longer having the mind to test with words, Zhang Wanwan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. After looking at the self-heating rice with greed, Gu Shuyuan moved his eyes to the apple next to him. The skin is pink and red and shiny, the fruit is full, and there is no sign of bumps. It is completely different from the wrinkled fruit that his father couldn't bear to eat and left for him. These fresh apples should be sour, sweet, and crisp apples, right? Gu Shuyuan couldn't help but associate it. Seeing Gu Shuyuan looking at an apple for a long time, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but manually guide him to look at the next item. This is the anti-inflammatory medicine promised to Mr. Gu. Gu Shuyuan finally reacted and looked at the shelf on the side. After that, he walked to the other side to check and immediately exclaimed again, "It's actually a pistol? This bullet is matched with a pistol, right?" After the initial contact, Zhang Wanwan thought that Gu Shuyuan's character should be steady and introverted. However, at this moment, seeing him behave a little eccentrically under great surprise, he finally understood that his teammates' chattering was not without reason. Seeing that Gu Shuyuan was only amazed and had not gotten to the point for a long time, 007 complained impatiently. He is also a rich man. Why is he not as calm as those people in the morning when he saw these goods? Listening to the words in his mind, Zhang Wanwan explained with a smile. The performance of those customers in the morning was not calm. It was because they knew they couldn't afford it, so they never had the idea. People who behave like Gu Xiuyuan are real buyers. Because he knows he can afford it, that's why he is so excited when he sees these goods. After hearing Zhang Wanwan's explanation, 007 stopped talking. After seeing all the goods and prices, Gu Xiuyuan went completely crazy. He took out the intercom and told the people over there to pack up everything and rush to the supermarket as quickly as possible. After that, Gu Xiuyuan talked to Zhang Wanwan in detail. Boss Zhang, how many stocks do you have of these goods? It won't be as few as yesterday, right? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Wanwan knew that a big business was coming, and she smiled and said, There are 300 pieces of all the goods. If it's not enough, I can go buy more. If the other party can really buy out all the goods, she can go back to buy more now. 300 pieces? It's enough at the moment. Gu Xiuyuan calculated the crystal core in his hand and muttered to himself. Then, he looked up at Zhang Wanwan and said seriously, Boss Zhang probably doesn't know that my father is the leader of the White Tiger Base. The son of the leader of the White Tiger Base, one of the 4 official bases? Zhang Wanwan nodded secretly. This Gu Xiuyuan is indeed a person of great background. Boss Zhang's stuff is of high quality and low price. I plan to use the crystal core in my hand to buy a batch of supplies and bring it back to my father to see. If everything goes well, I will purchase supplies from Boss Zhang on behalf of the White Tiger Base. I just don't know if Boss Zhang accepts reservations. Purchase on behalf of the base? That's great. I heard from Zhang Lehe before that there are nearly 30,000 people in the White Tiger Base. Can we look forward to the quantity purchased at that time? I wonder if Mr. Gu can tell me the approximate quantity? Zhang Wanwan immediately asked the key points. Mineral water, apples, self-heating rice, more than 1,000 each, anti-inflammatory drugs, machetes, pistols, bulletproof vests, hundreds of each. As for bullets, a few thousand rounds will be fine. The more the better.
Wow, so many?
If this deal is done, won't the Wanjia supermarket be directly upgraded to level 5? Zhang Wanwan thought for a while and asked again. Then how long will it take you on this journey? How long will it take to get there? Hearing this, Gu Xiuyuan calculated in his mind and replied, We have a car. If we go at full speed, we can travel about 200 kilometers a day, and we can get back in about 3 days. Is the road conditions so difficult? Only 200 kilometers a day at full speed? Zhang Wanwan asked in surprise. If you walk for 10 hours a day, you only travel 20 kilometers per hour. There's no way, there are too many zombies on the road. Gu Xiuyuan said helplessly. It takes us 6 days to go back and forth, plus we need to communicate and prepare, so it will probably take 7 days before we can get here again. A week is plenty of time. So, Zhang Wanwan nodded and said, Okay, I will prepare all the goods you need within this week. Hearing this, Gu Xiuyuan quickly clasped his fists and said, Thank you very much, Boss Zhang. He also used the intercom to notify the team members. However, this time, Gu Xiuyuan's teammates came much slower than last time. The two waited in the supermarket for about half an hour before they finally heard some movement. Zhang Wanwan looked outside and found that 3 cars had come this time. The cars stopped and turned off in front of the supermarket, and the people who got out of the cars walked towards the supermarket one after another. Boss, is the supermarket owner back? Didn't you say we need to wait a few days? How come the door opened after just one night? Could it be that the boss couldn't find the anti-inflammatory medicine? Boss, why did you ask us to pack up our things? Are you ready to go back? Zhang Wanwan heard the familiar chattering voice before anyone stepped into the supermarket. After dozens of people entered the supermarket, there were more exclamations. Why does this supermarket seem to be a lot bigger than yesterday? What do you mean by seem? It just got bigger. This can't be a supernatural event, right? What kind of supernatural event would have such delicious buns? I think maybe they are aliens coming to save the Earth. You 3 stop hesitating. Come and see what this is? Oh my god. It's an apple, just like it was picked from the tree. I haven't eaten fruit in more than 2 years. I want to eat it. Hey, I can see it but can't touch it. There's something blocking it. Come and see what this is. Self-heating rice? Is it the kind of rice I was thinking of? Come here quickly, there are pistols and bullets and bulletproof vests here. Seeing the group of people coming in, excitedly surrounding the shelves, it is estimated that they will not calm down for a while. Jiang Wanwan was too lazy to pay attention to them and went straight back to the cashier to sit down. Gu Shuyuan spent a long time to finally gather the team members who were lingering in front of the shelves and refused to leave. Ignoring the team members, Gu Shuyuan frequently looked at the shelves. Gu Shuyuan told them about his plan in general, and then began to discuss in a low voice. Jiang Wanwan waited for about 10 minutes before they finally reached a consensus. Two of them trotted out of the supermarket, and Gu Shuyuan took the rest of the people to the cashier. As they got closer, their curious eyes fell on Jiang Wanwan. As for Gu Shuyuan, he stood in front of the star coin exchanger and began to put crystal cores into the grid. Jiang Wanwan's concerned eyes immediately looked over. I wonder how many zombie crystal cores he has in his hand? After Gu Shuyuan put a handful of crystal cores into the grid, he suddenly looked up at Jiang Wanwan and said, Boss Zhang, could you please give each of my brothers a box of self-heating rice? As soon as the words fell, Jiang Wanwan met pairs of sparkling eyes. The excitement and expectation contained in these eyes made her unable to say the slightest word of refusal. Jiang Wanwan just walked around the cashier counter and walked towards the shelf, and the group of people hurriedly followed. They pushed and shoved each other in the back, vying for the front position. Fortunately, despite the frolicking, Jiang Wanwan, who was in front, was not affected. Standing in front of the shelf, Jiang Wanwan was handing out boxes of self-heating rice, feeling like an ant in the cafeteria. After these people got the self-heating rice, they couldn't wait to open it. The cashier counter naturally couldn't hold the self-heating rice for so many people. So, these people spontaneously walked to the corner of the supermarket and lined up to wait for the self-heating rice to be heated. The two people who ran out of the supermarket earlier also came in at this time, holding a cloth bag in their hands. Seeing that the brothers were actually getting the self-heating rice noodles, their steps suddenly became anxious. They walked over, threw the cloth bags in their hands to the cashier, and quickly came to line up. Looking at the bulging cloth bags, Jiang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. They shouldn't be like Uncle Lee, carrying a bag of gold, silver, and jewelry in, right? So, these are all crystal cores? Jiang Wanwan quickly distributed the self-heating rice to the last two people and walked to the cashier. Just then, he saw Gu Shuyuan holding the cloth bag and pouring it into the grid, and transparent crystal cores fell out one after another. Noticing Jiang Wanwan coming over, Gu Shuyuan glanced at his brothers, then smiled and said, These are all the zombie crystal cores in our hands. Without going through the system, Jiang Wanwan saw at a glance the balance of Gu Shuyuan's account on the screen. 6,024 star coins. Gu Shuyuan's account originally had 3 star coins left over from yesterday. Before, in order to eat self-heating rice, he threw a level 2 crystal core into the grid. After purchasing the self-heating rice, there were only 8 star coins left. At this moment, he took out a total of 1129 level 1 crystal cores, 235 level 2 crystal cores, and 26 level 3 crystal cores. Adding the star coins remaining in the account, the total is 6,079 star coins. However, the 11 boxes of self-heating rice that Jiang Wanwan just gave to his brothers also need to be deducted from them. Therefore, after this addition and subtraction, the final balance in his account became 6,024 star coins. This is the first time that Jiang Wanwan has seen a 4-digit amount of star coins. Thinking of these star coins, 1/4 of which will belong to her soon, she couldn't help but her heartbeat speeding up. What does Mr. Gu want to buy? Jiang Wanwan asked while holding back his excitement. Gu Shuyuan had already discussed this question with his brothers and answered without hesitation. White bread, mineral water, self-heating rice, 100 apples each, 30 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, 10 pistols, 10 bulletproof vests, and we want all the bullets. A total of 5,000 star coins. In his mind, 007 couldn't wait to be reminded. Upon hearing this, a puzzled look flashed in Jiang Wanwan's eyes, and he reminded her tactfully. These goods are a total of 5,000 star coins. Mr. Gu, aren't you going to buy anything else? You still have a lot of star coins in your account. Hearing this reminder, Gu Shuyuan smiled and said, I know that the remaining star coins in the account were left by me on purpose.
Ah?
Zhang Wanwan was even more confused. Why did he leave them on purpose? I have ordered so many goods from Boss Zhang, so naturally, I have to leave some deposit. Gu Xiuyuan explained. Compared with the value of the reserved goods, 1,000 star coins are a little too little. I hope Boss Zhang won't blame me.
Deposit?
Zhang Wanwan was speechless. It was totally unnecessary. What she wanted most was to spend all the money in the supermarket. Mr. Gu, you should spend the money. There is no need for a deposit. Even if you don't buy it as agreed, I will have no worries about selling my goods. Zhang Wanwan said bluntly. Gu Xiuyuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said with a smile. Boss Zhang is right, then give me another 20 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs. Then, Gu Xiuyuan thought for a while before speaking again. Although I killed the son of the leader of the Dawn base, they dare not do anything to me because of the White Tiger base, but they will come to trouble you. Boss Zhang treats me so sincerely, then I will give you a message. Yuan Mu, the leader of the Dawn base, is a very ambitious man. Boss Zhang, as long as he can see your value, this conflict can be easily resolved and there will be less trouble. Gu Xiuyuan's 11 brothers ate even faster than him. When Zhang Wanwan finished talking to Gu Xiuyuan, they had all finished eating. Next, they had to prepare the goods they needed. Because of the large quantity, the goods on the shelves alone were not enough. Zhang Wanwan simply took out the corresponding goods directly from the system grid. 100 cabbage buns, 100 bottles of mineral water, a total of 200 star coins. 100 boxes of self-heating rice, 100 apples, a total of 1,000 star coins. 10 pistols, 10 bulletproof vests, a total of 2,000 star coins. 300 bullets, 300 star coins. 50 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs cost 2,500 star coins. A total of 6,000 star coins. Zhang Wanwan thought happily that all the star coins in Gu Xiuyuan's account had been drained. She also piled all the goods at the entrance of the supermarket to facilitate their transportation. Is this a portable space? The people who witnessed all this in the supermarket looked at each other and speculated. Seeing that Zhang Wanwan's expression was calm, as if she didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior. Gu Xiuyuan didn't plan to ask anything and even used his eyes to stop others from speaking. In the end, they silently moved all the goods to the car. Then he simply said hello to Zhang Wanwan and drove away. However, in the sound of the engine, Zhang Wanwan vaguely heard a low-pitched exclamation. Oh my god! Did you see it just now? A portable space. This supermarket owner is really not an ordinary person. It's amazing. This supermarket owner must be an alien, right? At this time, Zhang Wanwan didn't have the heart to care about these words. She quickly returned to the cashier's counter and sat down and opened the system page as soon as possible. 1,576.75 star coins. Zhang Wanwan looked at her account balance, and she was excited. So many star coins. She has already completed half of her goal of getting the supernatural crystal she wanted. Oh, right. Zhang Wanwan, who was happy in her heart, remembered to check the total number of transactions. 997 pieces of goods. Only 3 pieces of goods are left for the upgrade? Zhang Wanwan asked in disbelief. Yes. The host's upgrade speed is quite fast. 007 said with emotion. Only 3 pieces of goods are left for the upgrade. Why didn't you remind me just now? Zhang Wanwan asked speechlessly. 007 heard that Zhang Wanwan's tone was a little wrong, but he didn't understand why she was angry and asked in confusion. Remind you of what? There are still 24 star coins left in Gu Xiuyuan's account. If Zhang Wanwan knew that she could upgrade by selling 3 more items, she would have to persuade him to sell 3 more items. In this way, the supermarket of all worlds could be upgraded at this time. Now there are only 3 items missing, which is simply driving people with obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. Forget it. Zhang Wanwan finally ended the topic helplessly. She knew in her heart that 007 was not to blame for this. She could only continue to wait. In an afternoon, she could sell 3 items at least. It would be fine if she could upgrade today. There are no customers in the supermarket now, so why don't you continue watching the drama? 007 suddenly said. Zhang Wanwan was stunned. In the morning, 007 was still not used to her behavior of playing with her phone. Why did he suddenly say that? But she really had nothing to do at the moment, so she said, I am going to play with my phone for a while. After Zhang Wanwan turned on her phone, she casually clicked on a novel to kill time. Aren't you going to continue watching the drama at noon? 007's voice rang again. Zhang Wanwan mentioned watching dramas twice in a row, and she reacted a little. 007, do you want to watch the TV series just now? Recalling that Gu Shuyuan approached during the meal, 007 did not remind him in time. Could it be that he was fascinated by it? After waiting for 007's answer for a long time, Zhang Wanwan knew it in her mind. I didn't expect that the arrogant and money-loving 007 actually likes to watch bloody TV series. For Zhang Wanwan, whether it is watching TV or reading novels, it is to kill time, but she has no special preference. So, she suppressed her smile and reordered the TV series for lunch, which was considered to satisfy 007's wish. However, before the TV episode was over, someone came outside the supermarket. There were quite a few people this time, and they were discovered by Zhang Wanwan before they even got close to the supermarket. Looking at the huge crowds outside, she couldn't help but frown. Zhang Wanwan's supermarket had only been open for 4 days, so it wouldn't attract so many people at the same time. Since they were not customers, they could only be troublemakers. Troublemakers?
Why so many people?
She immediately thought of Gu Shuyuan's reminder. Could it be that Yuan Mu, the leader of the Dawn base, came so quickly? Zhang Wanwan stood up and walked slowly to the door of the supermarket, waiting for the arrival of the crowd outside with a calm face. After the group stopped at the door of the supermarket, a middle-aged man with a thin face and high forehead bones stepped forward and asked, Are you Zhang Wanwan, the owner of the supermarket? Yes. Zhang Wanwan looked at the crowd outside and then responded, There are probably hundreds of people in this group. All of them are strong and healthy. They should all be the armed forces of the Dawn base, right? It was you who instigated Gu Shuyuan to kill my son? The middle-aged man Yuan Mu asked again in a cold voice. Zhang Wanwan disagreed with this accusation. Leader Yuan is wrong. It is obviously your son who coveted the supermarket supplies and came to trouble me. He also stopped Gu Shuyuan in a domineering manner and did not allow him to come to the supermarket to buy things, so he was killed by Gu Shuyuan in anger. She described the course of events, using the art of language clearly. After listening to Zhang Wanwan's explanation, Yuan Mu's expression did not change at all. No matter what the truth is, my son's death was caused by you. It is not wrong for me to seek revenge on you, right? The other party said this, and Zhang Wanwan was speechless. If you are willing to tell me the source of the materials, I can spare your life. Otherwise, hundreds of people will use their superpowers to blast you into pieces, which can be regarded as revenge for my son. Yuan Mu and Yuan Ju are indeed father and son. They do things in the same way. Then do whatever you want. Zhang Wanwan waved her hand casually and turned to the cashier. Yuan Mu was stunned by the other party's behavior and immediately became furious. Even Gu Shuyuan had never been so frivolous when facing him. A lone woman in front of him dared to be so arrogant?
Attack.
In an instant, countless brilliant superpowers attacked. Gu Shuyuan reminded that Yuan Mu was ambitious and could avoid conflicts as long as he could see enough value. Zhang Wanwan did not forget this. But Zhang Wanwan felt that in addition to her own value, she should also let Yuan Mu understand her strength in order to better achieve the desired effect. After all, people with value will only be liked. Only those who are both valuable and strong enough can be treated equally. Therefore, Zhang Wanwan didn't care when facing Yuan Mu's threat. Let's fight first, then talk about other things. The supernatural attacks of nearly 100 people are much more spectacular than those of a dozen or 20 people. But even so, these attacks only left a few ripples on the light screen at the entrance of the supermarket. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but sigh. When Gu Shuyuan killed people yesterday, he was too clean and decisive, and he didn't even leave a single survivor to go back and report the news. Otherwise, Yuan Mu at this moment should not dare to attack the supermarket rashly, right? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the TV episode on the mobile phone finally finished. Jiang Wanwan estimated that those people outside were almost out of strength. Then he stood up, walked back to the entrance of the supermarket, and shouted loudly, "Leader Yuan, are you tired too? Why don't we continue to talk?" Yuan Mu outside the supermarket. The expression on his face became uglier as the attack lasted longer. He didn't expect that 100 people attacking the supermarket at the same time would not withstand the slightest ripple. But if he called a halt, wouldn't that be an indirect admission of defeat? He couldn't afford to lose this man. When he was in a dilemma, he heard Jiang Wanwan's voice in the supermarket. Yuan Mu immediately came down the stairs and raised his hand to stop the attack. "What do you want to talk about? I'm a businessman. I make money by being harmonious. I never plan to conflict with anyone. Besides, I didn't kill Leader Yuan's son. There is really no need for a conflict between us. Besides, Gu Shuyuan ordered a large number of supplies from my supermarket on behalf of the White Tiger base. If it can't be delivered because of Leader Yuan, I don't know." Jiang Wanwan paused and looked at Yuan Mu meaningfully. After hearing these words, Yuan Mu immediately thought seriously. He originally just wanted to find a soft persimmon to kill and avenge his son. But he didn't expect that he would hit the iron plate directly. The supermarket actually had another mystery. At this moment, the other party mentioned that it was involved with the White Tiger base. What should he do? Seeing that Yuan Mu was successfully fooled by him, Jiang Wanwan spoke again. "My supermarket is here, and the Dawn base is the nearest gathering point to me. Why don't we cooperate and achieve a win-win situation? Don't you want to strengthen your strength and develop the Dawn base to the same level as the White Tiger base, or even surpass it?" Hearing this, Yuan Mu was stunned at first, and then sneered. "Strengthen your strength? Just rely on the buns and watermelon knives in your supermarket? The news of the Leader Yuan is a bit behind." Jiang Wanwan smiled and said, "I went to purchase goods yesterday. In addition to what you said, there are a lot of new goods. The White Tiger base has ordered all these new goods." "New goods? What could it be?" Yuan Mu looked at the other party's confident look and immediately guessed in his heart. "Why don't you go into the supermarket to take a look, Leader Yuan? Or you send someone to take a look and you will know that I really have no ill intentions." It must be said that Yuan Mu was really tempted. What kind of goods can make Gu Shuyuan directly order on behalf of the White Tiger base? If he could really enhance his strength, he would be willing to cooperate with the other party. As for his son's revenge, the other party was right. She didn't kill him, and there was no big hatred between the two parties. If Yuan Mu went in by himself, he would definitely not be willing. But if he could send someone, he would make a decision in an instant. "Zhang, go in and take a look." Then, a thin man beside him walked slowly into the supermarket. In order to show that he had no ill intentions, Jiang Wanwan did not move at all. Just watching this man, he exclaimed in the supermarket, and then walked out with a shaky step. "How is it inside?" Seeing the man come back, Yuan Mu immediately approached and asked. Zhang was like being in a dream, and his voice was a little floating. "I saw apples, self-heating rice, anti-inflammatory drugs, pistols, and bulletproof vests." When this was said, not only was Yuan Mu's face full of surprise, even the other people who heard the voice nearby were in an uproar. "With these goods, if I really want to deal with someone, it should be a piece of cake, right?" Jiang Wanwan said leisurely. "In this case, Chief Yuan should be able to see that I really just want to do business." Yuan Mu's face changed many times after hearing this. After thinking for a moment, he clasped his fists and said, "It was my misunderstanding before. My words and actions were offensive. Please forgive me, Boss Zhang." He couldn't beat him, and the other party had so many coveted good things in his hands. It was obviously not a wise move to continue the stalemate, so Yuan Mu finally chose to give in. "Now it has been verified that my son's death has nothing to do with Boss Zhang. I will never mention this matter again. As for the business that Boss Zhang mentioned, I will discuss it after I go back to the meeting with the senior management." After that, Yuan Mu politely clasped his fists and said goodbye, and then turned and left. Alas, Jiang Wanwan was stunned when she saw a group of people outside turning around and leaving. Things turned out as she expected, and they turned hostility into friendship under various threats and inducements. But shouldn't they talk about cooperation next? Why did this person just leave? Isn't it said that Yuan Mu is very ambitious? How could he give up such a good opportunity? Under Jiang Wanwan's gaze, these people disappeared in just a few minutes. Helplessly, she could only sit back at the cashier. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Wanwan could understand Yuan Mu's approach. He still had worries in his heart and couldn't completely trust himself. Of course, this was only temporary. After a while, Yuan Mu carefully investigated and would definitely come to the supermarket. It seems that if you want a large order from the Dawn base, you still need to wait patiently. Since there is no business to do, Jiang Wanwan can only continue to watch TV with 007. However, it didn't take long before a guest came outside. It was a strange man, tall and strong, and he didn't look like a lower-class citizen. Jiang Wanwan was looking forward to such a customer. But she didn't expect that he only took out 5 first-level crystal cores, exchanged for a box of self-heating rice, and left. However, a few minutes later, the supermarket welcomed another customer. And this customer took out 5 first-level crystal cores, bought an apple, and left. A few minutes later, the supermarket welcomed the third customer of the afternoon. Since Yuan Mu and his people left, Jiang Wanwan has not been idle. Almost every 4 or 5 minutes, a customer enters the supermarket. Judging from the state of these people's clothes, they are much better than Uncle Li, Zhang Le, and them.
But
after they came in, they looked very carefully in front of every shelf, but in the end they only bought one item. If 1 or 2 customers were like this, Jiang Wanwan thought it was a coincidence. But when 3 or 4 customers were like this, she had a rough idea in her mind. The goods these people took turns to buy were different, but there was no duplication when they were combined. They must have been sent by Yuan Mu to inquire about the situation, right? Jiang Wanwan was impressed before that Yuan Mu was quite patient. I didn't expect him to be so eager to do things. I guess he'd just returned to the base, right? He couldn't wait to send people over to buy all kinds of items to study. But even though he knew the real purpose of these people, Jiang Wanwan didn't expose them. After all, the goods sold were real. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with the departure of the third customer, the goods sold in the supermarket finally reached 1,000 pieces. Wanjia supermarket can be upgraded. However, at this time, Jiang Wanwan was not in the mood to upgrade as eagerly as before. First, the upgrade goal has been achieved, and it will not run away. Second, there should be more than a few people sent by Yuan Mu to test shopping. We can't delay the business for upgrading the supermarket. And things are indeed as Jiang Wanwan expected, from the time Yuan Mu left until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In this more than an hour, a total of 10 customers came. They bought 1 of each of the 8 remaining goods in the supermarket, and also bought 2 more buns. As for why there are only 8 kinds of goods, it is because the bullets were all bought by Gu Xiuyuan and others. As for what to do if the pistol Yuan Mu bought has no bullets, Jiang Wanwan specifically told the person who bought the pistol to come back tomorrow to buy one. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yuan Mu's people did not appear again, but there were more ordinary customers. These people looked tired, and there were even undried bloodstains on their clothes. It was obvious that they had just returned to the base after hunting zombies. These people were much more generous than the people sent by Yuan Mu, and they bought several items at a time. Since the opening of the Wanjia supermarket, this can be said to be the busiest afternoon for Jiang Wanwan. When the sun set at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, almost all the people who went out returned to the base, and Jiang Wanwan finally had some free time. She sat at the cashier and began to count the harvest in the afternoon. Including the people sent by Yuan Mu and ordinary customers, a total of 34 items were sold. They were 18 buns, 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, 1 apple, 1 box of anti-inflammatory drugs, 1 pistol, 1 bulletproof vest, and 4 machetes. These goods were sold for a total of 333 star coins, and Jiang Wanwan finally received 83.25 star coins. In this way, Jiang Wanwan's account balance hit a new high, becoming 1660 star coins. After checking the harvest, she waited for a while. It was 5:30 when the sky began to darken. Jiang Wanwan estimated that there should be no more customers, so she prepared to upgrade the supermarket. However, before she could wake up, 007, who was obsessed with watching the bloody TV series, appeared at the door of the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan looked closely and found that the person who came was an acquaintance among acquaintances. Zhang Lehe, it's almost dark. Why haven't you returned to the base yet? Jiang Wanwan asked with a little concern. As the first customer of the Wanjie supermarket, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but pay more attention. Hearing the question, Zhang Lehe smiled and replied, I'm going back. I'll go back after returning Boss Zhang's things.
Huh.
Return things? Jiang Wanwan didn't quite understand what she had. Was it in Zhang Lehe's hand? Zhang Lehe came over, took something out of his arms, and put it on the cash register. Jiang Wanwan looked over and found that it was actually 4 clean zombie crystal cores. I'll pay back 4 of the 10-star coins for the machete first. As for the rest, I may have to wait a few more days. Zhang Lehe looked a little ashamed that he couldn't pay it off in one go. At this time, Jiang Wanwan finally understood what he meant. The machete was originally the reward she gave. But Zhang Lehe was ambitious and insisted that he must pay it back if he borrowed it, so Jiang Wanwan didn't refuse. She didn't expect that the other party was so anxious. It's only been less than 2 days, right? Don't you have to hand in supplies at your base? You can hand this in first. I'm not in a hurry here. Hearing this, Zhang Lehe smiled and pushed the crystal core forward and said, I gave the supplies to the base yesterday. This is new today. Gave it yesterday? Are you so hardworking? Jiang Wanwan looked at the other party's persistent eyes and finally accepted the crystal cores. After thinking about it, he flipped his hand and took out a bun from the system grid and handed it over. I'll accept the crystal core, and this bun is for you to eat. Zhang Lehe hesitated for a moment, took the bun, and said, No need for Boss Zhang to treat me, I'll buy it myself. I still owe you 7 crystal cores. Jiang Wanwan had seen Zhang Lehe's stubbornness a long time ago and did not refute him at this moment. Okay, go back to the base quickly, be careful of zombies. The sky outside was already half dark, and after Zhang Lehe left, Jiang Wanwan directly closed the door of the supermarket. The light bulbs dispelled the darkness in the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan walked to the cashier and turned off the TV that was still playing. Hey, what are you doing? 007's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Don't watch it, I have a question to ask you, and after upgrading the supermarket, I will go back to Earth. What's the question? 007 asked without much interest. The 4 crystal cores Zhang Lehe gave me just now should be considered my private property, right? Why did you take 3? Jiang Wanwan pointed to the remaining 1 crystal core on the table and questioned. All the gains of the host in the other world, no matter how they are obtained, Wanjie supermarket will take half of them. 007 answered calmly. All the gains? In other words, even if others voluntarily give them, they must give half to Wanjie supermarket? In this way, the loophole of the host's private transactions is avoided. You can take the money, so should the previous machete and the buns just now be counted as transactions? Jiang Wanwan asked with a frown. She just saw that the number of goods sold has not changed, still 1031 pieces. In other words, the machete and buns given to Zhang Lehe are not counted as sold items. This system has reminded you before that gifts are not counted as transactions. 007 replied.
Oh.
I didn't understand the situation before, and now I regret it. Jiang Wanwan said coquettishly. How about this, you add my 2 orders to the bill, and I'll buy you a cell phone for watching TV. Really? 007 asked in surprise. Jiang Wanwan had planned to buy a new mobile phone for 007 to play with. After all, she didn't plan to watch bloody TV series with him every day. Now that she used it to exchange with 007, it complemented each other.
Deal.
Ding! It is detected that the upgrade conditions have been met, and the supermarket of all worlds is upgrading. The supermarket of all worlds has been upgraded to level 4 and can recruit a clerk. As 007's voice fell, the supermarket was suddenly wrapped in white mist. When the white mist dissipated, The space inside the supermarket became much larger again. Even the dirt on the ground that was trampled by previous customers disappeared, which saved the effort of cleaning. However, Zhang Wanwan didn't want to pay attention to these at the moment. All her attention was attracted by the information in 007's words. Are you saying that I can recruit clerks? The kind recognized by the system? Zhang Wanwan had thought about it before, whether to find a few shop assistants to help watch the supermarket. After all, she had to go back to Earth from time to time, and it was impossible for her to stay in the supermarket all the time. It's just that there are too many hidden dangers in this operation, and she was just thinking about it in her mind. However, it would be completely different if the shop assistants were recognized by the system. I believe that some of the problems she's worried about will be solved very well. Yes, but only one can be recruited. You can choose carefully and choose someone who is pleasing to the eye. 007 replied. Choose someone who is pleasing to the eye? Zhang Wanwan felt that this was very meaningful, and 007's thinking was a little crooked. I can choose anyone? Of course. Although the other party needs to be willing, this system doesn't think anyone will refuse. 007 replied arrogantly. Then can I choose an earthling? Zhang Wanwan asked tentatively. What did the host say? 007 didn't quite believe what he heard. Didn't you say that anyone can be chosen? I just want to choose an earthling as a shop assistant. Zhang Wanwan said confidently. Okay, but no one has ever done this, and it's not worth it. 007 said in a dilemma. No one has ever done this? Indeed, according to normal people's thinking, people from the current world should be chosen. After all, the labor force in this world is cheap. Hiring a clerk and offering 2 meals a day will be something that people will fight for. Bringing people from the host's world will not only cause trust issues, but also put the host at risk of being exposed. But these things are not a problem for Zhang Wanwan, who has already surrendered to the motherland. The clerk as salary? The motherland will pay it. The clerk as loyalty? The soldier's belief in the motherland is unquestionable. This system must remind the host that if the clerk wants to travel to other worlds, the teleportation fee is 10 times that of the host. 007 said again. Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan frowned immediately. A transmission fee of 10 star coins each time? This is a problem. However, after careful consideration, she still tends to bring the people from Earth here. However, this matter ultimately depends on the country's intention. Let's talk about it after traveling back. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan was thinking about another thing in her mind. When the supermarket was upgraded to level 2, the system mall was opened. When it was upgraded to level 3, the round-trip channel was opened. Now that it has been upgraded to level 4, the recruitment of clerks has been added. 007. Will the supermarket of all worlds have new functions every time it is upgraded? The host discovered it. 007's voice was a little proud. It is true. Zhang Wanwan asked curiously again, what more functions will the supermarket have when it is upgraded to level 5? She remembered that 007 had said before that when the supermarket was upgraded to level 5, the price of her personal belongings would be reduced when she teleported. At this moment, it would cost 10 times the value of the item to bring the crystal core back to Earth. When the supermarket of all worlds is upgraded to level 5, it will only cost 1/10 of the value of the item, which is a full 100 times lower. This isn't the only new function of the supermarket when it is upgraded to level 5, right? You can open a new world. New world? You mean you can travel to a new world and open a supermarket? Zhang Wanwan asked in surprise. When the system was first bound, 007 said that he would travel to different worlds to open supermarkets. But Zhang Wanwan didn't expect that she would soon travel to the next world. If the supermarket wants to upgrade to level 5, it only needs to sell 10,000 pieces of goods, which won't take long. It seems that upgrading to level 5 is a watershed for the supermarket of all worlds. What about upgrading to level 6? Zhang Wanwan asked curiously again. When the supermarket is upgraded to level 6, the second clerk can be recruited. When it is upgraded to level 7, a branch can be opened in the current world. When it is upgraded to level 8, the third clerk can be recruited. And when it is upgraded to level 9, the second branch can be opened. 007 was very conscious. Although Jiang Wanwan only asked one question, it told him everything else. Opening a branch? That's great, but that should be a long time in the future, so there's no need to think about it now. After satisfying his curiosity, Jiang Wanwan turned his attention to the brand new supermarket layout. The length and width of the fourth-level Wanjie supermarket have become 12 by 12 meters, with a total area of 144 square meters. The place where the cash register and the shelves are located occupies an area of 8 by 8 meters. Behind the cash register, the room where Jiang Wanwan originally lived has become 4 by 5 meters. The area of the bathroom connected to the room has not changed, and is still 4 by 4 meters. This time, in addition to the space separated at the back of the supermarket, some space was also separated on the left wall, and 2 room doors appeared. One of the rooms occupies an area of 4 by 4 meters. Area. There is a double bed and a simple wardrobe inside. There is also a 3 by 4 meter bathroom connected to the room. This system is quite considerate. As soon as the function of recruiting shop assistants was turned on, the room was prepared directly. In this way, there is no need to occupy Jiang Wanwan's room, which makes both parties embarrassed. After leaving this room, Jiang Wanwan opened the door of the room near the entrance of the supermarket. This is a 5 by 4 meter space, empty and nothing inside. At the first sight of this room, Jiang Wanwan decided its function. Just use it as a warehouse. It happened that she wanted to bring more goods over, so it was also a special place to store them. Otherwise, if the goods were placed in her room, it would probably not be too convenient. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan began to take out supplies from the system grid and stack them in the room. 293 machetes, 279 bulletproof vests, 279 pistols, 239 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, 189 apples, 174 boxes of self-heating rice, 179 bottles of mineral water. In addition to the 10 items on the shelves outside, she took out all the goods in the system grid. In this way, the system grid was emptied so that the supplies could be brought in tomorrow. Of course, Jiang Wanwan did not take out the cabbage buns. After all, this thing is not durable. As for the apples, I think it should not be a problem to keep them for 10 days or half a month. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After crossing back to Earth, Jiang Wanwan opened the door of the room as soon as possible. Deputy Minister Zhang? Li Qinglan, who was on duty at the door of the room, exclaimed immediately. Jiang Wanwan was still a little surprised to see someone as soon as the door was opened. Why are you here? The team leader asked us to take turns guarding the door of the room so that we can know it as soon as Deputy Minister Zhang comes back. Li Qinglan answered subconsciously, her eyes full of disbelief. She murmured, "You re back from that place?" Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows. It seemed that everyone in the villa had become an insider. Well, I'm so hungry. Let someone prepare something for me to eat, she ordered while touching her stomach. Oh, I'll go right away. Li Qinglan was stunned for a moment before she reacted and hurried downstairs. Jiang Wanwan followed behind, slowly walking down the stairs and coming to the first floor of the villa. Su Jinghuai, who got the news, was already waiting at the stairs. Deputy Minister Zhang, you're back. Jiang Wanwan nodded at him as a greeting. After walking to the sofa and sitting down, she looked around and asked puzzledly, "Hey, where are the others?" The whole villa was empty, and only some slight movements could be heard in the kitchen, probably preparing food for her. You don't like crowds, so I evacuated most of the people. Now in the villa, except for Li Qinglan and me, there are only the 2 team members who are good at cooking. Having said that, Su Jinghuai added, "And we have all moved to the rooms on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor is now your private area." Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan nodded. It was good. She liked this arrangement. Please contact the country and tell them that I'm back and have something to report. It's urgent. Su Jinghuai naturally knew that what Jiang Wanwan was going to say must be very important to the country. After nodding in agreement, he was about to turn around to do it, but was stopped again. Wait, there is one more thing. Prepare 400 copies of the list of items I gave you yesterday. By the way, you only need 242 cabbage buns. In addition, prepare 400 packets of salt and 400 candies. The candies don't need to be too good, just the most ordinary fruit-flavored hard candies. Finally, prepare 400 jackets. Well, as for the specifications, just follow your size. Hearing this, Su Jinghuai subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the jacket he was wearing before he responded and went out. The surroundings became quiet, and Jiang Wanwan, who was leaning on the sofa, was thinking about things in a daze. After the Wanjie supermarket was upgraded to level 4, the items that could be carried in the system grid became 400. Salt, candy, and jackets were the 3 new goods that Jiang Wanwan chose after careful consideration. This afternoon, a new customer bought buns and couldn't resist the temptation to eat them in the supermarket. While eating, he cried and complained that he hadn't tasted salty for a long time. Jiang Wanwan asked, and then he knew. In the zombie world, water sources and land have been polluted, and salt has become a non-renewable resource. 3 years of apocalypse have consumed most of the previous inventory. Ordinary people buy from the base. Buying hard biscuits to fill your stomach, it has been difficult to taste salty food in the past year. After learning about this, Jiang Wanwan decided, after the supermarket is upgraded again, she must bring salt. After all, if a person does not eat salt for a long time, the body will gradually become weak, and it will be even more difficult to kill zombies. Speaking of salt, Jiang Wanwan has to think of sugar. Sugar can quickly replenish calories for the body, which is exactly what those who are malnourished in the end times need. Moreover, sugar can make people feel happy. For those who are in dire straits in the zombie world, it can be regarded as a little comfort. As for why she didn't bring chocolate, she also specifically told Su Jinghuai to buy the cheapest candy. Jiang Wanwan did this for a reason. In order to upgrade the Wanjie supermarket as soon as possible, she decided to swipe the order. When, of course, it is not the kind of fake orders that violate the rules, otherwise 007 will get angry at the first moment. Jiang Wanwan is planning to bring a very cheap product that everyone can afford and want to buy. The most common bowl candy weighs only 2 or 3 grams each. I guess it won't be too expensive after I bring it over, right? As for the jacket that I finally chose, it is because it is now the end of September, the weather is getting cooler, and you need to wear a coat in the morning and evening. However, Jiang Wanwan found that there are still many customers who are only wearing short sleeves or single clothes. Moreover, these clothes are dirty and messy, and some places are even rotten, and they will be torn with a little force. Are these people not afraid of the cold? They must be afraid of the cold, but they just can't find thick clothes. The system is rigid, and the goods brought over must be of uniform specifications. In order for everyone in the end of the world to have clothes to wear clothes, Jiang Wanwan decided to buy a larger size of jacket. If the clothes are too big, they can be altered to be smaller. If the clothes are too small, they cannot be worn. Su Jinghuai is a head taller than Jiang Wanwan, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. Presumably, the size of his clothes can directly cover the entire zombie world, right? In addition to these 3 items, there are 3 quotas for the next upgrade of the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan also has some general directions in her mind. If there are no other special circumstances at that time, she will prepare to bring some goods that people can cook by themselves. For example, rice, vegetables, pork, beef, mutton, edible salt, etc. For the sons and daughters of China, eating is the most important thing in the world. As long as you can fill your stomach, everything else is easy to say. Jiang Wanwan's days did not last long. Li Qinglan came out of the kitchen and called her to eat. Because they were afraid that Jiang Wanwan would be waiting anxiously, they did not cook rice or stir-fry vegetables, but made a big bowl of seafood noodles. It is not the kind of seafood noodles that only tastes but cannot see the seafood. In a bowl as big as a head, there were 2 crab legs longer than a palm, shrimp tails cut into large pieces, smoked fish covered with sauce, small yellow croaker, mantis shrimp, and finally crab roe that occupied half of the bowl. These mouth-watering seafood covered the noodles underneath tightly, without revealing a bit. It smells so good. Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting at the dining table, first thanked the 2 people who made the food, and then couldn't wait to start eating. One bite was so fresh that people wanted to swallow their tongues. Is Wanwan having dinner? Grandpa Zhang, who walked into the villa, asked Jiang Wanwan, who was eating hard. Jiang Wanwan raised her head and found that Su Jinghuai had led Grandpa Zhang to the dining table. She quickly stood up and shouted, "Grandpa Zhang, you're welcome, sit down and eat. You've been busy until now, it's really hard for Wanwan." Grandpa Zhang waved his hand and pulled out the chair in front of the dining table and sat down. "It's not hard. I know someone is good at cooking, so I saved some food for the trip," Jiang Wanwan said embarrassedly. When Mr. Zhang heard Jiang Wanwan's joke, he laughed. After he finished laughing, he asked seriously, "Jing Huai said you have something urgent to report. Are you in trouble?" This question, "Mr. Zhang is here on behalf of the country?" So Jiang Wanwan said directly, "It's not a trouble, it's good news." Mr. Zhang nodded and waited for the next words with expectation. The supermarket has been upgraded to level 4, and the function of recruiting shop assistants has been added. "I want to take people from the country with me." "You mean you can take people to another world?" Mr. Zhang was so surprised that he couldn't sit still. "Yes, but I can only take one person at present. I can take the second person to cross when the supermarket is upgraded to level 6. Jiang Wanwan nodded and explained the details. "It's good to take one person to cross." Mr. Zhang muttered to himself, and it was difficult to calm down his excitement for a while. Beside him, the others who heard the news were also surprised and eager to try. "Jinghuai, call the big boss and ask him to arrange a high-level meeting in an hour to discuss the specific candidates for the time travel." After Mr. Zhang came to his senses, he immediately turned his head and ordered, "This matter is very important." If he was not afraid that the leaders were still eating, he would have wanted to set the meeting time in half an hour. Seeing Su Jinghuai turned around and took out his mobile phone while walking out, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly looked at Mr. Zhang in front of him and added, "Grandpa Zhang, the clerk needs a transfer fee of 10 star coins for a round trip, so he may need to come back every few days. You must make it clear when you choose people. Besides, I will travel at 7:30 tomorrow morning. After you confirm the candidate, let him come early." After hearing this, Mr. Zhang nodded and said, "Is that so? Okay, I know." While talking, Jiang Wanwan did not forget to eat. After all, seafood noodles will be fishy when they are cold. She quickly finished the last bite of crab roe-covered noodles. She took another tissue and wiped her mouth before speaking again. "Grandpa Zhang, I've applied to go back to my hometown the day after tomorrow. Now that there's a clerk looking after the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan is time to go back and see her parents." The reason why she chose to leave the day after tomorrow. First, she needs some time to familiarize the new clerk with the zombie world and the situation in the supermarket. Second, it is to leave time so that the country has time to react and not be caught off guard. "Okay, I'll arrange it." Grandpa Zhang was not surprised and agreed naturally. As he said that, he took out 2 things from his pocket and handed them over one by one. "Here are your IDs. Although the Ministry of Trade of all worlds has been established, it was established in secret and cannot be known to the outside world. So I put you under the first group of the Ministry of National Security so that there is a name for it when talking to the outside world." That's true. If the Ministry of Trade of all worlds is made public, who would know what department it is, and it would arouse suspicion for no reason. Jiang Wanwan took the certificate and looked at it. It was similar to the certificate that Su Jinghuai showed her before, except for the name and photo. In this way, her identity to the outside world is a national security personnel. Jiang Wanwan nodded. She was very satisfied with this arrangement. "Since you're going back to your hometown to visit your parents, buy more things and take this bank card back. You can use it first," Grandpa Zhang said, and handed over another bank card. This time, Jiang Wanwan waved her hands and refused. "No, how can I take your money, Grandpa Zhang?" Grandpa Zhang was immediately happy and insisted on handing over the bank card, saying with a smile, "This is not the money I gave you. The bank card was specially issued by the state for you." Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan was about to speak, but was stopped by Grandpa Zhang, who waved his hand. "Wanwan, listen to me first. We are already very satisfied if you are willing to trust the motherland and tell everything truthfully. The country will certainly not let you make selfless contributions. After our discussion, We decided to set up a company to be responsible for everything you bring back from other worlds. The country will provide manpower and material resources for development and research and will hold 51% of the shares, while you will hold 49% of the shares. I'm sorry, this company is too important. For various reasons, the country cannot let you dominate the company, so. Grandpa Zhang looked guilty and didn't say too much. But Jiang Wanwan understood it very well in his heart and hurriedly said, Grandpa Zhang, don't apologize. I am very satisfied with the result given by the country. After all, she knew very well what the future prospects of this company would be like. 49% of the shares would bring her countless wealth in the near future. Seeing her sincerity, Grandpa Zhang immediately showed a gratified smile on his face. As long as you are satisfied, we all know what the future prospects of this company are, but it cannot bring you any benefits in a short period of time. There are 5 million in this bank card, which is an advance payment from the state, and it will be deducted from the dividends later. So it's your own money. So don't be embarrassed. Take it and use it. Grandpa Zhang said, and handed over the bank card in his hand again. 5 million renminbi? So much? But Grandpa Zhang is right. This is all her future money, and now it is used as an advance. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan reached out and took this huge bank card. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang, and thank the country. Seeing Jiang Wanwan put the bank card and ID into her pocket, Grandpa Zhang smiled and turned to talk about other things. The Wanjie Trade Department has been established. In addition to the 24 people in the original national security team, new talents in various fields have been added, such as psychology, material science, environmental science, humanities, etc. However, the candidate for the director has not yet been determined. You often have to travel through various worlds, so let Su Jinghuai, the team leader, take charge first. The office location has also been prepared. It's upstairs in the National Security Bureau. When you are free, you can go for a tour. It's only been a day and so many things have been arranged. After listening to Grandpa Zhang, Jiang Wanwan wanted to come over, so she also explained. What she wanted to say was what she had heard from 007 about the new functions after the upgrade. When it is heard that the supermarket is upgraded to level 5, a new world will appear. Grandpa Zhang's face was also full of excitement. Jiang Wanwan is now so poor that she doesn't have to wash dishes anymore. After Mr. Zhang left, she realized that the bowl on the dining table had been washed long ago. So, with nothing to do, Jiang Wanwan had to lean on the sofa and play with her mobile phone. She also took time out to call her parents and told them that she would go back the day after tomorrow. As for her parents' questions, she evaded them. After all, many things could not be explained clearly over the phone, so she decided to wait until she went back the day after tomorrow. At about 8 o'clock, people started to deliver goods to the villa. Knowing that Jiang Wanwan didn't like too many people, Su Jinghuai asked these people to leave the goods and left. In the end, the 4 people who stayed in the villa helped deliver the goods to Jiang Wanwan's room. After all the goods were delivered to the room, Jiang Wanwan was ready to go back to her room. But when she went upstairs, the voice of 007 came to her mind. Host, didn't you say you would give me a mobile phone? Oh, that's right. Jiang Wanwan realized that she had forgotten something. Team Leader Su, please prepare a mobile phone for me. Forget it, prepare a tablet. I'll take it away tomorrow morning. 007 doesn't need to make phone calls. If he wants to watch TV, a tablet is more suitable. Su Jinghuai naturally knew where the other party was going to take him, and he agreed silently. Then, Jiang Wanwan returned to the room on the 3rd floor to wash up and rest. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Wanwan was awakened by the alarm clock. After quickly washing up, she went downstairs. In addition to meeting her new clerk, she was also going to the kitchen to solve the breakfast problem. After going down to the 1st floor, Jiang Wanwan saw Su Jinghuai talking to a stranger. After noticing the footsteps, they both turned their heads and looked over at the same time. Deputy Minister Zhang, this is Shan Shanghua, the clerk candidate selected by the leaders. Su Jinghuai stood up and introduced. Shan Shanghua, the new member of the Wanjie Trade Department, is here to report. Hello, Deputy Minister Zhang. Shan Shanghua quickly stood at attention and saluted. Jiang Wanwan looked at Shan Shanghua in front of her seriously. Although he was 1.8 meters tall, he had a white and tender baby face. Even with a serious face saluting, he made people feel a little cute for no reason. From his standing posture, one can see some military temperament. Is he an adult? Jiang Wanwan asked subconsciously. He looked like a high school student. Only after she finished speaking did she realize that the other party should only look young. The country would not do such a crazy thing. Jiang Wanwan's question immediately made Su Jinghui, who rarely showed any expression, couldn't help but smile. Shan Shanghua's face turned red, and he shouted loudly. Report to the commander. My face is given by my parents, but I am already 28 years old. 28 years old with such a face? I'm so envious. Shan Shanghua graduated from the National Defense University with a double doctorate degree and also won the 7th place in the military exercise competition. Su Jinghui introduced on the side. He is a man of both civil and military talents. So amazing? Sorry, your appearance really made me misunderstand you. Jiang Wanwan explained embarrassedly. It's okay, I'm used to this kind of misunderstanding. Shan Shanghua said helplessly. At this moment, a voice came from the dining room. Minister Zhang, breakfast is ready. Breakfast? Jiang Wanwan walked over to the voice and saw soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings, millet porridge, and pickles on the dining table. So many. You must have gotten up early to make them, right? Sorry for the trouble. Jiang Wanwan said quickly. She was originally planning to have a sandwich and a glass of milk like yesterday. She didn't expect that there would be such a sumptuous breakfast. How early would she have to get up? Afterwards, Jiang Wanwan waved to others to come and eat together. Unfortunately, everyone else had already eaten, so she had to eat alone. After breakfast, Jiang Wanwan took everyone to the 3rd floor. After Su Jinghui handed the prepared tablet to Jiang Wanwan, he stood guard at the door. Jiang Wanwan took Shan Shanghua into the room next to her bedroom. From now on, she planned to use this room as her daily place of travel. As for her bedroom, it is just a place to sleep. You should know the details, right? Jiang Wanwan looked at Shan Shanghua and confirmed. I know. The leader has told me everything about traveling to another world. Shan Shanghua answered seriously, with extreme excitement and anticipation in his eyes. That's good. Jiang Wanwan nodded with satisfaction. Then he said in his mind, 007. Bind the person in front of you as a clerk in Wanjie supermarket. Ding, the invitation has been sent, waiting for confirmation. 007 said programmatically. At this time, Shan Shanghua in front of him reported with some surprise. A voice suddenly appeared in my mind, inviting me to be a clerk in Wanjie supermarket? Just agree. Jiang Wanwan said. Ding, Wanjie supermarket has added a new clerk. Click to view detailed information. 007's voice sounded. The binding was successful, and it was time to travel through time. Jiang Wanwan held the tablet and mobile phone in one hand and put the other hand on Shan Shanghua's arm. Seeing that the other party opened his mouth, as if he had something to say, he said, Close your eyes, let's travel through time first. As for other things, we'll talk about it in detail after we're through. Then the space shifted. When the two opened their eyes again, they appeared in a dim supermarket. It is one thing to hear others say it, but it is another thing to experience it personally. It was just a matter of closing your eyes and opening them again, and you actually changed your place. Shan Shanghua suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and turned his head to look around. Jiang Wanwan turned around and opened the door of the supermarket to let the light in. Shan Shanghua hurriedly followed her and walked to the door of the supermarket to look out. Is that figure a zombie? Jiang Wanwan looked in the direction where Shan Shanghua pointed, and sure enough, she saw a stiff figure in the distance. Yes, that's a zombie. As he said, seeing the other party's eager expression, he immediately reminded him, remember not to step out of the supermarket. Just stand inside and take a look. Let Shan Shanghua stand at the door, looking out curiously. Jiang Wanwan turned around and started to do things. 007. Buy 3 more shelves. As the voice fell, 3 more shelves suddenly appeared in the supermarket. So, the shelves on the left and right sides became 6 and finally became symmetrical. On the newly added shelf on the left, put 10 lychee-flavored fruit candies. Lychee-flavored fruit candies. 1-star coin for 2. After seeing the price on the sign, Jiang Wanwan frowned slightly. The price was as cheap as she expected, but 2 candies were counted as 1 order, and the lowest price remained at 1-star coin. It seems that it is not easy to find loopholes. At this time, Shan Shanghua, who heard the movement, turned around and walked over. He did not rush to ask, but followed Jiang Wanwan and observed carefully. After the shelf on the left was dealt with, Jiang Wanwan walked to the shelf on the right. Replenish the bullets first, and then put the salt and jacket on the empty shelf. 500 G of edible salt. 50-star coins calculated. 1-star coin can buy 10 G of salt. Jack. 20-star coins. The jacket is not only windproof, but also slightly shelters from rain, so the price is reasonable. After Jiang Wanwan dealt with the shelf matters, Shan Shanghua also looked through all the shelves. There are 12 kinds of goods in our supermarket? Yes. Reach out and try to pick up one of the goods? Jiang Wanwan nodded. Shan Shanghua didn't quite understand, but he obediently stretched out his hand and picked up a machete. Seeing that the shelf did not block the other party's hand, Jiang Wanwan nodded with satisfaction, and then continued. Try again if you can control this knife without using your hands, that is, use your mind, you understand? After Shan Shanghua became a supermarket clerk, in addition to being able to take goods from the shelves without hindrance, he also gained some of Jiang Wanwan's invincible abilities in the supermarket. In fact, he was invincible in the supermarket. To put it bluntly, it is mind control. When you are proficient in it, it is like speaking. This ability needs to be trained. Jiang Wanwan was too lazy to practice. After all, if there was anything, he could just tell 007. But Shan Shanghua must master this skill. After hearing what Jiang Wanwan said, Shan Shanghua widened his eyes and tried it doubtfully. He didn't see how he moved, but the machete in his hand suddenly floated up. After the machete spun around in the air, it finally returned to his hand. This. Shan Shanghua was so excited that he couldn't speak. This is the ability given to you by the supermarket of all worlds. If you are proficient in it, you will be invincible. Jiang Wanwan explained with a smile. Of course, this ability is only effective in the supermarket, so I told you not to step out of the supermarket. Even so, Shan Shanghua was still excited. Then, Jiang Wanwan introduced. That's my room, this is your room, and next to it is the warehouse. If there is no stock on the shelf, you can take it from the warehouse. In addition, there is electricity and internet in the supermarket. Just take food and drink from the shelves. Zombies are rampant here at night, but the supermarket is absolutely safe. After introducing some basic information about the supermarket and precautions, Jiang Wanwan also gave Shan Shanghua the unused toothpaste and toothbrush she bought from the system yesterday. After all, with this clerk here, she would most likely not stay overnight in the supermarket. After explaining everything, Jiang Wanwan looked at Shan Shanghua and asked seriously. The country has explained how many days you stay here and how many days you go back. Also, in addition to helping to watch the supermarket, do you have any other extra tasks? It's rare for a professional soldier to travel to another world. Jiang Wanwan guessed that the country would definitely not give up the opportunity to understand the other world. I usually go back to Earth once every 5 days, and there will be exceptions if there are special circumstances. Shan Shanghua also answered seriously. As for the additional tasks, explore the various situations in this world. Of course, this task can only be carried out in spare time. Sure enough, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but reminded. In this world, there are not only zombies of various levels, but also many people who have various superpowers, which should not be underestimated. If you go out to explore, without the protection of the supermarket, you'll be in danger and may lose your life at any time. Hearing that there would be a worry about his life, Shan Shanghua not only did not retreat, but answered with a firm face. What the heart desires is fine, even if it means being torn to pieces. Well, listening to the other party's passionate words, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt a little ashamed. However, even though she was ashamed in her heart, she still adhered to her principles and would never step out of the supermarket. In such an atmosphere, The voice of 007 suddenly sounded in Zhang Wanwan's mind. I said, "Are you done chatting? After chatting, help the system open the TV series that you didn't finish watching yesterday. Now, all the shame has disappeared without a trace. We're done talking. Don't worry, I'll be right there." Zhang Wanwan replied with a smile. Suddenly hearing Zhang Wanwan speak inexplicably, Shan Shangwa was a little confused. Then he saw her turn around and walk to the cashier, and then he realized that she was not talking to him. I heard that the other party has a system that can communicate. Should she be talking to the system just now? Since she was busy, Shan Shangwa retracted his gaze and began to practice mind control. By the way, this unprecedented ability is really magical, and he wants to master it as soon as possible. Zhang Wanwan walked to the cashier and turned on the brand new tablet. After downloading the video app, he found the TV series that 007 watched yesterday. After arranging 007, Zhang Wanwan looked up at Shan Shangwa again. He was concentrating on practicing his mind, so he didn't need to care. Zhang Wanwan finally focused on himself and took out his mobile phone to play. This quiet atmosphere did not last too long. When the time came to 8 o'clock, there was a movement outside the supermarket. Shan Shangwa, who was standing in the middle of the supermarket, facing the gate, discovered the situation at the first time. He hurried to the cashier and said, "Minister Zhang, someone is coming." Zhang Wanwan put away her phone, but did not rush to look outside. Instead, she reminded, "Don't call me Minister Zhang here, call me Boss Zhang." "Yes, Boss Zhang," Shan Shangwa replied. Zhang Wanwan then stood up to receive the first guest of the day. This guest was probably here yesterday. The moment he entered the supermarket, he looked around with wide eyes, obviously amazed at the changes in the supermarket. When he found that even the goods had increased, he exclaimed again and again. Zhang Wanwan estimated that after a long time, when everyone gets used to the changes in the supermarket, this kind of amazement will disappear, right? Fortunately, this guest still remembered the business. After being surprised, he skillfully took out the crystal core and put it into the grid of the star coin exchanger. Zhang Wanwan estimated that this guest should be preparing to go out to kill zombies. Because he bought 2 buns, 1 box of self-heating rice, and a bottle of mineral water in the supermarket. After the guest finished shopping and left the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan looked at Shan Shangwa and asked, "Do you remember the shopping process in the supermarket?" "Yeah." Shan Shangwa nodded. The whole process is very simple, and he doesn't even have to count the money. Naturally, he remembered it. "Okay, you will receive the next guest." Counting it up, this is the 5th day since Zhang Wanwan crossed over to the zombie world and opened a supermarket. With the fermentation of the previous few days and the 2 incidents when Yuan Ju and Yuan Mu, father and son, led people to cause trouble. The Wanjia supermarket is already well known in the Chensi base, and many people have heard of it. The flow of customers in the supermarket has also increased, almost comparable to the flow of customers in supermarkets on Earth. Just a few minutes after Zhang Wanwan received a customer, someone else came outside the supermarket. However, this time, Zhang Wanwan did not get up, but watched Shan Shangwa act. Shan Shangwa hurried to the door of the supermarket and said uncomfortably, "Welcome." The customer who came over was stunned, and after seeing Shan Shangwa's appearance clearly, he took a step back. When he looked up into the supermarket and met Zhang Wanwan's gaze, he breathed a sigh of relief. Half jokingly and half remindingly, he said, "Boss Zhang, is this your newly hired clerk? This way of welcoming customers is a bit scary." "I'm sorry, he just got here and is not very familiar with the business yet. Please bear with me," Zhang Wanwan explained with a smile. "A bit scary?" Shan Shangwa subconsciously looked down at himself, only to find that he was still holding the machete he had just practiced with. Receiving guests with a knife? Even on Earth, this is quite a shocking existence, not to mention the end of the world where dangers are lurking everywhere. No wonder the guest was scared and stepped back just now. He was already very brave for not turning around and running. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Shan Shangwa apologized in embarrassment. He quickly put the machete in his hand back on the shelf. Then he came back to the customer, but his eyes would occasionally glance at Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan noticed this and smiled back, saying that she didn't blame him. As a national elite, Shan Shangwa studies to defend the country on a daily basis. He probably never thought that he would receive customers in a supermarket one day, right? It's normal to be unskilled at the beginning, and you will be proficient after a while. Besides, even if you are unskilled, it doesn't matter much. After all, opening a supermarket in the doomsday is not a big deal. It's a one-of-a-kind business. As long as the goods can be purchased, the customer should not care whether the clerk will receive him or not, right? Just like at this moment. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan had no intention of getting up, the customer did not blame him at all. Even though he was scared to death by Shan Shangwa just now, the customer was still talking to him. The subsequent reception process was relatively smooth. After the customer took out the zombie crystal core and exchanged it for star coins, he told Shan Shangwa what he wanted to buy. After Shan Shangwa took the goods from the shelf and handed them to the customer, he sent the customer away. When there were only 2 of them left in the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan spoke to comfort them. Don't worry about the previous episode. You did a good job just now, and it will get better and better in the future. After hearing this, the guilt in Shan Shangwa's eyes finally faded a little. However, there was no time to think too much about him, because there were more guests coming in one after another. Sometimes it was 1 guest, sometimes it was 2 guests, busy coming and going. As the number of guests increased, Shan Shangwa became more comfortable. The restrained air on his body also dissipated a lot. With more guests coming, the goods on the shelves were quickly sold out. Shan Shangwa also took the time to take the goods out of the warehouse and put them on the shelves. Other goods were easy to say, but this cabbage bun was not in the warehouse. Shan Shangwa had to find Jiang Wanwan and asked her to take the buns out of the system grid. Seeing this situation, Jiang Wanwan felt that she didn't need to worry about the supermarket anymore and could concentrate on playing with her mobile phone. It must be said that such a leisurely day playing with mobile phones makes people very happy. And Shan Shangwa's busy time lasted for more than 3 hours. It was not until after 11 o'clock that the flow of people in the supermarket gradually decreased. After replenishing the goods on the shelves, Shan Shangwa took a rag and cleaned slowly. As for practicing mind control, he planned to do it after dark, when the supermarket was closed, so there was plenty of time. More than 10 minutes later, Shan Shangwa finally cleaned the supermarket. But before he could rest, hurried footsteps were heard outside the supermarket. "Boss, I heard that your supermarket sells anti-inflammatory drugs. Is it true?" The moment his hand was grabbed, Shan Shangwa pulled it out reflexively. Fortunately, he heard what the other party said, and then he stopped the action that he wanted to continue. Feeling the urgency in the conversation, Shan Shangwa did not explain that it was not the boss's business. Instead, he led the other party directly to the shelf of anti-inflammatory drugs. "Yes, there are anti-inflammatory drugs here." While speaking, Shan Shangwa looked up and down at the other party. This was a tall female customer, and her thin face could vaguely see her former beauty. Of course, Shan Shangwa was not concerned about her appearance, but the other party's abnormal speed just now. He just blinked, and the other party appeared directly in front of him from 10 meters away. This extraordinary speed must be a supernatural power, right? And this female customer simply ignored everything around her, and all her attention was focused on the shelf in front of her. 50 star coins? "Boss, do you see if these crystal cores are enough?" As the female guest said this, she eagerly took out a handful of crystal cores, spread them out in her hand, and handed them over. Shan Shangwa, who had been receiving guests for a whole morning, could already distinguish between the first-level crystal cores and the second-level crystal cores. He lowered his head to check, then shook his head and replied, 2 second-level crystal cores and 7 first-level crystal cores can only be exchanged for 27 star coins. When the female guest heard this, the expectant look on her face suddenly became gloomy. She gritted her teeth, suddenly bent her knees, and knelt on the ground. "Please, boss, I'm waiting for the anti-inflammatory drug to save my life. Please sell it to me." Shan Shangwa really didn't expect that there would be such a thing. He hurriedly bent down and supported him, saying, "Hey, don't be like this, get up first. I beg you, sell me the anti-inflammatory drug, and I will definitely return the missing crystal cores later." I promise, double the amount, okay? But the female customer was unwilling to stand up and just begged bitterly. As a Chinese soldier, Shan Shangguo would never retreat a single step in the face of the enemy. But facing the unarmed, ordinary people kneeling and begging, he was helpless. Even though he knew in his heart that the person in front of him was not a citizen of China on earth, he still couldn't say no. In the end, he could only support the customer while turning around to ask for help. Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting in front of the cashier, had heard the noise and stood up. At this moment, after receiving Shan Shangguo's eyes for help, she came over and said, "Customer, please get up quickly. This anti-inflammatory drug can be sold to you." "Really?" The female customer looked up in surprise, only to find that someone else was talking. Her eyes lingered on the two people in front of her, and then the female customer suddenly remembered. The person who told her that the supermarket had anti-inflammatory drugs seemed to have said that the owner of the supermarket was a girl. "You get up first and we'll talk slowly," Jiang Wanwan said with a smile and nodded. Upon hearing this, the female customer quickly stood up, her eyes looking over expectantly without blinking. "There are 10 pills in this box of anti-inflammatory medicine. I can sell them to you separately, 5 star coins for 1 pill. Jiang Wanwan explained with a smile. The female customer's eyes suddenly revealed a look of surprise, and she quickly said, "Thank you, boss. Then I'll buy 3 anti-inflammatory pills first." As she said that, she counted the crystal cores and was about to hand them over. Jiang Wanwan waved her hand and said, "Our supermarket can only be shopped with star coins. Please exchange the crystal cores for star coins first." Then she winked at Shan Shangguo next to him and asked him to take the customer over. As for Jiang Wanwan, she picked up a box of anti-inflammatory medicine from the shelf and opened it. There are 10 pills in a plate, and the plastic plate containing the medicine cannot be separated by hand alone. 007. Help me separate 5 pills. Jiang Wanwan shouted in her mind. However, she waited for a few seconds, but the medicine in her hand did not move. Is she obsessed with watching the melodramatic TV series? Forget it. Jiang Wanwan finally decided to do it herself. From the shelf on the other side, she picked up a machete and carefully cut the plastic plate containing the medicine in half. After the female customer exchanged the star coins, Jiang Wanwan handed the divided anti-inflammatory medicine to her. After the female customer thanked her profusely, she was ready to leave. But before leaving, she found good things on other shelves. Is this candy? Is there any contaminated mineral water? Seeing the other party's happy look, Jiang Wanwan guessed that this business was not over yet. However, she didn't need to receive her. Shan Shangguo had already greeted her. A few minutes later, the female customer left with the things she bought. Shan Shangguo rarely rushed to restock the shelves, but walked to the cashier and asked, "Boss, can these goods in the supermarket be split and sold separately?" Currently, only anti-inflammatory drugs can be split and sold. Jiang Wanwan explained. It's a bit expensive to buy a whole box of anti-inflammatory drugs because the pills are individually sealed, so I discussed with the system and can split them up and sell them one by one. As for other goods such as salt, although the whole bag is also expensive, it is not suitable to be sold separately. After all, salt particles are too small, and it is not easy to operate when splitting them, and disputes are easy to arise if they are not handled properly. However, you can suggest to the customers that several people buy a bag of salt together and then go back and divide it up by themselves. Jiang Wanwan suggested again. Understood. Shan Shangguo nodded. After finishing this topic, he did not mean to leave. Still standing in front of the cashier, he spoke with a guilty look. "I'm sorry. I was too soft-hearted just now, and in the end I had to ask you to come forward." Shan Shangguo knew very well in his heart that he traveled to this world to make profits for his motherland. In this case, when doing things, one should not have inappropriate emotions. After hearing this, Jiang Wanwan smiled and replied, "It's not a bad thing to be soft-hearted. You don't need to apologize. You can be soft-hearted, but you must grasp the degree. After all, compared with our country, everyone in this world is pitiful, and you can't sympathize with them all." "I know." Shan Shangguo nodded with hesitation. Looking at the other person's expression, Jiang Wanwan thought for a while before speaking again. Although you are just a supermarket clerk, you have the right to dispose of the goods in the supermarket. If you meet someone you really can't bear to do, you can give him a bun or candy on weekdays. Just remember the proverb of helping in emergencies, but not in poverty. Hearing this, Shan Shangwa nodded again, looking thoughtful. Come to think of it, I have been kind twice in this world for a few days. Jiang Wanwan's expression moved, and she talked about Xiaoya and Zhang Lehe, which was also used as a reference for him. After roughly telling him what happened, she smiled and said, "So in the future, if you meet a boy who wants to pay back the money, take it, write it down and tell me. As for Xiaoya, if she comes in a few days, you can arrange for her to mop the floor, which can save some trouble." Shan Shangwa nodded repeatedly to show that he knew. At this point, Jiang Wanwan smiled embarrassedly and said, "The main reason I tell you this is because I am going back to my hometown tomorrow, and you may be the only one in the supermarket these days." Hearing this, Shan Shangwa's face suddenly showed surprise. The leader did not tell him about this before he traveled through time. "But don't worry, I will come here once every morning or evening to see how you are doing and bring some goods by the way." Jiang Wanwan added quickly, "After I come back from my hometown, I will stay in the supermarket often, and then you can go out to explore. Don't worry, even if I'm not here, the supermarket's defenses are still there. As long as you don't leave the supermarket, you will definitely not be in danger." Although surprised, Shan Shangwa still nodded seriously. As a member of the Wanjie Trade Department, Jiang Wanwan is his superior, and he will naturally obey orders. After everything was explained clearly, Jiang Wanwan opened her mobile phone and took a look, then said again, "It's almost 12 o'clock, let's have lunch." As she said that, she flipped her hand, took out 2 boxes of self-heating rice from the system grid, and handed 1 box to Shan Shangwa. "Fish-flavored shredded pork flavor. You don't hate it, right?" Jiang Wanwan didn't know before that there would be other people who would travel to the supermarket together later. Naturally, there was no way to take care of each other's taste. "I'm not picky about food," Shan Shangwa replied with a smile. "That's good. When I was in the supermarket, I only had this to eat." Jiang Wanwan nodded and seemed to remember something. She flipped her hand again and took out 2 cabbage buns and handed them over. "By the way, a box of self-heating rice may not be enough for you, so add 2 more buns." Shan Shangwa did not refuse. He took the buns and started eating. Seeing that the other party was not pretentious at all, Jiang Wanwan smiled and added, "Although the supermarket does not have a large variety of goods, there are enough. Just take whatever you want to eat later." Jiang Wanwan didn't want to eat the cabbage buns, so she sat and waited for the self-heating rice to be heated. After the 2 finished lunch, Jiang Wanwan also took out 2 apples from the system grid and ate 1 each. After Jiang Wanwan finished lunch, she went back to her room. She went back to the room not to be lazy, but to give the stool to Shan Shangwa to sit on. After all, there was only 1 chair in the entire supermarket. Jiang Wanwan sat for a whole morning, and Shan Shangwa stood for a whole morning. Although Shan Shangwa has been busy receiving guests, stocking goods, and cleaning, he probably has no time to sit down. But there are not many guests at noon. It's just right for Shan Shangwa to sit down and rest. As for herself, she had to go back to the room to rest. Of course, before returning to the room, Jiang Wanwan did not forget to take out dozens of buns and put them in the warehouse. In case they're sold out, Shan Shangwa will not be able to restock. The room in the supermarket is simple, and the bed is not comfortable, but it is definitely more comfortable than sitting. Jiang Wanwan leaned against the wall, half lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone. 007 was still addicted to the melodrama. Everyone is in their own place, which is very harmonious. Tired of playing with her phone, Jiang Wanwan took a nap. When she woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a small conversation outside the door, which gradually faded away in a few minutes. It seems that Shan Shangwa has just received a guest. Since the other party can handle it, Jiang Wanwan did not rush out. After staying in the room for about half an hour, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Jiang Wanwan's room door is just behind the cashier counter, and it is easy to knock by mistake. But she heard the sound just now very clearly, and knocking 3 times in a row is definitely not an accidental knock. "I'm coming," Jiang Wanwan answered, got up quickly, tidied her hair, and then opened the door of the room. Looking at Shangwa standing in front of the door, she asked, "What's wrong?" Shangwa stepped back from the cashier counter and tilted his head to indicate, "There's a guest, and he must find the supermarket owner." Jiang Wanwan followed his gaze and saw a heroic beauty standing in the middle of the supermarket. 3 years after the end of the world, most people in this world have become so thin that they are unrecognizable. Even those in high positions have been affected to some extent. But the customer in front of her still looked beautiful. I wonder if she was not affected, or if she was stunningly beautiful before. Even if affected, she still managed to maintain her appearance. "I am the owner of the supermarket. What can I do for you?" Jiang Wanwan closed the door and walked up to the guest and asked. The beautiful guest looked at her with surprise and a little joy. "I didn't expect that the owner of this magical supermarket would be such a young and beautiful girl. Then I will make the following request, and I believe the boss can also empathize with me." Empathize? What does the other party's request have to do with her? Although she was confused, Jiang Wanwan did not ask because she knew that the other party would explain. "I heard that this Wanjie supermarket only occupies a few dozen square meters at the beginning, and there are only 6 kinds of goods in it. After that, it changed every day. Not only did the area increase dramatically, but even the goods in the supermarket increased to 12 kinds now," the beautiful guest said, looking at the surrounding shelves with amazement and desire. "Since the establishment of Wanjie supermarket, it has undergone tremendous changes from level 1 to level 4, which cannot be concealed." Jiang Wanwan listened to the other party's description calmly, but there was no excessive emotion on her face. Instead, she smiled to indicate to the other party that she was listening and continued. "The boss is amazing. He should continue to expand the supermarket area and increase the variety of goods in the future, right? I just don't know if the newly added types of goods can be specified. I have been asking for something but cannot get it." The beautiful customer paused here. At this time, Jiang Wanwan finally understood what the other party's ultimate purpose was after saying so much. "Then may I ask the customer, what is the thing that you cannot get?" Although Jiang Wanwan asked this question, she had already made up her mind. If the thing the other party wanted was far from what she had planned, she would refuse it. After all, Gu Shiyuan just helped her, so she got a chance to make a request. Besides, she had many quotas at that time, so it didn't matter if she gave one. But now it is extremely difficult for the supermarket to upgrade to a higher level, and the quota for new items is also extremely precious. Moreover, she had no friendship with this beautiful guest, so why should she agree to her request? Contraceptive pills.
What?
Jiang Wanwan was stunned by the name of the item the other party said, "Okay?" Even Shan Shanghua, who was standing aside and silent, widened his eyes. In this world where people are hungry and cold, and their lives may be in danger at any time, the other party does not ask for food and drink, nor for weapons, but actually wants contraceptive pills? Even if you want cancer drugs, it is more reliable than contraceptive pills, right? Fortunately, the beautiful guest also knew that the item she asked for was a bit outrageous, and hurriedly explained, "Boss, don't get me wrong. I'm asking for contraceptive pills, not for contraception. If I ask for contraceptive pills, not for contraception, then what is it for?" Facing 2 puzzled faces, the beautiful guest said with a wry smile. Facing these words, Shan Shanghua was still confused and didn't understand a word. But Jiang Wanwan, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Since it has been said, the beautiful guest has no scruples, so she simply said it more clearly. 3 years after the end of the world, things like sanitary napkins have long been extinct, and even toilet paper, rags, and wood ash are hard to find. Now, Shan Shanghua finally understood. The baby face suddenly turned red, and he quickly stepped back a few steps and sat down at the cashier. But what Jiang Wanwan heard was full of regret and sympathy. The guest was right. As a woman, she really felt the same. Women are at their most vulnerable during those days of the month. And they not only have to worry about their lives, but also try every means to find those things. She couldn't imagine the scene of using toilet paper, wood ash, or even rags without sanitary napkins. And what did the other party say? Even these things can't be found? So how should they get through this? Jiang Wanwan had planned before that if it didn't work, she would refuse the other party. Now, the contraceptive pills that this beautiful customer asked for were contrary to her original plan. However, at this moment, she couldn't say a word of refusal. On the contrary, Jiang Wanwan considered the other party and made a better suggestion. After all, taking too many contraceptive pills will hurt your body. Why don't you bring sanitary napkins? I promise to sell them very cheaply. If the system price is too expensive, she can just buy one get one free, just as some benefits for female compatriots. Hearing that Jiang Wanwan could actually get sanitary napkins, the beautiful customer was happy at first. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head regretfully. It's good that the boss can get sanitary napkins, but I insist on menopause. In addition to sanitary napkins, there is another more important reason. Jiang Wanwan frowned and listened patiently to the other party and said another reason. Zombies are very sensitive to the smell of blood and can often sense it from hundreds or even thousands of meters away, so every time we have our period, we women have to stay in the base. But in this world, if we are idle for 3 or 5 days, we will be hungry. If we rest for a week, we may starve to death. So, for us women, the menstrual period has become a burden that threatens our lives, and we have to find a way to get rid of it. After hearing this, Jiang Wanwan frowned even deeper. She didn't expect that things would develop to this point. The menstrual period, which was originally just a minor trouble, has become a fatal trouble in today's doomsday. Jiang Wanwan was very entangled in her heart, and she spoke hesitantly. But the harm of contraceptives to the body is really too great. In addition to menopause, taking too many contraceptives will lead to infertility and even damage physical health and shorten the original lifespan. As selling contraceptives to women in this world for long-term use, she always felt like she was harming people. The beautiful guest sighed and said, "The harm of contraceptive pills is greater than other methods? If the boss can really get contraceptive pills, please have mercy on us. All women will be grateful to you. Other methods?" Jiang Wanwan asked doubtfully, with some bad thoughts in her heart. The beautiful guest said the cruel facts, but her face was calm. However, because of the lack of medical care and medicine, and even the lack of doctors, only half of those who choose this method will survive in the end. And even if they survive, they will face various physical discomforts, even fatigue and rapid aging. Jiang Wanwan's face has become as black as the bottom of the pot. Such suffering should not happen to women. Even if they are not from Earth, they should be pitted. I can get contraceptive pills, but you have to know that if you eat too much of this thing, you may not be able to become a mother. Even if she already agreed with the other party's approach in her heart, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but make a final reminder. Hearing this, the beautiful guest smiled bitterly and said, "Mother? Let my child face this Hades on Earth as soon as he's born? Then I would rather it not be born." Jiang Wanwan was speechless after saying this. Reason told her that this idea was wrong. After all, when life cannot be continued, civilization will face destruction. However, her inner feelings told her that the other party was right. If it were her, she would not want her child to be born in such a doomsday. After venting her emotions, the beautiful guest focused on the business again and asked, "The boss just said that he could get contraceptives. I wonder how long it will take. How much is the price?" Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan also put away her emotions and answered after thinking seriously. "About 10 days. The price should not be too expensive. The White Tiger base where Gushu Yuan is located will come in 5 or 6 days. Yuan Mu, the leader of the Dawn base, is estimated to be unable to hold back for long. In addition, there are more and more individual customers in the supermarket. By this calculation, in 10 days, we should be able to sell 8,000 to 9,000 pieces of goods, right? As for the price, just like the sanitary napkins we thought of before, Jiang Wanwan planned to make some concessions. How to make concessions specifically? We have to wait until the supermarket is upgraded. Hearing that there is a specific time, the beautiful customer was immediately surprised. "Thank you, boss. I will come in 10 days. By the way, my name is Ruan Shanshan."
Ruan?
This surname doesn't quite match the other person's appearance. Jiang Wanwan nodded, exchanged names, and said, "Jiang Wanwan, In this way, the matter about contraceptive pills came to an end. Wan Shanshan looked around again, and then smiled and said, "In addition to the previous things, I want to buy something. After all, there are really a lot of good things in your supermarket." Hearing that he wanted to buy something, Shan Shanghua, who was sitting in front of the cashier, immediately stood up and walked over. Since the clerk was so enthusiastic, Jiang Wanwan naturally stepped aside. However, this Wan Shanshan is a wealthy person with a rich fortune. Under the guidance of Shan Shanghua, she took out a handful of crystal cores and put them into the grid of the star coin exchanger. 327 star coins. Apart from Gu Shu Yuan, this is probably the account with the most star coins that Jiang Wanwan has seen. After exchanging the star coins, Wan Shanshan started shopping. 1 pistol, 50 bullets, 1 bulletproof vest, 5 boxes of self-heating rice, 5 apples, 10 buns, 10 bottles of water, 14 candies. She spent all the star coins in her account in a flash. Afterwards, she looked at the shelves with regret and reluctance. If she didn't have a crystal core in her hand, she would have wanted to buy another round. In the end, Wan Shanshan could only say that she would come back tomorrow and left the supermarket. There were no customers and he was free. Shan Shanghua was still very diligent, replenishing stocks and cleaning, and he was very busy. As for Jiang Wanwan, he opened the system page in his mind and checked today's harvest. However, before the two of them finished their work, there was a noise outside the supermarket. Shan Shanghua, who was the first to discover the situation, took a closer look and quickly came to the cashier. He whispered, "Boss, someone is here, and it looks like he is looking for trouble." Looking for trouble? Jiang Wanwan was startled and quickly looked up outside. Sure enough, dozens of people came together. Although they didn't carry weapons, they looked like ordinary guests in large numbers. But after seeing the face of the person walking in front clearly, Jiang Wanwan relaxed. She thought she would have to wait a few more days, but she didn't expect that the other party couldn't help it after just one day. When Yuan Mu retreated before, Jiang Wanwan knew that there would definitely be a day for them to cooperate. But she didn't expect that this day would come so early. Only one day had passed, and the other party couldn't wait to come over. It's okay, he's not looking for trouble, he's a big customer. Jiang Wanwan explained to Shan Shanghua, who came over in a low voice. That man is the leader of the base next door. His son came to look for trouble 2 days ago and was killed by someone at the entrance of the supermarket. He came here yesterday to avenge his son, but he couldn't do anything about the supermarket, and he coveted the goods in the supermarket, so he ended up with nothing. He came here now, probably to discuss cooperation. Jiang Wanwan said, then got up and walked towards the entrance of the supermarket. Shan Shanghua sorted out the whole story as quickly as possible, and then turned and walked towards the door. Leader Yuan, did you come here this time to discuss with the top leaders of the base and cooperate with me? Jiang Wanwan said with a smile as the crowd approached. That's right, but I don't know how much discount Boss Zhang can give. Yuan Mu said with a smile, and there was no trace of the tension from yesterday on his face. Jiang Wanwan also smiled and shook her head. I'm sorry, all the goods in the supermarket are marked with the lowest price, and there is really no room for discount. Zhang Ku, who was standing next to Yuan Mu and had been in the supermarket yesterday, shouted, "We want to buy a large number of goods. How can we get the same price as if we bought them in bulk?" Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's expression did not change, and she still smiled and said, "There is only one price for the goods in my supermarket, and it is no different when you buy them at the White Tiger base. In fact, what Chief Yuan should worry about is not the price, but whether there are enough goods in this supermarket. After all, the goods are in great demand, and if there are too many people buying them, I'm afraid they will have to wait in line." As soon as these words came out, Yuan Mu's face changed immediately. He coveted the goods in the supermarket, and his heart was very anxious. Originally, he wanted to test the bottom line of the supermarket owner to see if there was any bargain to be taken. However, the other party's words reminded him of a neglected detail. Although this Wanja supermarket is located next to the Dawn base, but he is not the first big customer of the supermarket, let alone the only one. After understanding this, Yuan Mu put down his shelf directly. He stretched out his hand to stop Zhang, who was about to say something, and smiled and said, "Boss Zhang is right. Let's talk about the issue of purchasing goods." "That's right." Jiang Wanwan slightly turned sideways and said with a smile, "Then please come in." Yuan Mu nodded, looked around, and hesitated. "I just don't know if I can bring some brothers in with me." Jiang Wanwan understood the other party's concerns very well, and not only nodded in agreement, but also said, "Of course, Chief Yuan can let your people in. Don't worry, my supermarket can accommodate them." For Jiang Wanwan, there is no big difference between the other party bringing one person in and bringing 100 people in. If it can make the other party feel more at ease, she doesn't care. Yuan Mu was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't refuse. He waved his hand, and a group of people walked towards the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, Yuan Mu suddenly felt that his eyes were not enough. Nearly 30 people came in, and the 2 shelves of the supermarket were suddenly crowded. Looking at these people looking around, his hands were eager to try. Zhang Wanwan thought about it and reminded them. The end of the world is full of crises. In order to protect the goods, these shelves in my supermarket have been protected. Please be careful. Even if it is a bit crowded, please don't touch the shelves, otherwise you will bear the consequences. At this time, Zhang Wanwan was not ready to test people's hearts. She said the ugly words in advance, so as not to ruin a big business because of some small episodes. And her warning did have some effect. When everyone recalled the magic of the supermarket, their exposed eyes suddenly restrained a lot. This made Shan Shanghua, who was watching them all the time, feel relieved. Yuan Mu, who was walking in the front, looked at every shelf. Then he sighed and looked up at Jiang Wanwan with envy and fear. Boss Zhang is very capable. Compared with yesterday, there are a few more new goods. I really can't bear to see my compatriots in dire straits, so I'm trying my best. Jiang Wanwan looked compassionate and said some high-sounding words. Then he immediately asked, "I wonder what the leader wants to buy? If it was on Earth, if you want to make a big deal, even if you don't go out for a meal, you have to have a cup of tea and sit down to chat slowly. Unfortunately, this is not popular in the end times. Not to mention, clean water is precious." Jiang Wanwan didn't have any tea leaves in her hand, and there was only one stool, so they could only stand and chat. "I want all these goods. I wonder how many can Mr. Zhang provide?" Yuan Mu asked. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan hesitated for a moment before answering. "Well, about 300 orders of all goods per day. Of course, if you want more, I can also transfer more goods. I mean to buy all kinds of goods together. She can bring 400 goods every day when she travels through time. Among them, 100 will be reserved for individual sales, and the unsold ones will be saved for Gu Shiyuan. If Yuan Mu wants more, she can make an extra trip. But if it is just for a certain kind of goods, she is naturally unwilling." After all, 007 reminded Zhang Wanwan that traveling through time and space has an impact on the body. Once or twice a day is fine, but if it is too many times, she, an ordinary person, can't bear it. By the way, except for bullets. The bullets for the past 7 days have been reserved by the White Tiger base. Jiang Wanwan added. In comparison, she still prefers to be close to the White Tiger base, so she is naturally willing to abide by the agreement and leave the bullets to Gu Shiyuan. After hearing this, Yuan Mu frowned and said unhappily, "If there are no bullets, why should I buy a pistol? Besides, aren't you selling these bullets on the shelf? They are sold individually, so not many can be sold. They are naturally different from the large-scale purchases made by Leader Yuan." Zhang Wanwan said, and thought for a while before speaking again. "Well, I'll give Leader Yuan a favor and sell you the 300 bullets today first, but if you want to buy more, you can only wait 7 days later. The order hasn't been settled yet." Jiang Wanwan didn't want to make the situation too embarrassing, so she gave in. Yuan Mu reluctantly accepted such a result. It was not until 5:30 in the afternoon that the deal between Jiang Wanwan and Yuan Mu was finally settled. As Yuan Mu took over a large bag of crystal cores from his subordinates and poured them into the star coin exchanger, Jiang Wanwan took out the goods from the system grid according to the quantity required by the other party. For her portable space, Yuan Mu and his group were also surprised. After waiting for a while, the people Yuan Mu sent back finally drove a car over. However, compared with Gu Shuyuan's car team, Yuan Mu's car looked much shabbier. Everyone moved the goods piled at the entrance of the supermarket to the car. When it was full, everyone took a few pieces of goods and left in a mighty manner. It must be said that this is the advantage of being close to the supermarket. 5 o'clock in the afternoon is the time when ordinary people hunt zombies and return to the base. It is also the time when the traffic volume of the Wanjie supermarket is relatively large. Before, due to Yuan Mu and his group wait, stay in the supermarket and don't come out. Many individual customers who want to buy things have to wait outside the supermarket. Seeing them leave, they can't wait to go to the supermarket. So, just after seeing off Yuan Mu and others, Zhang Wanwan and others welcomed a lot of customers again. Dozens of guests poured into the supermarket together. This is not something that Shan Shangwa can handle alone. Zhang Wanwan had to receive them together and became busy. After seeing off the last customer, it was almost 6 o'clock and the sky outside was getting dark. It was estimated that no more customers would come. Zhang Wanwan said, "Close the door." Seeing Shan Shangwa go to close the door, Zhang Wanwan couldn't wait to open the system page. The transaction with Yuan Mu just now made her earn a lot of star coins. In addition, there were many individual customers today, and she had a hard time enduring it just now. 4,438.5 star coins. So many star coins. Yuan Mu contributed more than half of such a large amount of star coins. He didn't rush to turn against her before, but turned hostility into friendship. It turned out to be the right choice. The goods Yuan Mu bought today were more than what Gu Shuyuan bought before. 300 cabbage buns, 300 bottles of mineral water, 100 boxes of self-heating rice, 50 apples, 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, 300 candies, 30 bags of salt, 100 jackets, 300 bullets, 10 bulletproof vests, 300 machetes. The total value of these goods is 9,800 star coins. After Yuan Mu knew the number, he added 4 bags of salt, which made up exactly 10,000 star coins. This directly allowed Zhang Wanwan to receive 2,500 star coins. Of course, this was the only time for such a large business. In addition, Yuan Mu also made a long-term purchase verbal agreement with Zhang Wanwan. Leave him 300 buns and 300 bottles of mineral water every day. As for other goods, they are not much needed, so just go to the supermarket to buy them on the same day. Just this made Zhang Wanwan very happy. After all, there is a fixed amount of 600 star coins deposited every day. In addition to the goods purchased by Yuan Mu, today's individual customers are also very powerful. A total of 1166 star coins. This is the scattered sales today. The income brought by Yuan Mu, plus the income from individual customers, plus the previous account balance. Zhang Wanwan now has a huge sum of 4,438.5 star coins. So many star coins are enough for her to buy the supernatural crystal. However, Zhang Wanwan finally suppressed her desire to buy. She decided to tell the upper level about this matter after traveling back to Earth. See if the country has any other arrangements. After checking the account balance, Zhang Wanwan also took a look at the total number of transactions. 3,154.5 pieces. Among them, Yuan Mu contributed 1,804 pieces and individual customers contributed 317.5 pieces. The 0.5 represents the half box of anti-inflammatory drugs sold. There are less than 7,000 pieces of goods to upgrade. It should be sold in 10 days, right? While thinking in her heart, Zhang Wanwan looked up. She found that when she counted today's harvest, Shan Shangwa had already cleaned the supermarket. Have dinner when you're done. I've put the goods away and am going back to Earth. Zhang Wanwan said, then she stood up and walked towards the warehouse, ready to empty the system grid. To be honest, there was a big gap in the quantity of these 12 items. For example, there were only 22 cabbage buns left, 10 of which were placed on the shelf, and she only had 12 in her hand. With only a few left, they could be sold out early tomorrow morning, so there was no need to worry about them going bad. For example, there were only 26 candies left, and 40 bullets left. However, there were still 688 pistols and 677 bulletproof vests. There were still 638.5 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, 536 apples, and 460 boxes of self-heating rice. It seemed that after a while, when she traveled through time and space, she would have to empty some system grids as appropriate. Otherwise, such a 20-square-meter warehouse would be too full, and it would be difficult to find things. After putting all the goods away, Jiang Wanwan turned around and looked at Shan Shanghua, who had been following her, and asked, "Think about if there is anything else you need, and tell me now, otherwise you can only wait until tomorrow." Shan Shanghua thought about it seriously, but shook his head and said, "There's nothing I need." Jiang Wanwan also spent the night in the supermarket, and there was really nothing she needed. After all, even if she wanted to wash her feet and take a bath, there was no water. Mineral water might not be expensive on Earth, but it would not be cheap if it was transported across dimensions. "Okay, I'll leave the charger to you, and I'll go back to Earth first." Jiang Wanwan nodded and said. Then, thinking of her first time spending the night in this world, she felt a little uneasy, so she added comforting words. "Night is the world of zombies, and there will be many zombies around the supermarket. It may be a little noisy, but don't worry, they can't enter the supermarket, and you are absolutely safe. If there is anything, just wait. I will deliver the goods at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. There are several kinds of goods, and there's not much stock left. Jiang Wanwan plans to travel through time and deliver them tomorrow morning." Hearing the concern in the other party's words, Shan Shanghua smiled and revealed 2 not-so-obvious dimples, and nodded. "I know, you should go back soon." So, Jiang Wanwan prepared to travel back. However, before that, she had to wake up 007, who was still watching the melodramatic TV series. By the way, since 007 started watching the melodramatic TV series, her ears have been much quieter. Finally, at 007's request, Jiang Wanwan picked up the hot tablet. Only then was she finally wrapped in light and disappeared in the supermarket of all worlds. After crossing back to Earth from the zombie world, Jiang Wanwan found out after opening the door of the room. There was still someone waiting at the door, but this time it was Su Jinghui. After noticing that the door was opened, he turned around and saw Jiang Wanwan, and he was not surprised at all. Su Jinghui said calmly, "I'm back. Your dinner is ready." "Oh, with yesterday's experience, they have guessed when I will be back and prepared dinner in advance?" Jiang Wanwan nodded with satisfaction and walked downstairs first. While going down the stairs, he also instructed the people behind him. "The 12 items I asked you to buy before, still send 400 copies of each."
Got it.
Su Jinghui nodded in response. When Jiang Wanwan came to the dining room, she saw that the table was full of various delicacies. "What are you waiting for?" Jiang Wanwan sat down directly after washing her hands and did not forget to invite others to eat together. Unfortunately, others had already eaten, and in the end she still ate alone. After Jiang Wanwan finished dinner, she was ready to find Su Jinghui and ask him to contact the country. But when she came to the living room, she found that in addition to Su Jinghui, there was also Grandpa Zhang sitting on the sofa. "Grandpa Zhang? When did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Wanwan asked in surprise and looked at Su Jinghui, who was sitting next to her with a blaming look. "Don't blame others, I deliberately didn't let them tell you." Grandpa Zhang smiled and waved his hand. "Eating is the most important thing in the world. I don't have anything urgent. It's the same to wait until you finish eating." Jiang Wanwan naturally accepted the love from the elders with a smile and said after sitting on the sofa, "It just so happens that I also have something to report to the country, and I am preparing to let team leader Su contact it." Hearing this, Grandpa Zhang immediately became energetic, sat up straight and said, "Oh, then you go first." The supermarket did a big business today, and the other party was Yuan Mu, the leader of the Dawn base. Jiang Wanwan had reported the conflict with Yuan Ju before, but I didn't have time to talk about Yuan Mu's matter yesterday, so I just described it from beginning to end today. After listening to the whole story, Grandpa Zhang nodded repeatedly and said, "This matter was handled very well. Turning the resentment into a big business is enough to show your resourcefulness and kindness." But Yuanju is Yuanmu's only son after all. The pain of losing a son is not so easy to forget. I'm afraid he is just dormant temporarily. You need to pay more attention to him and don't let him do anything small. We Chinese people pay attention to being kind to others, but if it threatens ourselves, we still need to make a decision early. Wanwan, your life is very important. I know, Grandpa Zhang. Don't worry, I will never step out of the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan nodded repeatedly. Even though Yuanmu contributed a large amount of star coins to her, Jiang Wanwan always remained vigilant in her heart. After all, everyone knows that the pain of losing a son is irreconcilable. Yuanmu wanted to use the goods in the supermarket to develop himself, while Jiang Wanwan wanted to sell the goods to upgrade the supermarket. They just wanted to get what they needed. If someone really believed that there was no grudge between them, that would be really naive. But when Mr. Zhang heard what Jiang Wanwan said, his face was full of surprise. Han, are you really willing to stay at the supermarket? It's better not to go out of the supermarket. It's better not to go out. Jiang Wanwan nodded in confusion, not quite understanding what made the other party so excited. Mr. Zhang also knew that he was a little out of control. After hesitating for a while, he still explained. The unanimous opinion of the top leaders of the country is that they don't want you to step out of the supermarket before you have enough self-protection capabilities. After all, your existence is too important to the country, and there is no room for any mistakes, and there are too many unknown risks in the other world. But we are afraid that if we say it directly, it will cause your rebellious psychology. After all, an unknown world has too much attraction. So we thought about taking it step by step, but we didn't expect that you actually. I didn't expect Jiang Wanwan himself to think so, right? At this moment, Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized the country's little thoughts, and she laughed a little. The country doesn't need to worry about my life. To put it nicely, I cherish my life, but to put it bluntly, I am afraid of death. I never do anything that has the slightest risk. After all, she still has parents to be filial to and a younger sister who is in the 3rd grade of junior high school to take care of. How can this be called being afraid of death? It should be called patriotism. Life is more important than anything else. Only by keeping your life can you serve the motherland, Mr. Zhang said with a smile. This speech made Jiang Wanwan very happy. After all, being afraid of death is a bit unpleasant. From now on, all her actions can be explained as patriotism, which is good. However, this topic has deviated a bit, and Jiang Wanwan got back to the point. I made a lot of money from the deal with Yuanmu. I now have more than 4,000 star coins in my hand, which is enough to buy special items in the system mall. Does the country have any arrangements? Hearing this, Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up. He naturally knew how special the special items Jiang Wanwan was talking about were. But after being happy, he heard him say, regarding this matter, the top leaders have also discussed it and finally decided that everything will be done according to your wishes. Jiang Wanwan was stunned when she heard it. She didn't expect such an answer. No matter which one you want to buy, how to use it after buying it, the country will not interfere, Mr. Zhang added. Jiang Wanwan was really flattered that the country gave her so much freedom. Finally, he nodded solemnly and said, I know, I will make a decision after careful consideration. After saying this, Jiang Wanwan remembered another thing. So he asked, by the way, is there any progress in the research on crystal cores? This matter is a state secret, but it does not need to be concealed from Jiang Wanwan, a contributor. Mr. Zhang nodded slightly and said directly, there has been some progress. Now he is studying how to extract energy stably. Jiang Wanwan smiled and said happily when she heard this. That's good. I have completed 1/3 of the conditions for the supermarket to upgrade again. It is estimated that it will be upgraded to level 5 in about 10 days. By then, we can bring back a large number of crystal cores. In addition to the 1st level crystal cores, there will also be 2nd level and 3rd level crystal cores. I believe it will be more helpful for research. Grandpa Zhang was also happy immediately. This is good news for the country. Jiang Wanwan finished what she wanted to say, and then it was Grandpa Zhang's turn to speak. Wanwan, how did Shan Shanghua, who you brought over today, perform? Shan Shanghua's performance? Jiang Wanwan thought about it and nodded and said, very good, very positive and hardworking. After hearing the evaluation, Grandpa Zhang's expression relaxed and said, "That's good. He is your subordinate. If he does something wrong, you can scold him directly." Recalling Shan Shangwa's performance today, Jiang Wanwan shook her head and said, "There is nothing wrong. He is very obedient." Old Master Zhang nodded and reminded him again. Now, there is more than one person in the zombie world. If there is anything, remember to tell Shan Shangwa to do it. After all, he has received professional training. You should not leave the supermarket. This is still not reassuring. Jiang Wanwan smiled bitterly and replied, "Don't worry, I will never leave the supermarket. By the way, do you want to take some time to receive some professional training?" Old Master Zhang suddenly suggested. Professional training? Sure. Jiang Wanwan agreed, obviously very interested. But then he asked worriedly, "Will it not be the kind of inhumane training? I won't do it if it's too tiring." "Don't worry, I will have someone develop a special training plan for you, which will ensure that it will be effective but will not make you too tired," Old Master Zhang said happily. Although she agreed very smoothly, Jiang Wanwan always felt that it would not be that simple. However, for the sake of her own life, she finally agreed and said, "Okay. Let's start this after I come back from my hometown." Grandpa Zhang nodded and then said, "Regarding your return to your hometown, it has been arranged. The high-speed rail tickets have been bought for you. It will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." High-speed rail tickets? Jiang Wanwan nodded. She had never taken one before. In order to save money when she went to school before, she took a train for more than 10 hours every time. Then, she asked curiously, "Who will go back with me?" "All the members of the National Security Group will go with you," Mr. Zhang replied. Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "So many people?" She expected that the country would be worried about her returning to her hometown alone and would definitely send people to follow and protect her. But she did not expect that so many people would be sent, a full 24 people. How should she explain to her parents about such a large group of people going back together? "Don't worry, most of the people are hiding in the dark, leaving only 4 people in the villa to follow you." After hearing the explanation, Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Regarding the goods that have to be delivered to the zombie world every day, you don't have to worry, everything has been arranged. You just need to take a little time every day to deliver it. Jiang Wanwan nodded with a smile and once again felt the benefits of having the country as a backer. Everything was arranged properly, and she didn't need to worry about anything. Some people might think that this is not free, but Jiang Wanwan wanted to say that she just wanted to live like this, comfortable. After saying what he had to say, Mr. Zhang got up and said goodbye. As for Jiang Wanwan, after the necessary goods were delivered, she also returned to the room. As for the time, it was still early, so why not go out and play?
Impossible.
To be honest, Jiang Wanwan has always been a homegirl and not very sociable. She doesn't like clubbing, shopping, or taking photos and checking in crowded places. Wouldn't it be nice to lie on the bed and play with her phone at this time?
Nothing happened that night.
The next morning, Jiang Wanwan still got up at 7 o'clock. After a hearty breakfast, she traveled alone. When Jiang Wanwan opened her eyes again, in addition to seeing the familiar supermarket environment, she also saw a figure jumping in the supermarket. Noticing the movement behind him, the figure turned around for the first time and shouted with some surprise, "Boss, get up so early.
What were you doing just now?"
Jiang Wanwan asked curiously. "Oh, I'm used to early training in the army, and I'm exercising," Shan Shangwa answered breathlessly. The vest was pressed against his body, outlining a clear muscle contour. The sweat on his forehead slowly slid down his cheeks and dripped onto his collarbone. Don't say it, this male beauty is really tempting. Sure enough, the best ones are handed over to the country. Jiang Wanwan looked away, but couldn't help looking over, still talking. "How did you sleep last night? Are you okay?" "It was pretty good. I was a little uncomfortable at first, but then I fell asleep and slept until dawn." "That's good. I brought the goods here and put them in the warehouse first," Jiang Wanwan said, and then hurriedly looked away and walked towards the warehouse. She was afraid that if she continued to read, She would have to fill in her mind with tens of thousands of words of colorful essays. After all, she, who had seen through the text, really couldn't control her imagination. "Host, can you put away these dirty thoughts in your mind?" 007 complained. "What do you mean by dirty?"
I'm admiring.
"Also, please don't snoop into my thoughts at will." Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes and retorted. "I'm not snooping. This system lives in your brain and naturally knows all your thoughts. I don't want to do that either." 007 sounded aggrieved. "You see and be blind and deaf, but you can be dumb." Jiang Wanwan was speechless. 007 immediately put forward a condition. "If you want me to stop talking, it's okay. Find me another TV series to watch. Don't worry, it's not convenient to take the bus later. I said I'll find it for you when I get back to my hometown." Yes, the reason why 007 became due to 7 again was because he had finished watching the previous TV series. "Then hurry up," 007 urged. Jiang Wan took out all the goods in the system grid and put them away, then left the warehouse. As for the cabbage buns, there was no need to worry. 300 of them have been reserved by Yuan Mu, and the remaining 100 can also be sold out. When Jiang Wanwan saw Shan Shangwa again, he had put on his coat and returned to his previous appearance. Jiang Wanwan thought for a while and said, "I have something I need to ask your opinion on." "What is it?" Shan Shangwa asked in surprise. "I have a zombie serum here. After injection, you will gain some of the abilities of zombies. Are you willing to take the injection?" Jiang Wanwan said and quickly added, "Don't worry, you will definitely not become a zombie, but you will gain some special abilities." "Is there such a thing?" "I am willing to take the injection," Shan Shangwa replied immediately after being stunned. He made the decision without even a moment's hesitation. "Okay, here you go." Jiang Wanwan spent 3,888 star coins to buy zombie serum from the system mall and then handed it over. The zombie serum is a delicate syringe with a light red liquid sealed inside. After Shan Shangwa took it, he did not hesitate and directly stabbed it into his arm. When Jiang Wanwan saw the 2 special items in the system mall before, she made a decision in her heart. She wanted the supernatural crystal, but she was unwilling to inject the zombie serum. Now that the country has handed over the sovereignty to Jiang Wanwan, she should have bought the supernatural crystal for her own use, but in the end she did not do so. Jiang Wanwan knew in her heart that the country would definitely not want to waste such a magical thing. If she didn't want the zombie serum, she would definitely buy it and give it to someone else. And she thought the most suitable candidate was obviously Shan Shangwa, who had become a clerk. As for why she bought the zombie serum first, but put the supernatural crystal behind, that's because Jiang Wanwan thought about it seriously, and she was not in a hurry. She never left the supermarket in the zombie world, and she was protected by many people on Earth, so there would be basically no problems.
Danger.
On the other hand, Shan Shangwa is different. He is on a dangerous mission to explore the world. So, let's keep him first. When the supermarket is upgraded to level 5 and she has star coins in her hand, she will have time to buy this supernatural crystal. Watching Shan Shangwa, Jiang Wanwan injected the light red liquid into his body. Jiang Wanwan stared at him without blinking, wanting to see what changes would happen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Shan Shangwa's face changed, and he covered his heart with his right hand, and his veins bulged with pain. He staggered for only a short time before falling directly to the ground. His whole body shrank into a ball like a shrimp, shaking constantly, and his mouth made an uncontrollable sound of pain. Jiang Wanwan was startled by this sudden situation. Then he reacted and quickly squatted down to check on the other party's situation, while asking anxiously, 007, what's going on? Didn't you say that zombie serum won't turn people into zombies?
It won't turn into a zombie.
This clerk is just undergoing a body transformation. 007 answered calmly. Transformation? Why is it so painful? Will he be okay? How long will this situation last? Jiang Wanwan asked question after question anxiously. Don't worry, it's very safe. It will take about 10 minutes. 007 said, leisurely. If he can't bear it, he will naturally pass out, but in this case, the effect may be discounted. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Wanwan looked again at Shan Shanghua, who was rolling around in pain at his feet. In the end, she repeated 007's words. As for how to choose, let the person involved be left to it. When Jiang Wanwan was speaking, she could clearly feel Shan Shanghua, suppressing the pain and listening. However, after she finished speaking, 1 minute passed and 2 minutes passed, and Shan Shanghua still showed no signs of fainting. In this way, Jiang Wanwan already understood what choice he had made, although she knew that all this was voluntary on the part of Shan Shanghua. But seeing his unbearable pain, Jiang Wanwan still felt a little reluctant in her heart and more of a relief. Fortunately, she did not choose this zombie serum. Not everyone has this kind of perseverance as a soldier. If it were her, she would probably faint in less than a minute, right? 007. It won't be so painful when using the superpower crystal, right? Jiang Wanwan asked with some fear. If the superpower crystal is the same as the zombie serum, then she'd better give up directly. Zombie serum transforms the body, but superpower crystals transform the brain. 007 explained in her mind. If an ordinary person wants to fuse the supernatural crystals, he will naturally have to suffer some pain, but doesn't the host have this system in his mind? Naturally different from ordinary people. You mean I don't have to suffer when I fuse the supernatural crystal? Jiang Wanwan's voice revealed surprise. It can't be said that I won't suffer at all. This system can probably help you offset 8 or 9 out of 10. As for the remaining 1 or 2, you have to bear it yourself. 1 or 2/10. It should be within her tolerance, right? Jiang Wanwan was a little hesitant and took a look at Shan Shanghua, who was like a flood, and finally made a decision. If you want power, it is estimated that there is no way to not suffer. The opportunity that the system can resist for her is rare, so it is better not to give up. After waiting for a long time, the 10 minutes mentioned by 007 finally passed. Jiang Wanwan looked at Shan Shanghua, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" After a while, Shan Shanghua finally managed to support his body and sat up. He replied weakly, "Not bad." Jiang Wanwan wanted to reach out and help him up, but was rejected. Under her puzzled gaze, Shan Shanghua sat for about a few seconds, then stood up shakily. "You." Jiang Wanwan was standing next to him, watching with fear, afraid that he would stumble and fall. But Shan Shanghua stood up straight, with a bright smile on his face, which was still dripping with sweat. "It's okay, I'm fine, better than ever before."
Ah?
Jiang Wanwan didn't quite understand. "I can feel that there is an extra force in my body, and this force is stronger than ever before." Jiang Wanwan was stunned, then reacted and asked curiously, "You feel it? What ability did you gain?" "Strong physique. I can feel that my physical fitness has increased by more than 3 to 5 times compared to before. Even my instructor is no longer my opponent in a one-on-one fight." Shan Shanghua clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly, "Also, the ultimate recovery ability. Just now, in order to resist the pain, I almost exhausted all my energy, but now, in just less than a minute, I feel that I have recovered as before." For the time being, nothing can be seen about the physique, but Jiang Wanwan has already witnessed the amazing recovery ability. The man who had difficulty sitting up just now stands like a pine tree. Even his originally pale face has become rosy again. Perhaps only his wet clothes can tell what he has experienced before. Fortunately, the other party persisted until the end without fainting, so that he could get such a powerful ability. "Very good, you should get familiar with the ability in the next few days. After I come back from my hometown, I will take you back to Earth to test the specific data." After Jiang Wanwan finished speaking, he saw that the other party's face was full of excitement, and then smiled and said, "I still have to catch the high-speed train, so I will go back to Earth first, and come to see you tomorrow." After returning from the zombie world, Jiang Wanwan went downstairs with her suitcase. The other people in the villa were also ready, but they were not in a hurry to leave. It was just because Jiang Wanwan was still waiting for something. She only thought of it before she crossed over and asked Su Jinghuai to purchase another batch of goods. There was no rush to send this batch of goods. She planned to receive it in the system grid and send it over tomorrow morning. Fortunately, more goods were purchased in the past few days, and everyone had a lot of preparations. The required goods were delivered quickly. The slowest was probably the cabbage buns. After all, they had to be steamed. These things were piled in the living room, and Jiang Wanwan did not ask for them to be sent to her room. She just waved her hand in front of everyone and put all the goods into the system grid. The people in the villa suddenly opened their mouths, surprised at what they saw. Portable space? Su Xiangming, who likes to cook, murmured. This is a system grid. It can only hold supermarket goods. Jiang Wanwan explained. Living under the same roof, many things cannot be concealed. So Jiang Wanwan decided to reveal some of those things that could not be concealed. Okay, let's go out first. It's a bit too late.
Su Jinghuai Zemin Can Li.
After walking out of the villa, Jiang Wanwan saw a brand new car. Hey, did you change the car? Jiang Wanwan had ridden in the previous car twice and still had some impression of it. It was definitely not as good looking as the car in front of him. No, this is a car specially equipped by the country for you, the minister. It is made of special materials and is bulletproof and explosion-proof. Another kitchen partner, Ding Xiangyun, explained. Bulletproof and explosion-proof? There is no need to be so exaggerated, right? But I have to say that after listening to this explanation, Jiang Wanwan felt full of security. After the 5 people got in the car, the vehicle slowly started to drive. Jiang Wanwan looked at the people in the car and said, "Don't call me minister, call each other by name."
How can that be?
Ding Xiangyun, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was the first to object. We are all young people and don't care about these things. Besides, I don't plan to tell my family the whole truth. If I call him minister, it will be exposed. Then, Jiang Wanwan began to talk about the little story she made up. I planned to tell my parents that I accidentally helped the country a little, so I was assigned to the Ministry of State Security as a civilian to organize archives. As for you, you are all my superiors and seniors. You're going back with me to do background research. Listening to this statement full of loopholes, everyone in the car looked at each other. Li Qinglan hesitated and asked, "Will anyone believe such a statement? Tell the truth, then no one will believe it." Jiang Wanwan said with a smile. Although such a specious statement will arouse suspicion, after the suspicion, they will make up all kinds of details in their minds, and eventually they will be willing to believe the facts. As for my parents, if they can't explain it, they will say it is a state secret. As long as they are sure that I will not be in danger, they will not ask questions, and there is no need to worry. Remember, don't let anything slip. Jiang Wanwan reminded again. Su Jinghuai, who was sitting on her left, agreed. Okay, we got it. Once the team leader agreed, the others naturally had nothing to say, and they all quieted down. After arriving at the high-speed rail station, Jiang Wanwan didn't have to worry about anything. After sitting for a while, she got on the high-speed rail under their guidance. During this period, Jiang Wanwan was still around and saw a lot of familiar faces. Obviously, they were all members of the National Security Group 1 who were secretly protecting them. They were scattered in the crowd around them. The high-speed rail is very fast. This is the first time that Jiang Wanwan has felt it intuitively. She got on the high-speed rail at 10 o'clock, had a simple meal at 12 o'clock, and arrived in her hometown of Azhou at about 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Wanwan's home is in a small county town in Azhou. If it were the past, after she got off the train, she would need to transfer 2 trains before she could get to her home. But now is different from the past. As soon as she got off the train, someone brought her a car key. After getting in the car, they drove for about an hour and arrived at their destination. When leading everyone upstairs, Jiang Wanwan's face was full of excitement, and she was not at all homesick. Taking the key to open the door, she shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Unfortunately, all she got in response was silence because no one was at home. Jiang Wanwan only then remembered that today was not a day off, and her parents were still at work. The happy expression on her face then faded, and she beckoned the people behind her to come in. Knowing that no one was at home, Su Jinghuai and Li Qinglan entered the house and began to look around inside and out. Su Xiangming and Ding Xiangyun found a place to sit down and chat with Jiang Wanwan. "Wanwan, this is your home. It looks very cozy. The house is about 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a living room, and every corner can be seen to be carefully decorated. Well, my mother likes to play with these things. When will my uncle and aunt be home? They know I'm going home today and won't work overtime. They should be home before 6 o'clock, right? Hey, you have a younger sister? Yes, she's 9 years younger than me and just started junior high school this year. They waited until 6 o'clock and Zhang's father and mother came back, carrying a large bag of freshly bought vegetables. After meeting, they naturally asked each other questions happily. After showing concern, they noticed that there were several strangers in the house. So Zhang Wanwan put forward the set of rhetoric that she had prepared long ago. After listening, Zhang's father and mother looked at each other's doubts and felt that it was not very reliable. When they heard their eldest daughter say that she suddenly wanted to come home, they thought something happened at work. After all, there was still a week before the long holiday of National Day. If their daughter missed them, why didn't she wait until the National Day to come back, but came back on weekdays? And what about becoming a member of the Ministry of State Security? You didn't run into a pyramid scheme, did you? Zhang's mother looked at the stranger behind her daughter warily and asked in a low voice. Zhang Wanwan was immediately at a loss for words. Mom, what are you thinking? It's really the Ministry of State Security. I'll show you the ID. After checking her ID, Zhang's father and mother were a little skeptical. Zhang's father asked, the Ministry of State Security is similar to the police, right? Are you sure you only do civilian work? Zhang's mother was anxious when she heard it. What? Will it be dangerous? Don't worry, I'm just staying in the office to sort out documents. There's no danger. Don't you know what kind of personality my daughter has? If there is danger, I will run away at the first time. This is true, and Zhang's father and mother immediately relaxed a little. By the way, since the so-called national security is the same as the police, do you have a system? Zhang's mother asked anxiously. Well, it turns out that the end of the universe is the system. Before getting the Wanjie supermarket system, Zhang Wanwan envied people with systems. Now, she can finally proudly say to her parents, yes, I have a staffing, I can check it for you. Speaking of this, Zhang's father and mother were excited and gathered in front of the computer. After confirmation, Zhang's father and mother had completely believed Zhang Wanwan's words. After all, the country has given them a staffing. How can they be deceived? Although the statement is a bit bizarre, with the staffing as a guarantee, no matter how bizarre it is, it can be accepted. Well, that's such a simple idea. The first day back home, Zhang Wanwan used the staffing to coax Zhang's father and mother very happy. Zhang's father was the chef, and everyone had a very pleasant dinner together. After dinner, Su Jinghuai and the other two said goodbye, but Li Qinglan stayed. After all, Zhang Wanwan's house in his hometown only has 3 rooms, which can't accommodate so many people. Su Jinghuai and the other 2 went to the small hotel downstairs, and Li Qinglan stayed to protect Zhang Wanwan. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, my sister Zhang Nuanyuan came home from evening self-study. The 2 sisters were excited again, but they didn't talk for long because they were worried that Zhang Nuanyuan had to get up early to go to school tomorrow. The next day after returning to her hometown, Zhang Wanwan still got up at 7 o'clock and went out on the pretext of having breakfast with her colleagues. Su Jinghuai and the others were waiting outside, while she completed today's crossing in the closed hotel room. Outside, there were still some concerns. Therefore, after Zhang Wanwan crossed into the zombie world, she didn't talk much with Shan Xianghua. She left after putting down the goods. It only took 10 minutes to cross back and forth. After delivering the goods, everyone had breakfast together, and Zhang Wanwan returned home. Today is Friday, and Zhang's father and mother were supposed to go to work, but they both took leave. Zhang Wanwan was going to take them shopping, and it was time to use the huge bank card in her hand. When buying gifts or something, it is better to take the person concerned with you, so that the things you buy will be more to your liking. Zhang Wanwan thought that she had money in her hands, so she was going to buy a bigger house for her parents. She originally wanted to bring her parents to Kyoto. After all, she would probably settle down in Kyoto in the future. But Zhang's father and mother refused. The little daughter was in the 3rd grade of junior high school, and it would not be good to change schools suddenly. They even rejected Jiang Wanwan's intention to buy them a house. After a day of shopping, she was exhausted. But in the end, she only spent less than 100,000 yuan. On the third day after returning to her hometown, Saturday, when Jiang Wanwan went out to find Su Jinghuai and others early in the morning, the goods she needed were already prepared. After quickly delivering the goods, she returned home. No shopping today. They are preparing a family dinner at noon. It is the relatives on Zhang's father's side, the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and the two aunts. This dinner was initiated by Zhang's father, and the purpose was of course to show off. In fact, the atmosphere between Jiang Wanwan's relatives has always been good, and there is nothing out of tune. But it's inevitable that people will compare with each other, let alone relatives who often get together. Unfortunately, among many relatives, Zhang's father's family has always been at the bottom. Zhang's father and mother are just ordinary employees of an electronics factory. They can't compare with the eldest uncle, who is the village chief, and the second uncle, who is the town chief. The eldest aunt's daughter married well, and her son-in-law takes her to travel every year. The second aunt's son is promising and works as a senior executive in a company with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. As for her, Jiang Wanwan, she was just an ordinary college student before, and her internship company was also unknown. Not only Zhang's father and mother felt a little short of breath in front of these relatives. Even Jiang Wanwan herself didn't like this kind of family dinner before. But now it's different. Just a Kyoto system can make Zhang's father and mother hold their heads high. Jiang Wanwan didn't think there was anything wrong with her parents using her as a prop to show off. On the contrary, she cooperated very well. In the past, she often regretted that she couldn't give her parents face, but now she can finally do it. Jiang Wanwan was very relieved to be a tool person for this day, because her parents were so happy that they got drunk. As for the doubts in the hearts of the relatives, there is no need to worry too much. The fourth day after returning to my hometown, Sunday, Jiang Wanwan's time today belongs to her younger sister, Jiang Nuanyuan. The two have a big age difference. Jiang Nuanyuan almost grew up in her arms, and the two have a very good relationship. Jiang Wanwan's rhetoric can deceive her parents, but it can't deceive Jiang Nuanyuan. Fortunately, Jiang Nuanyuan is a caring sister. Even if she was confused, she didn't continue to ask when she saw that her sister was unwilling to say it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Jiang Wanwan was ready to leave her hometown and return to Kyoto. Before leaving, she also transferred 500,000 yuan to Zhang's mother and 5,000 yuan to Zhang's father. As for why the amount of money was so different, it was because Zhang's mother was in charge of the money. Zhang's father often liked to drink and smoke, so Jiang Wanwan didn't dare to transfer too much money. Of course, she also transferred 500 yuan to Jiang Nuanyuan. A junior high school student who eats and lives at home doesn't need to give too much money. In the reluctant eyes of her family, Jiang Wanwan got on the car. Before leaving, she also suggested that her parents quit their jobs. After working hard all her life, it would be nice to do some square dancing and fishing at home. I don't know if Zhang's father and mother will listen to her. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Jiang Wanwan and the others finally returned to the villa. After sitting in the car for several hours today, everyone was exhausted. Jiang Wanwan was not in the mood to take care of the goods and asked them to deliver them tomorrow morning. After that, she went back to her room to rest early. Jiang Wanwan had a good night's sleep and took away the fatigue of the car ride. She got up at 7 o'clock the next day and was resurrected with full blood. After breakfast, Jiang Wanwan put all the delivered goods into the system grid, and then she traveled through time again. Now that she has returned from her hometown, everything will be back on track. This time, Jiang Wanwan will stay in the zombie world for a whole day as before. September 27th, 2024. At 7:30 in the morning, Jiang Wanwan traveled to the zombie world with the goods. The supermarket was not open at this time, but Shan Xianghua had already gotten up. He was lying in the middle of the supermarket, doing push-ups at a speed that ordinary people could hardly achieve. Jiang Wanwan had seen such scenes for several days in a row, so it was nothing strange. "Good morning." Jiang Wanwan greeted casually and went straight to the warehouse. When she opened the door of the warehouse, she could see that the space inside was already mostly filled. This was the result of Jiang Wanwan's continuous delivery of goods in the past few days. Fortunately, these goods were placed in different categories, otherwise she would have no place to step. When Jiang Wanwan took out the goods in the system grid one by one and put them in the warehouse, Shan Shanghua also followed in. His face was calm, and it was impossible to tell that he had just had a strenuous exercise. He was seen holding 10 buns and going out first, probably to stock the shelves outside. Then he walked in again, holding a bun in one hand and eating it, biting off half of the bun in one bite. Seeing him finish 2 buns in 4 bites, Jiang Wanwan was a little stunned. Then he walked out of the warehouse and asked, "Why, are all the buns in the supermarket sold out?" "Well, the last customer yesterday didn't buy any," Shan Shanghua answered after swallowing the bun in his mouth. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan frowned and said, "It seems that I have to make another trip and bring some scarce goods here separately. It won't do if a customer wants it, but there is no stock." Shan Shanghua was picking up a box of self-heating rice from the shelf, unpacking it, then adding water, covering it, and waiting. Hearing this, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Not for now." The person sent by Dawnbase to pick up the goods yesterday said that their order quantity has been reduced to 100 orders, both for steamed buns and mineral water. So, boss, don't worry, the steamed buns should not be out of stock for the time being. A decrease in the number of orders? A little disappointing, but also expected. After all, there are only a few thousand people in Dawnbase, and Yuan Mu's subordinates are not that many. 300 orders for several consecutive days have made his reserve sufficient, and naturally, he will not need so many in the future. They only need 100 orders a day, so the remaining 300 pieces of goods will naturally be more than enough to deal with individual customers. Jiang Wanwan nodded, looked at Shan Shanghua in surprise, and asked in surprise, "Do you have such a big appetite?" "Of course, I don't dislike you eating too much." Early in the morning, after eating 2 fist-sized steamed buns, you actually have to add a box of self-heating rice? Hearing the question, Shan Shanghua couldn't help but smile bitterly and said helplessly, "It wasn't like this before. Since I was injected with the zombie serum, my appetite has increased a lot, and I digest it very quickly." Jiang Wanwan blinked, her strength increased, and she seemed to understand eating more. "Is that so? Then you should eat more, and don't be hungry. I'm just worried that you'll get sick of it if you eat too much." Thinking back to the beginning, she felt when she ate 6 meals of Chinese cabbage buns in a row. Then she thought about it again. Shan Shanghua had been eating self-heating rice for 5 days in a row, and he still ate it every meal. Jiang Wanwan was a little worried. Don't make him anorexic. Just talking about zombie serum, she remembered something and asked hurriedly, "By the way, after these few days, how have you mastered the new abilities of your body?" Speaking of this, Shan Shanghua was excited. "I have completely controlled the energy of my body. Now I can easily beat up 10 of my former selves." "You alone beat up 10? Jiang Wanwan laughed immediately but was too lazy to correct the other party's mistake. "That's good. I know you always want to go out and explore. After I have counted the goods in the supermarket, I will let you go." Hearing this, Shan Shanghua immediately nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, boss." Afterwards, Shan Shanghua quickly finished the self-heating rice and opened the door of the supermarket before 8 o'clock. As for Jiang Wanwan, she sat in front of the cashier and clicked on the system page in her mind. She had been gone for 4 days, and she was in a hurry every time she delivered goods. When she was at home, she had never paid attention to the supermarket in order to concentrate on accompanying her family. At this time, she naturally had to take inventory from beginning to end to see how the supermarket was doing in the past few days. The moment she saw the account balance, Jiang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. 3,517.75 star coins. You know, after she exchanged the zombie serum, there were only more than 500 star coins left in her account. Unexpectedly, in just 4 days, she made nearly 3,000 star coins. This is not just 3,000 star coins. Counting the distribution to the supermarket and the return to 007, it is a turnover of more than 10,000. With surprise, Jiang Wanwan checked the detailed transaction records. 410 cabbage buns, 346 bottles of mineral water, 233 boxes of self-heating rice, 121 apples, 6.3 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, 1228 candies, 18 packets of salt, 46 jackets, 12 guns, 40 bullets, 21 bulletproof vests, 96 machetes. These are all the goods sold in the supermarket in 4 days. On the first day, she made more than 1,000 star coins, on the second day more than 2,000, on the third day more than 2,000, and on the fourth day more than 3,000. The total is 9,525 star coins. As the supermarket is open for a longer time, the income brought by these individual customers is also increasing day by day. In addition, there are orders from the Dawn base every day. 300 cabbage buns, 300 bottles of mineral water, for 4 days, that is 2,400 star coins. Zhang Wanwan now has 3,518.75 star coins in her account, which is not much away from buying the supernatural crystal. Of course, selling so many goods not only brought her a lot of star coins. The total number of goods sold is also very gratifying. 7,507 pieces. There are only about 2,500 pieces left to upgrade the supermarket to 10,000 pieces. Maybe. There is no need to wait for Gu Shuyuan's White Tiger base to come. She can achieve the goal with individual customers. Speaking of the total number of goods sold, one thing has to be mentioned. In order to increase the sales volume, Zhang Wanwan had thought about bringing in a cheap product to brush the order. Unexpectedly, the supermarket system was rigorous and maintained the lowest price of 1 star coin, so that her plan did not succeed. Now looking back, I find that there is no need for cheap goods to brush the order. Cabbage buns and mineral water, the most in-demand goods among ordinary people, are the artifacts for brushing orders. Looking back at the sold, there were more than 7,000 pieces of goods, of which cabbage buns and mineral water each accounted for 1/3. After checking all the harvest, Zhang Wanwan did not forget to check the remaining inventory. At present, cabbage buns and mineral water have the smallest amount of inventory.
There was not a single cabbage bun left.
The 400 she brought this morning were eaten by Dan Shanghua. As for mineral water, there were more than 200 bottles left, plus the ones Zhang Wanwan brought, a total of 676 bottles. There were also candies, which were not many, with a total of 798. In addition to these 3 types of goods, the remaining goods were all more than 2,000. The few were bullets, a total of 2,000 rounds. The most were pistols, a total of 2,676. Thinking of the already crowded warehouse, Zhang Wanwan felt that when she crossed over again tomorrow, she could reduce the amount of goods she brought as appropriate. After checking all the situations in the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan thought of another problem. 007, have I paid off the star coins I owe you? Half of the money she received was for her own use, and the other half was used to pay off 007's debt. Now, Zhang Wanwan has already bought the zombie serum and is about to buy the supernatural crystal. So, she has already paid back a lot of star coins. 007, who was originally obsessed with the melodramatic TV series, suddenly heard about the mention of star coins and immediately answered, "No, I have only paid back 7,452.75 star coins, and I still need 3,047.25 star coins." Zhang Wanwan suddenly realized that she had already paid back most of the star coins she owed 007. There was still 3,000 star coins left, almost there. Today is the 10th day of opening a supermarket in the zombie world. Wanjie Supermarket is already famous in the Dawn base. The supermarket opened at 8 o'clock, and there were already customers. Shan Shanghua had just received the first customer, and then people came one after another. When Zhang Wanwan looked up after counting the goods, she saw Shan Shanghua surrounded by several customers. Before that, he had sent away several waves of customers. So Zhang Wanwan hurried forward and greeted the customers. This busyness lasted until after 9 o'clock before it finally slowed down. So many people in the morning? Zhang Wanwan said with a bit of novelty in her eyes. When the supermarket was just opened, it had never been so lively. Shan Shanghua smiled and said, "Everyone spreads the word, so naturally there are more and more customers every day." Now, there are 2 busiest time points in the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows and had some guesses in her heart, indicating that the other party continued. One is that when the door opens in the morning, in addition to those zombie killers who come to replenish supplies, there are more elderly, ordinary people. They don't have many crystal cores in their hands, and they buy fewer things. Most of them are buns, mineral water, etc. Jiang Wanwan nodded involuntarily. It was true. Most of the people she just received only bought 1 or 2 items. Of course, anyone who buys a product is also a customer, as long as there is money to be made. The other time is from 4:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon. When those zombie killers come back, they have just killed zombies and have more crystal cores in their hands, so they buy things more generously. Understand, after working hard all day, it is natural to reward yourself with the money you make. Jiang Wanwan looked outside the supermarket before saying to Shan Shanghua, "The busy time should be over now. I will just guard the supermarket from now on. You can do whatever you want." Hearing this, Shan Shanghua smiled and began to explain. "The little girl you mentioned before came here the day before yesterday and insisted on cleaning from morning to dark, but I refused. We agreed that she will be responsible for cleaning in the morning, so the boss doesn't have to worry about the dirt on the ground. The little girl will come at about 10 o'clock. Jiang Wanwan nodded and was quite satisfied with this solution. She agreed to let the little girl exchange her labor for a bottle of mineral water, but she would not exploit the other party desperately. Cleaning the supermarket once a day takes less than an hour. Even if the little girl is just a child, it can be done." Shan Shanghua said again, "I'm near the supermarket. I'll find a zombie to test my combat effectiveness. If all goes well, I will definitely be back before lunch. Nearby?" It seems quite cautious. Jiang Wanwan nodded and added, "Well, remember to bring all the equipment you can bring." As she said that, she personally took the goods from the shelf and handed them to Shan Shanghua. "First of all, bulletproof vests must be worn. Also take a pistol and bullets. Although the model is old, it is better than cold weapons. By the way, bring a machete just in case. There are also mineral water, buns, and candy." Shan Shanghua said before that his body is consuming energy quickly now, and he must replenish energy in time. It is definitely not okay to hold these things like this. Jiang Wanwan thought about it and said in her mind, 007, give me a sturdy backpack. She has seen this thing in the ordinary category of the system mall, and it is worth 1-star coin. She was too lazy to find it for a while, and it was obviously faster to call 007. Sure enough, the star coin was deducted the next second, and a black backpack appeared out of thin air in Jiang Wanwan's hand. She put all the prepared things into the backpack and handed the backpack over. Shan Shanghua naturally would not refuse this kindness and said with gratitude, "Thank you, boss." Then he put on his bulletproof vest, took his weapon, put on his backpack, and then turned and walked out of the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan stood in the supermarket, watching the other party's determined back gradually go away, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although she knew in her heart that the zombies that even Zhang Lehe could kill were definitely not the opponents of Shan Shanghua. But that was only a level 1 zombie. What if she met a level 2 zombie, or even a level 3 zombie? In addition, there are sinister human hearts, which are even more difficult to guard against. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was just like a parent sending his child out to fight. He hoped that he could gain something, but he was also worried that he would be deceived, bullied, and frustrated. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan herself was amused. How could she, a beautiful girl in her youth, suddenly experience the distress of being a mother? Sitting back at the cashier counter, Jiang Wanwan took out her mobile phone to play. However, she would still look up from time to time and look outside the supermarket. During this period, Jiang Wanwan received 2 or 3 guests one after another. Until a few minutes after 10 o'clock, a small figure walking into the supermarket attracted her attention. "Xiaoya, you're here." Jiang Wanwan greeted with a smile. "Pretty sister, you're back. Uncle Sean said you had something to do. Are you done?" Xiaoya asked in surprise. "Yes, I am done." Jiang Wanwan nodded, but was thinking in her heart. Xiaoya called her pretty sister, but called Shan Shanghua uncle. Wouldn't she be a generation inferior to Shan Shanghua? Could it be that Xiaoya should call her aunt? Forget it. It sounds better to call her sister. Let's talk about our own things. Then, pretty sister, Xiaoya will start cleaning. Xiaoya said, and then she picked up the rag skillfully and began to wipe the floor on the ground. Jiang Wanwan could hear that Xiaoya's voice was much more relaxed than before, so she asked, Xiaoya, how is your brother? Hearing this question, Xiaoya immediately tilted her head happily and answered, My brother drank mineral water and is fine now. Granny Lu said he will not die. Jiang Wanwan was sure that mineral water was just ordinary water and had no therapeutic effects. Since it could play such an obvious role, the quality of water in this world was really worrying. After that, Jiang Wanwan chatted with Xiaoya for a few words, and then another customer came. Xiaoya looked young, but she was very perceptive. Seeing that there were customers coming, she quickly got up and hid behind the shelf. She kept wiping and hiding like this until 11 o'clock, when she finally cleaned the supermarket. After that, Xiaoya greeted Jiang Wanwan. She drooled at the buns on the shelf, then turned and left the supermarket. In the hour after Xiaoya left, Jiang Wanwan received 2 more customers. Seeing that it was already 12 o'clock, she looked outside the supermarket more and more frequently. Finally, when Jiang Wanwan looked up one time, a familiar figure came out of the door. She stood up immediately and said excitedly, Shan Shanghua, how are you? Are you okay? Looking at the dirt on the other person's clothes, as well as the unknown liquid, her eyes were filled with worry. Shan Shanghua's dusty face showed 2 rows of white teeth. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan was relieved and couldn't help complaining. I'm glad you're okay. Why did you wait until now to come back and make yourself look like this? Shan Shanghua replied with an embarrassed smile. When I came back, I ran into a small group of zombies, and I couldn't help but rushed up. A small group of zombies? Jiang Wanwan frowned immediately and blamed. Why are you so reckless? Don't worry, I rushed up only because I was sure, look, Shan Shanghua said. And then he took out a handful of crystal cores stained with brain matter from his pocket and handed them over. Jiang Wanwan was not willing to touch such things.
Put it in.
She signaled Shan Shanghua to put these crystal cores into the star coin exchanger. She reminded him, it's not worth taking risks for these crystal cores. You should be more careful in the future. At this time, Shan Shanghua had already put the crystal cores into the grid, and Jiang Wanwan also received the information through the system. 16 level 1 crystal cores. In just over 2 hours, a lot of zombies were killed. I know. Killing those zombies is not only for the crystal cores, but more for tempering myself. I won't take my life as a joke. Tempering? Jiang Wanwan suddenly remembered Shan Shanghua's newly acquired powerful recovery ability. After understanding the situation and knowing that the other party was not advancing without reason, she was relieved. Jiang Wanwan walked to the shelf, took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the other party and said, Wash your hands first, then eat. In the zombie world, washing hands with mineral water is a luxury. But there is no other way. You can't eat with your hands full of brains, right? As for using filtered water in the current world, thinking about Xiaoya's brother, Jiang Wanwan felt unsafe. There was no need to take risks to save a little water. Shan Shanghua took the mineral water and did not go to the bathroom. Instead, he went directly outside the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan took 3 boxes of self-heating rice from the shelf, opened them, added water, and heated them. Among them, 1 box was her lunch, and as for the other 2 boxes were taken for Shan Shanghua. When it was time to eat, Jiang Wanwan wanted to give Shan Shanghua the stool to sit on. After all, he had worked hard killing zombies. But Shan Shanghua refused on the grounds that he was too dirty. In the end, Jiang Wanwan sat in front of the cashier, while Shan Shanghua sat on the floor. After the meal, she did not forget to bring apples to the 2 of them. Eating self-heating rice every day is not nutritious. Eating an apple can supplement vitamins. After lunch, they rested for 10 minutes. Shan Shanghua stood up, walked to the cashier, and whispered, Boss, my clothes are already dirty. How about going out to hone my skills? Is he addicted to killing zombies? Jiang Wanwan glanced at the other party, but did not refuse. Be careful, replenish the consumed supplies, and most importantly, come back before 4 o'clock. Yes, I remember. Shan Shanghua immediately responded loudly. Then, he took some goods and put them in his backpack and ran out of the supermarket quickly. In this way, Jiang Wanwan was the only one left in the supermarket. Fortunately, she still had her mobile phone to kill time. If there were no customers, she would read novels, and if there were customers, she would receive them. This time lasted until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Wanwan, who was a little drowsy, heard a roar coming from a distance. It sounded like the sound of an engine. There was a car? And more than one?
Could it be?
Jiang Wanwan stood up immediately and walked to the door in surprise to watch. In the distance, one car after another drove towards the supermarket. In the front, there were 2 familiar off-road vehicles, followed by a large military truck. Behind the large military truck, there seemed to be another vehicle, but it was not clear. These vehicles came from far away and finally stopped slowly at the door of the supermarket. Looking at the familiar figure getting off the vehicle, Jiang Wanwan smiled. Big business is coming. Boss Zhang, I haven't seen you for a few days. I hope you are well. Gu Shuyuan? I thought you would arrive tomorrow. Didn't you say it would take 7 days? Jiang Wanwan asked curiously. Calculating the time, tomorrow noon is the date they agreed on. I can't wait. Boss Zhang has too many good things here. I'm afraid they will be gone if I come a little later. Gu Shuyuan said as he led 2 people to the supermarket. As for the others who came with him, they stayed by the car and did not follow. When they approached the supermarket, the 3 of them were all amazed. The 2 people behind were amazed that there was still a supermarket. As for Gu Shuyuan, he looked around and said meaningfully, Boss Zhang, your supermarket has expanded again? Jiang Wanwan did not shy away from the topic, but said it directly. Yes, not only has the supermarket expanded, but also added several new goods. Mr. Gu, is there anything you need? Hearing that there were new goods, Gu Shuyuan did not bother to explore the magic of the supermarket and hurriedly looked at the shelves on the side. Storm jackets, candy, and even edible salt? Boss Zhang is really powerful. Gu Shuyuan was just amazed, and the other 2 people he brought in almost had their heads stuck to the shelves. Seeing this, Gu Shuyuan hurriedly pulled the 2 people. Then he smiled embarrassedly at Jiang Wanwan and introduced them. This is my second uncle Gu Yuanqing, and this is Qiao Yushu, the logistics manager of our White Tiger base. The 2 of them are fully responsible for the procurement of materials this time. Hearing their names, the 2 finally shifted their gaze from the goods to Jiang Wanwan. Gu Yuanqing looks very similar to Gu Shuyuan. Although he looks a little vicissitudes, he is also a gentle and handsome uncle. He smiled and said, Boss Zhang, please take care of me in the future transactions. As for Qiao Yushu, he looks about the same age as Gu Yuanqing and is a little fat. You know, in this world where people are generally skinny, his figure is very rare. Compared with Gu Yuanqing's greetings, Qiao Yushu went straight to the point. Boss Zhang, I wonder how much goods you have here? Can it meet the needs of our base? When it comes to this, Jiang Wanwan naturally has a lot to say. However, before she could open her mouth, she was directly beaten to the punch by Gu Shuyuan.
Oh.
Uncle Qiao, didn't we agree to eat first and then talk about other things? The brothers haven't had lunch yet, and they are all waiting with hungry stomachs. Haven't had lunch yet? Jiang Wanwan was a little surprised. Could it be that they were starving on purpose and wanted to come to the supermarket to buy food? Gu Shuyuan said with a smile, ignoring Qiao Yushu's glaring eyes. Boss Zhang, give us some food first, I'm starving. Gu Shuyuan and his friends deliberately saved their stomachs to come to the supermarket to eat good things. But in fact, the so-called good things are just cabbage buns. Well, each person had 5 buns, and they ate them voraciously, crying. Even though Jiang Wanwan was waiting for the transaction, he couldn't bear to ruin their happy moment. When these people ate the first 2 buns, they were very fast and swallowed them directly without chewing. As for the 3 buns at the back, they began to chew them slowly. Jiang Wanwan waited for about 10 minutes before they finally swallowed the last bite. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Boss Zhang. Gu Yuanqing said a little shyly. Qiao Yushu, who was standing by, couldn't bear to see him say such polite words, so he stepped forward and spoke directly. Boss Zhang, I heard from Xiu Yuan that you are an alien, but I don't know if you have a way to eliminate zombies. If you can save the world, we are willing to pay any price. Is this so direct? Jiang Wanwan blinked in confusion, and then answered. I'm afraid to disappoint Mr. Chiao. I'm just a supermarket owner. If you want to buy more goods, I can still think of a way, but I can't do anything else. If I had the skills you mentioned, how could I be at ease opening a small supermarket, don't you think? Xiao Yushu didn't give up. He looked around and smiled again. Your supermarket is not small. I have also heard Xu Yuan describe its peculiarities. You are not an ordinary supermarket owner if you can own such a magical supermarket. Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but glanced at Gu Xu Yuan, who was pretending to be non-existent, and then smiled and said, Supermarket owners are not ordinary or not. After all, they're just selling goods. I wonder what goods Mr. Chiao wants to buy this time? Xiao Yushu clearly wanted to get to the bottom of it. Facing Zhang Wanwan's attempt to change the subject, she did not respond and continued to stare at her. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan still smiled, but her expression was a little impatient. The scene was deadlocked for a while, and finally Gu Yuanqing came forward to break the current deadlock. He took 2 steps forward, directly blocked Xiao Yushu behind him, and said with a smile,
Oh.
The list of purchase goods is here. Boss Zhang, see if you can prepare it? Zhang Wanwan was also happy to pretend to be confused and reached out to take the list handed over. Although Xiao Yushu's coercion made her unhappy, she didn't care about it for the sake of the big business. After opening the folded paper and reading the contents clearly, Zhang Wanwan's last bit of unhappiness disappeared instantly. The name of the goods was written on the paper, and each name was followed by a series of numbers. 2,000 bottles of mineral water, 1,000 boxes of self-heating rice, 1,000 boxes of apples, 100 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, 100 pistols, 100 bulletproof vests, 500 machetes, and 10,000 bullets.
Well.
A big order, so many star coins. Zhang Wanwan's eyes were almost full of stars as she stared at the list. At this time, she seemed to hear Gu Xu Yuan's voice in her ears. Second uncle, in addition to the goods on the list, we should also buy some of the 3 new goods in the supermarket. Gu Yuanqing naturally agreed with this point of view and asked after careful consideration. Well, 500 jackets, 500 bags of salt, and 2,000 candies, is that okay with you, Mr. Zhang? Of course. Overwhelmed by the great happiness, Zhang Wanwan agreed immediately. But after he finished speaking, he remembered that some of the goods seemed to be insufficient, right? So, he quickly added, but some of the goods require too many quantities, and I may need time to prepare them. How long can you stay? Hearing this, Gu Yuanqing frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he answered. We have agreed on a return time with the base, and we can leave at the latest at noon tomorrow. Otherwise, we will miss it. I wonder what goods Mr. Zhang is missing? Zhang Wanwan recalled the inventory that he had counted in the morning and compared it with the list of goods in his hand. There are only 500 bottles of mineral water and candy at present, and the rest can be given to you before noon tomorrow. But the bullets may not meet your needs. I only have 1,900 rounds here, and I can only add 1,500 more before noon tomorrow. Other than that, the other goods can meet your needs. After hearing the details, Gu Yuanqing's frown was relieved a lot. Things were much better than he expected. It was only the bullets that were not enough. Then let's do it. Please sell the existing goods to us, Boss Zhang. As for the missing mineral water, candy, and bullets, we will come to pick them up at noon tomorrow. Zhang Wanwan nodded repeatedly. This was naturally the best. Then, she watched the other party take action. Gu Xu Yuan waved to the outside of the supermarket. Then a few people took several bags of things from the car and walked towards the supermarket. After these people entered the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan saw them clearly. What they were carrying were actually sacks, each filled to the brim. Could these be zombie crystal cores? Thinking of the astronomical amount of money they needed to buy goods, Zhang Wanwan thought it must be crystal cores. But the scene of using sacks to pack zombie crystal cores was really eye-opening for her. Gu Xu Yuan stepped forward and untied the sealed sack. Suddenly, dense and transparent zombie crystal cores like crystals appeared in front of everyone. After that, Gu Shiyuan carried a sack of crystal cores and aimed the sack mouth at the grid of the star coin exchanger. The sound of pouring zombie crystal cores was so pleasant. The small grid of the star coin exchanger was like a bottomless pit, constantly receiving crystal cores. This scene lasted for about 5 minutes before it finally ended. Zhang Wanwan also learned from the system the number of crystal cores that had just been poured into the grid. 15,000 first-level crystal cores were exchanged for 15,000 star coins. Of course, these 15,000 star coins were still far from the star coins they needed for shopping. So, their behavior of exchanging star coins continued. After the first-level crystal core, it was the turn of the second-level crystal core. 1,000 second-level crystal cores were exchanged for 10,000 star coins. Then 500 third-level crystal cores were exchanged for 50,000 star coins. Adding the 24 star coins that were originally left in Gu Shiyuan's account, it was 75,024 star coins. The 5-digit star coins made Zhang Wanwan swallow her saliva involuntarily. She tried to keep her face calm and reminded him, "The goods I can take out now are a total of 77,650 star coins." This astronomical figure was of course calculated by 007. 007, who was fascinated by watching melodramatic TV, had to pay full attention to such a large amount of star coins. Gu Shiyuan did not completely trust the price quoted by Zhang Wanwan. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yushu, who had been silent for a long time, and got a positive look from him. Then he took out a larger crystal core from a leather package and continued to put it in. Level 4 crystal cores can be exchanged for 1,000 star coins each. Gu Shiyuan only put 3 in and collected the required star coins. After watching Gu Shiyuan and the others exchange enough star coins, Zhang Wanwan walked to the warehouse to take out the goods they needed. Fortunately, there was a system grid, so she didn't have to carry them by hand. Otherwise, she would have to run around to carry so many goods. As for Gu Yuanqing and Xiao Yushu, their expressions when they saw that she had a portable space were naturally self-evident. Of course, Gu Shiyuan, who had already seen it once, accepted it well. Zhang Wanwan was busy moving the goods from the warehouse to the entrance of the supermarket. Gu Shiyuan called people to move the goods onto the military truck. This back and forth was very harmonious. Zhang Wanwan ran 5 times and moved out all the required goods, and then watched them busy. At this moment, it was already past 4 o'clock. Shan Shanghua was walking towards the supermarket with a dirty body, looking at the sudden appearance of the convoy with surprise. Gu Shiyuan and his men were moving supplies. Faced with the sudden appearance of the person, they immediately showed a sense of vigilance. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan hurriedly explained, "He is a clerk in my supermarket. When you come to buy goods in the future, he may be the one to receive you. Now is a good time to recognize his face." Then he introduced, "Shan Shanghua, these are people from the White Tiger base, one of the 4 major bases, and they're also major customers of our supermarket." Everyone immediately understood Zhang Wanwan's implication. Gu Yuanqing tried, "Boss Zhang said that you may not be here in the future? Where are you going?" "Of course there is a place I should go," Zhang Wanwan said mysteriously. Gu Yuanqing was not a persistent person. He estimated that he could not get anything out of it, so he stopped asking. After about 10 minutes, they finally moved all the goods onto the military truck. After that, they agreed to come back tomorrow to pick up the remaining goods, and drove away in a convoy. It was already 4:30, and there were already scattered customers waiting outside the supermarket. But because of the people brought by Gu Shiyuan, they were staring at them and didn't dare to get close. After seeing the convoy go away, they hurried to the supermarket. They just saw that those people moved a lot of goods, so they must not buy out all the goods in the supermarket. In this way, Zhang Wanwan and Shan Shanghua were busy receiving individual customers. Until 5:30, the sky gradually darkened and the customers gradually left. Without caring whether there would be more customers later, Zhang Wanwan directly asked Shan Shanghua to close the door. Then he couldn't wait to open the system page and check it out. Seeing Shan Shanghua holding a rag and about to start cleaning, Zhang Wanwan also took the time to say, "Don't wipe it. It will naturally become clean after the supermarket is upgraded." "Can the supermarket be upgraded?" Shan Shanghua asked happily. At this time, Zhang Wanwan no longer had the mind to answer his question. 41034 star coins. This is the current balance in her account. Gu Xiuyuan and his friends spent 77,650 star coins on purchasing goods. When they first came, each person ate 5 buns, a total of 100 buns, and used a 3rd-level crystal core. In addition, today's individual customers also contributed 3,174 star coins in sales. After calculating this, Zhang Wanwan suddenly frowned. This data seems to be a little wrong. How can she have so many star coins? Oh, right. She only has about 3,000 star coins left to pay off the star coins she owes 007. After paying off the star coins owed to 007, she only needs to give half of the star coins she earns to the supermarket. So, not only is she debt-free now, but she also has more than 40,000 star coins in savings? 007, have I paid off all the star coins I owe you? Zhang Wanwan asked for confirmation. I've paid it off. 007 answered in a brisk tone. He just made a lot of money, and was obviously in a good mood. That's good, so all these star coins belong to her. By the way, this big order is not yet completed, and I can make a small profit tomorrow. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan thought about the current inventory of goods in the supermarket. Other goods are fine, but there are a few that are out of stock. There are only 44 cabbage buns left, 30 bullets, and no mineral water or candy left. In order to make up the 1,500 that she still owes Gu Xiuyuan and the others, Zhang Wanwan decided to come here again after returning to Earth, and she would have to run twice tomorrow to be enough. Of course, the premise of all this is to upgrade the supermarket to level 5 first, so that the system grid can carry 500 pieces of goods. Speaking of supermarket upgrades, Zhang Wanwan hurriedly looked at the total number of goods traded. Gu Xiuyuan and his team contributed 6,550 pieces. Today's individual customers contributed 606 pieces, and the Dawn base contributed 200 pieces, plus the more than 7,000 pieces before. It became 14,861 pieces of goods. Not only is it enough for the Wanjie supermarket to upgrade to level 5, but there is even half more. Zhang Wanwan couldn't wait to speak. 007. 007. Hurry up and upgrade the Wanjie supermarket. Ding! It is detected that the upgrade conditions have been met and the Wanjie supermarket is upgrading. The Wanjie supermarket has been upgraded to level 5 and the New World coordinates are open. After the words fell in her mind, Zhang Wanwan looked a little surprised. There was no white fog and the supermarket did not change at all, and even the dirt on the ground did not disappear. 007. What's the situation? Zhang Wanwan asked curiously. Ding! It is detected that the Wanjie supermarket has been upgraded to level 5. The host can choose the supermarket expansion mode by himself. Is it to continue to expand the area on the ground, or to increase the expansion area of the supermarket floor? Zhang Wanwan's expression moved, and she immediately thought seriously. From what she said, in addition to choosing to expand as before, she can also choose to add a floor to make the supermarket a 2-story building? Is there any difference in area between these two expansion methods? Zhang Wanwan asked. There is no difference in area, only the shape is different. Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan immediately made a decision. Then I choose to add more floors to the supermarket. When the supermarket is upgraded to level 5, there are only 15 kinds of goods, so it doesn't take up much space. Instead of continuing to expand horizontally, it's better to add a second floor to provide some privacy. Ding! The expansion mode has been selected successfully, and the Wanjie supermarket is expanding. As the white mist passed, the Wanjie supermarket suddenly became brand new. The layout of the supermarket also changed a lot. Zhang Wanwan, who was originally in a hurry to return to Earth, was no longer in a hurry and decided to take a look first. It was the first time that Shan Shanghua saw the magical changes in the supermarket after the upgrade, and his eyes widened immediately. Unfortunately, he was dirty, and it was difficult for him to step into the clean supermarket. In the end, he could only stand there helplessly, watching Zhang Wanwan wandering around. At a glance, the area of the supermarket seemed to have increased a lot. But after a round of shopping, Zhang Wanwan was very sure that the area of the first floor of the supermarket was still the same as before. It was just that one room was reduced, so it looked a lot bigger. And what was reduced was the room behind the supermarket that belonged to Zhang Wanwan, including the connected bathroom. Therefore, the space for placing shelves and receiving guests became 8 by 12 meters rectangular. The warehouse on the left wall and Shan Shangwa's room have not changed at all. Even the bathroom in his room has only changed its shape, and the area is still the same as before. Behind the bathroom, there is a 1-meter width near the back wall, and stairs are paved. Is this the way to the second floor? Zhang Wanwan stepped on the stairs and looked up. Although the 1-meter wide stairs are a bit narrow, fortunately the steps are not steep. After reaching the second floor, there is a 1 square meter space at the entrance of the stairs, and there is a door in front. After pushing open the door, it is a simple suite. In addition to the bedroom, bathroom, and living room, there is even a dining room, kitchen, and balcony. It's a pity that the kitchen is empty, without even a piece of kitchenware. The balcony is fully enclosed, which Zhang Wanwan likes very much. Just looking at the transparent glass in front of her, she asked with some concern. Transparent glass, there is no curtain, so people outside can see everything inside clearly? Don't worry, the one-sided anti-peep glass, people outside can't see anything. 007 replied. That's good. The entire second floor has 80 square meters, which looks spacious and comfortable, which is exactly what Zhang Wanwan wants. So this place will be her private space. After a careful inspection, Zhang Wanwan went down to the first floor of the supermarket with a satisfied smile. After that, she took Shan Shangwa back to Earth. After opening the door, Zhang Wanwan saw Li Qinglan as expected. Li Qinglan was not surprised to see her, but when she saw Shan Shangwa behind her, she showed a surprised expression. After all, Shan Shangwa's image at the moment is really hard to describe. Zhang Wanwan walked downstairs while giving instructions. Find Shan Shangwa a set of clothes and take a bath, then ask him what he wants to eat, and try to satisfy him. By the way, arrange another room. He will live in the villa from now on. In the future, Zhang Wanwan often had to take Shan Shangwa through time and space, as running back and forth was too troublesome. The villa was so big, and she was familiar with Shan Shangwa, so she didn't mind having one more person. Li Qinglan was obviously familiar with Shan Shangwa as well. After hearing this, she took him directly to the second floor to find a place to take a shower. After Zhang Wanwan went down to the first floor, Su Jinghuai just walked to the stairs. Are you still preparing goods? Su Jinghuai asked first. Zhang Wanwan nodded and replied, yes, but it's a little different from before. Mineral water, candy, bullets, 500 each. In addition, there are 500 milliliters of cooking oil, 1 caddy of noodles, and ovarian function inhibitors, also 500 each. As soon as possible, I will deliver it after dinner. Zhang Wanwan already had plans in mind for the 3 additional goods that would be added after the supermarket was upgraded to level 5. She had originally planned to bring cooking oil, noodles, and eggs, just enough for people to make a bowl of fragrant egg noodles. However, Wan Shanshan's request for birth control pills disrupted her original plan. In the end, Zhang Wanwan chose to remove the eggs to meet her needs. Of course, after considering for a long time and searching a lot of information on the internet, she finally did not choose to bring birth control pills, but replaced them with ovarian function inhibitors. The most important thing is that its side effects are much smaller than birth control pills, and it will not harm the body too much. The surprised expression on Su Jinghuai's face revealed his emotions at the list of goods reported by Zhang Wanwan. But even though he was curious and puzzled, he still did not ask any further questions, but just responded, okay. Without waiting for him to turn around, Zhang Wanwan added, also, after this batch of goods is ready, prepare 2 more batches of goods according to the same specifications plus 500 buns. One batch is required at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and the other batch is required at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Got it.
After Su Jinghuai responded, he hurried to prepare. Zhang Wanwan, attracted by the smell of food, walked to the dining room. There was still a full table of dishes, and she immediately sat at the dining table. However, Zhang Wanwan did not rush to eat this time. Instead, She waited for a while and saw Shan Shangwa coming downstairs after taking a shower. Come and eat together, Jiang Wanwan called. Shan Shangwa swallowed his saliva and shook his head and said, No, Minister, eat first. My meal is already ready. It's okay, just eat first to fill your stomach and then you can eat when your meal comes. I don't know how much you eat. With his current appetite, it would be easy for him to eat enough food for 2 or 3 people in one meal. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Jiang Wanwan smiled and said, Come here quickly. I can't finish so many dishes by myself, and they will all be wasted in the end. Last time, a large table of dishes was prepared, but Jiang Wanwan didn't finish them, and they were probably thrown away in the end. This time, so many dishes were prepared, and she didn't want to waste them again. It seems that it is necessary to tell Su Xiangming and Ding Xiangyu not to prepare so many dishes next time. Or let other people in the villa wait for her, and it would be nice for everyone to have dinner together. Having been to the zombie world and seen those people's attitudes towards food, Shan Shangwa couldn't bear to hear the word waste. Hearing this, he no longer hesitated and walked to the dining table to eat together. This time, with the help of Shan Shangwa, the dishes on the table were directly swept away. After that, Shan Shangwa continued to eat the meals specially prepared for him. Jiang Wanwan walked towards the living room. She just caught a glimpse of Grandpa Zhang. She originally wanted to stand up to greet him, but was rejected by the other party with a wave of his hand. Grandpa Zhang, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Jiang Wanwan coming over and teased.
Wanwan.
Old man, I'm here again. Don't think I'm annoying. How could it be? I wish Grandpa Zhang would come every day. Jiang Wanwan replied with a smile. After she sat down, she asked Grandpa Zhang, Do you have anything to tell me this time? No, I just come here to learn about the situation. Grandpa Zhang waved his hand and said, Obviously, Grandpa Zhang has become the representative of the country to communicate with her. So Jiang Wanwan said, That's perfect. I have something to report to the motherland. Hearing that there was something to report, Grandpa Zhang sat up straight and listened carefully. I did a big business with the White Tiger base today, and the supermarket has been upgraded to level 5. Grandpa Zhang stood up in surprise and asked, The supermarket has been upgraded? What about the new world? Yes, you can already travel to the new world, but there are still some things in the zombie world that have not been dealt with. I may have to delay going to the new world for 2 days. That's right. You have to be fully prepared before going. Grandpa Zhang sat down again and said in agreement. Then, Jiang Wanwan took out a handful of zombie crystal cores that he had just exchanged from his pocket and placed them on the coffee table. Here are 10 first-level crystal cores, 10 second-level crystal cores, 10 third-level crystal cores, plus 3 fourth-level crystal cores. The country will use them for research first. Now I have enough star coins and the transmission fee has been reduced. If the motherland still needs it, just ask. 10 level 1 crystal cores, transmission fee 1 star coin. 10 level 2 crystal cores, transmission fee 10 star coins. 10 level 3 crystal cores, transmission fee 100 star coins. 3 level 4 crystal cores, transmission fee 300 star coins. Adding the original value of these crystal cores, Jiang Wanwan spent a total of 4,521 star coins. Among them, 007 was reluctant to give the only 3 level 4 crystal cores, but Jiang Wanwan insisted. As the research time increased, the importance of zombie crystal cores became more and more obvious. At this moment, seeing so many crystal cores suddenly, Grandpa Zhang suddenly became excited. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Wanwan. Su Jinghuai on the side was very perceptive and hurriedly went to find a bag to put these crystal cores. Seeing that Grandpa Zhang couldn't sit still because of these crystal cores, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly spoke again. By the way, before I went back to my hometown, I bought zombie serum from the system mall and gave it to Shan Shangwa. His body now has very obvious changes. Can you give him a test or something? Grandpa Zhang, who was about to stand up, was stunned and then asked, Did you bring Shan Shangwa back? Well, I'm eating. Jiang Wanwan replied and then added, Also, I plan to buy the remaining supernatural crystals for my own use. You use it yourself? There won't be any danger, right? Grandpa Zhang asked worriedly. Don't worry, these things are originally safe. Besides, with the system here, I will be fine. Grandpa Zhang nodded and said, It's good that you know it in your heart. Then, she took the crystal core and went to the dining room to find Shan Shanghua. After they left, Jiang Wanwan waited in the living room for more than an hour. It was not until 8 o'clock that the goods she wanted were finally delivered to the villa. With these goods, Jiang Wanwan returned to her bedroom and started traveling through time. This time it was mainly for delivery. After she put the goods in the warehouse, she traveled back. However, after the brilliant light around her body dissipated, Jiang Wanwan staggered and fell to the ground. This time of traveling made her dizzy and felt powerless. After sitting on the ground for 2 or 3 minutes, the feeling slowly dissipated. 007. Is this the slight discomfort you said would occur after traveling through time multiple times in one day? Faced with the questioning, 007 looked very innocent. It's because your body is too weak that the discomfort is so obvious. Before your body becomes stronger, it's better for the host not to try to travel through time 3 times a day. Of course I know. Jiang Wanwan propped herself up, moved to the bed, and sat down and said, traveling through time twice in one day was already so uncomfortable, so she naturally would not try it for the 3rd time. After the physical discomfort disappeared, Jiang Wanwan did not take a shower or go to bed. She still had something she had been looking forward to doing. In her mind, she opened the system page, opened the system mall, found the special category, and clicked to buy. After deducting 3,888 star coins, a transparent crystal core appeared out of thin air in Jiang Wanwan's hand. Is this the supernatural crystal? It looks somewhat similar to the zombie crystal core, but a little smaller, probably the size of a peanut. How do we fuse it? Jiang Wanwan asked again. It's very simple, swallow it. 007 answered calmly. Swallow it? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed immediately. Is it safe to swallow such a strange thing directly into the stomach? All right. It's produced by the system, so there's nothing unsafe about it. But the key is that it's as hard as a stone, not very easy to swallow, right? In the end, Jiang Wanwan drank a large glass of water before finally swallowing the crystal. The irregular edges on it scratched her throat, and it hurt. Fortunately, this crystal is not big. If it is really similar to a zombie crystal core, it is estimated that she would not be able to swallow it even if she broke her throat. Before Jiang Wanwan could finish her complaints, she suddenly felt a needle-like pain in her mind. She couldn't help but fell to the ground again, covering her head with both hands, her face pale with pain. This kind of pain continued, and later, not only did her head hurt like a needle, but her whole body was burning and uncomfortable. I don't know how long it took before this feeling finally ended. Jiang Wanwan lay on the ground, sweating all over, and it took a long time for her to recover, and she spoke weakly. Is it over? Have I awakened my superpowers? What is it? 1/10 or 12% of the pain has already made her suffer a lot. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan admired Shan Shanghua very much. It succeeded. It's a fire ability. 007's voice was also a little weak. Fire? No wonder she had a burning sensation all over her body just now. This kind of ability is very common in the zombie world, and is far less rare than healing, thunder, ice, and other abilities. However, Jiang Wanwan was already very satisfied in her heart. After resting for a while, she could vaguely feel that there seemed to be an unknown energy in her body. Leaning on the bed, Jiang Wanwan raised her right hand and tried to mobilize this power. It was the first time to try, and she was not very skilled. It took several minutes before it finally worked.
Puff.
A small flame with black smoke appeared in the palm of Jiang Wanwan's hand, swaying for 2 seconds and then extinguished. Is this my ability? Is it too weak? Jiang Wanwan said in disbelief. The flame just now is not as big as a lighter. You have just gained superpowers. You will become more and more powerful if you absorb more energy from zombie crystal cores. 007 comforted him hurriedly. The next morning, after Jiang Wanwan got up and went downstairs, she saw Shan Shanghua, who was already waiting there. The goods that Su Jinghuai prepared yesterday were already piled up in the living room. Jiang Wanwan didn't say, anything gossipy. She quickly finished her breakfast, put away the goods, and took Shan Shangwa through. But in a blink of an eye, the two appeared in the Wanjie supermarket. Shan Shangwa ran to open the door, while Jiang Wanwan was busy summoning 007 to help buy shelves. After adding 3 new shelves, the number of shelves in the supermarket has become 15. After replenishing the out-of-stock shelves, Jiang Wanwan came to the brand new shelves. Cooking oil 500 milliliters, 50 star coins noodles 500 g, 10 star coins ovarian function inhibitor, 10 star coins. After the 3 new goods were put on the shelves, the prices were naturally revealed. Cooking oil is a little expensive, but it is worth it if you think about how long it can be used. The price of noodles is moderate, and it is much more filling than 10 buns when cooked, so it should be very popular. The last ovarian function inhibitor is not too expensive. However, this medicine can only last for 28 days. This extra monthly expense is a huge burden for ordinary women. Jiang Wanwan carefully calculated in her mind before saying to Shan Shangwa, "This inhibitor normally costs 10 star coins per piece, but if they are willing to use it directly in the supermarket, they can enjoy a buy one get one free discount." Seeing that Shan Shangwa didn't quite understand, Jiang Wanwan said more details. Buy an inhibitor and take away 10 star coins per piece, but if the customer uses it in the supermarket, 10 star coins can buy 2 pieces. Of course, the 2 pieces must be used by 2 people on the spot. You can suggest that the guests bring their friends along, so that one portion is just right for each person. If 2 people can't get together, they'll have to wait. This is the most perfect solution Jiang Wanwan could think of. Not only can some discounts be given, but it won't let those with ulterior motives profit from it, and it can also indirectly boost customer flow. The only drawback is probably that people who live far away can't enjoy this benefit, right? Shan Shangwa understood now, and also understood Jiang Wanwan's good intentions, and nodded repeatedly. Sit for a while. At 8 o'clock, someone walked into the supermarket. Shan Shangwa hurriedly greeted him, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with the other party. "Boss, he is a purchaser from the Dawn base. Please bring out 100 buns and 100 bottles of mineral water." When this person came yesterday, Jiang Wanwan was busy taking inventory of the supermarket's inventory. Shan Shangwa did not disturb her, and he went to the warehouse dozens of times before he took out the goods the other party needed. Now that Jiang Wanwan is free, he took a break. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the person who was exchanging star coins at the cashier. Then she flipped her hand and took out 100 buns from the system grid. However, just when she was about to take out the mineral water, she suddenly paused. That's not right. She calculated her limit yesterday and promised to give Gu Shuyuan 1,500 bottles of mineral water, but she didn't count the 100 bottles for the Dawn base. What should I do now? Jiang Wanwan was dumbfounded. After thinking carefully for a moment, she said to the buyer of the Dawn base, "I'm really sorry. The White Tiger base ordered a large amount of mineral water from our supermarket yesterday, so we can't take out the 100 bottles of mineral water for the Dawn base today for the time being. How about moving this order to tomorrow? I will prepare 200 bottles of mineral water for you tomorrow. The Dawn base is close, and we bought a lot of mineral water before, so we should have a lot of stock on hand, so we can wait." Many people know that someone came to the White Tiger base yesterday. After all, it was such a big military truck. Therefore, the purchaser was not too surprised by Jiang Wanwan's words and easily accepted her proposal. This made Jiang Wanwan's many explanations useless. When the purchaser was ready to leave with the buns, Shan Shangwa took him to introduce the new goods in the supermarket. As for Jiang Wanwan, she looked a little distressed, thinking about the problem she missed yesterday. The purchase of the Dawn base was solved, but she suddenly remembered that there were still individual customers. The order of the Dawn base can be postponed, and the individual customers want to buy mineral water, but there is no way to let them wait until tomorrow. Besides, she and Shan Shangwa also need to drink water today. It seems that the 1,500 bottles of mineral water promised to Gu Shuyuan cannot be gathered. When Shan Shangwa sent the purchaser away and came back, Jiang Wanwan explained, "Today, we can only sell 90 bottles of mineral water. Remember to count them when you sell them. It seems that only 1,400 bottles of mineral water can be given to Gu Shuyuan. As for the remaining 10 bottles, They are reserved for her and Shan to drink today. By the way, only 10 candies and 40 bullets are sold today. Customers after that can only wait until tomorrow. Compared with mineral water, bullets and candies are not necessities, so it doesn't matter if they wait until tomorrow.
Got it.
Shan didn't understand why, but he obeyed habitually. At this time, other customers had already come to the store, and there were more and more. The customers who came in first expressed their amazement at the changes in the supermarket. After that, they expressed their excitement when facing the 3 newly added goods. But unfortunately, most of the customers in the morning were ordinary people. Although they were very tempted, they couldn't afford these goods. In the end, after an hour of busy work, only 3 packs of noodles were sold. As for the other 2 new goods, they were not yet opened. After the busy time, Zhang asked, "You are not going out today?" Shan nodded helplessly. He wanted to go out, but the conditions did not allow it. After all, he would definitely get dirty after going out. Shan would not go back to Earth today, and there was no water to take a shower in the supermarket. He couldn't sleep with dirt all over his body, right? Therefore, if he wanted to go out and explore, he had to choose a time before returning to Earth. In that case, you stay down there, I'll go upstairs to rest, and wait until 10 o'clock to return to Earth. Zhang said, and walked towards the warehouse, ready to take out the goods in the system grid. However, when she got the cabbage buns, she thought of a problem. She was about to cross the new world, and before that she had to prepare enough goods for this world. After all, who knows how long it will take to upgrade the supermarket to level 3 in the new world. But other goods are easy to say. It's impossible for these cabbage buns to be left in the warehouse like this, right? Zhang thought carefully about the countermeasures in her mind, and then asked, 007, are there freezers in the system mall? Yes, small freezers are 1-star coin each. 007 was still watching the melodramatic TV series and took the time to answer. Yes, there is. In this way, the storage problem of the buns is solved. Then, is there a microwave? Zhang asked again. Now that the weather is getting colder, frozen buns are not delicious. Even if she doesn't think about the guests, she has to think about Shan's stomach. Yes, there is. In this way, the heating problem is solved. Although the buns heated after freezing are not as delicious as the freshly baked buns. But I think no one will mind, right? 007, give me one of each freezer and microwave. The small freezer is half a person's height, and it says that the capacity is 180 liters. Zhang put more than 400 buns in it, and it only took up about 1/3 of the capacity. As for the microwave, it was placed on the cash register for convenient heating. After everything was settled, Zhang walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor of the supermarket. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she did not take out her mobile phone to play. Instead, she exchanged a first-level crystal core from the system and asked, "You said yesterday that absorbing the energy of the crystal core can upgrade my superpowers. How do I absorb it?" Zhang was mentally exhausted last night because of the 2 time travels and the suffering of fusing the superpower crystals. So, after knowing that the superpowers could be upgraded, she was not in a hurry to figure it out, but went to bed early. Now that she has free time, it's a good time to try it. Hold the crystal core in your hand and use your mental power to extract the energy in the crystal core and absorb it into your body. 007 explained. Zhang followed what 007 said, held the crystal core in her right hand, and tried to absorb it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It took about 5 minutes for Zhang to successfully extract a trace of energy. It took another 5 minutes to make this trace of energy her own. With the experience of the first time, the rest went much more smoothly, and the speed became faster and faster. After absorbing 10 strands of energy, Zhang slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at the crystal core in her hand, which was much dimmer than before. About 1/10 of the energy in the crystal core was extracted. Zhang secretly calculated in her heart. She wanted to completely absorb the energy in this crystal core, which would take about 2 hours. 007. After absorbing this crystal core, how much can my superpowers be enhanced? The host's superpowers currently have no levels. Absorbing 100 level 1 crystal cores can upgrade the superpowers to level 1. Absorbing 100 level 2 crystal cores can upgrade the superpowers to level 2, and so on. Is it so difficult to upgrade? Zhang Wanwan frowned immediately. Even if she used all her time except for eating and sleeping to absorb crystal core energy, it would still take half a month to absorb 100 level 1 crystal cores, right? This is already a shortcut, but not everyone can absorb so many crystal cores so smoothly. 007 said arrogantly. Zhang Wanwan suddenly remembered that the zombie world has lasted for 3 years. The superpowers of many people seem to be still hovering at level 1 and level 2, and bottlenecks will appear from time to time. Thinking of this, she can upgrade by absorbing crystal core energy, which is indeed a shortcut. Okay, then take your time. Anyway, she is not waiting to use her superpowers to fight. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan prepared to continue absorbing crystal core energy. Only when she looked at the time did she realize that it was a few minutes after 10 o'clock. She had to travel back to the Earth first and bring all the prepared goods over. After that, she continued to indulge in absorbing energy and even stopped playing with her cell phone. An unknown amount of time had passed before Zhang Wanwan finally absorbed all the energy in the crystal core. The originally hard and transparent crystal core suddenly turned into fine powder and dissipated in her hand. Feeling that there was a lot more energy in her body, she tried to condense it into her palm.
Puff.
Another small flame, similar to the one produced by a lighter. However, this time the flame lasted for half a minute, which was much better than last night. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted Zhang Wanwan, who was about to continue exchanging crystal cores. Boss, people from the White Tiger Base are here. White Tiger Base. Zhang Wanwan subconsciously glanced at the time, only to find that it was already 11:40. She quickly responded, "Here they come." After going down the stairs to the first floor, I saw 3 people standing in the middle of the supermarket. Noticing the movement, Gu Shuyuan was the first to turn around and said with a smile, "Boss Zhang, your supermarket really changes every day." Zhang Wanwan evaded the main point and said, "The changes in the supermarket are just a small matter. Mr. Gu, have you noticed that there are 3 more kinds of goods?" "Of course I found it." Gu Shuyuan nodded and smiled bitterly. "Boss Zhang is really, he won't give up until all the crystal cores in my base are squeezed out." Zhang Wanwan laughed immediately. "Mr. Gu, what are you talking about? I'm just in urgent need of help." Xiao Yushu on the side couldn't bear to hear these greetings and asked directly, "Boss Zhang, are all the goods we want ready?" Zhang Wanwan's smile froze, and then he said apologetically, "The other goods are all collected, but there are only 1,400 bottles of mineral water." "I'm really sorry." Xiao Yushu frowned and was about to say something, but was stopped by Gu Yuanqing. It was just 100 bottles of mineral water short of what was agreed upon, not worth making a fuss about. "No need to apologize, we pushed too hard. I believe Boss Zhang has done his best." Zhang Wanwan was naturally grateful for the other party's face, and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your understanding." Gu Yuanqing smiled and said, "In addition to the goods we agreed on before, we may have to buy some other goods." "You say." 300 bottles of cooking oil, 500 packs of noodles, and 20 boxes of ovarian function inhibitors. Okay, a total of 14,850 star coins. Zhang Wanwan hurriedly stated the price. After hearing the offer, Gu Shuyuan walked over to exchange star coins. Gu Yuanqing said, "I heard from the clerk that there is a discount for this inhibitor in the supermarket. It's a pity that our White Tiger base is too far away, and I'm afraid we can't enjoy Boss Zhang's kindness. If Mr. Zhang is willing to sell at a preferential price, I can make the decision and buy another 1,000 boxes of inhibitors." This proposal was very tempting, but Zhang Wanwan finally shook her head. "I'm really sorry, the preferential price can only be used in the supermarket. Or, Mr. Gu can send the people from your base in batches to be injected with inhibitors. I will consider Mr. Zhang's suggestion," Gu Yuanqing said, with a look of regret on his face. At this time, Gu Shuyuan had already exchanged the star coins, walked over, and said, "In addition to the goods mentioned before, Mr. Zhang, give us 524 cabbage buns." In this way, the balance in his account was just used up. It was 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Shan Shangwa stood at the entrance of the supermarket, watching the convoy loaded with goods leave. Jiang Wanwan sat in front of the cashier, looking at the balance in the account with emotion. The White Tiger base is worthy of being one of the 4 major bases, and it has a lot of zombie crystal cores. When it comes to purchasing goods, it is completely incomparable to small and medium-sized bases like Chenxi. Today's tail goods alone cost 15,374 star coins. Adding yesterday's large batch of goods, the consumption amount of this order has reached more than 90,000 star coins. If you add in Gu Shiyuan's previous consumption in the supermarket, it would be nearly 100,000 star coins. It accounts for almost 80 to 90% of the supermarket's total turnover, and it can be said to be the real #1 customer. If there are more customers like this, wouldn't it be easy to upgrade the supermarket? In addition to the White Tiger base, there are 3 other such wealthy large bases. Jiang Wanwan was very envious of the other 3 bases, and just now she specially pulled Gu Shiyuan to talk about it. Half a day. The 4 major bases help each other, and Gu Shiyuan agreed to help her make a connection. But I don't know how effective it will be and how long it will take to see someone. While Jiang Wanwan was daydreaming, Shan Shangwa had already come over with 2 boxes of self-heating rice. After the 2 had a simple lunch, Jiang Wanwan did not stay downstairs, but returned to the 2nd floor to continue absorbing the energy of the crystal core. Feeling the energy in the body increase little by little, it was like an addiction. At least, except for the college entrance examination, Jiang Wanwan hasn't been so focused for a long time. For several hours, she didn't even touch her mobile phone. Until the 2nd crystal core in the afternoon, it turned into dust in her hand. Jiang Wanwan finally put away the idea of continuing to absorb. Picking up the phone to check the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and it was time to go downstairs. The peak period of customers in the supermarket is about to arrive, and business cannot be delayed. After Jiang Wanwan walked down the stairs, she saw Shan Shangwa staring outside in a daze. She walked over and said, "What? Want to go out?" Only then did Shan Shangwa realize that he hadn't noticed the boss coming downstairs. He regretted his lowered vigilance and stood up and said, "Boss, please sit down." "It's okay, you sit down. I've been sitting upstairs for a long time." Jiang Wanwan waved her hand. Seeing that the boss didn't sit down, Shan Shangwa didn't insist, but he didn't sit down either. "It's boring to guard the supermarket, right?" Jiang Wanwan asked with a smile. Hearing this, Shan Shangwa, who was hit on the spot, smiled embarrassedly. Compared with going out to explore and kill zombies, guarding the supermarket is naturally boring. "Well, I'll guard the supermarket tomorrow, and you go out," Jiang Wanwan suggested. Shan Shangwa was immediately surprised and said, "Ah?" But Jiang Wanwan naturally knew what the other party was worried about and explained with a smile, "I'll come over for another day tomorrow, and I won't come over the day after tomorrow. I'm going to travel to the New World. It's not certain how many days I'll stay in the New World, so I'll take you back to Earth tomorrow night." In this way, even if she was delayed in the New World for a few days, Shan Shangwa would not be too miserable. Following Jiang Wanwan, Shan Shangwa naturally knew about the things in the New World. After hearing this explanation, he no longer hesitated and nodded gratefully. While talking, some customers had already walked into the supermarket, and Shan Shangwa hurried forward. Later, as more and more customers came, Jiang Wanwan also became busy. After this busy period was over, the sun was setting. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that no more customers appeared, Jiang Wanwan was ready to close the store. However, when she walked to the door of the supermarket, she ran into an acquaintance. "Zhang Lehe?" "Boss Zhang, I finally met you." Zhang Lehe, who walked in, said happily. Hearing the other party's implication, Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows and asked, "Oh, have you come to see me before?" "Well, I didn't see Boss Zhang when I came here a few days ago," Zhang Lehe said with a bitter face. "I heard that Boss Zhang appeared yesterday, but I came too late and the supermarket was closed, and it happened that the supermarket had become 2 floors. We were in a hurry to upgrade the supermarket yesterday, so we closed it a little earlier than usual." However, it was a coincidence that Zhang Lehe saw the supermarket being upgraded. I wanted to come earlier today, but I was tripped by a zombie. Fortunately, I made it in time, Zhang Lehe said, taking out the crystal core he had prepared long ago from his pocket and handing it over. Here you go, Boss Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan did not refuse, but smiled and took it. After counting, there were exactly 7 first-level crystal cores, so he solemnly said, "Okay, your debt is paid." Hearing this, Zhang Lihe's face suddenly showed a bright smile. Then, he took out 2 crystal cores and exchanged them for 2 star coins, and then said, "I also want to buy 2 buns." Zhang Wanwan quickly took the bun and handed it to him. Who wouldn't like such a self-reliant and strong boy? After Zhang Lehe left, the supermarket finally closed. Shan Shangwa took a rag and started cleaning. After all, the supermarket was not going to be upgraded today. Jiang Wanwan was sitting in front of the cashier, preparing to count today's gains before returning to Earth. Today's individual customers spent a total of 2,781 star coins. In addition, they bought 100 buns at the Dawn base. In comparison, it was not as much as the consumption of individual customers yesterday. It seems that the lack of some goods still affects the business. However, after seeing the balance in his account, Jiang Wanwan's mood became happy again. 41,681.5 star coins. It's really a huge sum of money. Even the total number of goods sold exceeded 20,000 pieces, becoming 20,481 pieces. In addition, Jiang Wanwan also checked the number of goods currently in stock in the supermarket. Most of the goods still have 1 or 2,000 pieces in stock, which is enough to cope with a period of time. As for the out-of-stock items, she also wrote them down separately. For example, there is no stock of bullets, candies, and mineral water. There are only 260 cabbage buns left in stock. In addition, there are 3 new goods, and Jiang Wanwan is going to bring some of them tomorrow. After thinking about all this in her mind, Jiang Wanwan said hello to Shan Shangwa and then traveled back to Earth. The next morning, Jiang Wanwan took the 500 buns, 500 bottles of mineral water, 500 candies, 500 bullets, 500 ovarian function inhibitors, 500 packs of noodles, and 500 bottles of cooking oil that she had prepared and traveled to the zombie world. It was agreed that Shan Shangwa would go out today. So Jiang Wanwan stayed in the supermarket all day. When there are guests, she receives them. When there are no guests, she concentrates on absorbing the energy of the crystal core. In this way, she has absorbed 3 first-level crystal cores in a day. It was not until 6 o'clock in the afternoon that Jiang Wanwan closed the supermarket and took the dirty Shan Shangwa back. While Shan Shangwa was taking a shower, she also sent another batch of goods to the zombie world according to the morning list. After that, after dinner, after reporting the situation to Mr. Zhang, Jiang Wanwan rarely went upstairs to sleep, but went out shopping. After all, she will travel to the new world tomorrow. Who knows how many days it will be delayed. She has to take advantage of now to have a good stroll and enjoy life. Have a SBA, watch a movie, eat some cake, drink milk tea, or something. September 30th, 2024. Get up early in the morning, wash up, and have breakfast. Jiang Wanwan first sent the goods and Shan Shangwa to the zombie world according to yesterday's list of goods. In less than 10 minutes, she returned to Earth again. Next, she was ready to travel to the new world. The first batch of goods for the new world had already been placed in the newly opened grid of the system. What specific goods should be brought to the new world? Jiang Wanwan had asked the motherland for its opinion on this issue. But the country said that her previous plan was very good, and it could be used for both offense and defense, so there was no need to change it. So, the goods that Jiang Wanwan brought this time were still steamed buns, mineral water, and watermelon knives. Of course, after the experience of eating 6 consecutive meals of cabbage buns before, Jiang Wanwan didn't like cabbage buns very much. So this time, although she still brought buns, she changed the filling. Well, it was leek and tofu filling. After Jiang Wanwan carefully checked the goods in the system grid, she solemnly spoke. 007. Travel to the new world. Received. Confirm the coordinates of the new world and start transmitting. As 007's voice fell, The surrounding space became illusory. Just like the first time he traveled, the light surrounding him was particularly gorgeous. A few seconds later, the body felt a long-lost pulling sensation. After landing on the ground, 007's voice came to my mind. Successfully arrived at the new world. The Wanjia supermarket is under construction. Then, there was a magical scene of building a supermarket in 3 seconds. The Wanjia supermarket has been built and started scanning the new world. The new world scan is complete. Host, please be informed that the current is the primitive world. The first level Wanjia supermarket only has a space of 9 square meters. Jiang Wanwan has seen it before, and there is nothing strange about it. She paid more attention to 007's words. Primitive world? What kind of primitive world is it? Ancient tribes? Fantasy totems? Human-animal transformation? Or prehistoric dinosaurs? Most importantly, is there any civilization that can communicate? How far is it from the Wanjia supermarket? What are the trading items that can be exchanged for star coins? Countless questions suddenly popped up in Jiang Wanwan's mind. The first world is the end of the world, and the second world is primitive. Is there no normal world? Slowly walking to the door of the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan looked outside. Suddenly, a green world came into her eyes. On the ground, the grass that could cover her calves was like a carpet covering the earth. As far as the eye could see, trees that were taller than one another reached the sky. Jiang Wanwan looked up at the sky and could vaguely see the treetops that looked like umbrellas. The largest trees were probably hundreds of meters high, and most of them were between 50 and 60 meters. The tree closest to the supermarket was probably the shortest of them, only a dozen meters tall. It looked like a miner. Above these trees, Jiang Wanwan also saw a few birds. They were the kind of birds that could spread their wings for tens of meters, cover the sky and cover the sun when they flew, and could easily scratch a person's head. However, such a magical scene could not completely attract Jiang Wanwan's attention. She was looking around and searching. As for what she was looking for, of course it was people. In such an environment that was like an enlarged version of the primeval forest, if she couldn't see people, how could she do business? Jiang Wanwan didn't want to be trapped here all the time. Unfortunately, after looking around for dozens of minutes, she didn't see a single person. All she could hear was the rustling of leaves in the wind and the chirping of insects and birds. On ordinary days, Jiang Wanwan would have to listen carefully to the sounds of nature. But at this moment, she didn't have the slightest intention to listen. It wasn't a good idea to just keep watching. She estimated that she wouldn't see anyone for a while. Jiang Wanwan finally turned around and focused her attention on the supermarket. The familiar cash register and star coin exchanger were still placed against the wall. 3 empty shelves were placed in the middle of the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan walked directly to the shelf and took out the goods from the system grid and put them on. Chive tofu buns, 2 star coins mineral water, 1 star coin watermelon knife, 100 star coins. After seeing the prices of the 3 goods, Jiang Wanwan couldn't close her mouth for a long time. The same goods, the prices are so different from the zombie world? However, after careful thinking, Jiang Wanwan had some guesses in her mind. 007 said before that the price of goods is determined by their scarcity in the current world. Then, the prices of these 3 kinds of goods reveal a lot of information. First of all, the buns are priced at 2 star coins. This means that food is also scarce in the current world. The price of mineral water is lower than that of buns, which means that water is easier to obtain than food in this world. Think about it, the trees and grass outside are so lush, so there is naturally no shortage of water. Finally, the machete is priced at 100 star coins. This makes Jiang Wanwan reasonably doubt whether there is no iron tool in this world. Otherwise, there would not be such an outrageous price. So, what era did the civilization of this primitive world come from? The Stone Age? Or the Bronze Age? After sitting down at the cashier, Jiang Wanwan became idle. She looked outside the supermarket for a while and finally couldn't help but take out her mobile phone. Just when she was about to find a novel to kill time, she remembered something and asked hurriedly, 007, can we run wires and access the internet now? No, The system mall can only be opened after the supermarket is upgraded to level 2. 007 answered mercilessly. As expected. Alas, the beginning of each world is the most difficult time. If you can't play with your phone, you can only find something else to do. So, Zhang asked again, then how much is the transmission fee for me to exchange for zombie crystal cores? The transmission channel in the zombie world is already stable. No matter where you transmit to, the transmission fee is only 1/10 of the value of the item.
Oh.
This is the only good news I have heard since I traveled to the primitive world. Zhang said quickly, then change 10 level 1 crystal cores for me first. Just as the voice fell, 10 transparent crystal cores appeared on the cashier counter. So Zhang put down his phone, picked up a crystal core, held it in his hand, and began to absorb energy. One was to kill time, and the other was to avoid being too anxious. In the silent supermarket, Zhang spent a whole morning absorbing the energy of 2 crystal cores. After eating 2 leek and tofu buns at noon, he continued to absorb without rest. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he had absorbed the energy in the 2 crystal cores. Then, Zhang looked at the time, then looked outside and finally couldn't help but sighed deeply. 007, is there any human habitation around where you landed? Host, don't worry, there must be people within a kilometer around the supermarket. 007 replied quickly. Where is that person? I've been waiting for a whole day. Zhang asked helplessly. In the zombie world before, there was at least a zombie wandering in front of the door. Now in front of the supermarket, there was no movement at all. She couldn't help but doubt whether there was civilization in this world. The landing location of the supermarket is random, and this system can't be sure where people are. 007 was also helpless. Hearing this, Zhang sighed again. 1 kilometer. If it were a flat place, people with better eyesight could see the outline of the supermarket. But in this primeval forest, there are tall trees blocking the view. Even the scene hundreds of meters away may not be seen clearly. How can she pray that others can find this small supermarket? But it is absolutely impossible for Zhang to go out and look for customers. So, she can only continue to wait. In the last world, she waited for about 8 hours and waited for Zhang Lehe. I don't know how long it will take for this world to get her first customer. After sighing, Zhang could only pick up a crystal core and prepare to continue absorbing. However, before she could gather her mind, she seemed to hear a special sound. This is. Zhang suddenly became excited. Come, listen carefully.
Top, top, top.
Sure enough, there are sounds, and they're very regular sounds. Zhang couldn't sit still any longer, so she stood up immediately and walked towards the entrance of the supermarket. At just one glance, she saw the thing that made the sound. It was a yellow bamboo pole, which was knocking rhythmically on the grass. And the person holding the bamboo pole was a person. This person looked about the same height as Zhang, but much stronger than her. He was wearing a piece of colorful animal skin, short hair, and dressed like a primitive man. Because the distance was a bit far, the other person's face could not be seen clearly, and his age and gender could not be distinguished. This primitive man was originally moving forward cautiously. But since Zhang appeared at the entrance of the supermarket, he stopped. The two looked at each other across hundreds of meters, and there was silence all around. Zhang hesitated for a long time and finally broke the confrontation. She just shouted, "Hello." The voice echoed in the forest and then gradually dissipated. However, what happened next made Zhang dumbfounded. The primitive man standing in the distance suddenly turned around and ran away without looking back. He ran away? Host, you scared the guests away again. 007 reminded in a very stable mood. At this time, Zhang did not have the leisure to refute 007. She asked with disbelief on her face. 007, I ask you, can people in this world understand me? Of course, with this system, you can speak the same language as any guest. 007 replied proudly. Zhang was speechless and asked, since he can understand me, why did he run away? She said hello, which was a friendly greeting, not a scary line. Maybe. You look too scary? 007 tried to find a reason. I look scary? Jiang Wanwan touched her cheek in disbelief. Although her appearance could not be called a great beauty, she was at least a pretty girl from a small family. How could it be an eyesore? The guest who had been waiting for so long ran away for no reason. 007 still said this about her appearance, and Jiang Wanwan was immediately defensive. Shut up. Seeing that the primitive man showed no sign of turning back, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to return to the cashier and sit down in disappointment. The customer she had waited for so long ran away, so she could only continue to absorb the energy of the crystal core. But what happened just now was too depressing. She was so agitated that it took her a while to finally calm down and concentrate on absorbing it. When Jiang Wanwan finished absorbing the crystal core in her hand and opened her eyes again, it was already very dark around her. She glanced at the time, and it was already 6:30. It seemed that no customers would come today. Fortunately, Jiang Wanwan's mood had calmed down, and she was not too disappointed. She got up and closed the door of the supermarket first. Then she took out 2 leek and tofu buns and ate them for dinner. After eating, there was nothing else to do, so she could only continue to absorb the crystal core. As for tonight's rest, I can only take a nap on the cashier counter. As time goes by, the originally quiet environment gradually becomes lively. The calls of various animals come one after another. Tiger roars, wolves howl, bear roars, one after another. Jiang Wanwan even heard a subtle sound coming from the roof of the supermarket. I don't know what kind of animal ran up there. It really deserves to be a primeval forest with all kinds of animals. And in such a dangerous environment, there are still primitive people. So, how powerful are those primitive people? In such a noisy environment, with previous experiences, Jiang Wanwan was not very scared, but she couldn't sleep for a while. After thinking about it for a while, she could only continue to absorb the energy of the crystal core. This situation lasted until 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The endless sleepiness finally drowned Jiang Wanwan. The next morning, it was only 6 o'clock, but Jiang Wanwan woke up early. When she stood up from the chair, her whole body ached. She endured the discomfort and spent dozens of minutes before finally moving her stiff body. After a simple wash and breakfast, it was already 6:30. After Jiang Wanwan opened the door of the supermarket, she prayed sincerely in her heart. There must be a customer today, or the primitive man from yesterday can come back. She really didn't want to sleep on the cash register again. She sat back in front of the cash register. Jiang Wanwan, who had nothing to do, could only continue to absorb the crystal core energy. By the way, she absorbed 7 zombie crystal cores. Add the 3 from yesterday and the 3 from the day before yesterday, a total of 13. If she stays idle for a few more days, maybe her ability will be upgraded to level 1. At 8:30, after Jiang Wanwan absorbed the energy of a crystal core, she stood up and walked around the supermarket, ready to stretch her body after sitting for a long time. However, when she passed by the door and looked out, she suddenly found that there was a different color in the distance. There was a yellowish-brown mixed in the green grass on the ground. It was the same color as the animal skin on the primitive man yesterday. After Jiang Wanwan observed carefully, she was sure that it was the primitive man yesterday. He came again? When did he come? What was he hiding in the distance to observe? Jiang Wanwan's originally calm face suddenly showed a look of surprise. But this time, she didn't dare to speak rashly, so as not to scare the other party away again. Jiang Wanwan thought seriously yesterday. She felt that the reason why the other party ran away was because of fear. Afraid of the supermarket that suddenly appeared, and her who was not in line with common sense. The last zombie world, although it was the end of the world, was also a modern society. Modern people have a lot of knowledge and imagination, and they have a strong acceptance of supernatural phenomena. But now this primitive world is completely different. These primitive people are not even as knowledgeable as the ancients. If they encounter something that cannot be explained, they will either understand it as a god or a devil, right? So, how can we get the other party to let down their guard and approach the supermarket? After thinking carefully, Jiang Wanwan had an idea in her mind. She walked to the shelf without any concealment and picked up a bun and a bottle of mineral water. Then she stood at the door of the supermarket and ate and drank slowly. Isn't it just eating broadcast? It's not difficult. Zhang Wanwan took a small bite of the bun and chewed it with an intoxicated face. The expression was very exaggerated to ensure that the primitive man 100 meters away could see it clearly. Eat a bite and drink a sip, and then continue to eat. It took more than 10 minutes to eat a bun in her hand. As the last bite of the bun was swallowed, Zhang Wanwan felt a little bitter in her heart. Why didn't the other party move? Could it be that he wanted her to eat another bun? But she had already eaten 2 buns for breakfast before. With the one just now, 3 buns were eaten, and she was really tired of eating. The previous conclusion was a bit early. This eating broadcast is not easy at all. In order to maintain an exaggerated expression just now, her cheeks were a little stiff. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement outside. Zhang Wanwan gritted her teeth and went to the shelf again, picked up a bun, and walked to the door. She still didn't believe it, and she had to lure the people outside in today. After carefully adjusting the right angle, Zhang Wanwan put the bun in her hand into her mouth again.
You.
What are you eating? A somewhat hesitant and uneasy voice sounded. Haha, I'm hooked. The moment she heard the voice, Zhang Wanwan was overjoyed. But she didn't dare to show too much fluctuation on her face, for fear of failing. Zhang Wanwan looked up and looked at the primitive man who stood up and exposed himself to the field of vision, and slowly said,
I'm making buns.
Haven't you eaten it before? Seeing that the other party actually answered his question seriously, the primitive man's vigilance on his face was relaxed a lot. He shook his head first, and then asked again.
Who are you?
Why did you appear on the edge of our tribe? It turns out that his tribe is nearby, which is good news. However, how should I answer the other party's question? In the primitive world, no one should understand the word supermarket, right? Zhang Wanwan thought carefully in her heart, and then answered in the simplest words possible. I am a businessman, and I plan to stay here and do business with your tribe. After hearing this, the primitive man pondered carefully and said with sudden enlightenment, Doing business? Are you the powerful caravan that Dan said, the one with a lot of property? After saying that, the primitive man put away his guard and walked towards the supermarket happily. Although Zhang Wanwan felt that she could not be called a caravan by herself. But if she could make the other party let down his guard, she would be willing to keep silent and not explain. As the primitive man approached, Zhang Wanwan finally saw his appearance clearly. He was 1.7 meters tall, with a sturdy figure, and wrapped in an animal skin. The exposed arms and calves were bulging with muscles, chicken coop-like hair, and a childish face. Wouldn't the other party have a baby face like Shanshangwa? But this face was too young, and looked at most 12 or 13 years old. It was too out of place with his figure. After the primitive man came over, he looked at the clean floor inside, then looked at his bare black feet, and finally stopped at the door of the supermarket. Seeing the other party's puppy-like eyes, he kept staring at the buns. Zhang Wanwan smiled, handed the bun in his hand over, and said, Eat it. Seeing that the buns were closer to him, the primitive man couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He couldn't move his eyes away, but he hesitated and said, But I don't have shell money. Despicable? Zhang Wanwan was stunned, and then he realized that the other party should be talking about shell money. It is said that in ancient times, humans did not use gold and silver as currency, but a kind of shell. It's okay, I'll treat you to eat, take it. Just treat it as an initial investment. As long as you gain the other party's trust, are you still afraid of no business in the future? The primitive man is simple. Hearing Zhang Wanwan say this, he didn't suspect that she had ulterior motives or was being polite. Almost snatching it, he grabbed the bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Before, when the primitive man saw the white and plump bun from a distance, he thought it must be delicious. However, when such a thing was really eaten, it was 10,000 times more delicious than he imagined. He didn't even make a sound, and ate the bun without saying a word. Before, Zhang Wanwan thought Zhang Lehe's expression when he ate the bun was very exaggerated. However, compared with the primitive man in front of him, it was really a small witch meeting a big witch. Zhang Wanwan hardly saw him swallow, and the fist-sized bun disappeared in his mouth. The primitive man was immersed in the food he had just eaten and couldn't extricate himself, constantly savoring it. Zhang Wanwan was stunned for a moment and finally reacted and quickly spoke. "My name is Zhang Wanwan. You can call me Boss Zhang. What's your name?" Being awakened from the delicious memories, the primitive man suddenly felt a little regretful and said angrily, "You are called Zhang Wanwan, and also called Boss Zhang? Why do you have two names, and why does your name have so many characters?" Well, this question confused Zhang Wanwan. She really didn't know how to explain such a profound question to a primitive man. Fortunately, the primitive man just asked casually and didn't have to get an answer. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, he said to himself, "Forget it, I'll call you Zhang. My name is Yi." The primitive man Yi is a very simple person. Although he was scared away at first, he couldn't help his curiosity and approached the supermarket again. After Zhang Wanwan said that she was a businessman, he believed it easily and let down his guard. After eating a bun, facing her questions, he was even more open and honest. Zhang Wanwan finally got a general understanding of the surrounding situation through chatting with Yi. Ye's tribe is called Lehe, which is located on the left side of the supermarket. Although the location of the supermarket is not far from the Lehe tribe because there are quails on the trees, few people from the tribe come here. Yes, it was the bird that Zhang Wanwan saw, the kind that covered the sky when it flew. As for why Yi came here, of course there was a reason. According to Yi, he had some things hidden here, and he would come to take a look every day. And how many people are there in the Lehe tribe? Yi said there were many, many people, but he couldn't tell exactly how many there were. In the Lehe tribe, men go out hunting and women pick berries and take care of children. Now it is autumn, the animals are fat, and berries are everywhere. People in the Lehe tribe are busy storing food to prepare for the cold winter. Since everyone in the tribe is busy, why is Yi in front of her so leisurely? Zhang Wanwan, who had been chatting with the other party for a long time, had some guesses in her mind. She only heard her tentatively ask, "Yi, how old are you this year?" "I'm 11 years old. In 4 years, I can go out hunting with the tribe leader and others," Yi said with anticipation, and then looked at Zhang Wanwan and asked enviously, "Zhang, you should be the same age as me, right? You can actually be a caravan. It's really amazing." In Ye's limited knowledge, it is not very clear what the caravan means. He simply thinks that the caravan, like the clan leader, is a title for powerful people. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan has no mind to dwell on these details. She was really shocked by the other party's age, okay? 11 years old? You told her that the 1.7-meter tall man in front of her is actually only 11 years old? Then how tall will he be when he grows to 18? I'm afraid it will be more than 2 meters. In addition, is Ye's height an exception? Or is it the same for people in the primitive world? As for her age, she is more than twice Ye's age, so there is no need to tell the other party. After all, Zhang Wanwan doesn't want to waste words to explain to a child why she is so short. Yi, who is only 11 years old, can't understand the emotional changes on Zhang Wanwan's face. The previous question was not answered, and he didn't care too much, but asked curiously again. "Zhang, I heard that the caravan has a lot of good things. Do you have any other good things besides the delicious buns?" "Good things?" This is the key point. "My goods are all inside. You can come in and take a look." Zhang Wanwan immediately put away her tangled mood and concentrated on introducing the goods. As for how tall the primitive people would grow, it has nothing to do with her. Faced with the invitation, Yi looked at his feet again and hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan hurriedly said, "It's okay. Come in quickly. Don't you want to see my other good things?" Hearing this, Yi was finally moved. I saw him rub his feet on the lush green grass first, and then stepped onto the steps. His eyes stared enviously at the sneakers and jackets that Zhang Wanwan was wearing. Muttered, "The clothes you are wearing and the clothes on your feet are really beautiful." Well, Zhang Wanwan subconsciously looked at it, just the most ordinary clothes and shoes. Of course, these ordinary clothes and shoes are also out of reach for primitive people. But for Zhang Wanwan, the clothes on the other party are amazing. Although the style is a bit rough, it is real fur. However, now is not the time to discuss clothes. Let's talk about the goods. Look, this is the bun you just ate, and this is drinkable water, and this is a knife that can kill prey. It is estimated that primitive people should not understand what mineral water and watermelon knives are. Therefore, Zhang can only introduce its most basic properties in the simplest words. The moment Yi saw the shelf, dozens of white and fat buns attracted all his attention. After hearing Zhang Wanwan's introduction, he paid a little attention to it. Then he was attracted by the mineral water. As for the watermelon knife, it was completely ignored. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan did not remind them that the watermelon knife might be more useful to them. Instead, he picked up a bottle of mineral water from the shelf, handed it to Yi, and introduced it. This contains water. Bring it with you when you go out, and you can drink it at any time, avoiding the trouble of finding a water source. Yi took the mineral water and squeezed it subconsciously. The touch in his hand surprised him. Why doesn't the water in this jar leak out? Yi said, while holding up the mineral water bottle and looking at it in front of his eyes. Obviously, compared to the water inside, the transparent plastic bottle outside is what really attracts him. This is not called a jar, but a bottle. As long as the lid of the bottle is tightened, the water can be sealed inside. Zhang Wanwan said, took the mineral water bottle, twisted the cap with a little force, and then handed it over. Ye's eyes lit up and he immediately started to try. Zhang Wanwan looked at the other party's actions and figured it out in his heart. The mineral water is priced at 1-star coin, but in fact the water inside is just a supplement. The mineral water bottle is really valuable, right? Seeing Yi holding the mineral water bottle, playing with it, Zhang Wanwan said, "This bottle of mineral water is for you." Yi was stunned, but quickly tightened the mineral water and handed it over and refused. "No, you've already given me some buns to eat, and I haven't given you anything yet, so I can't take anything from you anymore." Hey, at such a young age, you're still quite principled. Zhang Wanwan smiled and explained, "Take it. I'm not giving it to you for nothing. I want to ask you for a favor." Yi heard this, but still waved his hand. "You gave me buns to eat, so we are friends, and it's my duty to help you. I can't take your good things anymore. Just a bun." And he decided that she was a friend. Facing such a simple person, Zhang Wanwan liked her more and more. Thinking of the other person's eyes shining when he looked at the mineral water bottle just now, Zhang Wanwan insisted, "Since we are friends, it's my duty to help me, and it's also my duty to give you mineral water." A primitive man naturally couldn't speak better than Zhang Wanwan, a modern man. Facing the mineral water bottle handed over again, Yi looked tangled, but suddenly remembered something and turned around and ran out of the supermarket. Zhang Wanwan was left alone, standing in the supermarket with a confused mind. Why did he run away again? It was strange that two people were pushing and shoving each other because of a bottle of mineral water. Now the customer even ran away directly. What kind of a miracle is this? Just when Zhang Wanwan was standing at the door of the supermarket, reviewing whether she was too enthusiastic, Yi Chang's figure emerged from the right side of the supermarket. He was covered in dirt, and he lifted up the animal skin of his lower body and ran over with something in his pocket. Ahem. Zhang Wanwan immediately covered her eyes with her hands, not caring about enthusiasm or not. No matter how enthusiastic she was, could she be as enthusiastic as the other party? This was directly frank. Zhang Wanwan felt that Yi hurriedly ran to her and put down a bunch of things. Then she heard his voice, "Zhang, why are you covering your eyes? Look at my baby. Look at the baby." The person who read the book had a colorful scene in his mind instantly. But Zhang Wanwan immediately patted his forehead. What was he thinking? The other party was only 11 years old. After quickly correcting her thoughts, Zhang Wanwan opened her fingers covering her eyes and tried to look over.
Oh.
It turned out to be this treasure. Zhang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief and squatted down to check. On the floor inside the supermarket door, there was a pile of colorful stones. It seemed that Yi had just gone to get these stones. Was this what he hid here? She reached out and picked up a fist-sized red stone, but after a closer look, she found something wrong.
This.
This looks like a ruby. And the dark blue stone next to it looks a bit like a diamond. It's the size of an egg, but it's much larger than the heart of the ocean. And these yellow, green, and pink ones don't look like stones when you look closely. Aren't these all gems? But such a big gem? Jiang Wanwan is no longer short of money, but seeing these beautiful gems, she still can't help but feel happy. 007. Aren't these all gems? They are all mineral crystals. Well, that's what you call gems. 007 explained calmly. Seeing Jiang Wanwan staring at them, Yi, who was standing by, boasted proudly. Aren't these stones beautiful? I collected them one by one from the back mountain. I wouldn't have taken any that didn't look good. Beautiful, really beautiful. Jiang Wanwan nodded involuntarily. All kinds of rare gemstones in this world, have become a child's collection. This is really... Hearing that his collection was recognized by his new friend, Yi smiled happily. Then, he looked at the gemstones reluctantly, stretched out his hand, and pushed them to Jiang Wanwan, saying, Since Jiang thinks they look good, I'll give them all to you.
Huh.
Jiang Wanwan looked up in surprise and asked, Aren't they all your treasures? Why are you giving them to me? I'll go to the back mountain to find more beautiful stones, and I'll give these to you in exchange for the mineral water just now. Yi said while staring at the mineral water that was casually placed on the floor. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan naturally wouldn't refuse and smiled and handed over the mineral water. 12 kilograms of top-grade gemstones were exchanged for a bottle of mineral water. Both parties were very happy. This was really a strange story. After sighing, Jiang Wanwan was busy taking all the gemstones on the ground to the cashier. These gemstones were so big that she could only hold 2 with one hand at most. Seeing this, Yi on the side was also ready to help. He lifted the animal skin of his lower body and was about to pick up these gemstones. Jiang Wanwan, who had just turned around, saw this scene and her scalp tingled. She quickly stopped him and said, Wait, just take them one by one with your hands. I like these stones very much. Don't break them. Yi stopped and said in some confusion, These stones are very hard and won't break. But seeing Jiang Wanwan's insistent eyes, he finally took them with his hands as she said. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan was relieved. She couldn't stand the primitive man's behavior of lifting his pants at every turn. I don't know if he is too young and doesn't understand the difference between men and women, or if all primitive people are the same. However, this kind of thing. As a girl, she couldn't remind him directly, so she could only avoid it in this tactful way. After putting all the gems on the cashier counter, Jiang Wanwan looked at Yi and said, Thank you for the beautiful stones, but I want to ask you for a favor. Okay, go ahead. You didn't even ask what the favor was and readily agreed. I'd like you to show the bottle of mineral water to your chief, and then invite him to come to my place to buy things. The mineral water given to Yi was actually equivalent to a living advertisement. I think no matter which primitive man saw such a bottle, he would want to ask about its source. As for the specific mention of showing it to the chief, it was because the chief had a high status and would have a broader vision. The chief should be able to realize the value of these new things to them. In short, everything is for business. After hearing this request, Yi immediately nodded and agreed, and then asked about his concerns. Okay, but our chief doesn't have many cowrie shells, so he probably can't buy many things. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately explained with a smile. It's okay, I don't need cowrie shells to buy things here, but I exchange them for various valuable things such as fur, meat, berries, and wood. Jiang Wanwan didn't know what the most valuable thing in this primitive world was for the time being. She could only casually say what she thought was valuable. Yi widened his eyes, somewhat unable to believe what he heard.
Ah.
Berries and even wood can be exchanged for the previous buns, and this mineral water? Can I too? Of course. But we need to bring the things here to determine what we can get in exchange. Jiang Wanwan nodded and smiled. Great, I'll go back and get the things now. Yi jumped up happily, holding her mineral water tightly, turned around and ran out of the supermarket. Jiang Wanwan took 2 steps forward and shouted, Don't forget to bring your tribe leader here too. Yi raised his hand and waved while running, indicating that he heard it. Then, Jiang Wanwan turned his eyes to the pile of gems on the cash register. After a little thought, she put all these colorful gems into the grid of the star coin exchanger. 7,500 G of mineral crystals were detected, which can be exchanged for 1.5 star coins. All the gems weighed exactly 15 kilograms and were exchanged for 1.5 star coins. In other words, 10 kilograms of gems were exchanged for 1 star coin. The quality is obviously better, but the exchange rate is even lower than that in the zombie world. Jiang Wanwan waited for about half an hour. At 10 o'clock, there was a movement outside the supermarket. According to convention, shouldn't the caravan arrive in half a month? Yi, did you really meet a caravan? Of course it's true. But only half of the goods of our tribe are prepared. What should we do? Jiang said she will stay here for a long time. You don't have to worry. How can a caravan stay in one place for a long time? But who is Zhang? Is she the new person in charge of the caravan? I didn't lie to you. Okay, I believe you didn't lie to me. Show me the bottle in your hand again. No, you have to find Zhang to exchange it later. Stingy. Hey, how do we get here? Zhang is just in front. In front? In the woods of partridges? Well, you actually sneaked here again. I'm going to tell your mother. Go ahead. It's just a beating, and it doesn't hurt for my mother anyway. Wait, what is that strange thing in front? That's the cave where Jiang lives. We here. Such a strange cave. Are you sure you met a caravan? Oh, you'll know once you go in. Hearing the faint voices coming from outside, Zhang Wanwan got up and walked towards the door. Then she saw Yi Zheng pulling a man who was a head taller than him, carrying things and walking towards the side. When they got closer, they found that although the man's face was older than Yi, he did not look like an adult. Obviously, this 2-meter-tall young man would not be the chief of the Scorching Sun tribe. Jiang Wan was not too disappointed in her heart. As long as Yi could bring people over, it would be a good result. Seeing the two people walking to the door of the supermarket, a smile appeared on her face. As for welcome, there is no need to say it. After all, no one understood the meaning. After he walked into the supermarket, he immediately spoke with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Zhang. Our chief hasn't come back from hunting yet. I can't bring him here now. As he said, he pulled the person next to him and introduced. But I brought Dan here. He is the son of our chief and a disciple of Wu. You can exchange with him first. As he said, he also promised, don't worry, Zhang. When our chief comes back from hunting in the afternoon, I will definitely bring him here as soon as possible. The other party was so sincere that Jiang Wanwan felt warm in her heart, and she quickly said, Yi, thank you. After she thanked him sincerely, she turned her eyes to Dan next to her. The son of the clan leader? Or the witch's disciple? Potential customer. Since Dan entered the supermarket, he has been looking around with his eyes. He has a much wider range of knowledge than Yi, so he can naturally see the extraordinariness of the supermarket. A residence like this that does not need to rely on the mountain wall is not called a cave, but a wooden house. Of course, Dan has never really seen a wooden house, but has only heard his father talk about it. Only the richest people in a large tribe can build a residence like a wooden house. And this wooden house in front of him, I don't know what wood it is made of, and I can't even see any texture. Dan, who couldn't figure it out, finally turned his eyes after hearing Ye's introduction. From the supermarket to Jiang Wanwan, he was shocked again at the first sight. What was that thing on her? It looked better than the legendary linen, and there were different colors on it. Also, Zhang had delicate skin and was so white. In terms of appearance and clothes, even the chiefs of the big tribes couldn't compare to her, right? Did she come here alone? How did she deal with the beasts along the way? For a moment, there were too many doubts in his mind. Seeing that the other party didn't speak and just stared at him, Zhang Wanwan had to speak first. Dan, let me introduce you to my goods here. She pointed to the shelf and introduced them one by one. This is a bun stuffed with chives and tofu. Yi has eaten it before. It's delicious. Yi on the side nodded repeatedly, agreeing with this statement. This is mineral water. The bottle can hold water without leaking. I believe you have seen it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi nodded again, doing a very competent supporting role. This is a knife made of stainless steel iron. It is very sharp. It can be used as a weapon to attack wild beasts, and it can also quickly cut up prey. Although he didn't pay much attention to this knife, Yi still nodded in support. When Zhang Wanwan introduced the first two goods, Dan's face was relatively calm. After all, he had heard Yi talk about these two things, and he was mentally prepared. But when faced with the machete, Dan's face suddenly turned pale. He asked anxiously, "Are you talking about iron? Weapons made of iron?" Hey, from the other party's tone, he actually knew about the metal iron? This is easy. Zhang Wanwan nodded firmly and replied, "Yes, it's iron." Hearing this, Dan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the machete on the shelf eagerly. He asked nervously, "Can you give me this weapon? Let me see it?" "Don't worry, I'm just taking a look." "Of course." Zhang Wanwan agreed, without hesitation. She picked up a machete from the shelf and handed it to Dan. Dan looked at the knife in front of him with surprise and reached out to take it eagerly. Although he had never seen this kind of weapon before, he subconsciously knew how to hold it. Changing different angles, carefully examining the weapon in his hand, his eyes gradually became obsessed. Seeing that Dan didn't care about the delicious buns, but was staring at the knife without blinking, Yi asked in confusion, "What is iron? Are weapons made of it powerful?" The Chihua tribe relied on iron to grow from a small tribe to the largest tribe today. "Do you think weapons made of iron are powerful?" Dan replied immediately, but his eyes did not move away from the machete. After hearing this, Yi said in surprise,
Really?
"Then, after a tribe has iron, will it become as powerful as the Chihua tribe?" Dan did not answer this question. He just raised the blade slightly and then exerted force. "Be careful. The blade is very sharp." Zhang Wanwan, who saw this scene, hurriedly reminded. Unfortunately, it was a step too late. The fingertip that was pressed under the blade was cut open, and bright red blood kept oozing out. "Are you okay?" Zhang Wanwan asked worriedly. Yi was startled, but after seeing the other party's wound clearly, he relaxed. Then he looked curiously at the machete that caused all this. Dan calmly put the injured finger in his mouth, but looked at the machete in surprise. "I heard that the iron tools of the Chihua tribe are much harder than stone tools, but they are definitely not so powerful. Otherwise, they would have taken down several nearby tribes long ago. What is your relationship with these weapons and the Chihua tribe?" Dan's eyes revealed doubt. "Don't worry. Neither me nor these iron tools have anything to do with the Chihua tribe. You can exchange them with confidence," Zhang Wanwan assured. The term ironware was first spread from the Chihua tribe, and it has been 2 years now. It is said that the Chihua tribe holds ironware very tightly and never shows it to others easily, let alone falls into the hands of others. And this Zhang in front of him not only has a wooden house that only large tribes have, but also has ironware. No wonder Dan has some doubts in his heart. Even though Zhang Wanwan denied it, it still did not dispel his doubts. And he was even more suspicious in his heart. What was the purpose of the other party bringing ironware to their tribe for trading? However, after staring at the other party for a long time, Dan finally retracted his gaze. He couldn't guess the other party's purpose, but the ironware in his hand was real. He wanted to have such ironware. If the tribe could have such ironware, the combat effectiveness would definitely double directly. "I can't care about other things, try to change an ironware first." While Dan was concentrating on thinking, Yi on the side was heartless. After hearing what Zhang Wanwan said, he suddenly became happy and said, "It's good that you have nothing to do with the Blazing Fire tribe. I brought a lot of berries. See if you can exchange them for buns?" Yi said, and then he opened the thing wrapped in a large piece of animal skin at his feet. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan hurried over to check it out. This was the first business in the primitive world. There were more than a dozen berries of different varieties lying on the animal skin. There were fist-sized oval yellow berries, head-sized green skin berries, and irregular-shaped fiery red berries. In short, they were strange and had never been seen before. The only berry that Zhang Wanwan felt familiar with was a fruit shaped like an apple, but its color and size were somewhat different from those of an apple. Seeing that Zhang Wanwan had been staring at one of the berries, Yi picked up the berry and handed it over. "This is a tree fruit grown on a kind of tree. It tastes a bit sour, but it can be preserved for a whole winter.
Try it.
Hearing this, it couldn't be the ancestor of the apple, right? But letting her eat this fruit? Forget it. Jiang Wanwan believed that the berries that Yi could bring over must be non-toxic and harmless. But who can guarantee that it would be okay for these primitive people to eat them, but would it be okay for her to eat them? After all, the genes of both parties might be different, so she'd better not take risks. She should go through the system first, and then she can try it. Thank you. But these berries are all brought by you for exchange, so I won't eat them. Bring them here, and I'll show you what I can exchange them for. Jiang Wanwan said, then stood up and walked to the star coin exchanger and waved to Yi. Yi hurriedly held the berries and walked over. Seeing this, Dan on the side also walked over with his animal skin package. He was not in a hurry to exchange, just to see the situation clearly first. People who know the primitive world and people in the zombie world have different views on the situation. Jiang Wanwan explained while helping with the operation. I don't use shells here because I have a special currency. You just need to put the things you want to exchange into this grid, and it will show the value of your things, and then you can know what you can exchange for. As Jiang Wanwan put all the berries into the grid of the star coin exchanger, the screen above lit up suddenly, and Yi, who was in front of him, took a step back. Jiang Wanwan immediately comforted. Don't be afraid. This is your item information. It is estimated that primitive people should be illiterate. Jiang Wanwan was about to read out the above content, but heard Yi muttering to himself. 4.5 kilograms of various berries can be exchanged for 4.5 star coins? This is. Jiang Wanwan didn't believe that primitive people could recognize modern, simple Chinese characters. It must be the credit of the system. Then she got a specific answer from 007. It turns out that the screen of the Star Coin Exchanger has a special function that allows all guests to read the displayed content. In this way, the host cannot deceive the other party because of the ignorance of the guests. It can be said to be a model of fairness and justice for merchants. However, although Yi read out the displayed content, he could not understand the meaning very well. So he asked, Zhang, how much is 4.5? What are star coins? Star coins are a kind of currency just like your shell coins. As for 4.5, it is 4.5 star coins. After Jiang Wanwan finished explaining, she continued. My buns here are 2 star coins each, and a bottle of mineral water is 1 star coin, which means you can exchange for 2 buns, or 4 bottles of mineral water. How many star coins are needed to exchange for that piece of iron? Dan on the side couldn't help but interrupt. At the same time, Yu was very satisfied with the exchange rate and exclaimed happily, Really? That's great. I want to exchange for 2 buns. A knife costs 100 star coins. Jiang Wanwan took the time to answer Dan's question first, and then looked at Yi and smiled. No problem, I'll get it for you. As she said that, she walked to the shelf, picked up 2 buns stuffed with leek and tofu, and handed them to Yi, who followed her. Yi swallowed his saliva and took the buns, but did not eat them immediately. Instead, he carefully wrapped them in animal skins. After that, Jiang Wanwan looked at Dan and asked, Is there anything you want to exchange? Dan no longer hesitated, squatted down and untied his animal skin package, then said, Take a look at this piece of meat. Can it be exchanged for 100 star coins? The few berries that you brought over could be exchanged for 4.5 star coins. With this conversion, the iron tool was so cheap that he couldn't wait to get it. Jiang Wanwan looked over, and suddenly a piece of red meat with blood appeared in front of her. It was a large piece of meat that looked like a rib, without fur, and it was impossible to tell what kind of animal it was. She guessed that she probably couldn't lift such a large piece of meat, and she didn't want to dirty her clothes. So she said, Please put the meat in this grid. Put it in this grid that is only the size of 2 palms? Facing Dan's incredulous look, Jiang Wanwan nodded firmly. Yes, it's in this grid. You'll know if you try it. Dan couldn't believe that such a big piece of meat could be put into such a small grid. But Yi on the side was a stubborn person and trusted Jiang Wanwan very much. Seeing that Dan didn't take any action for a long time, he took 2 steps forward, picked up the piece of meat with both hands, and put it into the grid. Then a magical scene happened. It was seen that the piece of meat, which was obviously half the size of a person, was shrinking smaller and smaller as it got closer to the grid. Finally, it shrank to the size of 2 palms and was successfully put into the grid of the star coin exchanger. Jiang Wanwan knew before that the supermarket shelves and the grids of the star coin exchanger were self-contained spaces. But she didn't expect that the grid of the star coin exchanger had the ability to enlarge or shrink the transaction items. According to 007, it can swallow everything used to exchange for star coins, regardless of size. The things used for exchange in the previous world, whether crystal cores or jewelry, were all small and exquisite. Speaking of which, this is the first time Jiang Wanwan has seen this function since she opened the supermarket. So, she stared at it without blinking, her eyes full of curiosity. A piece of meat weighing more than 100 kilograms was shrinking and shrinking right in front of her eyes. Although this scene was magical, it was acceptable to Jiang Wanwan, who had watched too many science fiction movies. But for the 2 primitive people next to him, it was really unbelievable. Dan really couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He clenched his fists, stepped back, and instantly entered a state of alert. As for Yi, the person who put the meat into the grid with his own hands, he first widened his eyes and then looked at Jiang Wanwan fiercely. Oh my god! What is this? Jiang, you're not a caravan. You're a god, right? God? Jiang Wanwan still underestimated the impact of magical events on these primitive people. No, I'm just a businessman, and what happened just now was just a little trick. However, this explanation seemed pale and powerless to Yi Hedon. They refused to believe a word and still looked at her with suspicion and surprise. Jiang Wanwan wanted to explain again, but finally swallowed her words back. Not to mention, can she explain what happened just now to the 2 of them clearly? Even if she explained it clearly, what about after that? There are countless magical places in the supermarket of all worlds. How many reasons can she make up? Forget it. In her last world, she gave herself the identity of a time and space merchant. In this world, it seems that being a god is not bad, which can save a lot of words. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan showed helplessness on her face and pretended to compromise. Okay, I do have some magical powers, but I don't like people calling me a god. You should just call me Jiang. Ye's eyes widened even more when he heard Jiang Wanwan admit her identity. He stretched out his hands, trying to hold Jiang Wanwan's hands, but immediately took them back and said excitedly, you are really a god. I actually saw a god. I must tell everyone about this. Compared to the simple Yi, Dan obviously thought more. Gods never appear in the world. If you are really a god, why do you appear in front of us? I heard about the hardships in the world, so I brought some useful things to help you. Jiang Wanwan said casually. Hearing this, Yi believed it at the first time and quickly joined in. Gods are naturally here to help us. Dan, what are you still doubting? If Jiang is not a god, how can he have iron tools that are more powerful than those of the Blazing Fire tribe? There is really no way to refute this reason. Seeing that Dan was still a little hesitant, Jiang Wanwan spoke calmly again. I know you don't believe it, and I never think of myself as a god. Just treat me as an ordinary businessman. Let's see how many star coins the meat just now was exchanged for. He then turned his eyes to the screen and stopped dwelling on this topic. 48 kilograms of tiger meat was detected, which can be exchanged for 48 star coins. 41 kilograms of tiger bones were detected, which can be exchanged for 410 star coins. It turned out that the piece just now was tiger meat. 1 kilogram of meat for 1 star coin. This price is not bad. But what is displayed behind it? Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but lean over and get closer to see, fearing that she was dazzled. Bones can also be exchanged for star coins? And 1 kilogram of tiger bones for 10 star coins. This exchange rate is 10 times that of tiger meat? Then, Jiang Wanwan reacted again. Yes, tiger bones are a very good traditional Chinese medicine, and it is not surprising that they can be exchanged for star coins. But the key is the exchange price. Is it so high? Seeing Jiang Wanwan coming over, he looked for a long time but didn't say anything. He was too curious and couldn't help but look over and immediately exclaimed, Wow, so many star coins. Can they be exchanged for a lot of buns? Dan, who was left behind, was itching to go forward and check it out. After seeing it clearly, he was surprised at first, but then he turned to doubt and asked, "Bones can also be exchanged for currency? And the exchange is more than meat?" At this time, Zhang had also come back to his senses and explained carefully. Tiger bones are very special and have certain medicinal value, so they can be exchanged for so many star coins. As for the bones of other animals, it is not necessarily the case. We need to try. Although he guessed this in his heart, the specific situation was not yet certain. Therefore, Zhang did not say it for sure. How to try it out can know. As Wu's apprentice, Dan knew the term medicine. Therefore, he could roughly understand what the conversation wanted to express. Tiger bones can be used as medicine? Why didn't Wu tell him about this? You have a total of 458 star coins. What do you want to exchange for? Zhang asked in a good mood. Previously, she had seen that the unit price of goods in the primitive world was very high, and she was still a little worried. She was afraid that in this world, it would be much more difficult to upgrade the Wanjie supermarket than in the previous world. But she didn't expect that the unit price of goods was high, and the things that customers exchanged for star coins were more valuable. This was only the second customer, and he had such a large amount of star coins, which was really a great thing for her. Although she still had doubts about Zhang Wanwan's identity, Dan did not hesitate to exchange things. Exchange all for ironware. Zhang Wanwan nodded and asked while walking to the shelf to get the goods. You can exchange for 4 ironware, and then there will be 58 star coins left. What else do you want? Dan took the machete from her hand, checked it one by one, and confirmed that it was of the same quality as the previous one, and then he was relieved. After that, he wrapped the ironware with animal skins, and then thought about it and said, "Please help me exchange 10 mineral water bottles, and then the rest will be exchanged for buns." Very good. Using the star coins cleanly is exactly what Zhang wanted. After handing 10 bottles of mineral water and 24 buns to Dan, the transaction was completed. After watching the two leave, Zhang focused on her own affairs. 007. Upgrade the supermarket. Ding! The upgrade conditions have been detected, and the Wanjie supermarket is upgrading. The Wanjie supermarket has been upgraded to level 2, and the system mall is open. The shrouded white mist dissipated, and the Wanjie supermarket was upgraded to level 2, and the area expanded instantly. Zhang had seen the 6 by 6 meter supermarket space before, so there was nothing new at this moment. She sat in front of the cashier and clicked on the system page to check. Since crossing into the new world, the system page has been completely revamped. Clicking in, 2 options appeared directly: the zombie world and the primitive world. Without hesitation, Zhang directly clicked into the primitive world and saw her income and the number of goods sold. 231.75 star coins. Among them, 231 star coins were the income after the supermarket deducted half, and 0.75 were star coins exchanged with a treasure color sent by Yi. 40 pieces is the total number of goods Zhang has sold in this world. She only needs to sell 60 more pieces of goods to travel back to Earth. I don't know if I can fulfill this wish today. In addition, the ability to earn star coins in this world is also great. In the last world, when the supermarket of all worlds was upgraded to level 3, she didn't have so many star coins in her hands. Thinking of this, Zhang closed the current page and clicked on the option of the zombie world. Although she traveled to the primitive world, the data in the zombie world was updated in real time. So Zhang could roughly guess the business situation of the zombie world through those numbers that jumped from time to time. For example, yesterday, a total of 7,068 star coins were added to Zhang account. In other words, Shan was sold a total of 14,136 star coins. The daily turnover of individual customers was about 3,000 or 4,000 star coins before, and naturally it could not grow so fast. She estimated that more than half of the star coins should be contributed by the Dawn base. In addition, the total number of goods sold has also increased by about 2,000 pieces. And so far today, the turnover of the zombie world is also clearly visible. In short, the account balance in the zombie world has become 48,808 star coins, a very auspicious number. After checking the harvest, Jiang put her mind on the previous transaction. Tigers, which are first-class protected animals on Earth, can only become prey in this world. In addition to tigers, Jiang estimated that she would see other animals that would be imprisoned for life. Of course, Jiang would not ask these primitive people not to kill protected animals. After all, these are protected animals on Earth, but they are food for primitive people. By the way, I don't know if tiger meat tastes good? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Jiang Wanwan's mind. Of course, she would definitely not try to eat tiger meat. However, tiger bones are a good thing. On Earth, after tigers became protected animals, tiger bones, a medicinal material, became increasingly rare. Now that I have encountered them, I can bring some back to Earth. In addition, there are all kinds of strange berries. Thinking of berries, Jiang couldn't help but ask. 007. Eating those berries won't have any bad effects on me, right? For all items recorded by the system, if they have a bad effect on the host, this system will explain it in advance. Please rest assured. Wow. So considerate? Thank you. Jiang was immediately happy and said, "Then help me change a tree fruit, the berry that you just mentioned." She was ready to try what the apples in this primitive world tasted like. As the voice fell, a berry bigger than a fist suddenly appeared on the cash register. Because it was not teleported to the Earth, the system only deducted 0.5 star coins from the value of the berry itself. And a fruit knife, by the way, connect to the internet and electricity and toothpaste, toothbrush, charger, and light bulb. Jiang didn't continue to bargain this time. After all, she now had a lot of star coins in her hand, so she naturally didn't need to be stingy anymore. Then the things she just mentioned appeared in the supermarket of all worlds. Jiang first charged her phone. After all, the battery was only a little over 50% left. Then she picked up the fruit knife and the fruit and started peeling. After taking the first bite of the fruit, Jiang couldn't help but frown. How could it be a little sour, like he said? It was obviously very sour, okay? No wonder there is such a thing as apple cider vinegar. It is indeed as sour as vinegar. But it feels a bit wasteful to let Jiang throw it away. In the end, she just used it as a way to pass the time by grinding her teeth and eating it slowly bit by bit. The fruit looked big, but she didn't expect the core inside was also big, almost occupying 1/3 of the whole berry. Jiang threw the core into the toilet and flushed it away, and then looked outside the supermarket. Yi and Dan had been gone for more than half an hour, and there was still no movement outside. She estimated that with Dan's cautiousness, there should be no more guests before the return of the Scorching Sun tribe leader. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. Jiang was not very hungry, so she continued to absorb the energy of the crystal core. After absorbing a crystal core, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang took out 2 buns to fill her stomach. The battery of her mobile phone was full, and she played with her mobile phone while eating. After eating, she played for a while and saw that it was still quiet outside the supermarket and no customers came. Jiang was not in a hurry. Since it was already open, it was natural to pull out the radish and bring out the mud. Let's continue to absorb the crystal core. This absorption took another 4 hours. The crystal core in her hand turned into dust because of the loss of energy. Jiang opened her mobile phone to check the time. It was 5:30, just when the sun was setting. She stood up and walked around the expanded supermarket, moving her stiff body. The people of the Burning Sun tribe went out hunting, so they should be back at this time, right? I don't know if the chief of the Burning Sun tribe will visit the supermarket today. After walking around twice, Jiang was not angry when she saw that there was still no movement outside. Forget it. Let's have dinner first. If there are still no customers after dark, just close the door and go to bed. In this world, although there are no zombies at night, there are all kinds of wild beasts. It is estimated that no one will go out in the dark. Jiang dinner is still 2 buns. By the way, this is the 5th bun stuffed with chives and tofu that she has eaten. Well, it's a bit greasy again. It seems that I have to change the filling of the buns after unlocking the new world next time. Jiang Wanwan finished a bun and took out another one, thinking about all kinds of things in her mind. She was only halfway through the second bun in her hand when she suddenly stopped chewing. Hey, there seems to be movement outside. Jiang Wanwan was startled and quickly stood up and walked to the door of the supermarket to look out. In the distance, between the shadows of the tall trees, it seems that a swaying figure can be seen. There are people, quite a few, and they are coming this way. Jiang Wanwan quickly stuffed the unfinished bun into her mouth and chewed and swallowed it quickly. The guests are here. In the dim jungle, a group of people were carrying things and walking slowly forward. Leading the way was Dan, who had bought a lot of things in the supermarket before. As they got closer, Jiang Wanwan finally saw the whole appearance of this group of people. There were about a dozen people who came together, and each of them was tall and strong, about 2 meters and 5 meters tall. Dan, who was 2 meters tall, stood in the middle of them, like a child who had not grown up. Like Dan, these people were all wearing animal skin skirts. It was very cold in the forest in October, and they were really not afraid of the cold at all. The group of people stopped at the entrance of the supermarket. Dan stepped forward and introduced him to Jiang Wanwan. This is my father, Lehe, the chief of the Scorching Sun tribe, and the other uncles are from the hunting team. Jiang Wanwan smiled and swept his eyes over each person, finally stopping at the chief in the middle. Hello, my name is Zhang, and I'm a businessman. Although he was standing at the bottom of the steps, the chief Lehe looked down because of his height. When I was young, I traveled around the continent with a caravan and saw many tribes. I wonder which tribe you are from. Maybe I've been there before. Lee's voice was deep and low, but his tone was quite kind. Did he want to ask about my origins again? I don't have a tribe. I'm just a businessman walking around the continent. I happened to come to the vicinity of the Lehe tribe by chance, so I wanted to do some business with you. Jiang Wanwan made up a story, and then without waiting for the other party to continue asking, he invited him sideways. You must have seen the power of iron tools. Now you bring so many things here. Do you want to exchange more? Why don't you come in and take a look first? Lehe wanted to speak, but after hearing this, he hesitated and closed his mouth and stepped onto the steps first. The door of the Wanjie supermarket is 2 meters high, so these 2-meter-5 strong men can only come in with their backs bent. Fortunately, the height of the supermarket is 3 meters, and these people can stand up straight after entering. With the continuous footsteps, the group of people finally entered the supermarket. Fortunately, the supermarket has been upgraded, otherwise it really can't accommodate so many strong men. Lehe, who walked into the supermarket first, was already standing in front of the machete shelf, bending over to take a closer look. He tried to pick up a machete, but was blocked by the transparent light curtain, and his eyes widened immediately. The strong men who entered later looked around, and were amazed at everything they saw. As for Dan, who came in last, he widened his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed to the front, trembling, and exclaimed, This wooden house. Dan's strange voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lehe didn't bother to continue competing with the shelf, and hurried to his son and asked with concern, Dan, what's wrong with you? As if his biological father was around and he felt safe enough, Dan immediately completed the words he had not said. The wooden house has become bigger. When Yi and I came here before, it was only this big. As he spoke, he hurriedly used both hands to gesture the size in the air. Everyone knows Dan's character. He is a very steady person and never jokes about big things. Seeing his excited gesture, everyone believed it immediately. Now, everyone's surprised eyes were immediately focused on Jiang Wanwan. I expected that there would be a lot of guests coming, and I was afraid that the place would be too small for them to stand, so I expanded it. It will be like this in the future. They are just some tricks. Don't worry about it. Jiang Wanwan responded calmly with her usual expression. She had said similar words in the zombie world. However, although she seemed calm at that time, there was a hint of boasting in her voice. And now that she said it again, she has a lot more experience, and her heart is calm. Not wanting to dwell on this topic too much, Jiang Wanwan continued. I think we should take a look at what you brought first and trade as soon as possible. After all, it's getting dark soon. Hearing this, Lehe subconsciously turned his head and looked outside the supermarket. Indeed, the dim light showed that it was already late. Finally, Lee gritted his teeth and decided to ignore the person in front of him and the abnormality of this wooden house. Let's trade first. No matter what the situation is, getting the things is the biggest benefit. Lee first suppressed his excitement, then waved his hand, and the others put down the things on their backs. There were a lot of things spread on the ground, and Zhang Wanwan looked at them one by one. There were several pieces of skinned meat with blood dripping and various berries wrapped in animal skins. There were various leathers that were shiny and greased with nitrate, and even skins that had just been peeled off from wild animals, with grease hanging on them. In addition, Zhang Wanwan even saw wood, stones, and other items inside. There were not many items, but there were many types. Was he going to test the value of the various items? The chief of the Scorching Sun tribe was quite smart. Coincidentally, the value of the various items was also what Zhang Wanwan was curious about, because it was the first time for the others to come here. Therefore, the task of exchanging these items for currency fell on Dan. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Dan, who was still a little dazed, had no choice but to take action. Dan first picked up the berries wrapped in animal skins and came to the star coin exchanger. Lee followed closely behind his son, and the others followed suit. When Dan put the berries into the grid, he did not pour them all in at once like Zhang Wanwan did, but put them one by one. The screen on the star coin exchanger displayed them one by one. 0.5 kilograms of unknown berries detected, which can be exchanged for 0.5 star coins. 0.8 kilograms of unknown berries detected, which can be exchanged for 0.8 star coins. 0.3 kilograms of unknown berries detected, which can be exchanged for 0.3 star coins. Although each type of berry is different, the final exchange ratio is the same. As a large pile of berries were put in, Dan's account balance became 7 star coins. Seeing that all the berries were put in, the person next to him quickly handed over a few pieces of nitrate leather.
Still put them in piece by piece.
5.8 square meters of cowhide detected, which can be exchanged for 5.8 star coins. 2.9 square meters of deerskin detected, which can be exchanged for 2.9 star coins. 2.5 square meters of wolf hide detected, which can be exchanged for 2.5 star coins. Oh, it turns out that regardless of the type of animal skin, each square meter can only be exchanged for 1 star coin. These skins are still very large even when folded, so when they are put into the grid, they are gradually shrinking. The people around, even though they have heard about it before, were still stunned when they saw it with their own eyes. Of course, they did not make a sound, not wanting to disturb Dan's actions. After all the animal skins were put in, Dan's account balance had become 38.4 star coins. After that, the skins freshly peeled from the beasts were put in. 2.6 square meters of sheepskin were detected, which can be exchanged for 1.3 star coins. 2.7 square meters of leopard skin were detected, which can be exchanged for 1.35 star coins. Only 2 pieces of fresh skin were put in, and Lee on the side stopped them. He put away the remaining fresh skins and handed a piece of meat to Dan. After all, the exchange rate of fresh skins is not cost-effective compared to the skins that have been nitrate. It is better to take it back and bring it back after it is nitrate. 10.8 kilograms of mutton were detected, which can be exchanged for 10.8 star coins. 8.6 kilograms of leopard meat was detected, which can be exchanged for 8.6 star coins. 12.4 kilograms of tiger meat was detected, which can be exchanged for 12.4 star coins. 6.6 kilograms of tiger bones were detected, which can be exchanged for 66 star coins. As the pieces of meat were shrunk and put into the grid, Zhang Wanwan's guess was finally solved. Sure enough, except for tiger bones, the bones of other animals cannot be exchanged for star coins. They were also put into the grid with bones and meat, and the bones of other animals were not even displayed on the screen. Not only Zhang Wanwan understood this, but even Dan and Lee knew it. The disappointment on Dan's face was very obvious, and Lee was obviously more calm. Seeing that all the meat had been put in, Lee brought a few more stones. 16 kilograms of stone, hard, was detected, which can be exchanged for 0.16 star coins. 11 kilograms of stone, pattern, was detected, which can be exchanged for 0.11 star coins. 2.1 kilograms of salt ore was detected, which can be exchanged for 2.1 star coins. 3.6 kilograms of iron ore was detected, which can be exchanged for 3.6 star coins. As these stones were put into the grid, Zhang Wanwan gradually learned the price. For all ordinary stones, 100 kilograms was exchanged for 1 star coin. And for various useful ores, 1 kilogram was exchanged for 1 star coin. Of course, primitive people may not be able to understand it so well, although they don't understand why the prices of these stones vary so much. But just remember the appearance of the expensive stones and look for them later. After these stones, it was the turn of wood. 0.3 cubic meters of golden nanmu was detected, which can be exchanged for 0.3 star coins. 0.5 cubic meters of ironwood was detected, which can be exchanged for 0.5 star coins. 0.4 cubic meters of red sandalwood was detected, which can be exchanged for 0.4 star coins. As pieces of wood were put in, Zhang Wanwan's heart became excited. Wow, golden nanmu. Hey, what kind of tree is ironwood? A wood like iron? Red sandalwood. I want it. There is no bark on these woods, which are obviously very thick trees. But why are they all split into pieces? Is it for convenience? Soon this question was answered from the discussion of the strong man next to him. Oh my god, I didn't expect that the wood we use for burning can be exchanged for currency. Yes, I have a lot piled up at home. I will ask my wife to send it over tomorrow. Zhang Wanwan froze when he heard these words. Burning? Such precious wood, these primitive people actually used it for burning? Okay. No wonder they don't know the goods. After all, for primitive people, having enough food and clothing is the most important thing. As for wood, for them, the only use is probably to make fire, right? But since Zhang Wanwan has traveled through time, she will naturally not let these things go to waste. She has decided that after the supermarket is upgraded, she will not only bring tiger bones back, but also bring all these precious woods back to Earth. By the way, there are also various minerals. She also needs to ask the country whether they need to be brought back. While Zhang Wanwan was thinking about these, Dan had already exchanged all the items for star coins. He only heard him report to Lehe, "Father, a total of 386 star coins." Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan hurriedly added, "Ironware is 100 star coins, leek tofu bun is 2 star coins each, mineral water is 1 star coin per bottle, and in addition, I will bring new goods in the future." Lehe has naturally seen the goods in the supermarket. At this moment, after hearing the quotation, he didn't even think about it, and said directly, "Change us 3 iron utensils, 16 bottles of mineral water, and the rest for those steamed buns." Okay, 3 iron utensils, 16 bottles of mineral water, 35 steamed buns. Zhang Wanwan said, and then took the goods for them. The quantity was too large, and the shelves were obviously not enough, so she took them directly from the system grid. In fact, Zhang Wanwan had taken goods from the system grid before. Yi saw it at that time, but for him, isn't it normal for gods to have some magical places? As for Dan, he was only busy checking the machete at that time and didn't notice it. But this time he finally noticed it, not only him, but everyone else saw it. There is no need to say the shock in everyone's heart. In short, when they took the goods from Zhang Wanwan's hands, they were still a little stunned. Until everyone took the things and walked away from the supermarket, they were still recalling the fantasy encounter just now. Watching everyone leave until those figures disappeared. Zhang Wanwan turned around and turned on the light bulb first to let the light illuminate the supermarket. Then he opened the system page in his mind. Account balance, 417.25 star coins. Number of goods sold, 94 pieces. Unfortunately, there are only 6 pieces of goods left to upgrade back to Earth. If it were before, Zhang Wanwan would probably regret it. Why didn't she ask the other party to buy a few more bottles of mineral water just now? Maybe the number would be enough. But with many experiences before, she can now calm down. If there are a few more pieces, just stay for another night. Anyway, the goal will definitely be completed tomorrow. The only thing that makes people distressed is that I can't sleep well tonight. Forget it. Don't think about these. Let's clean up first. On the ground, in addition to the dust and grass clippings brought in by those people, there is also a lot of blood flowing from the flesh. Now that I have money in my hands, I don't have to take advantage of 007. Zhang Wanwan directly spent 1-star coin, bought a rag, and squatted on the ground to wipe it. The dried bloodstains are a bit difficult to clean up, and it took her half an hour to clean it up. At this time, the sky outside had completely darkened. Zhang Wanwan stood up and stretched, and vaguely heard a slight sound coming from outside. She guessed that it should be a nocturnal animal coming out to move around, so she didn't care and walked to the door to close it. However, before the door was completely closed, a shout came from outside.
Wait.
After dark, in the forest full of tall trees, a human voice suddenly came. Don't say it, it's really scary. Zhang Wanwan's heart jumped at first, and then she reacted. What is she afraid of? No matter whether it is a human or a ghost, she is invincible in the supermarket of all worlds. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan pushed open the supermarket door that was already half closed. She stood at the door and looked at the place where the sound just came from and immediately saw the light of Mars. As the light got closer and closer, Zhang Wanwan gradually saw it clearly. It turned out that this light was a raised torch. And under the torch, a human figure could be seen in the shadows. When they arrived in front of the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan realized that there were a lot of people behind them. At a glance, there were so many people in the place where the light could not reach. And what was different from before? Among the people who came this time, except for the leading few men who were 2 meters and 5 meters tall, the rest were women about 2 meters tall. They were wearing long or short hair and a rectangular piece of animal skin with a hole in the middle. The head came out of the hole, the animal skin covered the front and back of the upper body, and a vine was tied around the waist. All of them were barefoot, and the lower body was wearing animal skin skirts of different lengths. Zhang, there are many people in our tribe who want to exchange that mineral water bottle and take it with them when they go out tomorrow. The tall man holding a torch looked at Zhang Wanwan and explained his purpose. He looked familiar, and he should be someone who had come with Lehe before. Then he gave instructions to the people behind him. This is it. Hurry up and change what you want, or the torches won't last long enough to get back. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd suddenly became agitated. Everyone stepped forward and prepared to enter the supermarket to quickly change what they needed. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan's scalp suddenly felt numb. Although her Wanjia supermarket had been expanded once, it couldn't accommodate dozens or hundreds of people at once. Besides, she didn't have so many goods in her hands now. Wait, everyone, listen to me. Zhang Wanwan raised her hands and said loudly, I only have 67 bottles of mineral water in my hands now, which may not be enough to satisfy everyone. Let's see who will change first. As for those who haven't changed, don't worry. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, that is, at sunrise, a new batch of goods will be delivered to ensure that everyone can change. Zhang Wanwan thought that the primitive people should not understand what time it was at 7 o'clock, so she changed the word again. After hearing this, the crowd, who had been quiet for a while, immediately became excited. After all, they had come in the dark, and no one wanted to make a wasted trip, so they immediately started fighting for the goods. But these people were all tall and strong, and their movements were quite scary. Zhang Wanwan was a little anxious when she saw this, and she didn't want them to fight because they were all potential customers. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the man holding the torch shouted loudly, and everyone stopped immediately. Stop! What are you doing? What are you fighting for? Didn't you hear Zhang say that there will be goods tomorrow morning? Well, the women whose men are going out hunting tomorrow will go and first exchange, and those who haven't exchanged will come back tomorrow morning. Obviously, this man has a good prestige, and after giving the rules, everyone followed his words. Then many people walked out of the crowd and entered the supermarket. In this way, Zhang Wanwan finally put his mind at ease and received the guests who came in. Because it was their first time entering, these people looked around in surprise. Zhang Wanwan led them to the star coin exchanger. Fortunately, they still remembered that the man had told them to hurry up, so they didn't dare to delay. After Zhang Wanwan explained it carefully twice, and these people understood the process, the transaction process went smoothly. The items brought by these women were generally not many. Each person could only exchange a few star coins. Therefore, watermelon knives were definitely not available. Most of them exchanged for mineral water, and a few steamed buns were sold. This busy time lasted for more than half an hour. It was not until there was no bottle of mineral water left in the supermarket that it finally ended. The women who bought the goods were very happy, and those who did not have the opportunity to enter the supermarket were full of regret and unwillingness. Seeing them leave with the torch, Zhang Wanwan directly closed the door of the supermarket. Just now, in addition to selling all 67 bottles of mineral water, she also sold 16 steamed buns. In addition to Zhang Wanwan's own food and drinks in the past 2 days. Now there are only 11 steamed buns and 93 watermelon knives left in the Wanjie supermarket. The account balance has become 466.75 star coins, and the goods sold have become 177 pieces. In this way, she can upgrade the supermarket of all worlds to level 3 and return to Earth. It must be said that this sudden wave of customers is really a pleasant surprise. The originally cleaned floor has become dirty again, but there is no need to clean it this time. 007, upgrade, I want to go back to Earth. Ding! It is detected that the upgrade conditions have been met, and the supermarket of all worlds is upgrading. The supermarket of all worlds has been upgraded to level 3, and the round-trip transmission channel is officially opened. As the shrouding white mist dissipated, the supermarket of all worlds was renewed. Behind the cash register, Zhang Wanwan's simple room has also appeared. However, she has long been familiar with the layout, so she is too lazy to check it carefully. She quickly took out the goods in the system grid and put them on the cash register. Zhang Wanwan said, 007, go back to Earth directly. But in a blink of an eye, she appeared directly in the familiar room. When she reached out to open the door, Li Qinglan, who was guarding outside the door, was a little stunned. Wanwan, you're back. Probably she didn't expect Zhang Wanwan to come back at this time. Looking at the time, there were only a few minutes left before 8 o'clock, so she asked again. Have you eaten at this time? Do you want me to prepare dinner for you? Dinner? Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but touch her stomach. If it was about eating buns, then she was definitely not hungry, but if it was something else, she could have some. Well, prepare some noodles. Not too much. I ate 2 buns at around 5 o'clock.
Got it.
Li Qinglan responded and ran downstairs first. Zhang Wanwan followed behind, walking slowly, and then met Su Jinghuai at the stairs. He just heard him speak skillfully and asked, Are you preparing the goods? Zhang Wanwan nodded, and then said, Watermelon knives, mineral water, buns stuffed with leeks and tofu, 300 each, in addition to instant noodles, iron pots, table salt, sugar, longbows, and arrows, 300 each. After the Wanjie supermarket is upgraded to level 3, 6 new goods can be added. Which 6 goods should be brought over? When Zhang Wanwan came into contact with those primitive people today, she had already made up her mind. The primitive people's food is monotonous, only meat and berries. It's just right to bring instant noodles over to improve their taste. I believe it will be very popular, right? In addition, the iron pot is also used to improve the food. When they eat meat, they're still at the stage of roasting. Even the pottery pot used for cooking soup is a treasure. After having an iron pot, stir-frying, stewing, boiling, it can be said to be ever-changing. Salt and sugar are naturally needless to say. They are all indispensable elements for the human body. Presumably, these primitive people should not have mastered the method of extracting salt and sugar in large quantities. Therefore, the sales of these 2 things must not be bad. In addition to food, weapons are also necessary. Zhang Wanwan is not going to bring the pistol this time. After all, primitive people don't know how to do it, and it is easy to get into trouble. The longbow is a good choice. As a long-range weapon, it can improve their combat effectiveness. The arrows that go with it, like bullets, also occupy a separate quota. After finishing the list, Zhang Wanwan thought about it and made another suggestion. Instant noodles must be in bags, iron pots must be the kind with 2 ears, Edible salt must be in a small bag of 2 taels. Sugar must be 2 taels of white sugar. Longbows must be the ones with the longest range and the greatest power, and arrows must be iron-headed wooden poles. Jiang Wanwan had many requirements, and Su Jinghui listened very carefully. After making sure she had finished speaking, he was about to leave, but was stopped again. Wait, there are also 15 kinds of goods in the zombie world, and 500 copies of each. I will go to see Shan Shangwa tomorrow morning. Jiang Wanwan added. After 2 days of being out in the open, she naturally wanted to go and take a look now that she was back. Of course, judging from the number of goods sold in the zombie world, the goods there should not have been sold out. But Jiang Wanwan was going there. She might as well bring some goods with her. Otherwise, it would be a waste to leave the system grid empty. As for what if the warehouse can't hold it? At worst, just put it in the room. Jiang Wanwan's focus for a while will definitely be on the primitive world. Therefore, it is always a good idea to store more goods in the zombie world. Afterwards, Su Jinghui went out to arrange matters, while Jiang Wanwan sat in the dining room, although she came back at a time that caught people off guard. But the noodles that Jiang Wanwan requested were still served very quickly. And this time, it was salsa man with more salsa than noodles. According to Jiang Wanwan's request, the portion was not large, but it was definitely enough to satisfy her craving. In less than 10 minutes, this bowl of salsa man was finished. Afterwards, Jiang Wanwan came to the living room and met with Grandpa Zhang, who had just come over. After she sat down, Grandpa Zhang took the lead and asked, "Did you encounter any danger when you went to the new world this time?" "No, the new world this time is the primitive world." Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Primitive world?" Grandpa Zhang was startled and seemed to be thinking about something. The country hopes that it can be a high-tech world, or a world of cultivating immortals. However, even if it is not the expected world, he will not be disappointed, but thinks seriously. What kind of benefits can the primitive world bring to the country? Jiang Wanwan introduced. In the primitive world, beasts are rampant, and people live in tribes and hunt and pick fruits for a living. Primitive people are generally tall and mighty, with a height of up to 2 meters and 5. As for special abilities, there should be none. At least I haven't seen them yet. With these descriptions, Grandpa Zhang also had a general understanding of the primitive world. Then, he heard Jiang Wanwan continue. As for this world, the goods used for trading are mostly animal meat and fur. As for items that are beneficial to the country, I have only found tiger bones, precious wood, and various minerals. Hearing this, Grandpa Zhang's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "Can ores be exchanged in large quantities?" No matter what kind of ore it is, for a big country like China, there will never be too much. But Jiang Wanwan shook his head and answered hesitantly. "I don't know yet whether their veins are open air or buried underground, but it is basically impossible to exchange in large quantities relying on manpower alone." That's right. The excited Mr. Zhang realized that he was dazzled by the huge profits and thought about things too simply. Afterwards, Jiang Wanwan also recounted everything that happened in the past 2 days in detail, including the ratio of various items to exchange for star coins in the primitive world. After listening to the whole process, Mr. Zhang frowned and thought, "At present, too little is known, and the information that can be inferred is also limited." However, one point caught his attention. "You mean, the exchange rate of tiger bones is the highest among all items? It is 10 times that of meat?" Hearing this topic, Jiang Wanwan's mind flashed and he replied, "Yes." She had a vague idea of what Grandpa Zhang meant by asking this. In the primitive world, food can be said to be the most important commodity. The exchange rate of tiger bones is 10 times that of meat, so Grandpa Zhang muttered to himself. Then is there a possibility that the most important goods in the primitive world are actually medicinal materials? Jiang Wanwan guessed. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Zhang immediately looked at Jiang Wanwan and asked excitedly, "Do you think so too?" Jiang Wanwan only thought of this after being reminded by Grandpa Zhang. However, after saying it now, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this idea was very likely. So she nodded excitedly and said, "I will try to confirm it after I go there tomorrow." Grandpa Zhang nodded, and he was also a little excited. Then, Zhang Wanwan spoke again and brought up another matter. The supermarket of all worlds in the primitive world also has a system mall after it is upgraded to level 2. However, there is only one thing in the special category. The primitive man gene can inherit 80% of the primitive man's abilities and is priced at 4,999 star coins. The items in this special category were only discounted by 50%. It was at this time that Zhang Wanwan realized that the mall discounts were random and different in each world. After seeing the items in the special category, Zhang Wanwan lost interest immediately. Because the primitive man gene will not only inherit the primitive man's abilities, but also the primitive man's appearance. In other words, after using this gene, you will grow as tall as a primitive man. Zhang Wanwan is very satisfied with her current height, but she doesn't want to grow into a 2-meter giant. But she knows that the country will definitely be interested in this thing. Sure enough, Mr. Zhang, who has already obtained Shan Shangwa's physical data, nodded and said, "Buy it when you earn enough star coins. If you don't want it, choose someone else to use it." At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sun was rising, and the sky was full of red clouds. Zhang Wanwan was awakened by the alarm clock in this scene. Thinking that there were still many things to do this morning, she didn't want to stay in bed. She got up quickly, washed up, and went downstairs immediately. First, she went to fill her stomach, and then to collect the goods. Zhang Wanwan came back a little late yesterday and needed a lot of goods, and there were also a lot of new goods. In short, it was very troublesome and difficult to gather them all at once. She didn't sleep well, and she didn't want to wait any longer, so she set the time to collect the goods in the morning. Many of the goods were piled together, directly occupying most of the living room on the first floor, which looked quite spectacular. After making sure that there were no outsiders around, Zhang Wanwan quickly put the goods into the system grid. While collecting them, she was still sighing in her heart. Fortunately, she has embraced the country's thigh. Otherwise, she dare not imagine how busy she would be at this moment. Even if she mutated her genes and started a company. It is estimated that there is no way to transfer so many goods overnight, right? It is another day to admire her smart choice at the beginning. After collecting all the goods and returning to the room, Zhang Wanwan said, 007. Travel through time. Please choose the world you want to travel through. Zombie world. A flash of light. When Zhang Wanwan opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar scene. Shan Shangwa was lying on the ground doing push-ups again. Noticing the movement, he turned back immediately. After seeing Zhang Wanwan, he immediately got up and greeted her with surprise. "Boss, you are here. Well, you have worked hard these 2 days. Is everything okay?" Zhang Wanwan asked. "It's not hard, everything is normal." Shan Shangwa answered, thought for a while, and added, "It was the day before yesterday the leader of the Dawn base, Yuan Mu, came and bought a batch of goods and also pulled me aside to talk for a long time." The Dawn base bought a batch of goods, which was within Zhang Wanwan's expectations. But she didn't expect that Yuan Mu would come in person and say a lot of things. "Oh, what did he say?" Zhang Wanwan asked casually, and then walked towards the warehouse. Unload the goods quickly. She was still in a hurry to go to the primitive world. As for what Yuan Mu said, Zhang Wanwan could vaguely guess some. It's nothing more than winning over Shan Shangwa and finding out the inside information of the supermarket by the way. But does she need to worry about Shan Shangwa's loyalty? Zhang Wanwan took out the goods in different categories, and Shan Shangwa stood at the door and talked about it. Sure enough, the content was almost the same as she guessed. "I know all those little thoughts of Yuan Mu. Don't care too much." Zhang Wanwan ended the topic with one sentence, and then looked at Shan Shangwa and advised. "However, you must be careful when you go out in the future to prevent him from playing tricks." Shan Shangwa nodded repeatedly after hearing this. But Zhang Wanwan's mind was no longer here. She was staring at the goods that were already sticking to the roof and was worried. Shan Shangwa naturally noticed this, so he suggested, "How much goods are left? Otherwise, put them in my room first." Since the goods have been brought, naturally, they have to find a place to put them. So Zhang Wanwan came to Shan Shangwa's room and put down the remaining goods. Looking at the goods that occupied a lot of area, she thought about it and suggested, "Otherwise, you should move upstairs. Anyway, I probably won't have the chance to spend the night in this world. Originally, I was planning to use the second floor as my own private space, but now it seems unnecessary. With Shan Shangwa in this world, there is no need for her to stay overnight. Shan Shangwa waved his hands and shook his head and refused.
How can that be?
As the owner of the supermarket, I have to reserve a room for you whether you live here or not. Then you move upstairs and leave this room for me. Jiang Wanwan suggested again. She didn't live there anyway, so the room was just for show, and it was a good place to put some goods. Shan Shangwa still refused. No, I only have a single bed in the barracks, and this room is already very good. Shan Shangwa was not convinced in the end despite having a baby face and a stubborn temper. After Jiang Wanwan left the room, she gave another instruction. I won't come tomorrow morning. I will pick you up and take you back to Earth in the evening. You can find a time when there are no guests tomorrow and close the door and go out for a walk. Upon hearing this, Shan Shangwa's eyes lit up and he nodded in surprise.
Yeah, don't worry, boss.
I will write a sign with the closing time tomorrow and put it at the door. I will definitely not let the customers run away empty-handed. Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows. This is a good idea. However, it is not easy to find a sign that can be written in the zombie world. Let her help solve this problem. 007, give me an anti-theft sign. Oh, and a pen. As soon as she finished speaking, the thing she needed appeared out of thin air on the cash register. Here, the sign is ready for you. Do you need anything else?
Thank you, boss.
Then give me a book for accounting. Shan Shangwa replied. As he said that, he took out a few yellowed papers and a finger-long pencil from the cash register drawer. I want to record every transaction so that when I show it to the boss, he can see it clearly at a glance. It's just that it's not easy to find a complete book in this world. I exchanged this for a customer with half a bottle of water. Jiang Wanwan took the paper and saw that it was written densely. Accounting? That's right, since it's called a supermarket, it naturally needs to keep accounts. However, as a math idiot, Jiang Wanwan really doesn't want to make tedious records. Besides, she has 007 here, so if she wants to know anything, she can just ask. However, since Shan Shangwa is willing to record, she naturally won't object. 007, give me a thick notebook and a pen. Then, Jiang Wanwan carefully looked at the record on the paper in her hand. It recorded the shipment and revenue of each order, which was indeed clear at a glance. At the end, she also saw the existing inventory of goods in the supermarket. Among them, there were more than 2,000 pieces of anti-inflammatory drugs, guns, bulletproof vests, inhibitors, noodles, and cooking oil. The least was bullets, with less than 800 rounds left. There were also less than 900 boxes of self-heating rice. In addition, there were more than 1,000 pieces of other goods. In addition to the 500 pieces each that Jiang Wanwan brought this time, the inventory of some goods was almost accumulated to 3,000 pieces. In this case, it seems that I have to think carefully about bringing goods next time. So, as not to take up too much space in Dan Shangwa's room. As Jiang Wanwan's home planet, the Earth exists as a transit station. She first traveled back to Earth from the zombie world, and then traveled from Earth to the primitive world. When Jiang Wanwan was in the supermarket in the primitive world, there were only a few minutes left before 8 o'clock. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stock up. First, spend 6 star coins to buy 6 shelves from the system mall. Then, Jiang Wanwan acted quickly. Every time a new product is put on the shelf, a small sign with a price tag appears on the shelf. Instant noodles. 10 star coins is equivalent to 5 buns, 10 pounds of meat, and 1 pound of tiger bones. It feels a bit expensive, and it can only be regarded as a luxury item for trying new things. 100 g of white sugar. 50 star coins, 1 star coin for 2 g of white sugar? It's also a bit expensive. In the zombie world, 1 piece of sugar has 2 g, and 1 star coin can be exchanged for 2. 100 g of edible salt. 100 star coins. Wow, this is more expensive. 1 star coin can only be exchanged for 1 g. However, salt is more important than sugar, and it is consumed much slower than sugar. It seems reasonable to compare it with the price of sugar. Double ear iron pot. 500 star coins. Wow. Seeing the price, Jiang Wanwan burst out in surprise. This is the highest price she has ever seen since she opened the supermarket. 200-pound longbow. 500 star coins, oh my god. One longbow is comparable to 5 pistols. Such an outrageous price is really intoxicating. Iron-headed wooden arrow. 10 star coins. Finally, seeing the price of this arrow, Jiang Wanwan actually felt that it was not so bad. Although it is 10 times more expensive than bullets, it can at least be reused. After putting all the goods in place, Jiang Wanwan's emotions are still a little bit difficult to calm down. Before, when there were only 3 basic goods, she didn't feel much. Now that there are more goods in the supermarket, she finally realized. How can the prices in this world be so expensive? Is it because the civilization of this world is too backward? So, these goods containing technology that she brought are marked with such high prices? Or is it because there are high-value items in this world, such as medicinal materials? So the prices of the goods are marked so high? After all, they can afford it. Jiang Wanwan hoped it was the latter. Otherwise, she didn't know how long she would have to spend in this world. Seeing that it was already 8 o'clock, she didn't continue to worry. First, she moved the goods that were placed on the cash register yesterday to the room. Then she walked over and opened the door of the supermarket. Hey, there seems to be movement in that room. I saw that the door seemed to move. Really, is Zhang awake? The fragmented voices reached her ears, and Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but be a little stunned. I saw a large group of tall, wheat-skinned beauties standing at the door of the supermarket. I don't know how long they have been waiting here. This is really a bit embarrassing. Facing many pairs of bright eyes, Jiang Wanwan could only say, "Good morning." There was no greeting, nor any complaints. Among them, the older women asked directly, "Jiang, have your goods been delivered?" "It has been delivered and there are some new goods." Jiang Wanwan nodded quickly. After getting a positive answer, everyone showed joy on their faces and stepped into the supermarket one after another. As for who sent the goods, and how did they get past the many wild beasts, they didn't care much, because they still had to pick berries and tan animal skins. Many people bought what they wanted and left in a hurry. Of course, there were also many people who were interested in the newly added goods and asked Jiang Wanwan, "What is that colorful thing?" "Instant noodles, a delicious food." 10 star coins? How much is it? Most primitive people can't tell the meaning of numbers. Jiang Wanwan hesitated for a while and then explained in the simplest words, It's 5 buns." "Then what is this black thing?" "Iron pot. Just like your pottery pot. You can cook food and it won't break even if you use a big fire for a long time." "Really? It's better than a pottery pot?" "How many buns do you want?" 250. That's a lot." After asking, none of these things were sold in the end. Of course, there was also a reason why Jiang Wanwan didn't explain it in detail. After all, she could see it. Everyone had something to do early in the morning, but they didn't have much time to listen to her explanation. Most importantly, these people didn't have much to exchange for star coins. In the Burning Sun tribe, all supplies are distributed. Whether it's the hunted prey or the picked berries, they all belong to the tribe. Finally, everyone is allocated what they need for the day according to their labor. Under this big pot meal model, it is difficult for individuals to save a lot of supplies. Therefore, the final buyer of these high-priced goods is probably only the Burning Sun tribe itself. Jiang Wanwan was busy for more than half an hour before she finally sent all these people away. In the end, she sold a total of 84 bottles of mineral water and 23 leek tofu buns. As for other goods, it is probably only possible to open in the evening when the hunting team of the Burning Sun tribe returns. The Wanjia supermarket finally quieted down, and Jiang Wanwan started to clean with a rag. By the way, when there is a chance, she will also hire a cleaner with supplies like in the zombie world. So, as not to waste time on such things. Wouldn't it be nice to absorb the zombie crystal core with this time? By the way, that Yi is pretty good. I'll ask for his opinion some other day. After Jiang Wanwan cleaned up the supermarket, it was already 9 o'clock. Seeing that there were no customers coming, she sat in front of the cashier and began to absorb the energy of the crystal core. By the way, Jiang Wanwan had already absorbed all the 10 first-level crystal cores that she had exchanged the day before yesterday. She spent 11 star coins yesterday and exchanged for 10 crystal cores. There were still 9 left at the moment, all of which were placed in the drawer under the cashier. It took Zhang Wanwan about 2 hours to absorb the energy of a crystal core. In total, this was the 15th first-level crystal core she had absorbed. I wonder how her fire ability is now. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan opened her palms and mobilized the ability in her body. Compared with the previous 2 times, this mobilization was much smoother. The energy of the whole body flowed to the arms and then gathered in the palms.
Puff.
A cluster of palm-sized flames suddenly appeared in the palm of Zhang Wanwan's hand. This time the flames grew much bigger, and they didn't go out immediately. The flames were clearly against her palm, but she couldn't feel the burning, only the warmth. It was magical. Just as Zhang Wanwan was staring at her palm, carefully experiencing the feeling. Suddenly, a cry came from outside the door. "Zhang, what are you doing?" Hearing that the wood was really good, he exchanged it for buns from Zhang. After getting up early in the morning, Yi took the stone axe at home and ran to chop trees. The stone axe was a bit heavy, and he had to take a breath every 10 swings. And Yi was very greedy, so he chose a tree that was thicker than his waist. So, it took him an hour just to chop the tree. The cut tree was 5 or 6 meters long, and it couldn't be dragged over like this. The noise was too loud, which would easily attract the attention of the quail. So, Yi spent a lot of time chopping the tree into 4 sections. So, he went to find a piece of vine, put the round wood on his back, and then walked towards the supermarket. The entrance to the supermarket was quiet, with only a large area of flattened grass, proving that many people had been there. Yi couldn't notice this. He was excitedly stepping onto the steps. However, the scene inside the supermarket shocked him so much that he couldn't close his mouth. After subconsciously exclaiming, Yi spoke even more excitedly. "I knew you were really a god, Zhang. You actually mastered the sky fire? It's amazing." After saying that, Yi excitedly stepped into the supermarket, wanting to get closer to see. But he forgot that he was carrying a tree more than 1 meter high behind him. Although Yi was only 1.7 meters tall, the tree behind him was much taller than his head. Suddenly, the wood hit the door frame directly. Yi couldn't help but stagger back, but fortunately he grabbed the door frame in time and didn't fall. Zhang Wanwan was startled. His mental strength was not focused, and the flames in his palms dissipated immediately. At this moment, she didn't care about these things. She stood up subconsciously and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Yi answered while quickly untying the vines on his body. He let the tree fall to the ground and then rolled down the steps, and he hurried into the supermarket. When he came to the cashier, Yi asked anxiously, "That was the sky fire you saw just now, right? Can you show it to me again?" "It's just an ordinary flame," Zhang Wanwan replied. As he said that, he mobilized his supernatural powers again and let the flames ignite in his palms again. Yi stretched out his fingers, touched the flames, and finally withdrew his hands because of the burns. Then he said, "It's the sky fire." Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan was a little puzzled and asked, "Why is it called sky fire?" "The fire that can only be obtained when there is thunder in the sky and the jungle is accidentally ignited. What else can we call it if not heavenly fire?" "What?" Zhang Wanwan asked in surprise. "Don't you have mastered the method of lighting a fire by yourself? Light the fire by yourself? We are not gods. How can we light the heavenly fire?" Yi asked with a puzzled face. These primitive people have not yet mastered the method of drilling wood to make fire? Zhang Wanwan thought about it, frowned, and asked, "Then where does the heavenly fire for your cooking every day come from? And how is the heavenly fire preserved?" As far as she knows, these people don't eat raw meat, right? There are people in the tribe who are responsible for guarding the fire pit. They can ensure that the heavenly fire will not go out. When you need to cook, just pull a burning wood from the fire pit and take it back. "What? Just keep burning like this? How much wood will be consumed? It's such a waste." Zhang Wanwan felt distressed when she thought that what was burning day and night might be rosewood. She wanted to say, "Actually, there is no need to do this. If you need heavenly fire, you can ask me to borrow it." In this way, the wood saved can be traded with her. No, this is too troublesome. There are quite a few people in the Lehe tribe. It is too cumbersome and inconvenient to borrow fire for 3 meals a day. After thinking about it, Zhang came up with another idea. How about I bring you something that can start a fire next time? Yi was surprised and asked uncertainly, can we light the heavenly fire by ourselves? Yes. It's very convenient. Zhang nodded quickly. Is there really such a magical thing? Yi still couldn't believe it. Zhang nodded again, and seeing that he still didn't quite believe it, she didn't plan to continue bragging. There was no need to waste words now, and she would know when she brought the things over later. Then she asked, what did you just carry over? Yi was stunned by the question, and then he remembered the purpose of his coming here. So, he ran out and carried the wood that fell outside in his arms. The diameter can only be hugged with both hands, and the height is about 1.5 meters, plus it was just cut down. Such a piece of wood can be said to be very heavy. Yi picked it up easily and had time to talk. I heard that wood can be exchanged for buns, so I cut down a tree and wanted to come and try it. As an ordinary person, Zhang knows the names of some precious woods. But she doesn't know what these woods look like. So, at this moment, seeing such a large piece of wood, she can't recognize what specific species it is. Let's go through the system first. Just put it in this grid. As the huge piece of wood shrank and was finally put into the grid, the specific situation was also shown on the screen of the star coin exchanger. 0.96 cubic meters of golden nanmu were detected, which can be exchanged for 0.96 star coins. Seeing Ye's inquiring eyes, looking over, Zhang replied, it can be exchanged for half a bun. Even if the remaining 0.5 star coins in Ye's account were added, it was not enough to exchange for a bun. This time, Zhang did not offer to give him a bun, or give him a discount. When Yi heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Great, there are 3 more such woods there, I will carry them over right away. After saying that, he turned around and ran away quickly. He didn't let Zhang wait any longer. About 10 minutes later, Yi walked into the supermarket again with the second piece of wood on his back. Then the third and fourth pieces were also carried over one after another. When all these woods were exchanged, Ye's account became 4.36 star coins. Change them all into buns, Yi said happily. After taking the 2 buns, he carefully hid them under the animal skin as before. Seeing this, Zhang asked with a smile, are you going to bring them to your parents? My father was killed by a wild beast while hunting a few years ago. I'm going to bring them to my mother.
Huh.
Father's dead? This was a bad start, and Zhang was immediately ready to apologize. However, looking at Ye's very calm face, she hesitated and finally didn't say it. The other party acted as if nothing had happened. If she apologized solemnly, it would be exposing someone's scars. Otherwise, let's change the subject. This time traveling to the primitive world. Zhang plans to find other medicinal herbs to confirm her guess. Of course, she can't go out to find them by herself. This matter will eventually have to rely on the local residents. However, in the Scorching Sun tribe, men have to go out hunting and women have to pick berries. Naturally, they can't be asked to put down their hands of work to help find medicinal herbs. After all, it is still uncertain whether the medicinal herbs are valuable or not. Therefore, in the end, it depends on the idle children. For example, Yi in front of him is a good candidate. He has no father, and his mother picks berries alone, so the food he gets in the end is certainly not much. Therefore, he cuts down trees in exchange for some buns. And helping Zhang find medicinal herbs will obviously be easier. If the medicinal herbs found in the end are valuable, they can naturally improve his life. Even if they are not valuable, Zhang is willing to compensate him. Thinking of this, she asked, what are you going to do next? Continue to cut trees, and then exchange for more buns?
Jag answer it seriously.
My mother ate one of the buns I brought back yesterday and was very happy. He must exchange enough buns today for my mother to eat her fill. Then, I heard Zhang asking in a negotiating tone, I have a better job here, which can also be exchanged for buns. Do you want to do it? Yi trusted her very much and immediately replied, okay. How many buns can you exchange for? According to my requirements, find some things and each one you find can be exchanged for a bun. Jiang Wanwan stated her conditions and then added, if the things you find can be exchanged for star coins, they will all belong to you. Yi nodded and asked, what are you looking for? Well, this will take time to explain. Jiang Wanwan picked up her mobile phone and prepared to Baidu to find out what precious medicinal materials there are. When she opened her mobile phone, she found that it was already 12 o'clock. No wonder she was a little hungry. It would take a lot of time to explain this matter clearly. Otherwise, let us eat first. It's a good thing to treat you to a meal. It's also a benefit. It will also make him more attentive when looking for medicinal materials. So, Jiang Wanwan said, well, I'll treat you to a meal and we'll talk while we eat. No. How can I eat your food? Yi quickly refused. It's okay, just think of it as an advance payment to you. Besides, I still need your help. After Jiang Wanwan finished speaking, she took action directly, without giving the other party a chance to refuse. She naturally did not plan to eat the buns, but took out 2 packs of instant noodles from the system grid. Then she said in her mind, 007, give me a gas stove and a gas tank. Yes, Jiang Wanwan was going to start a fire and cook in this supermarket. Of course, everyone knows that instant noodles can be soaked in boiling water. But Jiang Wanwan just prefers to eat boiled instant noodles. Besides, it would cost star coins anyway. If you buy a kettle, you can only boil water, but with a gas stove, you can cook a lot more things. And it just so happens that she has an iron pot in the supermarket. This way, it is convenient for herself and can also be used as a promotion. After he finished eating with her, he helped promote instant noodles and iron pots. The gas stove that appeared out of thin air fell on the cash register, and the gas tank was placed under the cash register. Then, Jiang Wanwan flipped his hand and took out a 2-handled iron pot and placed it on the gas stove. The fire was lit. Yi was frightened by the noise and took 2 steps back. After Jiang Wanwan took out 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the pot. Yi came up again, looked at everything curiously, and asked, is this what Jiang said, that we can also ignite the sky fire?
No.
The thing below is not for sale, but the iron pot above can be bought. Yi, remember to introduce it to others for me. Hearing this, Yi looked a little disappointed, but still nodded and agreed. I will. The fire was very big, and the water was boiled quickly, and 2 pieces of noodles were put in. In order to reduce prices before, Jiang Wanwan deliberately chose bagged instant noodles. So now he can only find 007 and buy 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. After the tableware was prepared, the noodles were also cooked soft, and then the seasoning packet was added. Then, an overbearing fragrance spread in the air. Yi, who was originally staring at it intently, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He murmured in his mouth, it smells good. Jiang Wanwan sniffed it lightly, and it was indeed very fragrant. Since she got the system, she hasn't eaten instant noodles. At this moment, she suddenly smelled this fragrance, which was quite tempting. 1 minute later, turn off the fire. Jiang Wanwan picked up a bowl for herself first, then poured the noodles and soup from the pot into a large bowl and handed it to Yi. Yi was a little embarrassed at first, but he couldn't help it after taking the bowl and chopsticks and smelling the aroma. He picked up a chopstick and took a small bite first. After tasting the flavor, he ate it quickly. Jiang Wanwan had only eaten half of the instant noodles that had just come out of the pot, and Yi had already finished it. There was not even a drop of soup left in the large bowl, which was very clean. It's so delicious, even better than steamed buns. What is this called? How much would you need to exchange it for? This is called instant noodles. 5 steamed buns can be exchanged for a bag. Jiang Wanwan took the time to answer. Facing the primitive world full of illiteracy, she has gradually gotten used to using steamed buns as a unit of exchange. Instant noodles are delicious. I must exchange a bag for my mother to try. Yi made up his mind. A few minutes later, Jiang Wanwan finished eating, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and began to talk about business. She opened her phone, searched Baidu for pictures of precious medicinal herbs, and showed them to Yi. These are the things I want you to find. They're all various plants. See if you can remember them. A thin piece the size of a palm can show various pictures. Such magical things surprised Yi. However, Zhang had surprised him many times, but not this time. After being surprised, he carefully looked at each picture and remembered them in his heart. The medicinal herbs that Jiang Wanwan found were all grown in the jungle and were very precious. There were only about 10 kinds, and he was afraid that the other party would not be able to remember too many. After looking at it for about 10 minutes, Yi said that he remembered it, and Jiang Wanwan put away the phone. After the matter was settled, Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked, "You asked me for help before, what is it?" "Help? Oh." I said it casually to let you stay for dinner, but I didn't expect him to remember it. It just so happened that she did have something to do and needed his help. Jiang Wanwan summoned 007, bought a bucket, and handed it to Yi. "Please bring me a bucket of water. All pots and bowls must be washed after eating. It always feels wasteful to use mineral water. Since there is no shortage of water in this world, let you bring a bucket over." The water source of the Burning Sun tribe is estimated to be a bit far from the Wanjie supermarket. Jiang Wanwan waited for about 20 minutes before Yi came in with a full bucket of water. After putting down the bucket, Yi turned around and left. Jiang Wanwan only had time to say thank you. Although they had lunch at the cashier counter, they could not wash the dishes here. In the end, Jiang Wanwan carried the bucket and took the pots and bowls to the bathroom to wash them. The conditions were simple, so they could only make do for the time being. After finishing all these trivial matters, Jiang Wanwan sat in front of the cashier counter again. Holding a half-absorbed crystal core in her hand, she continued to concentrate on absorbing it. She had just tried the fire ability, and although the changes were subtle, they gave her a lot of encouragement. Jiang Wanwan decided to work hard to absorb the energy of the crystal cores and strive to reach 100 as soon as possible. She wanted to see what kind of power would be when the fire power was upgraded to level 1. Could she rub a fireball with her hands? In the two worlds that Jiang Wanwan experienced, most of the business was concentrated in the morning and evening. After all, for people who need to work, going out early and returning late can maximize the daytime. However, compared to the zombie world, the customers in the primitive world will be more concentrated. Jiang Wanwan has come to this conclusion after staying in the primitive world for less than 3 days. Let us not talk about the first 2 days, let's talk about today. From 9 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. For a full 7 hours, Jiang Wanwan only saw Yi as a customer. If this is the case in the future, she thinks the next clerk will be very happy. After all, such a long free time, wouldn't it be just right for the clerk to explore the world without scruples? 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After absorbing 2 level 1 crystal cores, Jiang Wanwan is ready to take a break. Although I want to enhance my strength, I also have to combine work and rest. Since she came to the primitive world, she has hardly touched her phone. But 007's tablet was brought over, and she watched TV series all day, which made her a little envious. Time spent playing with the phone always passes quickly. Is there a guest coming? After listening carefully and confirming that there was really someone, Jiang Wanwan immediately put down her phone and walked to the door to check. Hey, it's Yi and Dan. But why do the two of them seem to be arguing about something? I said you must have found the wrong one. I didn't. That thing is poisonous. What does Jiang want it for? I don't know.
Oh.
The grass root is really poisonous. People will bleed and die after eating it. Jiang is a god. He must know this, and she didn't say she wanted to eat it. Grassroot? Poisonous? What's the connection? Jiang Wanwan was a little confused. Was there grassroot in the medicinal materials she asked you to find? When the two approached, she asked in confusion, "What are you fighting about?" Zhang, are these plants that you asked you to find for you edible? Dan asked first. I guess so. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Medicinal herbs. They are all eaten, so they are naturally edible. But that grass root is really not edible. It is poisonous. I saw it with my own eyes a few years ago, Dan said hurriedly. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's face was full of question marks. What poisonous grass root? Then she looked at Yi and asked, Did you find the plant I want? What kind is it? I found one, but Dan said it is poisonous.
Ye replied.
As he said that, He stepped into the supermarket, untied the animal skin package in his hand, and spread it on the ground. Then, an object covered with dust appeared in front of him. The skin was light yellow, a little thicker than a ham sausage, as long as a palm, and there were several forks on it. It should be the rhizome of some plant. The first time he saw this thing, Zhang Wanwan was puzzled. Was there such a thing in the picture he showed ye? It took ye more than 2 hours to find this grass root. Although Dan said it was poisonous, he still insisted on sending it over. Of course, he was worried. So, he kept paying attention to Zhang Wanwan's expression. At this moment, he saw that there was no happy expression on the other party's face. His heart immediately fell to the bottom of the valley. Could it be that he really found the wrong one? However, at this moment, Zhang Wanwan's voice suddenly rang out.
Wait.
Then, Zhang Wanwan squatted down in a stunned look. Ignoring the dust on the skin, he grabbed the rhizome on the animal skin. This thing looks a bit like an unripe radish.
Could it be
ginseng? Zhang Wanwan carefully examined the lower end of the rhizome and saw a lot of broken marks and juice flowing out. When you dug this thing, were there still a lot of roots underneath that you didn't dig out? Yi was stunned and said hesitantly, roots? Not sure. He only knew that this thing was dug out, but as for whether there were still roots underneath, he didn't pay attention. Primitive people don't know what ginseng is, so naturally they won't pay attention to these details. Zhang Wanwan didn't come into contact with old mountain ginseng when she was on Earth. She has seen a lot of it in TV dramas, but they are all the kind of ginseng that is dried and still has a lot of whiskers. So, when she suddenly saw this fresh thing, which was bare without a single whisker, at first glance, she really didn't recognize it. What on earth is this? If it wasn't for the sudden flash of inspiration that she had just had, thinking that this thing looked a bit like a radish, she really wouldn't have thought of it as ginseng. But Zhang Wanwan couldn't be sure whether it was ginseng or not. Forget it. Let the system identify it directly. Zhang Wanwan no longer hesitated, took this thing, and walked to the star coin exchanger. Detected 468-year-old ginseng, impaired medicinal effect, can be exchanged for 250 star coins. Sure enough, it is ginseng. Just now, I almost missed it. And this price. Her and Mr. Zhang's guess was right. The supermarket is expected to upgrade. The impaired medicinal effect written in the brackets should refer to the roots that have been dug up, right? Since the medicinal effect is impaired, it must have affected the exchange price. In this way, it is impossible to determine the true price of ginseng for a while. There are thousands of thoughts in her mind, but Zhang Wanwan's final gaze is fixed on the age of ginseng. 468 years. Nearly 500 years of ginseng. This must be the grandfather of my grandfather's grandfather, right? Is there any wild ginseng of this age on Earth? I'm afraid that even 100-year-old ginseng would be sold at a sky-high price, right? Of course, the price is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the value of the ginseng itself. Ginseng of this age should have a strong medicinal effect, right? How many lives can it save? Zhang Wanwan immediately made up her mind to bring it back to Earth. Seeing Zhang Wanwan standing in front of the star coin exchanger for a long time without moving, Yi and Dan looked at each other and walked over. How is it? Is this what you were looking for? Dan asked curiously. Before Zhang Wanwan could come to his senses, he opened his mouth to answer. On the other side, Yi pointed to the number on the screen and asked, 250 star coins, how much is it? 250? This number is really a coincidence. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but smile and replied, it can be exchanged for 125 buns, enough for you and your mother to eat for 7 or 8 days. Although she put the ginseng in, the star coins were deposited into Ye's account. Zhang Wanwan then turned around and prepared to answer Dan's question. However, Dan, who saw the number on the screen, no longer cared about the previous question. He asked in disbelief, a grass root can actually be exchanged for 250 star coins? Is the grass root what you are looking for? But it is really poisonous and cannot be eaten.
Dan empasizet.
Hearing the other party say it is poisonous again, Zhang Wanwan had some incredible guesses in her heart. She asked, you said it is poisonous. Do you have any basis? Dan nodded and began to talk about what he had witnessed before. The winter 4 years ago was particularly long. In order to survive until the spring, my father had to reduce the food distribution. Some people couldn't stand the hunger and ran out to dig grass roots to eat. That day, Uncle sure dug a grass root that was bigger than this one. He couldn't bear to eat it, so he took it back to the tribe and shared it with his 2 sons. Then after a while, their noses began to bleed. Later, not only the noses but also the mouths and ears began to bleed. When the witch rushed over, they were already dead, and the animal skins and the ground were all covered with blood. After hearing this story, Yi was shocked. He still had some impression of Uncle Sure, and Uncle Sure's son was his childhood playmate. Later, they died, and Yi thought they were starved to death. This incident left a big psychological shadow on him. So, when other children were playing, Yi tried hard to earn food. But he didn't expect that the truth of the matter was like this. What if this grass root was really poisonous?
Then,
thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but look at Zhang Wanwan worriedly. He hesitated and wanted to persuade Zhang Wanwan not to take the grass root. But thinking that it was enough for him and his mother to eat buns for many days, he was reluctant to give it up. On the other hand, Zhang Wanwan was a little amused by this story. It is bigger than the 468-year-old ginseng, so it must be 600 to 700 years old. For a ginseng of that age, just pinching a little root the size of a grain of rice can keep one alive for a few days, right? But it was shared by 2 people. It would be strange if there were no problems. The nosebleed is a typical result of oversupplementation. As for the bleeding ears and mouth, it is estimated that it is because of oversupplementation and the body has problems, right? Yi hesitated for a long time and finally persuaded. Zhang, since this thing is really poisonous, why don't you not take it? Zhang Wanwan laughed, patted Yi on the shoulder, and then explained. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. This thing is called ginseng, and it's a tonic. You said it's a medicine? Dan was surprised. Wu couldn't say that. If it's a medicine, how can it kill people? Yi asked, not quite understanding. Zhang Wanwan replied, that's because the effect is too strong. Seeing that the 2 still didn't quite believe it, she thought for a while and then made an analogy. It's just like eating meat. Meat is a good thing, right? But try to eat a tiger in one meal, and your stomach will burst. Don't look at this ginseng. It's only the size of a palm. It's very powerful.
Just eat a little bit at a time,
Zhang Wanwan said, pinching it with her fingers, which looked very vivid. Now Dan and Yi understood, and they looked at each other in surprise. Zhang Wanwan concluded, in short, this ginseng is not only what I'm looking for, but also very valuable. It can be exchanged for a lot of star coins. However, when you dig it later, you still have to be careful not to break the roots below, otherwise the price will be higher. It was obviously a poison, but it suddenly became a good thing. This shocked Dan's mind. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan's words made him throw away the entanglement in his heart and immediately asked, you mean the price of this ginseng can be higher? The price is so high now. If it can be higher, wouldn't it be possible to exchange a lot of iron tools as long as you find a ginseng? Yes, if this ginseng is complete, it can be exchanged for at least 300 or 400 star coins. Zhang Wanwan boldly assumed. How long must the roots of a ginseng that is nearly 500 years old be? Its weight should at least account for half of the main trunk of the ginseng, right? So, it's not too much for her to add 100 star coins? Then, Zhang Wanwan also explained to them. The roots of ginseng buried underground are very long. Make sure they are not broken. When you dig, try to expand the excavation area as much as possible. The older the ginseng is, the longer the roots are, and the higher its value will naturally be. By the way, you can determine the age of ginseng by the leaves growing on the ground, so that you can define the approximate range. Zhang Wanwan didn't know much about this kind of technical work. But it doesn't matter. She has an all-powerful mobile phone. In the past, she could only Baidu and understand through text. But now it's different. There are all kinds of talents in the short video app. In order to keep the ginseng intact and obtain higher profits, Zhang Wanwan directly found the homepage of a mountain runner from the app. There are not only videos on how to identify the age of ginseng and explain the range of roots. There are also videos explaining how to fully dig ginseng, which are very detailed. I believe that after reading these contents, everyone can tell one or two. Yi knows because of himself he regretted that he had lost a lot of star coins due to improper digging. But when he saw that the roots of ginseng were so long and he had to be so careful when digging, he was a little worried. Digging ginseng is a technical job and requires patience. He is willing to spend a few hours digging, but he is afraid that he will accidentally break it if he is clumsy. Jiang Wanwan doesn't know what Yi is thinking. After she played the video of digging ginseng, she found the pictures of medicinal materials she had shown to Yi before. Since there is ginseng in the primitive world, and the price is so high, then there must be other kinds of medicinal materials. Isn't it said that Dan is Wu's disciple? Then he must know some medicinal materials. Let him take a look, maybe he will know some. If a blind cat really encounters a dead mouse, it can save a lot of trouble. After Dan finished looking at the pictures of medicinal herbs, he left in a hurry. Wu had a lot of medicinal herbs, but he never paid attention to them on a daily basis. Now that he knew that medicinal herbs could be sold at a high price, he would naturally go and look for them. But Yi did not leave with him. He had just received a huge sum of money and was struggling with what to buy. Steamed buns were definitely needed, and there were also delicious instant noodles. As for the other goods, Yi did not recognize any of them. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan introduced them to him one by one. Yi currently had a total of 250.36 star coins in his account. The iron pot and the longbow were definitely not available for purchase, and arrows were naturally not needed. Jiang Wanwan asked clearly, and Ye's family was temporarily, since they didn't have any iron tools to use at that time, they focused on recommending food. When Yi introduced salt and sugar, his eyes widened. These two things were also available in the Lehe tribe, but they didn't look like this. The salt they ate was a black, finger-sized granule. And that black salt was exchanged from the caravan, and the price was extremely expensive. As for sweet things, there were only beehives in the wild. But there were many bees in the wild, and they were poisonous, so no one would mess with them unless necessary. The salt and sugar in the supermarket were pure white and in small granules. Yi stared at the two things eagerly for a few seconds and asked, "Can my star coins be exchanged for salt and sugar for other things?" Jiang Wanwan nodded and replied, "After exchanging for salt and sugar, you still have 50 star coins left." Then he thought that you probably didn't know how much 50 star coins were. So he added, "You can also exchange for 25 buns." Hearing this, Ye's eyes lit up and he made a decision immediately. "Then I'll exchange for 1 packet of salt, 1 packet of sugar, and 1 packet of instant noodles, and the rest will all be exchanged for buns." Are you so happy to spend money? This is a good thing for the supermarket, but Jiang Wanwan still reminded him, "You spent all the star coins in one go. Don't you need to discuss it with your mom?" Although the other party was as tall as her, she couldn't ignore the fact that he was still an 11-year-old child. "No, I'll go find ginseng tomorrow, and I'll be able to exchange for more star coins," Yi said happily. Looking for ginseng? Does his expression mean he is sure that he can find it? Could it be that ginseng is everywhere in this primitive world? If so, it would be a great thing for these primitive people and the Wanjie supermarket. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan took the goods and handed them to Yi. 1 bag of table salt, 1 bag of white sugar, 1 bag of instant noodles, 20 buns, a total of 250 star coins. In addition, she was originally going to give Yi a bun. It was agreed that a bun would be given for every herb found, but Yi refused. When Yi left with the things, Jiang Wanwan did not forget to remind him. Be sure to tell the patriarch of the Lehe tribe about these things and the ginseng. Only when they see the definite benefits will more people look for ginseng. After that, Jiang Wanwan played with his mobile phone for another hour. However, this time the mobile phone was not used for playing but for learning. Jiang Wanwan opened the short video app, searching for videos related to rare medicinal materials. She even clicked on the collection button for content she found useful, fearing that she would not be able to remember it. It was not until 5:30 that Jiang Wanwan put away her phone. Yesterday, Li, the chief of the Fiery Sun tribe, came with the hunting team at this time. Presumably, it should be the same today. In order to sell more goods, Zhang Wanwan decided to do some preparation. Take out the clean iron pot and the bowls and chopsticks that ye had eaten before. Pour in a bottle of mineral water, turn on the fire to boil, put in the noodles, add the seasoning packet, and turn off the fire. Yes, Zhang Wanwan started to cook instant noodles. Of course, after dark, she was going to go back to Earth for a big meal, and naturally, she would not have dinner in the supermarket. This pack of instant noodles was used as bait and cooked for the people in the hunting team. A small pack of instant noodles is equivalent to 10 buns. Zhang Wanwan estimated that people who have not tried it would be reluctant to give up buns and instant noodles. But if they could have tasted it, or even just smelled it, the result would probably be different. After all, the overbearing aroma of instant noodles is well known. And that smell, for primitive people with only salt, should be the existence of a full banquet, right? In short, with this bait, the sales of instant noodles should be good, right? Moreover, it can also promote the iron pot. As for the pack of instant noodles given away, it is insignificant. After all, it is normal to do business and taste it. After a few minutes, the noodles were soaked and the seasonings were blended into it. The whole supermarket was filled with fragrance. After waiting for dozens of minutes, there was movement outside the supermarket. From a distance, a large group of people could be seen coming. This time, Zhang Wanwan did not greet them at the door, but stood there quietly waiting. As the crowd approached, the voices became clearer. Do you smell anything? Yes, it smells so good. I want to eat it. I smelled it too. Where did it come from? It seems to be inside the wooden house. What is that smell? It's so strange. My wife said that Zhang has new goods here. Could it be the smell of that thing? What on earth is it? I want it. Seeing that everyone had entered the supermarket, Zhang Wanwan turned on the gas stove and lit it. Following the smell, everyone came to the cashier and finally determined the source. What is this? A square-faced giant asked with his head down. It's a delicious food. I'm going to ask everyone to try it, but it still needs to be cooked. Zhang Wanwan answered seriously. In fact, the instant noodles in the pot were not cold and could be eaten directly. But didn't she want to take the opportunity to promote the iron pot? Then cook it again. It turned out to be food, and they still have a chance to taste it. Everyone's faces suddenly showed joy, and their eyes looking at the pot became hot. However, the clan leader grasped the key point and asked in confusion. Cook it? Yes, there is a sky fire heating it underneath. Zhang Wanwan replied. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since people in the primitive world called fire like that, she would naturally follow suit. Li was much stronger than Zhang Wanwan, so he had to bend down when he heard it, and then he finally saw the bright flame. His pupils shrank and he said in a lost voice, Without wood, the heavenly fire can still burn? Others heard the sound and bent over to take a look. They discovered something and started talking about it. She actually held the heavenly fire here? Why isn't the thing under the heavenly fire burning? With such a big fire, isn't she afraid of cracking the pottery jar on top? That doesn't look like a pottery jar. What is it? Seeing that everyone had seen the flames, Zhang Wanwan turned off the gas stove with a pop. Everyone noticed that the heavenly fire was extinguished, and they became anxious again. Hey, why did the heavenly fire suddenly go out? Bring some wood. What wood? It seems like Zhang put out the heavenly fire on purpose. What? Why did you put out the heavenly fire? What is that thing underneath? Why can you put out the heavenly fire by just touching it? Zhang Wanwan lit the fire and cooked noodles. Originally, she wanted these people to notice how durable the iron pot was. But she didn't expect that they would focus more on the heavenly fire. It's impossible to explain something like a gas stove to primitive people. In the end, Zhang Wanwan could only explain that this was a product of God and was not for sale. Of course, she also mentioned that she would bring something that could be lit at any time. Not wanting to dwell too much on this topic, Zhang Wanwan prepared to attract their attention to the food. As for the iron pot, let's introduce it later. Zhang Wanwan poured all the noodles in the iron pot into a large bowl. Then she handed the chopsticks to the tribe leader Li and invited him to taste it. Try it. This is a new product I brought. It's called instant noodles. It tastes better than buns. Li was very straightforward. He took the chopsticks, picked up the noodles, and bent down to put them into his mouth. The moment he tasted the noodles, the expression on Lee's face was very wonderful, but more of it was enjoyment. Such rich and colorful flavors and soft and smooth taste are all things he has never eaten before. There are not many instant noodles in a pack, so Lee only took a bite. Although he was still not satisfied, he still handed the chopsticks in his hand to the next person. Lee looked at Jiang Wanwan and asked, "How many star coins are this?" "There is a pack in the bowl, which requires 10 star coins." Jiang Wanwan replied. After learning the price, Lee lowered his head and pondered, probably weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Beside him, everyone was still eating instant noodles. One mouthful per person, very fast, and continued. When everyone ate the instant noodles, the expressions on their faces were very similar. Until the last person stood up, there was no instant noodles left in the bowl, only half a bowl of soup. And this person was Dan, who had left before. He had been blocked by the giants before, and Jiang Wanwan didn't even notice. Looking at the bowl with only soup left, Dan's face was full of disappointment, but not the slightest dissatisfaction. He just picked up the big bowl and gulped down the soup. When the bowl without a drop left was put down, the giants present were a little disappointed.
Still want to eat.
Lee on the side suddenly picked up the empty bowl and examined it carefully, and then asked, "What material is this? It doesn't look like pottery. Is it new goods too?" "This is a porcelain bowl, used for eating, easy to break, not new goods." After Jiang Wanwan answered, she pointed to the pot in front of her and said positively, "This is the new cargo I brought, an iron pot, which can be used instead of a clay pot." Hearing this, Lee looked over immediately. "Iron pot? You mean this is ironware?" "Yes, it is a pot made of iron, used for daily cooking. It can not only make soup, but also stir-fry, deep-fry, and stew. The most important thing is that no matter how big the fire is, it will not break. It is much better than a clay pot." This explanation aroused everyone's interest. Lee asked in disbelief, "No matter how big the fire is, it will not break?" You know, they spent a lot of money to exchange clay pots from the caravan. If they are burned with a high fire, they will break immediately. If this iron pot is really as good as the other party says, Lee is willing to take out the things that exchanged the clay pots to exchange for this iron pot. "Of course, I can show you," Jiang Wanwan answered very confidently. After that, she turned on the gas stove again, turned on the highest fire, and let it burn first. As for Jiang Wanwan, she took an empty mineral water bottle and filled it up in the bucket in the room. When she came out, the iron pot was already smoking. Some of the giants standing opposite were even more anxious. If they knew how to play with this thing, they would probably turn off the sky fire. Seeing Jiang Wanwan coming over, someone hurriedly spoke. "It's smoking. You should put out the sky fire quickly." Jiang Wanwan said calmly, "Don't worry." After that, she calmly poured the water in the bottle into the pot. Seeing such a move, everyone became even more anxious.
Hey, don't.
They all know that a hot clay pot will explode directly after adding cold water. Moreover, there is already so much smoke in front of them. However, after a burst of hissing sounds, the smoke dispersed, and the iron pot was still intact.
This.
Everyone was stunned, okay? Lee's eyes were shining, and he asked excitedly, "How long can this iron pot be used if it is burned like this?" "Well, it shouldn't be a problem to use it for 10 years or so," Jiang Wanwan said hesitantly. To be honest, she didn't know exactly how long a pot could be used. But it can definitely be used for a long time. Anyway, when she was a child, the pot on the rural stove was used until she grew up, and it didn't break. Hearing this answer, everyone became more excited. Lee even asked directly, "How many star coins is this pot?" 500 star coins. Jiang Wanwan replied, and she hurriedly explained for fear that the other party would think it was too expensive. Although this price can be exchanged for 5 machetes, the iron pot is made of solid materials, and the iron consumed by a pot is even comparable to 10 machetes. But Lee did not dwell on this question. He suddenly changed the question. "I heard from Dan and Yi that you collect herbs here, and 1 root can be exchanged for hundreds of star coins?" At this time, the water in the pot had been boiled and was bubbling. Jiang Wanwan quickly turned off the fire and then answered the question. Yes, that thing is called ginseng, and you can exchange a lot of star coins for digging one. In addition, there are other medicinal herbs. Lee's expression did not change, and he pushed his son beside him to the front and said, Then take a look at these things. How many star coins can be exchanged? Then he saw Dan untied the animal skin in his hand and took out one thing after another from it. The herbs at Wu's place are all dried, and I can't tell whether there is what you need, so I just took some of them. A dry grass stem, a palm-sized earthy yellow stem, a brownish-yellow flat dry skin, and Jiang Wanwan didn't recognize the fresh herbs, let alone the dried ones. She was very unfamiliar with these things, but the last one was different. A large umbrella-shaped object with slightly upturned edges and regular patterns on the surface. Isn't this Ganoderma lucidum? The herbs that Dan brought were put into the grid of the star coin exchanger one by one. There are many kinds of these herbs, about 20 to 30 kinds. But in the end, only 8 kinds of herbs can make the screen of the star coin exchanger light up. And these 8 herbs are all well known on Earth. At least, although Jiang Wanwan doesn't know their medicinal effects, she has heard of the names of these herbs. Of course, what caught her mind was the price quotes behind these herbs. Although there are 8 kinds of herbs, the exchange rate for star coins only needs to be divided into 2 types: Ganoderma lucidum and other herbs. Among them, the exchange rate of other herbs is 1 caddy of herbs for 10 star coins. However, the herbs that Dan brought were all dried and processed. If they were freshly picked, it is estimated that the exchange rate should be lower. As for Ganoderma lucidum, it is the same type as ginseng, and the growth years are marked. Unfortunately, this Ganoderma lucidum, which is more than 600 years old, is intact but dried, which damages the medicinal properties. Like the previous ginseng, there is no way to get a specific exchange rate. However, according to Jiang Wanwan's guess, the final exchange rate should be related to the age. In other words, this primitive world is really rare. Hundreds of years of medicinal materials feel like a few months, and there is no preciousness at all. I got one plant an hour ago, and another one an hour later. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan's mind is very clear. If every world she travels through has a specialty, the specialty of the zombie world is crystal core, then the specialty of the primitive world should be medicinal materials. Jiang Wanwan pondered the essence of the matter through the price of medicinal materials. However, primitive people like Dan were excited by the price of medicinal materials. The price of the Ganoderma lucidum, which was first put into the grid, attracted the attention of most people, so that the other medicinal materials behind were not so conspicuous. Only Lee and Dan were observing and remembering carefully. Seeing that all the medicinal materials were put out, the members of the hunting team could no longer hold back and started to discuss. Where did you pick that big grass just now? What's the name of the grass? Didn't you see what's shown on it? It's called Red Ganoderma. Red Ganoderma? What a strange name, but it can be exchanged for so many star coins. These herbs were picked by the witch herself. Why don't we go down and ask the witch? Okay, let's go together. Seeing everyone talking, Lee and Dan lowered their heads in thought. Jiang Wanwan could only speak, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. You have 445 star coins in your account now. Do you want to continue to exchange? As she said, she looked at the animal skin packages in everyone's hands, some of which were carried on their backs, some were carried on their backs or placed on the ground. Hearing this, Lee nodded immediately and responded, "Exchange." Then he waved his hand to everyone, and everyone immediately unwrapped the animal skin packages. The things they brought this time were only fresh meat and various berries. But the quantity of these 2 items was more than dozens of times more than yesterday. With the help of everyone, Dan quickly put the berries into the grid. Lee stood aside and looked at Jiang Wanwan and said, "In addition to the daily needs of the tribe, I brought all the remaining berries. Do you want so many? You should know that most types of berries have a very short shelf life. It may only take 1 or 2 days for them to completely rot." Jiang Wanwan naturally understood what Lee wanted to express and smiled and nodded in response. "Of course, I want as many as you have. Whether it is berries, meat, wood, ores, or medicinal materials, the more the better." Hearing this, Lee's expression relaxed immediately and explained again. Now is autumn. We need to hunt and collect fruits to store food to prepare for winter, and we don't have time to take care of other things. The ore is too far from the tribe. We have to wait until winter, when we are free to organize people to carry it back. As for the wood, I heard that you cut down a tree today and carried it back in exchange for 2 buns? Lee paused here, and after getting Zhang Wanwan's affirmative nod, he spoke again. Since the half-grown boy can do it, I will ask Dan to organize the children in the tribe to cut trees later. Zhang Wanwan nodded, quite satisfied with this detailed reply. Meat and berries are available every day, and she doesn't need to worry about the valuable medicinal materials, and the children also cut wood. Only the ore needs to be weighted, but in this world that relies purely on manpower, there is no way to do it. At this moment, with the help of everyone, Dan has put all the berries into the grid. The balance in Dan's account has also reached 988 star coins. The berries they brought this time are as high as more than 500 kilograms. No wonder Lee would ask a question. After the berries were put in, it was the turn of meat. Today's meat was the same as yesterday, all skinned and chopped, and the specific type could not be seen. I don't know if there is tiger meat in it. Unfortunately, until all the meat was put in, the tiger bones that Zhang Wanwan had been thinking about were not shown on the screen. She said with some disappointment, "Didn't you hunt a tiger today?" "Well, I often encounter tigers on weekdays, but I went to look for them today, but didn't find any." Lee's tone was also a little regretful. Zhang Wanwan understood what the other party said. Many things are like this. When you don't need something, it will often appear in front of you. But when you suddenly want to find this thing, you can't find it for some reason. But it doesn't matter. If you can't find one, then find a few more. This is still Zhang Wanwan's inspiration from watching a short video about medicinal materials before. There are more things on animals that can be used as medicine than just tiger bones. There are also snake gall, bear gall, deer antler, musk, rhino horn. These are all rare Chinese medicinal materials, and the price must not be low. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. In addition to tiger bones, I also know some parts of some animals that can be exchanged for a large number of star coins." "Really? What is it?" Lee asked with some surprise. After all, he never forgot the value of tiger bones. If there are really animal parts that can be comparable to these, it will be a new source of income. Zhang Wanwan picked up her phone and flipped through the photos she had prepared long ago. She flipped through them one by one and explained them carefully to Li and the others. Li ignored the shock brought by the magical phone and looked at each photo carefully. It took several minutes for everyone to finally remember the valuable parts of various animals. Then they focused on their original purpose. "You have changed a lot here." Li turned his body and looked around. Zhang Wanwan walked out of the cashier counter and answered, "Yes. I brought a lot of new goods, and I guess they are all what you urgently need," she said, and walked to the shelf and introduced them one by one. In addition to the buns, mineral water, and watermelon knives at the beginning, you have tasted the instant noodles just now, and you have also seen how the iron pot works. In addition, there are salt, white sugar, and bows and arrows. Let's learn about them one by one. The voice fell, and before Zhang Wanwan continued to introduce, Lee asked in surprise, "You mean salt? You have salt here that can be exchanged? Where is it?" "This is it." Zhang Wanwan pointed to the salt shelf and said, "Is this salt?" Lee asked in disbelief, looking at the white fine particles in the bag. Zhang Wanwan was a little confused and asked, "Didn't you exchange a bag of salt and sugar each? Didn't you see it?" Lee didn't pay attention to her question, but continued to ask, "Is this really salt?"
"Well,
it seems that you hid both the salt and sugar, and didn't let Lee see them." Zhang Wanwan could only introduce them in detail again. "Yes, salt. No impurities, good taste, salty and fragrant without bitterness." After listening to the introduction, Lee asked excitedly, "Really? Can I try it? Try it?"
"No."
"You can buy it and try it. If the taste doesn't match what I said, I am willing to refund it." Zhang Wanwan replied. After hearing Ye's description of black salt, she was very confident about her own salt. She was not angry at being rejected and asked hurriedly, How much star coins are there for this bag of salt? The same price as a machete, 100 star coins per pack, enough for one person to eat for 20 days. Jiang Wanwan has gotten used to it. When telling the primitive people the quantity, it is best to convert it into units they understand. A person needs to consume 5 g of salt a day, and a pack of 100 g is just enough for 20 days. As for the fact that the primitive people are tall and need more salt, she was too lazy to estimate it so clearly. Jiang Wanwan's description was very accurate, and she could understand the value and price of this pack of salt directly.
So cheap.
It only takes 100 kilograms of berries or 10 trees to get enough salt for 20 days. You know, the black salt their tribe got from the caravan. Not only is it bitter and expensive, but they also have to say a lot of good things. Even so, the black salt that can be exchanged in the end is very scarce and completely insufficient for the needs of the tribe. How much salt do you have here? I want it all, Lehe said impatiently. Such a big tone? It seems that the primitive people are really short of salt. However, Jiang Wanwan did not rush to agree to the order, but said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have enough salt here, and it is no problem to supply the entire Lehe tribe. But we still have new goods to see. After you have seen them all, it will not be too late to tell me what you want to change." Jiang Wanwan's words did not comfort Lehe at all. He still had an anxious look on his face, but he had no choice but to follow Jiang Wanwan and walk to the shelf next to him. This is white sugar. It tastes very sweet like honey. The weight is the same as salt, but it only costs half the price. As for the different nutritional values of white sugar and honey, needless to say, the primitive people probably wouldn't care. The similar appearance of white sugar and salt did attract Lehe's attention. Hearing that it is as sweet as honey, he exclaimed in his heart, "It is also a good thing." But this thing is not a necessity. Lehe's mind is still more on salt. This is a longbow, and the arrows next to it are a set of long-range attack weapons used in combination. After Jiang Wanwan finished speaking, he guessed that these people might not know what long-range attack meant, so he explained. It means that a person standing in place can attack prey very far away, farther than the tallest tree outside. The longbow has a pulling force of 200 pounds and a total length of about 1.5 meters, which is not much shorter than Jiang Wanwan. If the compound bow is not counted, this is almost one of the most powerful bows in modern times. The range can reach almost 300 meters, and within 100 meters it is comparable to the power of a pistol. The only drawback is that the pulling force required is too great. If one relies solely on personal physique, it is estimated that no one can fully draw the bow. But this shortcoming is not a problem for primitive people. After all, with the height and strength of primitive people, it probably wouldn't take much effort to fully draw the bow. Long-range weapon. Can it really attack that far? Lehe asked with disbelief, but longing. In fact, Jiang Wanwan still underestimated these primitive people. They may not have invented the term long-range weapons, but they already have long-range weapons. Just take a piece of wood of suitable size, sharpen one end, and then use it to throw. It's just that such a throw can only fly a distance of more than 10 or 20 meters at most, and the power is limited. There is a big difference between this and the attack distance mentioned by Jiang Wanwan. If there really is a weapon that can fly so far, then Of course, I can try this for you. As he said, Jiang Wanwan picked up a longbow and an arrow. Put the arrow on the bowstring and pull hard. The bowstring didn't move. Okay. The pulling force of 200 pounds is well deserved. She should not make a fool of herself. Just pull it hard like this, then aim at the target, and let go. Come on, try it yourself. After Jiang Wanwan gave a general explanation, she handed the bow and arrow directly to Lehe, who was standing aside. Lehe naturally did not notice Jiang Wanwan's predicament and thought that she had deliberately let him try. So, he looked at her with gratitude and then reached out to take the bow and arrow. Although it was the first time for Lehe to see a bow and arrow after seeing Jiang Wanwan's pretending to demonstrate it just now, he had a general idea of how to use the bow and arrow. After all, it is a weapon. For those who fight with wild beasts day and night, once you know it, you can know 100 things. Lehe held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right hand, slowly exerting force. The arrow was aimed at Dan. If he accidentally let go, Jiang Wanwan quickly pulled Dan away and pushed the arrow of the bow and arrow to the outside of the supermarket. This is very powerful, and it is easy to get into trouble. You'd better aim outside. The force has a strong adaptability. After changing direction, it immediately aimed at the target outside the door. As the arm exerted force a little bit, the longbow was gradually pulled open. Finally, the bowstring was tightened and took the shape of a full moon. Suddenly, a whoosh sound, with a constantly trembling tail sound, echoed in the air. The sound of the arrow shooting out just fell, and the bowstring was still trembling. In the distance, there was another loud puff sound. That was the sound of the arrow hitting the target and penetrating an object. The distance was a bit far, and Jiang Wanwan could only vaguely see that it seemed to be inserted into a tree. As for how many points were inserted, she could not see it clearly. Fortunately, some people were more anxious than her. The people in the hunting team were full of curiosity about the longbow, a weapon they had never seen before. At this moment, seeing the speed of the attack and the extremely long distance, they were even more surprised. Several people couldn't wait to ran out of the supermarket and headed in the direction of the arrow. As the force that shot the arrow, he couldn't control his curiosity. He hesitated for a moment before handing the longbow in his hand to his son standing next to him. Then, he followed the pace of the people in front of him and went out of the supermarket in the direction of the arrow. Seeing that the clan leader had run over, the rest of the people couldn't wait and left the supermarket one after another. In a blink of an eye, only Jiang Wanwan and Dan were left in the huge supermarket. Dan looked at the longbow in his hand over and over again, his eyes full of joy. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan smiled and suggested, "Although this bow is very powerful, it also requires a lot of strength. You can try to see if you can pull it open completely. It takes a lot of strength?" Dan immediately became interested. He wanted to give it a try. Dan imitated his father's posture and slowly pulled the longbow. Because there was no arrow, there was no need to worry too much about pulling an empty bow, just use strength. As Dan exerted force with his arms, the longbow was slowly pulled open. It was going smoothly at the beginning, but he began to lose strength at the end. When the longbow was about to be fully stretched, his arms began to tremble. Finally, when the veins on Dan's neck bulged, he finally pulled the longbow to the limit. It was just that the extreme state lasted less than 3 seconds before he could no longer support it and slowly released it. At this moment, Dan's arms could not stop shaking due to excessive force. After completely releasing the bowstring, he let out a long sigh of relief and said regretfully, "It really takes a lot of strength. I can't yet unleash its full power." "You're already amazing," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. She asked Dan to try the bow because she wanted to test the approximate strength of the primitive man. Now that the strength has been tested, it is far beyond her expectations. Jiang Wanwan knew very well how much strength it takes to pull a 200-pound longbow. And this Dan should be only a teenager, right? He can already pull the longbow completely? Then, how strong would an adult primitive man be? No wonder he could hunt down one beast after another with just simple weapons. It doesn't matter. When you become an adult in 2 years, you will be able to pull it easily, and then your father will give you a longbow. Jiang Wanwan had heard from Yi before that they were considered adults at the age of 15 and could join the hunting team. That meant that Dan was only 13 years old now. Jiang Wanwan was amazed at Dan's young age and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw that everyone who had gone out to check on the arrows had returned. It was Lehe who had spoken just now, and he was still holding the arrow he had shot before. Dan was very excited by his father's words, and he quickly said, "Thank you, father." Then he noticed the arrow in Lehe's hand and asked, "How powerful is this arrow?" When this topic was mentioned, the people next to them interrupted without even trying to speak. They talked one after another and explained the situation clearly. The arrow just now hit a tree trunk 100 steps away. The trunk was about as thick as 2 hands could hold, and the arrow was about halfway into the tree. The arrows of the longbow were specially made and longer than ordinary arrows. Halfway into the tree? In this case, it must have penetrated at least 60 to 70 centimeters into the tree, and the power is terrifying. but 100 steps away? This distance is a bit wrong, right? However, Zhang thought about it and changed her mind. The 100 steps away mentioned by these primitive people are not the same as the 100 steps away she understands. After all, with a primitive man's height of 2 meters and 5, one step must be at least 1 meter, right? After understanding the power of the longbow, the expression on Dan's face became more and more surprised, and he said, "Can it shoot so far? In addition to hunting wild beasts, can't we also shoot birds?" After saying this, Dan's gaze immediately turned to the huge bird's nest on the distant tree. In this way, everyone immediately understood what he meant. This partridge forest is near the tribe, with few wild animals. It should have been a good gathering place. But because the partridges in the forest can fly, it is really difficult to hunt. And the berries produced in this forest are not too many. After weighing the pros and cons, the Scorching Sun tribe finally gave up the idea of developing this place. But now it's different. Zhang lives here, and they have to come here often to exchange some supplies. There are also idle children in the tribe, and they will come here often in the future. Therefore, the partridges must be hunted. Now, the longbow comes at the right time, just to help them quickly hunt the flying partridges. Thinking of this, the joy on everyone's faces became even stronger. Finally, Lee took the lead and asked, "How many star coins are there for this longbow and arrows?" The longbow and iron pot are 500 star coins each, and the arrows are 10 star coins each. Zhang answered, and then added an explanation. This longbow can be used for a long time if properly maintained, and the arrows can be reused. Lee looked at the bow and arrow, then at the salt on the shelf, his expression a little tangled. Seeing that the other party was hesitant, Zhang thought for a while and suggested, "You have a total of 1,427 star coins. You can exchange them for some urgently needed items first. When you find ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum tomorrow and exchange them for a lot of star coins, you can exchange them for other goods." Zhang words finally made Lee make up his mind, and he just listened to him. "Exchange me 1 longbow and 5 arrows, 1 iron pot, 1 bag of salt, 1 bag of white sugar, 2 machetes, 1 bag of instant noodles, and the rest are all replaced with buns. Okay, in addition to what you said, you can also exchange for 8 buns, and then there will be 1 star coin left. You can choose to exchange it for a bottle of mineral water, or keep it with me for tomorrow." After 2 contacts, Lee had a preliminary trust in Zhang, so he said, "Store it here." Zhang nodded and began to take the goods he needed. After getting the goods, they prepared to leave. "Wait, I have something else to say." Zhang suddenly stopped them and said, "What is it?" "I go to bed early at night, and I won't open the door after dark. If you need anything, come back the next morning." Lee was stunned after hearing this. Although he was a little puzzled, he still nodded and agreed. Zhang didn't go to bed early, but she had to go back to Earth. In the primitive world, although there were wild beasts at night, they were obviously not like zombies that would go berserk. Therefore, they might go out after dark, such as the situation last night. Zhang said this, but she was afraid that they would run away. After all, after the supermarket was upgraded to level 3, she estimated that they would not stay overnight and had to go back to Earth every day. After Lee and his group left, it was already 6:30. The sky outside had also become half dark. Since Zhang had already mentioned to Lee that she had to go to bed early at night, naturally no more customers would come. After she closed the door of the supermarket, she checked her earnings. A total of 152 items were sold today, worth 1,760 star coins. In the end, Zhang account balance was 1,345. 75 star coins, and the number of items sold was 329. In this primitive world, star coins come quite quickly, but the number of items sold has not increased. Zhang couldn't help but sigh. It seems that if she wants to upgrade the supermarket to level 4, she will have to wait a few more days. There are still a lot of goods left in the supermarket, and none of them are less than 200 pieces. It seems that there is no need to bring goods tomorrow. After taking inventory, Zhang looked at the time and then looked at the dust on the ground. She still has to go to the zombie world to take orders from Shanghua and return to Earth. Forget it. Let's clean up slowly tomorrow morning. 007. Go back to Earth. After crossing back to Earth, Zhang Wanwan didn't even move her feet and immediately crossed into the zombie world again. Suddenly, Shanghua, who was dirty and covered with unknown liquid, appeared in front of him. He stood straight in the middle of the supermarket, guessing that he should have been waiting for a while. Without saying anything nonsense, Zhang Wanwan took 2 steps forward to approach him. Reaching out to Shanghua, he picked a relatively clean place and gently put it on. Then he ordered 007 to teleport in his mind. After a familiar flash of light, the two reappeared in the room of the villa on Earth. A feeling of dizziness and headache came over Zhang Wanwan, and he staggered and almost fell. Shanghua on the side hurriedly reached out to take it, but withdrew his hand halfway. After all, compared with the clean Zhang Wanwan, his hands were too dirty. He could only ask nervously, "Boss, are you okay? What's the matter?" 3 seconds later, Zhang Wanwan recovered and waved his hand and said, "The sequelae of multiple teleports in one day is just dizziness. This is much better than the first time, when I teleported multiple times." Zhang Wanwan could feel that the aftereffect was gradually weakening, presumably because of the enhancement of her superpowers. It was estimated that after her superpowers were upgraded to level 1, she would not feel any discomfort after teleporting twice a day. This was the first time that Shanghua encountered the aftereffects of Zhang Wanwan's multiple teleportations. He was suddenly nervous to death, and even Zhang Wanwan's explanation could not relieve the pain in the slightest. In the end, seeing that she had finally returned to normal, he followed her out with a nervous mood. When Zhang Wanwan left the room today, she saw Su Jinghuai's handsome face. "Go back to your room and take a shower first, and then come out quickly to eat together." After making arrangements for Shanghua, Zhang Wanwan went downstairs. Su Jinghuai followed closely behind and asked as usual, "What do you want to prepare today?" "Well, cabbage buns, mineral water, self-heating rice, apples, fruit hard candies, bullets, 500 of each, and the rest is not needed for the time being," Zhang Wanwan said thoughtfully. The demand in the primitive world is not great, so she is not planning to bring any goods over for the time being. What Zhang Wanwan said are all the goods that are prepared to be taken to the zombie world. And the names she mentioned are all goods with less than 2,000 pieces in stock in the zombie world. Su Jinghuai's eyes flashed with surprise, but he still nodded silently and did as he was told. Zhang Wanwan went to the dining room as usual, waiting for dinner. But today was a little strange. The portions of the dishes were a lot, filling up the entire table. After the dishes were served, Su Xiangming, Ding Xiangyun, and Li Qinglan all sat at the dining table. "You guys are?" Zhang Wanwan had a vague guess in her heart. "We haven't eaten yet. It should be okay to prepare to have dinner with you, Wanwan?" Li Qinglan asked with a smile. "Of course you are welcome." Zhang Wanwan nodded and smiled brightly. These people are quite considerate. They probably saw that she didn't like to eat alone, so they waited until now, right? After that, Su Jinghuai, who had gone out to make a phone call, strode over and sat down. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Shanghua came over with wet hair. In this way, the dinner for 6 people was quite lively. After all, they had gradually become familiar with each other after more than 10 days of getting along. As usual, Mr. Zhang came in and sat on the sofa in the living room without disturbing them. After dinner, everyone did their own things. Su Xiangming and Ding Xiangyun, as usual, cleaned up the mess. Zhang Wanwan went to the living room to report to Mr. Zhang, and Su Jinghuai accompanied her as usual. As for Li Qinglan, she took Shanghua out, presumably to report the situation. However, before Shanghua left the villa, he did not forget to report Zhang Wanwan's previous abnormal situation to Mr. Zhang. This made Mr. Zhang ask about it again. Zhang Wanwan had no choice but to explain it again seriously, and promised that the sequelae of multiple crossings were gradually weakening and would not have a negative impact on his body. This matter is temporarily over. After that, Zhang Wanwan began to talk about the specific situation today. He emphasized the matter of ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. After learning about the situation, Mr. Zhang was naturally very happy. After that, he comforted Jiang Wanwan that there was no rush to upgrade the supermarket, just take it slowly. He also told her that if she was bored, she could find time to go out and have a look, and she didn't have to stay in the other world all the time. After all, she was a girl who graduated in her 20s, and the country was really afraid that she couldn't stay. In addition, Mr. Zhang also talked about the research on crystal cores, because Jiang Wanwan had taken out many crystal cores of different levels at once. With more researchers, the progress naturally increased. It is said that the energy in the crystal core can be stably extracted. Now, the Research Institute is trying to use these crystal cores instead of engine fuel, installed on fighter jets, aircraft carriers, rockets, and even mechas. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan was naturally very happy. The country is going to become stronger because of her, and I am a little proud. October 3rd, 2024. After getting up early in the morning and having a hearty breakfast together, Jiang Wanwan first sent Shan Shanghua and the goods to the zombie world. During this period, Shan Shanghua also made a solemn self-review and apology to Jiang Wanwan for mentioning her dizziness to Mr. Zhang yesterday. Speaking of which, Jiang Wanwan is Shan Shanghua's direct superior. Although his behavior is well-intentioned, it can be called skipping the level to report, so he naturally needs to review it. Although she knows that the other party is kind, Jiang Wanwan doesn't like this kind of behavior of reporting. She originally planned to find a private time to point a few words at the other party. Unexpectedly, Shan Shanghua reviewed himself in advance. In this case, Jiang Wanwan couldn't say anything more and finally could only skip it. After not staying in the zombie world for long, she returned to the Earth and then traveled to the primitive world. At this moment, it was still more than 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. Jiang Wanwan didn't rush to clean up, but opened the door of the supermarket directly. Then at the door, she saw a group of wild beauties with wheat skin. Seeing the supermarket door open, they rushed in. Most of these people were still here to buy mineral water bottles. Some of them had been here yesterday, and some were new faces that had never appeared. Jiang Wanwan was busy for a long time before she finally sent everyone away. Just now, she sold a total of 91 bottles of mineral water and 16 buns. After Jiang Wanwan spent some time cleaning the supermarket, she finally sat down at the cashier. At this moment, the time had come to 9 o'clock. The adults of the Lehe tribe were probably out hunting and picking fruits. Lee said yesterday that he would arrange for Dan to take the children to cut trees, but he didn't know when he would come. And Yu was looking for medicinal materials, but he didn't know what he could find. In short, according to Jiang Wanwan's estimation, this morning, it is estimated that there will be no one. However, with the comfort of the motherland yesterday, Jiang Wanwan was not in a hurry. As for Mr. Zhang's suggestion that she find time to go shopping and play on Earth, for the dead otaku Jiang Wanwan, there is no need for this. This time is enough for her to absorb a few more zombie crystal cores. Or read some novels or watch some TV series. Isn't it fun? At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was ready to absorb the zombie crystal cores first, and then play with her phone when she was tired. A morning passed in a flash. When Jiang Wanwan absorbed 2 crystal cores and opened her eyes, she found that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder she was a little hungry. The supermarket was not upgraded, so there was no new food. Jiang Wanwan could only take out a pack of instant noodles as lunch for today. Still turn on the fire, add water, and cook noodles. After lunch, wash the dishes. Jiang Wanwan played with her phone for a while, and then continued to absorb the crystal core energy. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after more than 7 hours of silence, that the voice of talking was finally heard. Brother Dan, can these grasses really be exchanged for those delicious buns? Really? Then how many buns can I get from these grasses I dug? We'll know after Zhang sees it. Zhang? Is she fierce? Of course not. She's pretty and gentle. The voice of the last sentence sounded like what you said. In addition, there were many different voices. It seemed that there were a lot of people. Jiang Wanwan calmly put away the crystal core that had not been absorbed, and then stood up and looked outside. I saw a group of people of different heights walking towards this side. Among them, the tallest one was Dan, but the shortest one was no longer Yi. After they walked into the supermarket one after another, Zhang Wanwan could see clearly. There were more than 20 people in this line, all with childish faces. Obviously, they were all children. The shortest one was only up to her chest, probably about 1.2 meters tall. After the group of children entered the supermarket, they began to look around in surprise. Fortunately, they were all quite obedient, just standing there and watching, without doing anything. Zhang Wanwan ignored the children, but looked at Dan, the tallest one among them, and asked hesitantly, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I took them to dig herbs." Dan answered immediately. "Digging herbs? Didn't Lee say that they should chop trees?" But compared to chopping trees, Zhang Wanwan naturally preferred them to dig herbs. This way, they could exchange more star coins and buy more goods. However, these thoughts only flashed through her mind, and Zhang Wanwan put more of her thoughts on another matter. "How old is this child?" She pointed at the shortest child and asked. "Her name is Hua. She is 5 years old this year, and she is a girl." Seeing that she was asked, Hua immediately looked at her with a timid look. "She is not going to dig herbs with you, right?" Zhang Wanwan asked with some concern. A 5-year-old child was running around in a jungle full of wild animals. If something happened by accident, who would be responsible? Dan was stunned by the question and nodded subconsciously. After seeing the worried look on her face, he thought about it carefully and then reacted. He quickly said, "Don't worry, the place where we go to dig herbs is in the back mountain. There are few wild animals, and I am always watching." Even after hearing Dan say this, Zhang Wanwan was still a little worried. But she knew in her heart that the living environment was different, and she couldn't ask the other party to refer to the situation on Earth to treat the child. In the end, she just looked at the flowers with pity and skipped the topic. "So, what did you dig for a day?" Hearing this, Dan immediately opened the animal skin package he was carrying. Seeing this, the others also hurriedly spread out the animal skin. The older people helped the younger ones to unpack the package. "It's all here. See how many star coins you can exchange." The things were spread out on the ground, looking very spectacular. Zhang Wanwan looked over and was attracted by several big eyes. There are actually 2 ginsengs. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but admire. As he spoke, he walked over and squatted, carefully reaching out to look at the ginseng on the animal skin. The main roots of the 2 ginsengs are about the same size as yesterday. The most crucial point is the densely packed roots underneath. The roots of one of the ginsengs are probably as tall as Zhang Wanwan. As for the roots of the other one, they are only about 1 meter long. Of course, it doesn't mean that the roots of this ginseng are only 1 meter long. It's because the roots below 1 meter are too small and trivial. The person who dug it probably lost patience and just dug it off. What a pity! Seeing Zhang Wanwan, most of his eyes were on the more complete ginseng. Yi, who was standing aside, said with some complacency, "I dug this ginseng. In order to prevent the roots from breaking, it took a lot of time, and I didn't have time to find other medicinal materials." Zhang Wanwan glanced at Yi and immediately admired. "Very good and worth it. Unless the other party can find another ginseng in a limited time. Otherwise, instead of looking for those ordinary medicinal materials, it is better to concentrate on digging ginseng roots." On the ground, in addition to these 2 ginsengs with exaggerated roots, there are some other medicinal materials that can be noticed by Zhang Wanwan. For example, a Ganoderma lucidum that is larger than a soup bowl, purple, looks extremely precious. In addition, there are also quite a few ginsengs and Ganoderma lucidum that are not too old. In addition, there is a dark brown stem covered with mud. It looks like the size of a baby's arm, and most importantly, its shape is a bit like a human. Zhang Wanwan, who has made up a lot of knowledge about medicinal materials, has some guesses in his heart. This thing looks a bit like Polygonum multiflorum, and it is not shallow in age. As for the remaining medicinal materials, there is nothing worth noting. They are all Panax nodo ginseng, Polygonatum sibiricum, Poria. Although these wild medicinal materials are considered precious on Earth. But for Zhang Wanwan, medicinal materials that cannot be exchanged for a large number of star coins are naturally nothing to pay attention to. After checking everything, she stood up, walked to the cashier, and spoke. "Bring all your stuff here." Upon hearing this, Dan came over first, holding a purple Ganoderma in one hand and a dark brown tuber in the other. In one day, he only got 2 medicinal herbs, but Jiang Wanwan knew that both of them were valuable. Dan put the 2 medicinal herbs into the grid one by one, and the screen lit up immediately. Detected 495-year-old purple Ganoderma can be exchanged for 495 star coins. Detected 621-year-old Polygonum multiflorum can be exchanged for 621 star coins. Suddenly, Dan's account balance directly exceeded 1,100 star coins, which was comparable to the hunting team's daily income. Dan had expected that Lingji could be exchanged for a lot of star coins. But this ugly black tuber could be exchanged for more star coins than Lingji. This was beyond Dan's expectation, and he was immediately very surprised. The human-shaped tuber was indeed Polygonum multiflorum. Jiang Wanwan was very satisfied that her guess was correct. However, what she didn't expect was that this Polygonum multiflorum was actually a medicinal material of the same grade as ginseng and Lingji. This was really a pleasant surprise. Moreover, after the exchange of these 2 medicinal materials, Jiang Wanwan finally knew the real exchange rate of these precious medicinal materials. It was indeed exchanged according to the years, and the number of years of medicinal materials could be exchanged for so many star coins. The large amount of star coins in the account made Dan stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. After that, he reached out to take the medicinal materials from others and was about to put them in the grid. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly stopped and reminded him, "Wait, whoever digs the herbs should keep them, otherwise the star coins exchanged will be deposited into your account." Upon hearing this, Dan smiled and said, "It was originally intended to be deposited into my account. From today on, all the herbs we dig will be considered public property." Is it considered public property? This is not surprising. Jiang Wanwan had expected this. After all, medicinal herbs can be exchanged for so many star coins, which is more valuable than meat. As the head of the clan, Li would naturally not ignore such a large amount of benefits. It's just that she didn't expect that the decision would be made so quickly. So, in this way, the ginseng that Yi dug yesterday was the only advantage. By the way, did you expect the situation a long time ago? So he used up all the star coins yesterday? While Jiang Wanwan was thinking about it, Dan was still putting medicinal herbs into the grid. 85-year-old ginseng was detected. The medicinal effect is impaired, which can be exchanged for 61 star coins. 4.6 kilograms of Panax Noto ginseng were detected, which can be exchanged for 4.6 star coins. 112-year-old green Ganoderma lucidum was detected, which can be exchanged for 112 star coins. 3.3 kilograms of Polygonatum sibiricum were detected, which can be exchanged for 3 star coins. 144-year-old ginseng was detected. The medicinal effect is impaired, which can be exchanged for 108 star coins. Except for ginseng and Ganoderma, all other herbs can be exchanged for 10 star coins per pound after processing. However, the fresh herbs that have just been dug can only be exchanged for 1 star coin per pound. In the end, it is definitely more cost-effective to process them well. But I guess they don't want to waste too much time on them. So, even if the price of these fresh herbs is not high, after thinking about it, Dan exchanged them all for star coins. Jiang Wanwan also saw that after exchanging each person's herbs, Dan would take out a green leaf larger than the palm and a sharp branch at one end, and write and draw on it. Jiang Wanwan took a careful look at it. The writing on it was very simple, just a circle and a cross. I don't know what it means, specifically. Seeing this, Yi, who was waiting idly on the side, came over and explained in a low voice. Dan is scoring us. This score is related to how much food each of our families can get today. In addition, the total score for the year is also related to how much food we can get every day in winter. Work points? I didn't expect that the people in this primitive world are quite advanced in the distribution system. It has to be said that in the primitive world full of dangers, if humans want to survive, they must stick together for warmth. And the distribution system, such as the work point system, is relatively fair. Of course, if these primitive humans want to make progress and make their lives better, Sooner or later they will abandon this public ownership and transform into a private system. As for when this day will come, in the past it might take many, many years. But after the emergence of the supermarket of all worlds, everything is different. Zhang Wanwan believes that this day will not be too far away. After putting all the other medicinal materials into the grid, there are only 2 high-year ginsengs left on the scene. One of them has complete roots which belongs to Yi. As for the owner of the other one, it is a man and a woman, both of whom are about the same height as Yi. 567-year-old ginseng detected. The medicinal effect is impaired, which can be exchanged for 475 star coins. 555-year-old ginseng detected, which can be exchanged for 555 star coins. Seeing that the 2 ginsengs were of similar size and age, but the star coins they exchanged for were very different. The faces of the man and the woman suddenly looked unhappy. They did not dare to blame Zhang Wanwan and could only stare at Yi. As for Yi, his face was full of joy, and he naturally did not care about the eyes of the people around him. Dan noticed this and said while recording, "Yi told you before not to dig up the roots, which would affect the price. You didn't listen. Now the price is so different, you can't blame others." As he said, Dan collected the leaves and branches that had filled 3 records. After exchanging all the dug medicinal materials, Dan also took a special look at the account value displayed on the screen. 2,826 star coins. For Dan, who had just learned 3-digit numbers, this number was a little unfamiliar. Of course, although he didn't know the exact number, he knew it should be a lot. Dan looked at the pairs of eyes staring at him eagerly, and then looked at the balance of the account. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Zhang, help me change 18 buns first." In the end, these 18 buns were distributed to each child, including Yi. The only one who was empty-handed was Dan. When he counted just now, he didn't count himself. After getting the hot buns, each child's performance was different. Some children had salivating faces, but finally put the buns in their arms solemnly. After getting the buns, some children took a big bite without hesitation. There were also many children who hesitated and struggled. They wanted to eat but couldn't bear to, and they wanted to keep them but couldn't bear to. After distributing the buns to the children, Dan didn't pay attention to their performance. Instead, he looked at Zhang Wanwan and told her what he was going to do next. "Zhang, I won't exchange the remaining star coins for anything for now. I'm going to wait until my father comes. Such a huge fortune, and it's public property." As a child who is not yet an adult, Dan naturally has no way to make a decision. "Okay." Zhang Wanwan nodded and agreed. She was not in a hurry. Anyway, the money had to be spent. It was just a matter of spending it early or late. Since she was not going to spend it, Dan took a group of children away. After sending them away, Zhang Wanwan wandered around the supermarket to exercise. Although the floor of the supermarket was a little dirty, she didn't plan to clean it now. After all, the hunting team should be here soon. Just thinking about this, there was another sound outside the supermarket. Zhang Wanwan was stunned and looked out quickly. Then in the distance, she saw the figures of the giants of the hunting team. "Hey, it's only 5 o'clock now. Didn't they come a little early today?" Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan continued to look out and then found some clues. It is true that the people in the hunting team were carrying animal skin packages just like before, but they all stopped at a distance from the supermarket and did not move forward. What happened? After waiting for a while, they still did not move. Zhang Wanwan, who was watching all this, was confused. Just looking at their serious faces, she thought they must be doing something very important. Zhang Wanwan hesitated again and again, and finally did not shout to disturb them. But she couldn't help but be curious in her heart, wanting to know what those people were going to do. After waiting for 3 minutes, there was still no movement. 5 minutes, a little boring. After 10 minutes, Zhang Wanwan yawned and completely lost her patience. But if she were asked to go back and sit down to rest now, she would be a little unwilling. She has been waiting for so long. Maybe there will be results in a while. In the end, Zhang Wanwan chose a compromise and stood here playing with her mobile phone and continued to wait. After playing with the mobile phone for more than 10 minutes, she changed her feet twice. Just as Zhang Wanwan's right foot was sore from standing, she shifted her center of gravity to her left foot and took the time to look out. The situation outside finally changed. From a distance, she saw a longbow with an arrow on it, a full moon on it, and a longbow pointing to the sky. Was it Lehe drawing the bow and shooting an arrow? Are they hunting? So they were standing still before, waiting for the opportunity to hunt? Seeing this scene, Zhang Wanwan finally had a rough guess in her mind. Then, the sound of wind accompanied by the figures in the air also confirmed her guess. The closer the distance of the flying quail with its wings spread, the more it covered the sky. As the master of the sky, the quail is rare, but it has never had a natural enemy. Therefore, their genes have never taught them how to guard against enemies. So, when the sound of breaking through the air came, the quail in the sky didn't even flap its wings, let alone change its flight trajectory. The arrow that came in response, with unimaginable speed, shot directly into its belly. The intense pain made the quail forget to flap its wings and began to struggle. Then it fell from a high altitude. After breaking several branches, it continued to fall and fell heavily to the ground. Before the quail could struggle and try to fly back to the sky, the hunting team, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward. Some held machetes, some held stone spears, and some held huge stone axes. Although the weapons did not look very powerful, they could not withstand the strong physical fitness of these primitive people. Even though they were blown several meters away by the wings of the quail, they still rushed up with simple weapons after getting up. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, not to mention that the quail only has 2 wings. Suddenly, it was beaten by the hunting team and screamed gaga. Hearing the sound, another huge quail flew out of the huge bird's nest on the treetop. The bird was head down, diving, and trying to fight to the death. Unfortunately, before it touched the ground, the sound of breaking through the air came again. A sharp arrow, carrying power, went straight into its neck. So, the diving momentum turned directly into a falling momentum, and it fell to the ground, and suddenly there was no sound. After dealing with the second bird, Lehe put down his bow and arrow, picked up the machete, and came to the first bird to finish off the knife. After a few minutes, the dying bird was finally worn to death. However, the hunting team was not in a hurry to collect the spoils. Instead, they all looked up and focused their eyes on the huge bird's nest on the top of a tree. Finally, one person stepped out, came to the tree, and began to climb. This person was tall and mighty, but he was very agile in climbing trees. As everyone looked up, he went up little by little. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. Finally, he climbed to the bottom of the huge bird's nest and poked it hard. After more than a dozen times, the bird's nest could not bear the force and finally fell down. Zhang Wanwan, who witnessed the whole hunting process, felt her blood boiling. But after the excitement, a faint warning appeared in her heart. Weapons are very important. No matter in any era or under any background, powerful weapons are indispensable. She decided to keep working hard, strive to let the country replace better weapons so that there will be more sense of security. After spending some time cleaning the battlefield and collecting the spoils, the hunting team dragged 2 huge quails to the supermarket. Before, when these quails were flying in the sky, Zhang Wanwan just felt that they were so big. However, at this moment, looking at the 2 quails so close, Zhang Wanwan felt for the first time that they were so big. The wings of the quails were slightly closed, and it looked as big as an SUV car, right? This one must weigh a ton, right? Thanks to the strength of these primitive people, 2 people dragged the quails together, and they didn't feel any effort at all. Looking at one of the quails, there was a big hole on its neck that was bleeding. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but admire. In just one day, he was able to practice his aim so well. The tribe leader's talent is really amazing. Bows and arrows were unfamiliar weapons that had never appeared before for primitive people. In just one day, he had already achieved such an achievement. He must be able to hit the target every time in the future. Dan, who had returned, couldn't wait to speak. Of course, my father never missed when throwing a spear. Lehe smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he went to help his companions and find a way to get the quails into the supermarket. Fortunately, after the Wanjia supermarket was upgraded, it became a double-door supermarket. After tightening the wings of the quail, it was barely able to be moved in. After seeing them move in the first quail, they ran to move the second one. Zhang Wanwan was a little surprised and asked, "If you move all of them in, won't you keep one for yourself?" Hearing this, Li looked at her in surprise, and then said, "I heard from our ancestors that the meat of the quail is not tasty, very hard, and not easy to handle. Now that it is autumn and there is plenty of food, there is no need to eat it. However, the feathers of the quail are impervious to water and fire, and the colors are bright. They are very popular in large tribes with plenty of food. Don't you want to take them in?" Jiang Wanwan was stunned, and then she understood what he meant. It turns out that the quail is not eaten for meat, but for feathers? What a pity! She was just thinking, how many star coins would she have to exchange for such a big bird? Of course, whether it was meat or feathers, she would never refuse.
Of course I'll take it.
There's nothing I won't take. At this time, everyone had already moved the 2 quails into the supermarket. With so many people, the huge supermarket was immediately filled to the brim. Seeing this, Li didn't hesitate and directly called a few people to put the quails into the grid first. To be honest, Zhang Wanwan was a little worried about how to put such a big quail into the grid smoothly. Facts have proved that these worries were unnecessary. She still underestimated these primitive people. 2 people stood around the bird and then exerted force together. Suddenly, the huge quail was easily lifted up. When the huge quail appeared above the grid of the star coin exchanger, it shrank rapidly. Then, the screen lit up and the information appeared. Detected unknown bird first-class feathers 18.6 kilograms can be exchanged for 186 star coins. Second-class feathers 53 kilograms can be exchanged for 53 star coins. Third-class feathers 75 kilograms can be exchanged for 7.5 star coins. Detected a pair of hardbird beaks can be exchanged for 50 star coins. Detected 2 sharpbird claws can be exchanged for 100 star coins. This series of words makes you dizzy. Even Jiang Wanwan was a little surprised. This should be the longest exchange information in history, right? After a closer look, she found that there must be a ton of bird meat, and even the name did not appear. As Li said, the most valuable thing on this quail is the feathers. And these feathers are actually divided into 3 grades, and the price of each grade differs 10 times. Among them, the first-class feathers refer to the outermost layer of the quail with bright colors. The second-class feathers refer to the softest fine down close to the body of the quail. Excluding the outermost beautiful feathers and the innermost soft feathers, the remaining ones are the 3rd-grade feathers. 007. Are the feathers of this quail really waterproof and fireproof? Jiang Wanwan asked curiously in her mind. Indeed. What are the differences between the 3 grades of feathers? By the way, do they have any other magical effects? Jiang Wanwan, who has read many novels, couldn't help but guess that these feathers are waterproof and fireproof. Would they be the best materials for refining weapons? Unfortunately, 007's next words broke her fantasy. It's just ordinary feathers, there is no magical effect, and the difference between different grades is just an appearance. Well, she was delusional. In fact, feathers are waterproof and fireproof, which is already very good. In this case, it must be that the hard bird beak and sharp bird claws are really just hard and sharp. After thinking this through, Jiang Wanwan turned her attention to Li on the side. But he found that he was still looking at the screen in confusion, and even counting on his fingers. It seems that mathematics is a difficult problem no matter in which world. In order not to waste time anymore, Jiang Wanwan briefly summarized it. Meat is not valuable, beautiful feathers are more expensive, ugly ones are cheaper. A total of 246.5 star coins were exchanged, and the beak was 50 star coins, and the 2 claws were 100 star coins in total. Finally, he concluded, in short, the pheasant just now was exchanged for a total of 396.5 star coins. To be honest, this price is not low, but it makes people feel quite disappointed. After all, other animals are weighed by meat, and the pheasant has so much meat, but it is not worth half a star coin. Fortunately, the people of Lehe and the hunting team are quite satisfied with this price. After all, if there is no supermarket, such a big pheasant, they can only discard it and get nothing. As for the feathers, someone wants it? You have to meet someone who is willing to bid first. Now, it is a good result to be able to exchange so many star coins. So, they were very active, picked up the second stork and put it into the grid of the star coin exchanger. On the screen, a series of long numbers were displayed again. This time, Li did not force himself, but looked directly at Jiang Wanwan to get the final value. The feathers of this stork were exchanged for 224.5, and the beak and claws added up to 150 star coins, a total of 374.5 star coins. Jiang Wanwan was naturally too lazy to calculate, and directly told the data she got from 007. Li nodded to show that he knew, and seemed to be satisfied with the data. After the exchange of 2 huge storks, the supermarket was finally not so crowded. Jiang Wanwan looked at the animal skin packages carried by the hunting team. I don't know what they brought here today. However, Li, who was standing in the front, did not let them untie their animal skin packages. Instead, he continued to ask, "By the way, Zhang, do you accept live stork babies and cracked bird eggs here?"